The protagonist sometimes thinks about what his life would be like if someone else did his job instead, and also if someone else was doing sports instead. He even made a huge fortune on his account. Such a carefree life would seem like heaven on earth to anyone. But Edgar doesn't have to think about it, because he already has a life like that. It is from a technical point of view that his life could be called such. The blue-haired boy looked at what was happening outside his window in fright. The outer wall of his house was destroyed, and the top floor turned into ruins. Edgar had almost the life he dreamed of, but it was still different from his ideal, and he did not give up on his desire. The guy told his partners to make sure that they collected the corpses without loss when they finished hunting. Edgar worked harder than anyone else for a quiet life. It may seem ridiculous that a guy works hard just to do nothing, but this can be attributed to most people. Edgar was amazed at the size of the monster that appeared before him. The guy decisively ordered his comrades to take the right positions. Along with his diligent work, Edgar had something else: the fact that he was not alone. The comrades attacked the huge monster in a coordinated manner. They were all about to pounce on him, while Edgar took a fighting stance. The boy grabbed his blade and was about to strike the monster with a decisive blow. Other fighters also pointed their blades at the monster. All these guys were not really his comrades, they were his own clones. There are so many things that a person is obliged to do. Edgar is forced to work and study hard, and also cook your own food at least 3 times a day. But the boy had no fewer things he wanted to do, namely play games, travel within your country and around the world. He also wanted to hang out with his friends like a normal young man. Edgar wanted to connect with people and build relationships. He was disappointed that a person can only do one thing at a time, and it was for this reason that he always dreamed of having 2 bodies, and as a result, he did have 2. A huge number of young people were waiting outside Gyeongguk University, all of them expecting to awaken their skills. The blonde joked with his friend that he could use an intelligence-raising skill because he was counting on some superpower. The main character, Edgar, was very tired of all the fuss. He was standing near the university and just thought about how to get home as soon as possible. He had the same desire to have 2 bodies in his mind. The A-class hunter, Devon, began to speak into the microphone and asked for everyone's attention. The man greeted the young people and said that he would be responsible for the 10th Portal Awakening Program. The Awakening Program is a program launched by the government to help awaken abilities for which people were forced to cross the portal. Devon told the first group to come forward and added that he sincerely hoped they would have a successful awakening. A group of young people, including Edgar, went forward. The guy was a little nervous because it was almost his turn. A slender lady asked Edgar Williams if he was in group 37, number 7, and the boy replied that he was. She asked him for permission and handed him the device to check his identity. Then the lady asked Edgar to hand over all the devices and enter the portal in front of him. Edgar Williams was 1 step away from entering the mysterious portal, and with a sharp movement of his hand, he began to enter it. After passing the user identification, Edgar regained consciousness. He realized that he was unconscious and felt his helmet hurt like it was going to explode. Then he looked up and saw many drones flying above him. He realized from the appearance of other people that they were not feeling well either. One of the awakened ones was amazed at the ability she had managed to gain. She was immediately surrounded by representatives of various guilds, offering to join them. When Edgar heard about the guild, he immediately began to envy this girl. Then a young man approached him, congratulated him on waking up, and asked if he was feeling well. Erha replied that he was feeling rather unwell, and the stranger assured him that it would soon pass and asked if he had tested his ability. Edgar hadn't done it yet, so he said he would do it now. Then a translucent screen with information about his characteristics appeared in front of him. Then he found out that his active skill was cloning, and his passive skill was clone amplification. Looking at his low reflexes, health, and endurance, the guy got a little hopeful. Still, Edgar realized that the skill was more important than these characteristics and decided to learn more about it. His cloning skill allowed him to create a clone using energy that looked like the user. The maximum number of clones depends on the user's level. But also noticing that there were no conditions for using this skill meant that Edgar could use it in everyday life. The stranger realized from the boy's worried face that he had finished testing his abilities. The man told Edgar not to be disappointed, adding that beginner's initial performance is quite weak and asked if he could learn his skill. The guy realized that there was no point in hiding it, and he said that his skill was cloning. Upon hearing this, the stranger was immediately embarrassed. Edgar gave him a questioning look in response. The man explained that there was a person with the skill of illusory cloning, but since the clones did not have a physical shell, they could not do anything. This answer confused Edgar because his clones are not an illusion. The stranger tried to encourage Edgar, saying that if he demonstrated his skill to officials, they would be able to evaluate it more accurately. Then he looked at the place where the others were demonstrating their skills. One of the men was demonstrating his ability to become petrified. The audience looked at him with an appraising gaze. After watching all this, Edgar was overwhelmed by depression. He asked the man where the exit was, and the man replied that Edgar had to go through a final scan and registration, and only then could he return through the portal. The boy went to the research team, as the stranger advised him. He waited in embarrassment for his skill to be scanned. The researcher told Edgar that the boy had a 73% probability of showing one or more abilities, and his identification was complete. The registration form of the awakened cloning skill was sent to the ID bracelet. Edgar chose the subway as a way to get home. He stared at his bracelet, thinking that it was over much faster than he had expected. The boy was interested in what his cloning ability would look like. Dense clouds were passing over the city's high-rise buildings, one of which our hero lived in. Upon entering the room, he asked his children if they had done a good job. By kids, he meant the computers on his desk. Each of them actively continued the game. Edgar sat down, looking at the monitor of one of the computers. He looked at the characteristics he got in the game and recognized that they were worthless. With some disappointment, Edgar Williams slipped into his bed. The popularity of games was gradually declining, but the guy still hoped for a new game to come out. Edgar mentioned that he needed to find a part-time job to pay for his studies and rent. He wanted someone to work for him, and then he remembered his newfound ability. Looking at the bracelet, he decided that he needed to check how his cloning skill worked. Edgar got up and stood at the entrance to his room. He calmed down and began to concentrate energy around his body. Mentally, Edgar began to summon his clone. His body was immediately humiliated by an unpleasant sensation. The energy released by his body began to form the image of the future clone. Suddenly, the boy's room burst into an incredibly bright glow. A human hand began to appear from under the smoke in the room. The outline of a man's foot followed. Suddenly, an exact copy of him appeared in front of him, but without clothes. Edgar Williams was stunned to see the synthesized clone. He asked the creature that had just appeared in front of him if it was really a clone. The clone immediately confirmed Edgar Williams' guess. The guy asked him for permission to touch him. He was immediately embarrassed when he said this question. But I also realized that I needed to pull myself together. Edgar touched his synthesized clone's shoulder. He realized by his senses that he was looking at a real body, not an illusion. He noticed that his clone was naked from head to toe. So Edgar advised his clone to get dressed first. He pointed to a sweater and pants lying on the floor. When asked if Edgar should just give him orders, the clone answered yes. The guy mentally thought about making the clone sit down, and it immediately did so. Edgar was delighted by the fact that he didn't even have to say anything out loud. He mentally ordered the clone to stand up, and it did so immediately. Then Edgar ordered the clone to repeat all these actions. After a few repetitions, sweat began to pour from his body. He realized that the clones had the same endurance as his own body. Then Edgar heard his cell phone ring in his pocket. He looked at the phone screen and realized that Ryan had written to him. Ryan asked Edgar what skill the guy had gotten, boasting that he himself had gotten 2 hunter skills, while the clone continued his series of squats. Edgar replied that he did not fully understand the skill he had acquired, and then his friend began to mock and humiliate him. A translucent screen appeared in front of him, informing him that his duration had increased by 1,000th. Horse racer George Lucas is a master of the shimmering skill, an S-class rider in America, and by extension, the leader of the Enlightenment group, the first person to awaken the Tower of Odin. The action moves to the main building of the Enlightenment group. The secretary informed George that according to the results of an analysis of the population of 300 million people, 80% of them are awakened. And given the number of participants in the awakening program each year, they could expect that within 5 years there would be a 100% awakening of the population. The man admitted that 5 years is not a long time for such a process. He looked at the city from his huge window. The headquarters of the Enlightenment Group was located in a huge skyscraper. The course of events goes back to Edgar Williams. His clone was training for endurance running, and it was clear from his face that it was not easy for him. Other runners noticed that this guy was running here every day. They were worried that the guy was always doing it in closed clothes. A lady who also ran sometimes handed him a bottle of water. She noticed that he was trying his best again and offered him a drink before another lap. The clone didn't respond to this offer, got up and went on running. The woman was shocked by this sudden change and thought that the guy was just an introvert. Edgar's clone continued his running training relentlessly. Edgar Williams weighed 78.4 kilograms, and he had been feeling hungry lately, so he ate as if for two, but still lost 9 kilograms this month. Edgar was doing nothing, and his body was getting better and better every day, and he thought he had grown a little. Their health, endurance, and reflexes also improved slightly. During the time he used the clones, he managed to understand something. The pain and fatigue felt by the clone was not transmitted to him. The second thing is that the clone simply disappears if it is damaged or exceeds the energy limit. The third thing is that with every change in Edgar's body, the clone copies his records. The fourth thing is that even over a long distance, you can transmit orders with the help of thoughts. One day, he asked the clone to create another clone, but found that it was unable to do so. But even if he could, there would be an infinite number of clones, so it's impossible anyway. Even before the transformation began, Edgar decided to find out some information. He found a website on the internet called Wiki for Hunters. The guy himself did not expect the day to come when he would start studying information for hunters. He learned that a characteristic of one was the limit for an unawakened adult, and that there were special and ordinary characteristics that most awakened people had. Regeneration, endurance, resilience, mentality, and others are special characteristics, so the method of their discovery is unknown. With standard training, it was difficult to improve performance even by 0.001 per day. Since the clone trains non-stop and does its best to follow orders until it reaches its limit, Edgar managed to raise his performance very quickly. This could have meant that he would have doubled his score if he had also moved along with the clone, but the boy knew that he could hardly stand such a workout. The guy picked up a flyer advertising a gym. This rigorous gym offered personal training, muscle building, and a full range of exercises. Edgar carefully read the entire contents of the paper. At the same time, he continued to play computer games. So Edgar decided that he would be the head and his clone would be the limbs. The guy was checking his balance on his phone, which was 123,801. He realized that this money would not be enough to pay for the registration. And all because he was spending more and more money on food because he was eating more and more. Business was not good in the workshop, so Edgar realized that he needed to find a part-time job. He sat down at the computer and started looking for current vacancies. He realized that he needed to look in the direction of construction work. It would help him train his body and earn money at the same time. Edgar decided that he himself should first visit the part-time job, because the clone would not be able to succeed if the guy gave orders in an industry he knew nothing about. While flipping through, he came across an interesting vacancy. The Viewcon Logistics Center was looking for a part-time worker. Edgar took the contact number and called it. The phone was picked up on the other end, and the guy said hello and said that he had seen an ad for hiring workers on the website. He was told that there would be no preliminary interview, so Edgar could start working right away, and then he was asked when he could start. He replied that he planned to work the next day, but they asked if he could do it today. Edgar replied that it was possible. He was told that they would be waiting at the logistics center around 6:30 p.m. He was surprised that he was hired right away, thinking that no one else was working there. But he didn't care, because if they paid him, everything must be fine. The logistics center consisted of several buildings, and there were several trucks on its territory. In the late afternoon, Edgar arrived at the building, as he had been asked to do. He took his number 1 clone with him. In case something went wrong, we could say that he was his twin. Edgar instructed the clone to answer well when he comes in, and that while he is working, his name will be Ryan. The building of the logistics center was much larger than the guy expected. He did not know where he should go. Then a man came up to him and recognized the boy, and he asked him what he was doing here. In the face of this man, Edgar recognized Mr. John. At first, Mr. John did not recognize Edgar because he had lost a lot of weight, and the boy said that he had come here with a friend to work part-time. When he heard this, the man pointed to the building and said that there was an office there. Edgar thanked him and said that it was a real blessing that he had come across him. And Mr. John said goodbye to the boy, saying that they would meet again. After Mr. John left, Edgar slapped his face. Meeting an old friend was very nerve-wracking for the guy. Edgar asked his clone if he was worried, and he said no. He realized that there was no reason to worry because he was now awakened. Moving forward, he told the clone that they needed to finish here as soon as possible so that they could eat ramen at home. But as he worked, Edgar realized that he was too arrogant about his delivery work. There was no end to the heavy packages Edgar had to carry. For other employees, this work did not seem too difficult. They carried the packages from place to place as if in one breath. Edgar pitifully assumed that these people had some kind of ability to drag heavy objects. The clone of the guy also performed the task without any problems. Watching this, Edgar realized that he shouldn't have come, because his clone would have done a great job on his own. Then the logistics center took a break for an hour. The clone watched his master's despair with excitement. Then he heard Mr. John handing them sodas. The man said that they needed to restore their water balance and eat at the same time, and the boys thanked him profusely. Mr. John was amazed that Ryan worked so hard without even saying a word. He thought the boy's name was very masculine. Then the man turned to Edgar and asked how he was feeling, and he assumed that this was the first time he had ever done this kind of work. Edgar confirmed his guesses and said that this work is quite tiring. But the man noticed that both guys had courage, because most people were just running away by this point. Edgar pitifully realized that if it weren't for the money, he would have been one of them too. Mr. John asked the boy which university he went to, and Edgar replied that he went to Gyeongguk University. When the man heard this, he said that it was a great school, but the boy argued that it was not that good. But Mr. John told Edgar not to be modest. The man himself would have given anything for his daughter to go there. The guy told the man not to worry too much because he didn't study very well either, but he managed to get in. Mr. John didn't understand how this was possible, and Edgar explained to him that he had simply obtained several licenses and a special permit. Mr. John's spirits immediately lifted when he heard about his special experience. Then he became quiet for a while and thought about something. The man asked Edgar if he would like to get another part-time job. The guy asked excitedly what he meant. Instead of languishing here, Mr. John offered him to become his daughter's tutor. This offer was indeed unexpected for Edgar. He thought about it and remembered that he had only 123,801 on his balance sheet. So this part-time job offer was really appropriate right now. Mr. John was ashamed to say such things about his daughter, but he admitted that she was really doing poorly in school and needed to be tutored in all subjects. He offered the boy to come several times a week and hold 2-hour lessons for 50,000 won each. Edgar thought that this was not a bad price at all, if only the time costs were taken into account. So he agreed to the man's proposal, and they shook hands as a sign of agreement. Mr. John added that he would discuss it with his daughter after work and then contact Edgar. Looking up at the sky and thinking about tutoring, he hoped that everything would work out for the best. Then a window appeared in front of him with information that his performance had improved. It was a complete success for Edgar to get the job and the performance points. He noticed that his colleagues continued to work. He mentioned that there was something else he needed to do before he left for work. Edgar looked into his bag to get a snack. But to his great regret, the guy found that it was empty. His clone wasted no time in looking up at the sky. Edgar's face immediately twisted with anger, but the clone indifferently continued to munch on their snack. Edgar irritably asked the clone if he had eaten everything. The course of events is postponed until the next morning. After a hard day's work, Edgar felt terrible. From that moment on, he decided that he would use clone number 1 for that part-time job. Looking at the screen with the characteristics, the guy realized that number 1 was still working. Edgar mentally ordered the clone to return. He wanted to recall and summon it again. But if he did it outside the house, he would lose his clothes. First, he decided that he should eat. He was very happy with his delicious breakfast. But a sound at the door drew his attention away from the meal. Number 1 entered and informed the owner that he had returned. Edgar told the boy to take a shower and change his clothes, and in a few minutes his request was fulfilled. Then the guy asked the clone to give him his hand. The guy realized that number 1 was a clone, and if he was withdrawn, he would just disappear into the wind. He is not a person or a living being, but he still felt sorry for him. It was very difficult for him to even slightly injure his clone. But I still had to, and then blood came out of number 1's finger. Number 1 continued to look at his master with an unchanged expression. Edgar apologized for hurting him and acknowledged that he was doing well. The guy did everything to get the regeneration characteristic. Regeneration was one of the few characteristics whose method of discovery was known. You had to make a wound on the body and wait for it to heal on its own. He had to repeat this action until the feature opened, so he decided that he would keep trying for another month. He was afraid of inflicting wounds more serious than a needle cut, so he decided that he would just do it often. The guy told the number 1 to eat ramen every time he felt hungry and then continue to exercise. Edgar said that he would be away for a while and instructed the clone to answer calls from an additional phone while he was at work. The entire city was furnished with modern buildings. Edgar decided to respond to the flyer about the gym and went in search of it. But suddenly someone called out to him and hugged his side. Edgar recognized Ryan Miller in the face of the man who approached him. Ryan wasn't sure that it was Edgar, but he was right. He was surprised at how much weight the guy had lost, and Edgar himself was not happy with his gesture. When told that he had lost weight, Edgar replied that he was working out and was on his way to the gym. Ryan replied that he was also a sportsman, but you couldn't tell by his appearance. Then he asked Edgar which gym he went to. The guy said he was going to the Strong Body Gym, a place Ryan was familiar with, and he said it was pretty good. Edgar said he didn't see anything special there except the price. Ryan enthusiastically reported that the coach there was a real beauty. He asked to go to the gym with Edgar, and the guy was extremely unhappy with his actions. Edgar Williams and Ryan Miller entered the gym together. Inside, the training room was quite well equipped. The head of the gym himself sat down to lunch at that time. Looking around the room, Edgar noticed that it was quite nice. The manager apologized to the clients and welcomed them to the Strong Body Gym and asked if it was their first time here. The man said that in honor of the opening, they are currently offering discounts, and if they take a 3-month subscription, it will cost only 160,000 won. Edgar replied that he would take a 3-month subscription and asked the man to see if he had the correct technique for each of the machines. The manager agreed to the boy's request and said he would help him with the payment. Edgar Williams began his exercises by lifting a barbell. The manager said that this is how you do bench presses on an incline bench, and over time, you need to increase the load and accelerate. At this time, unexpectedly for everyone, Ryan lifted a 50 kilograms barbell. This surprised both the head and Edgar himself. However, his achievement attracted not only their attention. Other athletes also watched his actions in embarrassment. Ryan Miller's body was really muscular. The manager was impressed by his body and assumed that the man had been working out for a long time, but Ryan proudly replied that it was his first time. Then the man missed that Ryan got a boost in strength after waking up. His strength score was 2.1. Edgar realized that the ability Ryan was talking about was strength, and he was jealous because he expected endurance to play a bigger role in weightlifting. He was afraid to imagine how strong other high-class hunters were, if a banal skill to increase strength had such an effect. No wonder everyone talked about hunters, even though it is a dangerous job. Then he heard his cell phone ring. Picking up the phone, he heard the familiar voice of Mr. John. He said that he had talked to his wife and daughter about tutoring and wanted to check with the boy if he had time. Mr. John wanted to talk to him face-to-face at their home, and Edgar said he would come as soon as he could. After a while, the boy got to Mr. John's house. Edgar was unhappy that after Ryan demonstrated his skills, he didn't even register for the gym. His friend justified this by saying that if he started going there, Edgar would not be able to study properly and would only envy him. But it wasn't true. In fact, the guy didn't register because the nice coach wasn't there today. But Edgar recognized that this was even better, because then he wouldn't have to worry about his clone. The guy went to apartment 603 where they were supposed to be waiting for him. He listened and heard that it was quite noisy, and he could hear the girl's dissatisfaction with her father because he had decided everything himself. Mr. John opened the door and said that he was going to work, and if they didn't like something, they should tell the guy themselves. Then the man stopped talking and looked at Edgar in embarrassment. The door slam from Mr. John was a surprise for the boy. The man's daughter was watching from the apartment. She was instantly embarrassed by the whole unpleasant situation. When Edgar entered the apartment, they put a compress on the place where he had bruised himself. Mr. John apologized to the boy, explaining that he had not noticed him. The man's wife put sliced apples on the table. The lady did not recognize Edgar because he had lost weight, and he explained that he had been actively involved in sports lately. Then the guy asked the girl if her name was Erica. Edgar said his name and said that he would be her tutor from today. He had heard that she was planning to enter Gyeongguk University and asked if it was true. Her parents immediately noticed that Erica instantly blushed, even though she had been unhappy a few seconds earlier. The girl replied that it was true. She was embarrassed because she thought that Edgar might have heard her screaming. The guy asked if she was in her senior year and added that he would like to see her progress before starting classes. Erica was extremely excited to hear his request. Edgar's expression immediately changed when he looked at the girl's report card. The reason was that things were extremely bad there, and Erica understood this very well. Then Mr. John slowly began to get up from the table. He suddenly sped off, saying he was in a hurry to get to work while thanking Edgar. At this time, the guy was watching Erica's reaction to his reaction. He saw a hint of sadness and shame on her face for her poor performance. Edgar decided to cheer her up by telling her that he, too, had not received good scores on a standardized test for admission to higher education. This revelation really cheered up the upset Erica. The guy said he would try his best to improve the girl's results and informed her that they would meet twice a week. The bright sun illuminated the high-rise buildings of the city where Edgar lives. When he returned home, he thought that Erica had a long way to go to improve her results. He recalled how they started their first lesson on the same day. Erica didn't want to disappoint the guy, so she did her best. Luckily, the girl was not as hopeless as Edgar had assumed. He sat down at his computer thinking that number one should have already left for work. The guy gave him a spare phone, but if the number of clones grows in the future, it will be problematic to buy additional ones. Turning on the computer, Edgar logged into the network for hunters. He wondered if he should look for skills similar to his own in the hunter network. There he saw a lot of ads selling skills. When Edgar saw the price of 100 million won for a simple skill of summoning and sharing feelings with an animal, he was speechless. The price for the scroll with the teleportation skill was even higher, 400 million won, which made the guy want to cry. He thought that if he had that much money, he would rather buy a house than an ability. Edgar realized that it would take him forever to acquire at least one of these skills. Such prices meant that hunters earned a lot, even though he only looked at goods in the low price category. The guy picked up his phone to check the balance and found that he had only 233,201. Such figures on the balance sheet did not satisfy him at all. He lay down on the bed thinking that maybe he should try to become a hunter. While flipping through his newsfeed, he immediately came across an article about the standard of living of an A-class hunter, the owner of the most expensive home in Korea. After the screening, Edgar got out of bed anxiously. He realized that he had a great ability and should not waste it on slave labor. Edgar has unlocked another characteristic, resilience. The boy put on a jacket and decided that he would try to become a hunter. In 2000, portals began to appear simultaneously all over the Earth, from which monsters crawled out. More than half of the world's population died because of this incident, later called the Great Catastrophe. Everyone thought that the end of the human era had come. But at the very moment when the catastrophe began, superhumans with special abilities began to appear, and with them, humanity barely managed to win the war. And now, in 2023, a profession has emerged to hunt the remaining monsters. These specialists were called hunters. The man in the video said that if the students passed the test, they would receive a state-issued license and be able to legally kill monsters. He began to explain a few subtleties that would help with the exam. Edgar was amazed when he looked at the building of the Hunters Center. It was a huge multi-story building around which you could meet a lot of people. Lately, he has been getting a few hours of sleep to feel refreshed, and he assumed it was because of his newly unlocked vitality. Gun shops were also located in the building of the hunting center. You could also meet a lot of different people there. Edgar was incredibly impressed with everything he saw on the ground floor. He realized that the people who came here to take the test were in the minority. The secretary announced that registration for the exam to obtain a hunting license, which would be held on the ground floor, would end in 20 minutes. Edgar was a little nervous about the upcoming exam. The guy went to the room for the hunter's exam. He opened the door to the room and apologized for the inconvenience. The tables were filled with people of all kinds. Edgar was very worried because there were so many of them. Some of the audience laughed at the boy's apology. Then I heard footsteps in the room and an examiner was heading there. The man introduced himself as Han Lee and said that he was a C-class hunter and that he was to be their examiner today. The examiner explained that the license exam consists of a written part, a practical test, and a test of professional aptitude. He added that if students are caught cheating, they will be disqualified from this exam and will not be able to retake it this year. The audience was agitated by the words that the examiner does not forgive cheaters. You could feel an incredibly terrible pressure throughout the room. Han Lee then announced that the exam for the hunter's license had begun. Evening twilight enveloped the city with active traffic. Kang told his boss that they would transfer all the money by the end of the month. I also asked him to wait and added that this was his first day in the field. Then, the man felt that the conversation was abruptly cut short. CEO Khan was an employee of GM's agency. The man sighed because money doesn't come easily, but slips away like sand through your fingers. Looking at his watch, Khan remembered that the math exam was about to end. He was driving in the direction of the Center for Hunters. Edgar passed the exam and received the status of an F-class hunter. The exam really seemed easy for him and could be equated to getting a driving license. The questions in the written part were simple, and the boy only needed to know a few things to answer them. Before the practical test, they were given plenty of time to prepare, and the target was hung close enough. And the aptitude test turned out to be a conversation about morality from elementary school. Edgar did not understand whether it was normal for this job to have such a low entry threshold, since hunters constantly risk their lives and use weapons. Then the boy looked back to take another look at the building of the Hunter Center. He thought that the government wanted as many people as possible to become hunters. Still, he decided that he shouldn't get too worked up about it. Then he noticed other hunters handing out business cards. The faces of these men seemed quite familiar to Edgar. Then he remembered that they were representatives of guilds that were trying to recruit hunters. Then a voice congratulated him on passing the exam for a hunting license. He was handed a business card from the JM agency, the same one where Khan Blake worked. The man introduced himself to Edgar and offered to work with their agency. With every purchase and when looking for items for a small percentage, they were ready to offer the guy the best deals, and Edgar just thanked them. Then he noticed that a translucent screen with characteristics appeared in front of his face. The level of the cloning ability increased, and now the guy could summon 2 columns at the same time. The agency representative continued to say something, but the guy immediately ran off, saying he would contact them later. Khan tearfully asked the boy to remember to do so. At night, Edgar Williams finally made it home. He was incredibly pleased with the improvement in his ability. The guy had already managed to call his number 1 home. He also tried to summon a new clone. Edgar told number 2 that he was looking forward to working with them. He looked at the business card and announced that they were now ready to become hunters. Mr. Blake managed to hand out almost all of his business cards that evening. The man hoped that at least one person would contact him. Khan looked thoughtfully at the evening scenery and recalled past events. The course of events is transferred to the official representative office of the leading guild in Korea, Haesong. On the table was a pile of documents with a huge number of numbers. The guild representative told Khan that he only needed to settle the amount according to what was written in the documents. The man understood the order and picked up the papers. But when he saw their contents, he was surprised. The numbers were not what Khan expected to see. He informed a representative of the guild about his excitement. Kang said that the amount was quite suspicious. The price for the troll was supposed to be at least 5 million won. But then the man interrupted him. He asked Kang if he had joined the Haesong Guild a long time ago. This was true, and then the man told Kang that he should have realized everything by now. He added that if they do everything they have to do according to the rules, they will have almost nothing left. He understood that Khan was a respectable citizen, but he warned the man that he should not interfere in the guild's internal affairs. The guild representative asked Khan with a defiant tone in his voice if he understood. The man realized that he should have kept silent then, because now he is having a hard time. Then the melody of his ringtone started playing in the man's pocket. He picked up the phone and introduced himself as Khan Blake from the JM agency. It was Edgar, and he said he wanted to clarify a few things and invited Khan to a meeting. The man was waiting for Edgar outside a local cafe. Then he noticed a guy waving at him from one of the tables. Khan came over and apologized to the boy for keeping him waiting, but Edgar said that he had just arrived himself. Then Khan suggested ordering something to drink. The man ordered a cold iced coffee. Khan asked him if he wanted to go into territory that even a beginner could handle, and Edgar confirmed it. When the man asked him about his ability, the boy replied that he had the skill of cloning. Khan had heard that cloning is a skill that creates illusions that are not capable of anything. At the time, he thought that Edgar was a beginner with illusions who was physically incapable of anything and would not be able to help in the hunt. Khan handed him a contract and asked him to read it. First of all, he wanted to offer Edgar a territory for slug hunting. The slimes were not very dangerous, although they could release some substances and poisonous gas, and it was recommended to wear a mask and protective clothing to visit the area. Another disadvantage was that this place is not allowed to stay for a long time for the reasons described above. But Edgar said that this was not a problem for him. The second area to choose from was the horned hare hunting zone, where you could stay longer, but the prey was difficult to catch, so you couldn't earn much there. There were also low-level monsters, such as giant rats, but only the aforementioned monsters were in areas where Kang could guarantee the boy's safety. Edgar liked the 2 locations, and the price of the items for sale was attractive. He handed the man a piece of paper and said he wanted to sign a contract. Khan Blake immediately thanked Edgar for accepting the offer. He asked the boy which of the 2 territories he would choose. The guy immediately stamped it and said that the man had misunderstood him. He had already told Khan that he liked both places. The man looked anxiously at the clone that had just appeared in front of him. Edgar said that when he said this, he meant that he would hunt both. Then Khan recalled his first meeting with someone with a similar ability. That guy also had a cloning skill. Then the man asked the hunter if he could demonstrate his skill. The hunter folded his fingers and began to use his ability. Illusions of clones began to appear behind him, and after a while there were many more of them. Khan was amazed to see so many clones. One of the illusions pulled its hand back and began to draw a sword. All the others did the same and pointed their blades at their master. Khan did not understand what was happening and why they did it. And in one motion, all the clones pierced the host's body with their blades. It was hard for the man to watch. He asked them to stop. But at some point I realized that everything was not as he thought. The hunter said that all these clones are just illusions. They are not real. To verify his words, Khan touched the blade of one of the clones. His hand passed through the sword, and the hunter said that illusions cannot do harm. He added that they are good for attracting the attention of monsters. Khan said with a disturbing laugh that seeing that was enough. The last cloning skill he saw was definitely related to illusions. But the man realized that this guy's skill was different. After all, the clone before him had stamped the contract issued by Khan. And before that, the clone drank a whole cup of coffee. This is the first time Kang has encountered such an incredible skill. He suggested that the boys could be twins and asked Edgar about it. But when he heard this, the guy started laughing out loud. The guy admitted that this assumption was quite reasonable if you look at them both. Edgar put his hand on the number one's shoulder and said that this was his clone. He realized that this ability could be confused with a similar one, but his clone was not an illusion. And then the guy admitted that he had another clone, but he sent him to a fitness center. Khan was amazed to hear that clones can build muscle. Edgar said that if his clones were getting stronger, then he was getting stronger too, so he could raise his own characteristics. The man realized that this was an unusual ability of an F-class hunter, and that this boy had great potential. Edgar returned to the question of the hunting ground and said he wanted to ask Khan something. The guy asked if there would be any problems if the same person entered two places at the same time. Mr. Khan replied that there might be difficulties, as there is a record at the entrance. Hearing this answer, Edgar was immediately upset, but then the man added that he would talk to the hunting association and they would find a way to solve the problem. In return, the guy had to go with him as he needed to scan the bracelet and demonstrate his ability. Edgar agreed to this condition, but added that he would not be able to use the ability until tomorrow night. In response, Khan offered to meet at the Hunters Center in 2 days. And then the man timidly reminded him of the contract. Edgar replied that he had already put the stamp on it and checked all the details from the photos sent to him by number 2. But the guy was suddenly alarmed when Khan suddenly stood up. The man extended his hand and said he would look forward to working with them. Edgar shook hands and said he would be waiting for it too. 2 days have passed since the meeting between JM's executive director and Edgar. The guy looked from side to side, waiting to meet Mr. Khan. And then he heard a familiar voice addressing Edgar as a hunter. Khan noticed that the guy had arrived earlier than planned, and Edgar replied that he had come early in case the man was already waiting for him. Kang told the boy that most of the departments of the Hunters Association were located in the Hunters Center building and suggested that he visit it first. In the queue, Edgar Williams was number 166. After Hunters 164 and 165, it was finally Edgar's turn. An employee of the association asked the boy if he wanted to get double access to the territory for hunting. Edgar confirmed this, saying that he has the skill of cobbling, but only one bracelet for identification. The employee told the guy to wait a minute, noting that he was the first person after Skakun to request a duplicate bracelet. After a while, the employee gave Edgar an application, telling him to come to the government office to fill out the appropriate documents. And then the man added that Edgar could take the test in the skills demonstration room. Khan said that he would deal with the paperwork himself and suggested that Edgar go to the showroom for now. The guy listened to the executive director and went to the showroom. He had to show his skills there, so he started creating a clone. As always, the synthesized clone appeared completely naked. This made both Edgar and the woman who tested his ability to do so embarrassed. At that time, one of the scientists of the Association of Hunters was almost completing the bracelet. He carefully examined his product to make sure that he had done everything without mistakes. The request for an identical ID bracelet was fulfilled, and the man told Edgar that the clones could enter the hunting grounds simply by scanning their fingerprints. The scientist added that they had also taken into account the possibility of simultaneous entry and exit from different locations, as well as re-entry of clones, and Edgar thanked the man for this. The scientist was very interested in Edgar's skill because he knew that such a skill had not yet been found not only in Korea, but also around the world. The guy was excited by his words, so he took the clone under his elbow and told him that it was time to go. The man was upset that Edgar had left because he could have been a great subject for research. The guy came back and informed the executive director that everything was done. Finally, his preparation for the commission was completed. Khan asked Edgar if he was going to the territory to hunt right now, and he said yes, because he had nothing else to do today. The man didn't understand why the clone was hidden under a mask, but Edgar explained that he didn't want to draw too much attention to him. At this time, a man was watching Khan and Edgar's conversation from one of the upper floors. He realized that his friend Khan Blake was standing down there. The man himself was the head of the Heson Guild, Mike Heson. The men's conversation was interrupted by an unexpected appeal to Mr. Khan Blake. Immediately afterward, the head of the guild loudly descended to the floor. He told Khan that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, especially in a city like this. Edgar Williams immediately recognized the man in front of them. Mike emphasized that he did not know that Khan was still dealing with the hunters. Looking up, Edgar realized that the man had jumped from a height of at least several floors. Khan Blake caught incomprehensible glances and was embarrassedly silent. He only dared to say a few words of greeting to Sir Mike Heson. But the man laughed at him for saying "Good afternoon" and addressing him as Sir. He looked at Edgar with a superior look and asked who this guy was. Mr. Khan explained that Edgar is a hunter associated with their company. Then the head of the guild looked at Edgar Williams again, this time to evaluate its appearance. The man immediately realized that the guy in front of him was an F-class hunter. Mike was disappointed that Mr. Blake had slipped completely because he had previously worked with C and B-class hunters. He laughed because he couldn't believe that Khan was supervising F-class and with such clothes. Mr. Kang was seriously angry at what he had just said. However, Edgar suddenly put his hand on his shoulder to reassure him. Mr. Heson stopped laughing when he noticed this gesture. Then, in a supercilious voice, he suggested that this F-class guy had something to say. Edgar responded to such arrogance with a simple smile. The guy said that he was thrilled to meet the head of the guild, which was considered the first in the country. Mike was pleased with this answer and even thought that this guy had common sense. Then Edgar added that the guild is considered the first in the country to monopolize dungeons, as well as on the prohibition of hunting areas and on the coefficient of payment in their favor. All these words began to irritate the head of the Heson Guild. Finally, Edgar said that he couldn't believe he had received praise from the head of such a guild. Mr. Heson told Edgar Williams that he was quite brave, but then his expression and the energy of his personality changed overnight. He approached the guy and asked if his skills were on the same level as his audacity. Edgar was extremely agitated by the question he had just asked. But then their conversation was interrupted by a man looking for Mr. Heson. Mike was disappointed that the ruiner of their fun had come. Then he stepped away from Edgar and said that their acquaintance was over for the day. Finally, Mr. Heson decided to ask the boy's name. Edgar replied that the chairman could find out for himself. The man admitted that Edgar was a funny guy and said goodbye to Mr. Khan as he left. The man who interrupted their conversation reproached the head of the guild for behaving like that inside the association building. Mr. Blake, Edgar and number 2 went to the hunting grounds. The man embarrassedly thanked Edgar for standing up for him. The guy said he couldn't just stand there and watch. Kang asked if the boy was aware of his relationship with the Heson Guild. Edgar didn't deny it, adding that he found out about everything when he did a little research on JM. There wasn't much information on the web, but during his searches, he found one rumor about an agent named Khan Blake. According to this information, the man was kicked out of the Heson Guild, and someone even told him to never join the agency because then he would become a target for the Heson Guild. Khan did not know that even this case had been leaked on the internet, and now he understood why no one was joining them. Mr. Blake then asked why Edgar had chosen their agency. The guy replied that it was because of the payment ratio, because they had an 8-to-2 ratio. But there was another reason why he chose this agency. The guy said that he could also trust Mr. Blake if he didn't like something in the industry or the guild. The last words came as a surprise to the executive director. Finally, he thanked Edgar for his trust and choice. Clone number 1 was in the training room at the time. It was clear from his appearance that he was training hard. The coach had already tried to talk to the number 1, but he wouldn't listen. One look was enough to tell how dangerous it was for the boy, and the other coach was worried whether he would be okay. Then number 1 heard a new message arrive on his phone. Edgar told the clone to finish his workout and take a shower, and informed him that he would be waiting for him at the entrance to the gym at 4 o'clock. Then number 1 drank a whole can of water and headed for the shower. Seeing him finally finish, the coaches breathed a sigh of relief. The action shifts to a hunting area with poisonous slugs. Edgar destroyed the poisonous monsters one by one. His tank of prey was half full, and when he reached this mark, the guy decided to end the hunt. He was relieved to take off his mask, which was quite difficult to breathe in. Edgar informed Mr. Blake that it was quite difficult to breathe in the gas mask, as if he was breathing through several face masks at once. Kang noticed that the slug site is considered safe, but hunters usually don't come here. Edgar now understood why and recognized that he would not be able to hold out for too long. The man told the boy that when the container was full, he could simply change it in a rented closet, but added that it would be extremely difficult to last 6 hours. Khan didn't know if it was true, but they said that you could survive longer if you bought a good gas mask and higher-end uniforms. But Edgar didn't think he could spend even 2 hours there, let alone 6. But then the guy remembered that he also had clone number 2. So Edgar assigned the task of collecting slugs to his clone. Before leaving, the guy wished his clone good luck. Then he asked Mr. Blake to send them to the field with the horned rabbits. Edgar wanted to go there with number 1, but he wasn't with them. The guy remembered that he hadn't picked it up from the gym yet. At this time, clone number 1 was patiently waiting for the master to arrive. In the evening, Edgar finally picked up number 1 from the gym. The evening sky was enveloped in dark colors, swallowing up the city behind it. Khan asked the boy if he called his clones number 1 and number 2. Edgar replied that if he gave them any interesting names, he would only get confused, so he called them by number. Mr. Blake himself understood that since we were talking about clones, names were not necessary. Then Edgar changed the subject, mentioning that guns are used to hunt horned hares. So the guy asked Mr. Blake if, in that case, he didn't need to prepare some equipment. The man replied that there was no need to worry about it, because most of the items could be rented on the territory for hunting. Still, one day Edgar will have to buy his own equipment, as the rented items can only be used on the territory for hunting. Then Edgar heard a strange sound and asked what it was. Mr. Khan informed the boy that they had finally arrived. The place for hunting was the territory of Ujungsan. People in military uniforms with weapons were standing all over the territory. There were also people who controlled the entrance and exit to the territory. This place was gigantic, and Edgar realized that it was not even close to the slug territory. Kang agreed and added that this is the famous Ujungsan area where the monsters made their breakthrough. The guy recalled that he had heard about the monsters' breakthrough before. Usually a portal does not let monsters out, and that's why the hunt mostly takes place inside the portal. However, in certain cases, monsters pass through the barrier, destroy the neighborhood, and the place turns into a territory. And it is in such cases that people call these places monster breakthroughs. During the breakthrough 5 years ago, most high-ranking monsters were defeated. That's why only F and E rank monsters are left in this area, and hunters consider this place a great hunting ground. Edgar wondered if anyone complained about all the noise around them. Then he and Mr. Blake entered the place where the hunters were gathering. Khan pointed to a place where weapons were sold and said that Edgar could rent everything he needed there. The fee included a rifle, night vision goggles, rent of a shooting range, earplugs, and 400 cartridge strips. The man announced that Edgar would have to pay 700,000 won for the whole thing. It was a huge amount of money, and Edgar held out his bank card with pity. Mr. Blake assured us that everything would pay off if we hunted hares successfully, because the price for one horn is equal to 1 container of slime. Their destination was Building F on the 3rd floor, and Edgar realized that this area was divided into zones even inside. When Mr. Kang approached the elevator, he alerted the guy to arrive at the right place. Unpleasant sounds of gunfire pierced the entire room. They arrived at a place where hunters were shooting hares. Some of the hunters managed to catch a lot of horned hares. Mr. Blake suggested that the number 4 spot was for Edgar. Then the man asked the boy if he was confident in his shooting skills. But Edgar said he was quite confident in his skills, adding that he had missed only 3 times during the exam for a hunting license. But Mr. Kang was concerned that the boy had missed so many times at such a close target. After loading his weapon, Edgar said he felt sorry for the horny rabbits. After that, he put earplugs in his ears so that the sound of gunfire would not disturb him. Then the boy said that the monsters would not be able to escape from his eagle's gaze. Mr. Khan was glad that all the hunters were wearing earplugs and would not hear Edgar's shots. Sighting in, Edgar immediately found a horned rabbit. He shouted it out loud, and Mr. Khan was excited that it was so fast. The boy began to slowly aim at the rabbit. Then he lightly pulled the trigger on his weapon. From that moment on, Edgar's rabbit hunt began. 3 hours have passed since the guy's first shot. Edgar sat in complete despair at his results. For all 3 hours, he did not manage to hit a single rabbit. He was very disappointed and began to think that it all made no sense. The first time he actually took good aim, but the horned rabbit immediately sensed that danger was approaching. So he quickly ran away from the place where the bullet hit. Every time Edgar started shooting, the monsters managed to escape. Even the man from the agency had to leave because it was getting late. The guy couldn't even recoup the cost of the bullets and thought that was enough for today. Then he decided to turn to his #1 clone and ordered him to shoot at the rabbits with a gun and collect the corpses with a harpoon. He told me to send him a text message with the #1 if I was successful and to call him if I ran out of bullets. Finally, the guy tiredly added that he was going home. Before going to bed, Edgar decided to take a look at his performance. He was pleased that at least #2 was doing a great job with the slime. Edgar's performance continued to grow steadily. He was actually happy about it, but there was something disturbing in his thoughts. He recalled the fear he had when the guild leader Hasten approached. Edgar Williams realized that he had a long way to go. The hunt for horned rabbits turned out to be a complete failure. The guy didn't think it would be so difficult. Edgar fell asleep with the thought that #1 should catch at least one rabbit. After a while, the guy's phone started vibrating with notifications. In the morning, there were 46 unread messages from #1 on the phone. The next day was the same sunny weather as yesterday. Mr. Khan Blake looked thoughtfully out the window in his office. He was interrupted from his contemplation by the ringtone of a melody that came through the phone. The man picked up the phone and told the caller that it was the JM agency. On the other end of the phone, he was asked if this was the agency to which the hunter Edgar Williams belonged. It was the manager of the slime territory, and he asked Mr. Khan to come immediately and stop the guy. The man was struck by the words that Edgar had been hunting for more than 24 hours and was now out of it. Khan replied that he would come as quickly as he could. Edgar finally woke up from his sweet dream. He saw a message from #1 on his phone and thought he was out of bullets. Back then, the guy didn't understand why there were so many messages from him. All the messages from his clone were with the #1, and Edgar was frightened when he realized what it meant. At this time, Mr. Blake arrived on the territory to hunt slugs. He was amazed to see that all the tanks were almost full. The man did not understand how it was possible that the boy had filled them all in just one day. Workers on the grounds tried to calm the clone down. Khan realized that now was not the time to be surprised and called Edgar. The man informed the boy of the good news. He said that he was now in slime territory and that clone #2 had filled all the slime reservoirs in one day. After that, Khan added that they were going to call in the cleaners and asked Edgar to order #2 to stop the hunt. The guy was happy to hear this and asked if they could send more cleaners to Johnson. Mr. Khan did not understand why the boy needed it, but Edgar assumed that the entire passage was already filled with corpses. Everyone present was amazed to see so many rabbits caught. One of the spectators started filming everything on his phone, hoping that no one would notice. It was hard for people to believe that the guy in front of them had caught all these rabbits by himself. Then a man approached #1 to praise the boy's skills. Kim Bettler handed him a business card from the Brown Bear Guild. The man asked the clone if he was currently in any guild, but all he could hear in response was silence. Kim realized that he needed to be patient because most talented people were strange. But this idea was immediately denied by another man. One volunteer said that they had already tried to talk to the boy, but he did not respond to them. In the faces of all these people, Kim recognized recruiters from a large guild. The man objected, saying that the guy should have said at least a few words. Then Edgar approached #1 and handed him extra balls. He ordered the clone to continue hunting, and if Mr. Agent came, to let him take care of the corpses. Finally, Edgar praised the #1 for his excellent work. The clone was very happy to hear the owner's praise. So after these words, he immediately took up arms. The audience could not believe that this guy was going to start hunting again. Still, they decided to stay to watch him hunt. Edgar realized that he had grossly underestimated the clone's capabilities. Now they were getting only 50% of his performance, so they were essentially half as good as him. But the clones were distinguished by their desire to complete the task, their ability to make a decision without a shred of doubt, fully focused on the task at hand. Edgar assumed that they were capable of even more, but then Erica interrupted him from his thoughts. The girl leaned over and asked the teacher what he was thinking about. The guy apologized and said that he had already finished the test and added that the girl's knowledge had improved since their last meeting. Edgar explained that he had recently visited the area for hunting and everything had gone much better than he had expected, which was exactly what he had been thinking. Erica was shocked to hear this because she did not know that her teacher was a hunter. Edgar was surprised that he hadn't mentioned it before, and Erica replied that she hadn't known anything about it until now. Then, the girl asked the teacher if he knew the hunter about whom people were so actively discussing on social media today. Edgar asked who she was referring to, and Erica said she was talking about the shooting god Eagle-Eye Johnson. Edgar could hardly contain himself from laughing when he heard such a hunting name. Erica held out her phone and said that this hunter had already killed more than 200 rabbits, enough to set a new record. When people ask him questions, this guy doesn't answer anything, so everyone thinks he's cool and mysterious, which is why this topic has made such a splash. But the video showed how, when asked his name, the clone answered Eagle Eye Ujon-san. Edgar was completely desperate when he heard this nickname. Erica admitted that this guy was really cool and then added that she actually dreams of becoming a hunter too. She added that she has even obtained a license, but is a little afraid to go hunting. Then, Erica asked, embarrassed, if she got a good result on the test, if Edgar could go with her once. The guy replied that it wouldn't really be a problem for him, and said that if the girl went to university, he would definitely take her with him. Erica asked the teacher if he was lying, and Edgar said that it was true, and that he even knew some safe areas for hunting. So the girl agreed, and as a sign of promise, she held out her little finger to the teacher. Edgar held out his hand in return, and they made a promise to each other on their little fingers. Then, Erica added that the guy shouldn't even dare change his mind about his decision. The guy agreed and said that if she kept up the good work, she would definitely be able to enter Gyeongguk University. After class, Edgar left Erica's room. The girl's mother asked the boy if the lesson was over. Edgar replied that he did, and then the woman asked if Erica was doing well in her assignments. Erica was listening in from her room, and she heard Edgar say that he was very nervous at first, but that Erica was a very talented girl. The girl's mother offered Edgar something to eat, but he refused, saying that he had to be on time for another place. Erica was very excited about having another meeting with Edgar. She realized that because he was a hunter, they hit it off immediately. At first, the girl didn't like the idea of a tutor because the guy was an acquaintance of her father. But Erica liked that Edgar treated her very well, and the guy explained everything very clearly. Erica also recognized that Edgar was good-looking, but the girl realized that she needed to pull herself together. She got up and decided with a fighting spirit that she needed to study further. The place Edgar wanted to visit was Ujong-san. He wondered if the collection of the bodies had already been completed. Then Mr. Blake noticed that Edgar Williams had arrived. The guy was also surprised to see him here. Mr. Khan said he had to check on the training camp and asked Edgar where he was, and the boy replied that he was tutoring. The man added that he has repeatedly called a team of collectors to many territories to hunt. However, he admitted that it was the first time he had to call so many people to collect horned rabbits. And the total number of rabbits was 352 carcasses. Mr. Khan told Edgar to check the scent settlement. He took out his phone and saw that he had almost 33 million won on his balance. He was shocked by such a huge amount of money. He shyly asked whether such a large sum was supposed to be on the balance sheet. Mr. Blake replied that the boy's skills were superior to F grade, so he changed the mutual settlement to 83%, which corresponded to E grade. Even though Edgar was not yet an E-class member, he thanked the executive director. But then an unfamiliar voice interrupted their conversation. The hunter turned to Mr. Blake and asked if he was the guy's manager. The man replied that it was true and asked the hunter who he was. He replied in a threatening tone that he was a hunter whose prey had been stolen. All the horned rabbits he was aiming at were killed by that guy, so his hunt today was a complete failure. Then the hunter said he wanted to compensate for his hunting expenses. Mr. Khan whispered to Edgar that they had probably picked the wrong spot. He didn't know there were people like that here. The guy stopped and thought about this situation for a while. Then he told Mr. Blake that he had an idea. The hunter asked what they were whispering about. He added in a threatening tone that he wanted only 10% of the guy's profits. But in response to this presentation, Edgar began to laugh. The hunter irritably asked the boy why he was laughing. Edgar pretended not to understand what the hunter was saying and pointed to the clone and said that this guy would not be coming here in the next few days. The man was very annoyed that Edgar ignored his words. The guy suggested that Mr. Can sit in the nearest corner coffee shop. These words were the last straw for the angry hunter. He pointed his fist at the clone and shouted for the boy not to ignore him. Edgar then told number 1 to act. The hunter punched the boy, but he did not expect the attack to be so strong. So much so that number 1 flew back a few meters. His body flew straight into one of the beams in the building. Bloodstains began to appear on the clone's mask. The hunter did not understand what was wrong with him because he did not hit him hard. At the same time, Edgar was filming everything on his phone and shouting how cruel it was. He proclaimed that this was an act of violence on a sacred hunting ground and that people would not let it go. This noise attracted the attention of the workers who were assembling the corpses of horned hares. Edgar shouted that it would be very bad if this video got on the internet. The hunter was desperate about the situation. Edgar put his hand on the man's shoulder, showing him the video he had shot. In a defiant tone, the guy suggested that the man leave peacefully. So the offended hunter had no other choice. Edgar and Mr. Blake went to the nearest coffee shop. He was surprised to hear about the Haesong Guild again. Kang believed that the hunter who attacked the boy today belonged to the Haesong Guild. He also explained that since the Haesong Guild is huge, very different people gather there. Edgar asked the man how he knew that the hunter was from this guild. Khan replied that the hunter had been watching him from the moment he came to collect the corpses. Then, an unpleasant assumption occurred to him. Edgar realized that Khan had in mind that the guild would want revenge. The man explained that the guild did this because they decided that Edgar's clone was another hunter who had signed a contract with them. Other hunters were subjected to harassment, so they did not stay long and left the agency. And at the moment, there are several F-class hunters left, including Edgar. And even now, Mr. Kang could not promise that there would be no more problems from the Haesong Guild. Edgar replied that he knew everything before he joined and was not going to change his mind. He assured the man that there was nothing to worry about. He added that he would not let them get away with this unpleasant situation. Edgar already had a plan to become stronger in a short amount of time. He began to explain it to Mr. Khan and asked him what he thought about it. The man replied that he had never thought about it before. They agreed to meet again tomorrow at 2 p.m. Mr. Blake suggested a hunting shop as a meeting place. There was a trade in weapons, armor, and other items for hunters from the very beginning. But department stores have even reached the hunting industry, taking a huge part of the market. Thanks to this, you could find everything you could think of there. The seller presented Edgar with a protective structure made of titanium, which should provide guaranteed protection against E-class monsters. The guy admitted that it was quite comfortable and lightweight, and he liked this uniform. Edgar took only a knife, which was enough because he decided that he would learn pistols. He asked the seller for 2 more sets of weapons and armor. Mr. Kang asked the boy if he still needed to acquire skills. Edgar needed the skill of a family man, but he wasn't sure if he would find it here. Then they stopped at a store, and Mr. Kang suggested that they look for a skill there. The men were looking at the assortment in this store. Then Edgar said he had finally found the right skill. It was a familiar skill that allowed the hunter to share his senses and vision with the summoned creatures or animals. But its price was simply enormous, 120,890,000 won. The guy was desperate because he didn't have enough money for it. He told the agent that it was time to take their relationship to another level. Mr. Kang realized that the guy needed an advance. He wasn't sure if it would be enough, but he said he could lend him 50 million won right now. Edgar thanked me and said that he would have to raise the rest of the money himself. The guy assured his agent that there was nothing to worry about. He added that if everything goes according to plan, they will recoup their investments very quickly. So Edgar did acquire the coveted familiar skill. At home, he unpacked it and began to read the instructions. For users who cannot control mana, it said to turn on the orb while keeping it in contact with the body. This was exactly what the guy needed because he didn't know how to control mana, so he searched a bit and found a button to turn on the ball. Edgar very carefully placed the bullet in front of him, and with the same care, he pressed the button to turn it on. He touched the bullet, trying to keep it in contact with his body at the same time. And then the boy's room was filled with a huge stream of light. A window appears notifying you that the familiar skill has been created. Edgar's entire body was pierced by hitherto unfamiliar sensations. The guy noticed that the skill ball had also disappeared. He clenched his fists, thinking that the skill was now ready to use. Edgar stood up and ordered number 1 and number 2 to come to him. The clones appeared in front of the guy dressed in uniforms. This was part of Edgar's idea of how to become stronger. Then in a coffee shop, the guy asked the agent what he thought about the results of the hunt. Mr. Blake replied that everything went just fine and he did not expect such a result. At the time, Edgar said that the clones had only half of his capabilities, but one of them killed more than 300 rabbits. But even what happened then was perfect. Edgar ordered the clone to be hit and suffer the most dramatic damage. After all, it's not so easy to time it perfectly and fearlessly put your face under your fist. The boy suggested that number 1 could have beaten the man's face if he wanted to. Khan realized that Edgar was saying that despite their low performance, clones were able to control them better. It was exactly like that, and the guy was going to use it as an advantage. Mr. Blake asked how exactly, and Edgar replied that they needed to visit 2 locations first. One of these places was a training ground where he had to learn long-range and short-range attacks with weapons. The coach of one of the playgrounds asked the boy if he had come to register. When he heard that the visitor had come to shoot plates, the man replied that he would get everything ready right away. Edgar was going to train the clones to discover their limits. The first trainer was impressed that the visitor wanted to spar right away, and the other was impressed that the other clone wanted to use a gun. The coach showed him how to attack with his hands so that the opponent would throw the stick away. But he was still surprised that the visitor wanted to fight right away, and he asked him if he was sure about it. Another coach asked the boy if he knew what skeet shooting was and if he was sure about the pistol he was choosing. Both clones replied emphatically that they were sure. The coach emphasized that this was a real gun, not a toy for practice. And after a few seconds, they let them start. Clone number 1 immediately knocked the stick out of its opponent, and clone number 2 immediately shot at the right target. The coaches were incredibly shocked by the sight. That was the end of the clone's ability testing. After this part of the plan, Edgar said he needed the familiar skill. Mr. Blake and the boy's clone were quite surprised to hear about it. The man recalled that this was a skill of sharing feelings with a pet and asked Edgar what he would do with it. But the guy replied that it was not only vision that would be shared, it was important that all the senses, including smell and touch, would be combined. Edgar said to imagine a situation where he would use this skill while his clones were training in wrestling or shooting. Standing still, the guy took a deep breath and exhaled. Then he focused on his thoughts and activated the familiar skill. Rays of blue light appeared around his body. Now the guy could feel everything his clones felt. He felt the distance from the first clone during sparring, and also the angle at which all the joints are located. At the same time, the guy felt the balance of the number 1 body, as well as the movement of each muscle and the flow of physical strength. He could feel the breath from number 2 while shooting, and also how the clone aims and directs its gaze, the recoil from the gun, and all the other feelings that come with it. This way, he could feel all the movements of the clones simultaneously. With the help of the familiar skill, the guy could have it all. A few moments later, Edgar finished checking familiar's skill. Thanks to his actions, the guy managed to gain new experience. He felt the air pressure when a stick flew past the clone, as well as the smell of gunpowder and the force of recoil from the gun. Edgar still felt the fatigue of the clones. His clones did all the work for him, and he only shared his feelings with them. He could feel the movements of clones that had the same body as his. That's why Edgar now felt as if he could repeat all these actions right now. A screen appeared in front of the guy with a message that his strength and reaction speed had increased. Edgar decided that he would continue to try sparring and shooting. He concentrated and activated the familiar skill again. With this ability, Edgar could see what the clone could see. Now he saw the number 1 fighting with the coach of the sparring club. His opponent's expression was quite threatening, so Edgar thought he had to be strong enough. Other members of the club were surprised that the coach was going to spar with this guy himself. The number 1 and the club's coach got ready for the fight. A moment later, they began their confrontation with sticks. The coach's face began to show signs of excitement. He didn't feel the opponent's attacks were experienced and assumed that he wasn't used to sticks. But there were problems with the defense, because the number 1 anticipated all the coach's movements. The clone also perfectly dodged each of his attacks. He also skillfully blocked the coach's sticks. The man was surprised that the enemy was able to repel his attack. The number 1 immediately attacked the coach. This attack was quite strong, and the man realized that the enemy had copied his own fighting style. The whole situation made the coach nervous. He instantly rushed at the opponent, but the latter again dodged his blow. All those present were extremely shocked by the boy's skills. Number 1 immediately launched a retaliatory attack. This caused his opponent some difficulties. But before he could even exhale, the clone was about to strike again. But the coach was quite prepared for this turn of events. He instantly dodged the attack by performing a mid-air flip. For Edgar, the enemy's move came as a real surprise. The coach landed nearby and knocked the stick out of the number 1's hands. The club members were pleased that their coach had won, but they admitted that the opponent was quite close to victory. Edgar felt incredible pain in his number 1 wrist. The coach started to get up and recognized that it was quite dangerous. He asked his opponent if he wanted to continue. Edgar mentally asked his clone if he was feeling okay, but he said nothing in response to his question. The clone instantly moved and snatched the stick from the coach's hands. Everyone present was shocked by this unexpected move, but even the coach himself did not have time to realize what had just happened. Edgar was shocked that the clone decided to continue. Number 1 landed in front of the shocked coach, and then he calmly replied that he wanted to fight again. The surprised coach accepted this answer. Edgar decided that was enough and was now going to synchronize with number 2. And then the guy turned off the synchronization with the first number. Events are transferred to the place where clone number 2 was shot. The man who also participated in the shooting was incredibly pleased with his results. His wife was also impressed and praised her husband. Looking at the whole picture, Edgar felt embarrassed. After all, number 2 even shot at the target of the man behind him. Still, he decided that he needed to concentrate on shooting. First, the clone fixed the position of the upper body. It was necessary to stay still and turn only in the direction of movement, following the trajectory of the saucer, and then wait for the moment when the target and the intended trajectory converge. And when this happens, the ball will go straight to the plate. Edgar decided to memorize every little detail. He wanted to learn everything his clones were capable of. The evening twilight captured the majestic buildings of the city. Edgar concentrated, about to complete the synchronization with the clones. Switching between the first and second clone was very tiring. For a moment, Edgar felt dizzy because he had run out of mana. He felt very tired, so he decided that he needed to rest. Edgar was amazed at the frenzy of his clones' movements. After all, they have no doubts and are not afraid of anything, so they move as they need to. Next time, Edgar wanted to go with them to see what would happen if he tried to do it himself. Not far from the place where Edgar sat down to rest, Erica was walking by at the time. He heard someone address him as a teacher. He was quite surprised to see Erica in this place. Edgar asked the girl what she was doing here so late, and Erica replied that she was studying in the library. The guy thought she was lying to him, but Erica stood her ground and added that she had even finished her homework. At that time, someone was watching them from the sports field. A man with a cigarette in his mouth asked the hunter if they were looking at the guy he was talking about. The events are transferred to the moment of the hunter's conversation with a representative of the Haesong Guild. The man explained that he was just trying to intimidate Count Blake, but it turned out that someone was filming it. The interlocutor asked the hunter if someone had really filmed his attack. The man tried to assure him that he would take care of everything himself, but the interlocutor told him not to say anything to anyone and not to approach the territory of Ujansan anymore. He also added that even if nothing happens, the hunter no longer has any connection to the Haesong Guild. Finally, the guild representative said that the man was now just a street hooligan. Full of anger, the hunter threw his phone at the wall. He aggressively stomped on his phone with his feet. The man was incredibly angry because he was kicked out of the guild so easily. But then someone asked the hunter what happened to make him so mad. Barry Gunn noticed that he hadn't seen the man for a long time. He came closer to the hunter and asked what happened. So the man was forced to tell everything that happened, and Barry was surprised that he did nothing and just let the guy go. He remarked that he knew this would happen when the hunter was excited to join the best guild in the entire country. The man asked if there was another job for him, as the guild had ordered him to stay away from Ujansan territory. Barry asked his friend Jackson if he had any work for Wade, and Jackson replied that there were several options. But while talking, the men noticed a couple sitting on a bench nearby. Wade recognized the guy who was filming him at the time. Barry Gunn asked the man if he was sure about this, but Wade had no doubts about it. They stood nearby to get a closer look at the guy. Barry asked if this was the guy Wade was talking about. Erica asked the teacher what he was doing here, and the boy replied that he was just practicing. But then their conversation was interrupted by the voices of hooligans. Barry approached them and said that he had heard that the boy had a conflict with his brother. Erica asked the teacher who these people were, and Edgar did not understand who they were. But then, from behind the bully's back, he noticed the hunter he was filming. Edgar realized that the situation was bad enough and mentally summoned his clones. The guy politely asked what the men needed from them. Wade shouted irritably that he had to guess everything himself, but Barry told his friend to calm down. Then the man asked Edgar if it was true that the boy had a video of their brother doing something bad because he was excited. He added that if the guy deleted it, they would leave peacefully. Edgar asked again if they would really let him go if he just deleted the video. The guy slowly began to hand the phone to the man. But then he asked if there was a guarantee that they would do as they said. Barry realized that the guy in front of him was not stupid and said that he was right. He would not leave here in one piece. He justified this by saying that Edgar was not smart enough to delete the video right away, so now he doesn't care. The guy whispered to Erica to wait for the right moment and run away. Then Edgar told the bullies that there was actually a big difference. He did not expect to find himself in a difficult situation so quickly. He threatened the men in front of him that he would beat them all. Barry laughed because Edgar was so overconfident, and after the man's gesture, Jackson and Wade attacked the defenseless boy. Edgar barely managed to dodge an attack from a hunter he was filming at the time. But Jackson's punch slightly hit the guy's head. The hunter hit the boy again, but this time with his foot. Edgar tried to stand firm in front of the hooligans, but the next enemy attack instantly knocked him down. Erica was very excited about the whole fight she was seeing in front of her. Edgar fell loudly to the grass after Jackson's punch. The guy admitted that he did not do well in his first fight. Edgar wanted to get up from the floor, and then Erica came to his defense. The girl synthesized a small blob of magic in her hand. With a determined expression on her face, she told the hooligans to step back. Edgar did not expect Erica to defend him, because he told her to run away as fast as possible. But something in the girl's figure alarmed the wounded man. He noticed that Erica's whole body was shaking with fear. The hooligans got excited because they were awakened in front of them. But Barry immediately brought them to their senses, saying that they were just a high school student. Then the man asked Erica what would happen if they didn't leave. He also asked her what she would do if he came over. But the girl shouted again that they should not dare to approach them. Barry's gun began to move decisively in its direction. So Erica was forced to release a magic attack at him. The magic clot hit the man right in the stomach. The girl's attack immediately caused a dust storm. The hooligans began to worry about their fellow man Barry. Because of the dust, no one could see what happened to him. But then the man said that awakened people can be found more often than stones on the road. He confronted Erica and told her that with such skills, she shouldn't have interfered in other people's affairs. He told the girl to grow up and pointed his hand at her. But Edgar immediately stepped in to protect Erica. He firmly told the man that he was not done yet. And immediately after these words, he punched him in the face. Erica was shocked by this unexpected attack from her teacher. Edgar was anxiously waiting to see if his attack had worked on Barry. Other hooligans came to the defense of their fellow soldier. Wade was incredibly angry at Edgar for this attack. The guy recalled that during the sparring, the clone was not following the opponent's stick at all. He predicted his opponent's movements by watching his shoulder, and his blows involved not only his arm, the muscles from the legs to the lower back were involved in the blow, as well as other muscles, from the lower back to the upper limb. Edgar concentrated all his experience and attacked the enemy. He noticed that there was no way to dodge Jackson's attack, so Edgar decided he had to attack him back. Thanks to his concentration, he managed to knock down his opponents. All these mental processes and active movements made Edgar quite tired. Barry Gunn admitted that the guy fights quite well. And then the man added that he was also not eager to beat a weakling. Edgar realized that his body was still under the impulse of the blocked punch. Such a recoil from a light swing meant that his opponent was awakened by a class of physical strength. The guy realized that he could not miss a single shot. Barry rushed to the boy and was about to attack him. Edgar was incredibly careful with each of his attacks. He managed to hit the enemy in the face more than once. Barry was furious that a rat had dared to attack him. He moved and was going to attack Edgar in return. The guy realized that he would have to carefully accumulate damage. Edgar managed to anticipate enemy attacks and skillfully evade them. The guy again delivered an incredible punch right in Barry's face. Then the man's face took on an insanely aggressive expression. He concentrated all his strength in his hand and wished Edgar dead. Barry's movements were too voluminous, so he decided to step back for a while. But he was unable to do so because his leg was grabbed by one of the hooligans. Wade did not miss a chance to take revenge on his offender. Edgar looked at the enemy and realized that the situation was worse than ever. Then Barry pierced the guy's body with an incredibly powerful punch. Erica was frightened when she saw that her teacher had just been attacked. Still, Edgar managed to survive even after such a blow. Barry Gunn recognized that the boy had good endurance. Edgar realized that all he needed to do was to get his breath back. But the enemy was not going to let him do it. Edgar thought for a moment that this was the end of him. But suddenly, Barry was attacked by someone else. Edgar barely had time to realize what had just happened. His student Erica was again the savior, and she launched a magical clot of greater power directly at Barry. The hooligans were furious that this schoolgirl had again prevented them from dealing with the boy. They went to the girl, intending to deal with her. But their intentions were not destined to come true, because at that moment, the hooligans were knocked down by Edgar's clones. Erica did not expect anyone else to help them at all. Number 1 and Number 2 entered this match in time. Barry didn't understand how these guys came to be here at the same time. But then his concern was interrupted by Edgar's appeal. The guy told his opponent that he had finally regained his breath. This bold statement made Barry incredibly angry. But Edgar was just waiting for the moment when the man would attack him. The guy avoided the punch just like the coach did in sparring. Edgar approached Barry's head and thanked him for the test in a real battle. Edgar kicked the man a few meters back. The defeated Barry Gunn lay exhausted on the grass. Wade and Jackson were also unconscious after the clone attack. A window appeared in front of Edgar with a message that all his characteristics had been upgraded. After being informed that the cloning skill had reached the 3rd level, Edgar collapsed to the ground exhausted. Erica and his clones immediately ran up to the exhausted Edgar. Dark night enveloped the neighborhoods of the city where the characters live. On the way back, Edgar tried to explain why he told Erica to run away. Although the guy realized that the girl had saved his life, he said it was still dangerous. Then Erica said that the teacher surprised her. After all, she would never have thought that the famous rookie hunter was a clone of Edgar. The guy asked the girl not to tell anyone about it because it could provoke a situation like today. Erica promised to keep her mouth shut. They reached the girl's house, and finally Edgar asked if the girl's hand was okay and if she would be able to write. But Erica told the teacher not to worry, because it was her left arm that was damaged. But the girl emphasized that if the boy's soul was so hurt by the student's injury, why not reduce the amount of homework he had to do? But he remembered Erica saying that she had already done everything in the reading room, and she was disappointed that her teacher's memory worked well at such moments. But then Edgar suddenly turned to Erica and thanked her. He said he was able to win only because of her help. The girl proudly pronounced that she had indeed played an important role. She added that such words are usually spoken not in a vacuum, but over a delicious lunch. So Edgar promised that he would pick a day and treat the girl. So this time, Erica took the teacher at his word. Before leaving, she emphasized that the boy could not take back his words. Edgar was amused that the girl would not miss a chance to eat. All the while, the clones were embarrassedly following their master. Edgar only now realized that they had been with him all along. The guy asked why they weren't training, and they said it was late, so the shooting range and gym were closed. Edgar bent down to one of the bushes to pick up a branch. He handed the clones a stick each and told them to go to the parks and practice there. The story moves forward a month after the incident with the hooligans. Mr. Blake called Edgar to ask how his plan was going. The guy replied that he was quite successful. Now he could hit the plates with a revolver. The cloning level had risen, so he added a third clone. The man congratulated the boy on these achievements and said that it would significantly increase the speed of progress. Edgar said that Mr. Khan would be very surprised to see his characteristics. He also added that it may sound a bit unexpected, but he asked us to look for 3 more areas for F-rank hunting by tomorrow. Mr. Khan was very surprised, but said that he would make every effort to find it, and Edgar did not expect anything else from him. The man asked the boy what time he planned to go hunting, and Edgar replied that he would send the clones to train in the morning, so it would be in the afternoon. The guy ended the phone call and turned to the clones. Clone number 1 was to improve the top, number 2 was to improve the bottom, and the third was to do aerobics. Edgar told them to go to the park to exercise and return by 12 o'clock. But just before he left, he emphasized that they should leave their guns at home. At that time, the guy himself decided to watch videos about capturing hunting zones with monsters. The guy noticed that his coons assimilate information very quickly. They are able to repeat any movement if it does not exceed the capacity of the physical body. So Edgar assumed that if he studied all these countless videos of monster raids, the clones would be able to hunt by following the example of raids as well. He started watching videos about hunting monsters one after another. Night had already turned to day, and Edgar hadn't finished watching the videos. He was distracted by the sound of footsteps in the room. He didn't even have time to notice that it was already 12 o'clock. Edgar ordered the clones to take a shower and sit down at the table. The guy hadn't slept all night, but still didn't feel particularly tired. He watched the raids on most F-rank monsters, and now it was important to understand whether the bowing would work for him based on the example of raids. In addition to battles, Edgar should focus on mana training, as he was unable to withstand the mana cost of the familiar skill during the last sparring and plate shooting. The guy received a message from Mr. Blake and remembered that he was coming soon. Edgar told his clones to pack up if they were done. The guy and his clones left the building to see Mr. Agent. In the presence of the clones, Edgar felt a sense of danger, and even he felt uncomfortable around them. Mr. Khan said that all the hunting areas are ready and they are located not far from here. Edgar asked the man to take care of the clones, and Mr. Khan was surprised that the guy wasn't going to go with them. Edgar explained that he would keep up to date with the familiar skill, and that he also needed to listen to the Mana Breath lecture. The guy asked me to drop the clones off at the zones and sign in when they arrived. After the car left, Edgar was also going to go take care of business. The guy slowly breathed in and out. He had to get rid of the tension in his body, notice all the sounds around him, and concentrate on himself. In meditation, it was recommended to imagine the sensations while using the skill, which was also a good way. Edgar recalled that every time he used the familiar skill or summoned clones, he felt as if energy was surging out of his body. The announcer said to breathe deeply for 10 seconds, imagining mana circulating through the body. Edgar imagined the energy he felt then circulating through his body. And then the energy really began to circulate in the boy's body. The mana spread to all parts of Edgar's body. And then the guy suddenly returned to his previous state. A window appeared with a message that the meditation skill had been formulated, which played a role in improving magical power. At that time, a tragedy occurred in one of the hunting areas. One of the hunters did not understand where such a strong monster came from. It was an F-ranked dungeon, and they came here only for the mutant fish. But there was a terrible monster waiting for them, devouring these fish. The hunter realized that he needed to inform the guards as soon as possible. With its terrible hand, the monster grabbed one of the hunter's blades. The man was about to call for help, but his intentions were interrupted. A huge monster put a sword to the hunter's head, and the next moment, only a loud human scream could be heard from the cave. Mr. Blake reached the last hunting area of the abandoned wastewater treatment plant. He told the clone that there were mutant fish here, which were quite famous for their powerful jaws. Finally, the man told number 3 to be careful. The agent had dispersed all the clones to the hunting zones, so he sent a message to Edgar. He was really surprised by the guy's incredible ability, which allowed one person to hunt in 3 places at once and still stay at home. The man realized that depending on the results of the hunt, the hunter's case could be in turmoil. In this one, Edgar rejoiced, thinking that he had discovered the skill of mana breathing. But after the announcer warned him not to confuse the newly acquired meditation skill with breathing mana, he sighed in disappointment. He realized that the skill of breathing mana was not so easy to acquire. After receiving a message that all the clones were in place, Edgar thought it was worth taking a walk to one of the hunting zones. He concentrated his energy and activated the familiar skill. Edgar immediately saw a picture of a giant rat being killed. He did not expect to see this immediately after activating the skill. He realized that he had synchronized with the first number, who was hunting at the time. Everything was going well, and it looked like the knowledge from the raids had helped. Then, number 1 noticed a huge pack of rats approaching from the other side. Edgar decided to watch the battle from that moment on. Giant rats, even with an F rating, were quite unpleasant opponents. The man in the video recommended not to go to them alone if possible. But he also emphasized that there are several ways to attack them if a person comes in solo. First of all, since the rats were moving in a straight line, it was necessary to increase the distance and open fire on them. Number 1 followed this instruction and started shooting at the giant rats. The man in the video said that if the bullets failed to kill all the rats, the hunter would have to engage in close combat. Rats have strong skulls, so you need to aim for the eyes or spine. This was the number 1 way to neutralize the surviving monsters. But it was also known that giant rats bred at the same rate as normal rats. So if the hunter learns how to overcome them, he will gain a huge amount of experience points. Then the announcer began to tell how to get into the monster's spine, but a janitor began to block the camera. Number 1 shot one of the giant rats with incredible speed. The bullet of his gun flew off into the distance. Number 1 shot directly into the spine of a giant rat. As Edgar expected, the clones were able to hunt in accordance with the material he had studied. They were not afraid and did not fall into a stupor when they saw monsters. And they continued the hunt regardless of the severity of the raid. One by one, the clones overcame all the obstacles on their way. And with the help of the skill, Edgar's family could gain experience in hunting without directly participating in the hunt. The characteristics increased incredibly fast. The higher the characteristics, the faster the clone hunting speed. Edgar ordered the clones to send all the F-rated monsters to the next world today. One of the hunting areas became too quiet. The hunters did not understand why, because by this time they should have met at least a few monsters. Then they noticed the carcass of a dead rat nearby. When the hunters got closer, they saw that the entire floor was littered with the corpses of monsters. They decided to collect everything for themselves as soon as possible. Edgar felt that the clones' hunting was going well, but when he synchronized with the third number, he felt devastated. And then he realized that he had missed the most important thing. Edgar recalled that they did not take a single carcass of a dead rat. The guys simultaneously ordered numbers 1, 2, and 3 to collect all the prey they had hunted and forget about hunting until they put all the bodies in the vault. Edgar began to worry that someone else might have taken care of their prey. But then something else distracted Edgar from his thoughts. The guy asked number 3 why he didn't take the mutant fish that were lying behind him, and the clone replied that he didn't kill them. Edgar began to reproach him for this, because now every head of the monster was important. So the clone had to tell him that he would take the corpses. Number 3 approached the mutant fish and began to collect them. The monsters had been chopped into pieces, so Edgar knew that they were definitely not killed by number 3, and he wondered who could have made these chaotic cuts. Number 3 noticed that among the corpses there was a part that was not from a mutant fish and asked the owner if he should take it. What he saw in the clone's hand scared Edgar to death. Number 3 was holding a severed human hand in his hand. Then the clone's attention was drawn to a strange noise in the bushes nearby. Edgar realized that there was something unusual about them. Number 3 took up a pistol and went to inspect the area. Then the clone heard something land near him. But at the site of the crash, only the severed head of the mutant fish was found. Edgar realized that this maneuver was a bait for him. The clone sensed the presence of a huge monster and immediately prepared to attack. But before he could do anything, his right arm was cut off. The clone didn't even have time to realize what had happened. It was hurt and hot at the same time. Edgar gritted his teeth against the incredible pain that pierced his body. The guy felt all the pain on his right arm that the clone was experiencing at that moment. At that moment, Edgar's synchronization with the clone was interrupted. With an incredibly frightened look, Edgar looked at his right hand. The guy still felt an incredible horror that permeated his body. Because of the pain, Edgar unconsciously cut off the connection with the clone. The guy realized that this was no time to chill and pulled himself together. Edgar called Mr. Blake and asked where the third hunting area was. The man replied that there was an abandoned wastewater treatment plant near Incheon and asked what happened. The guy said to urgently send numbers 1 and 2 to this area and that he was also leaving, and added that he would tell all the details on the spot. He told Mr. Can that there was a problem in the third hunting zone, and then he added that this problem is quite serious. The wounded clone knelt down in front of the monster. The body of number 3 gradually began to dissolve into thin air. Then he completely disappeared and only his clothes remained in his place. Edgar got out of the car and hurriedly closed the door. The guy was still nervous from the shock that had permeated his body. He arrived at the plant where the third hunting area was to be located. Then Edgar was struck by the feeling that the connection with number 3 had been severed. The description said that the clone could be summoned only after 6 hours and 34 minutes. Edgar approached the guards and they allowed him to enter. The boy realized that the agent should have arrived earlier and been the first to accompany the clones. Upon entering the territory, he saw that the agent and his clones were indeed already there. Mr. Blake said that he had brought along numbers 1 and 2, as Edgar had asked. The guy began to explain the situation, saying that number 3 had been eliminated and that instead of the mutant fish, another monster had appeared that was much stronger than it. Edgar also added that the monster looked like a fishman, with a head like a fish and arms and legs like a real monster. Mr. Blake was familiar with this description. This monster was popularly called Fishman. The agent replied that they should immediately report everything to the security post and temporarily surround the premises. Even a group of E-ranked hunters would not be able to defeat the Fishman because this monster was D-ranked. Khan was going to go warn the guards and temporarily block access to the hunters. But Edgar stopped the man, saying that they should do it after the clones entered the portal. The guy said that he could not just sit idly by. He hoped that Mr. Khan would be able to believe in him the same way Edgar believes in his clones. After these words, Edgar focused and activated the familiar skill. Number 1 and number 2 entered the territory through the portal. The clones were preparing for the upcoming battle with the monster. First of all, they had to find the place where number 3 was killed. The clones went deep into the forest to explore the area. After a while, they managed to find the place where the fishman was sitting. Edgar realized that he was not very lucky because the situation was not the best. His characteristics were at the E rank level, but at the moment, the clone's characteristics reflected only 53% of his strength. At best, it was F rank. However, the monster was not in its best condition now either. So, given the clone's hunting skills, Edgar believed they would do the job. Through a mental connection, the guy ordered the clones to aim at the fishman's head. And then, one by one, the bullets flew in the direction of the monster. They hit his body, but it did not bring any result. It seemed as if Ryblood did not care about these bullets at all. But then, Edgar realized that the clone's bullets had simply bounced off his body. The fisherman noticed the boys and shouted very loudly. After that, he jumped in the air and rushed at them. The clones simultaneously bounced away from the spot where the enemy had just attacked. Edgar did not miss the opportunity and ordered the clone to attack the monster. But this attack was not very effective because the guy left only a small cut. The fishman rushed at the clone that had just attacked him. Number 1 managed to dodge, and the monster's sword hit the tree. Due to the monster's massive body, it will be difficult for him to wield his sword among the trees. But it seemed so to the guy only at first glance, because the fish-eater cut down the trees near it one by one. Edgar realized that he had made a mistake and took it back. The guy again ordered the clones to attack the wild monster. This time they wanted to chop off his arm, but it was also to be expected that it would not work. The fishman flexed his fist and pointed it at one of the clones. Edgar did not know how to strike to defeat the monster, But suddenly, he remembered the previous shot. One bullet did ricochet, but the other managed to wound him. So the guy thought about it and decided to shoot at the monster's wound. The monster screamed in pain, which meant that Edgar's idea had worked. So the guy's next strategy was to fill the monster with bullets. Clones 1 and 2 simultaneously began to shoot at the body of the fisherman. This had a significant effect because his wounds began to bleed. The blood from the fisherman's hand flowed to the handle of the blade. And the next moment, this blood burst into flames. The divorced monster pointed his sword at the clone. Edgar could not understand what had just happened. Right now, the fishman just got stronger. After the monster rejected the first clone, it moved on to the second. Edgar realized that the key to his power lay in his sword, a blade that resonated with the monster's blood. But it also indicated that the monster was badly wounded. He thought that the decisive battle would not last long. Edgar continued to wound the monster through the clones. But the fish-eater was not going to retreat, so he defended himself in return. But Edgar did not expect the battle to go off without a hitch. He decided that if he was going to shed blood, he would shed as much as possible. The boy continued to attack the terrible monster with all his might. But he was not going to let himself be defeated so easily. Number 1 was heavily affected by the fish-eater attacks. The monster swung his fire sword in the direction of number 1. But at that moment, clone number 2 came to his defense and held off the fish-eater's attack. The clones set out to attack the monster at the same time again. This time they cut his ugly body badly. The fish-eater looked back angrily at his rivals. The exhausted monster gradually began to lose energy. A moment later, he fell defeated to the ground of the territory. Edgar breathed a sigh of relief that it was over. His clones didn't even have the strength to make a move. We are out of ammunition, so today's hunt will have to be called off. Edgar realized that he needed to notify the agent so that he could call the collection team. But then the bloody footprints on the ground caught his attention. He got scared, assuming that the fish-eater was not dead yet. Edgar ordered number 2 to follow the bloody footprints. The situation was very bad, because there was a portal in that direction. The guard of the territory told the hunters that a D-rank monster had been detected, so for the moment, the entrance to the portal was prohibited. The association was supposed to send other hunters, so the guard said he would inform the men when the situation became clear. But the hunters were very unhappy with this, because they spent a lot of time collecting all the prey. Mr. Blake was thinking that Mr. Edgar should hurry up, but then the voice of a security guard caught his attention. He noticed something strange near the portal and ordered his colleague to call the unit commander. The guards took aim at the monster approaching them from the portal. It was the same fishman whom Edgar had not fully defeated. One by one, the guards started shooting to prevent the monster from passing through the portal. But the monster still broke through even through them. Then, from under the bushes, one of Edgar's clones took a swing at the monster. With a quick movement, he threw the dagger toward the monster. It reached the fishman, but immediately bounced off his skin. But at that moment, Edgar appeared out of nowhere and picked him up. The boy strained his palm and stabbed the fishman with his dagger with all his might. The monster's blood began to pour out of the wound like a fountain. All the guards present were shocked by the sight. The huge monster fell helplessly to the floor. Somewhere on the sidelines, the clone was incredibly proud of its owner. The investigator informed the Hunters Association that he had arrived at the right place. He said that he would report back as soon as he had conducted an investigation. When he came closer, the man did not immediately realize what was happening. There he saw a crowd of people standing over the defeated monster. Based on the monster's appearance, the investigator assumed that it was a fishman. The man told the guard that he had been sent by the association and asked to report on the situation. The guard replied that the statement about the D-rank monster was true, but that the hunter who had entered the portal before they banned the entrance had dealt with it. The investigator knew that this was an F-rank hunting area, so he asked if a team of D-rank hunters had arrived and dealt with the monster. The man did not understand what it meant that it was not a D-rank or even a team that dealt with the monster. The guard pointed to the guy behind him and added that the monster was dealt with by an F-rank hunter with clones created using the skill. The investigator did not understand how an F-rank could deal with a D-rank monster with the help of some kind of cloning. The man noticed that the attacks were concentrated on the wound site. It was like a way to damage a monster without magic bullets. He looked carefully at the hunter and the agent standing next to him. The investigator was still concerned about how it was possible to shoot at a monster that was constantly moving. The man told the guard that he would inspect the area inside the portal to see if there were any more D-rank monsters left. The investigator told them to find out all the circumstances while he was away. The man realized that it would be strange to report to the association that when he came, the monster was defeated by an F-ranked hunter. Edgar received a message that he had gained the active skill running, which had an additional effect when used. He also received the passive skill art of shooting, which increased his power when using firearms. Along with all these skills, regeneration was discovered. An active skill called mighty punch was also added, which allowed you to put all your strength into a punch. In addition, the guy's other characteristics have greatly improved. Edgar did not even realize that he had acquired so many skills. He assumed that clone number 1 and number 2 had survived through regeneration. The guy told Khan that the clones were badly injured, but there was still a lot of time left before the next challenge, so the regeneration was to help them recover. The agent was delighted that Edgar had defeated the D-rank monster, and the boy himself admitted that it was quite risky. Mr. Kang was sure that with his skills, he could easily clear the E-rank zone, and Edgar wanted to learn more and then raise the 2 clones higher. In the middle of the conversation, Edgar remembered the sword of the fishman. He told the agent that the monster was carrying an unusual sword that could absorb blood. Edgar approached the monster's body to pick up the sword from the floor, but Mr. Khan stopped him and asked him to order the clone to take the sword just in case, because it might be cursed. Upon hearing this, Edgar asked if he could use the item. Mr. Kang replied that the cursed items are rare and, depending on their value, the guy could set a price of several 100 million won. The agent also said that since Edgar had defeated a D-rank monster, he could expect a big profit, so Edgar decided to stop hunting for today. But the guy was interested in another thing, and he asked the agent if the thing that popped out of the fishman's head was also expensive. Then Edgar pulled a crystal-shaped object out of his pocket. Khan Blake's face showed indescribable surprise. He knew that the thing the guy was holding was a low-level crystal. This crystal was real garbage because you can't even get money for it. But Edgar had such a satisfied expression on his face that it was hard for Mr. Khan to tell the truth. The agent told the guy that it was a cheap item that could improve his performance, but he could not use it. He added that it has a lot of side effects, which is why the price is so low. But Mr. Blake immediately added that the rest of the loot could be sold for a lot, so Edgar had no reason to be too sad. After these words, the guy cheerfully said that he would leave the rest to the fundraising team. After the incident, Edgar returned to his home. The guy was very tired from all the events that happened today. He told the clones that they could rest for now. Edgar himself was about to summon clone number 3. He activated the ability and the figure of his 3rd clone appeared in front of him. When he showed up, Edgar immediately ordered the boy to put on his armor and go to training. He sat down to look at what he had managed to take with him. As a result, he took a low-level crystal and a sword of the fishman with him. Edgar found out online that the crystal he received was a crystal of power. It said that it was not suitable for humans but could be used on familiars, but it caused monsterization. Increasing his strength by 0.005 at a time was a very tempting offer, but he was worried about monsterization. Usually, the clone's shortcomings in the form of hunger, injuries, and other things did not affect Edgar. But it could happen that monsterization will not be included in their list. Edgar imagined his head turning into a dragon's, and how Mr. Blake shoots him in the head out of fear. After thinking about it, he decided that he would not do it for now. Next, Edgar was going to examine the fishman's sword. He recalled the agent's words that the sword could be cursed. The fundraising team gave the guy his case, after which a clone carried it, but nothing happened during this time. He could have gotten a lot of money out of it, but Edgar decided to use it to the maximum and sell it later. He told number 2 to take the sword. The clone obeyed its master's order and reached for the blade. Edgar expected something to happen after number 2 took over. But a few seconds passed and nothing changed around me. Number 2 only said that he heard some noise. Edgar decided to listen to him as well, so he activated the familiar skill. He felt a tremendous thirst for blood and heard the sword's request to kill. These calls were too loud, so Edgar deactivated the familiar skill. The boy noticed that it had no effect on the clone, except for the noise, and suggested that if he had grabbed the blade himself, it might have affected his actions. Edgar suggested that number 2 use the blade for a while. And then a window appeared next to it with a message that the regeneration was increased. The guy suggested that the rest had an enhancing effect on regeneration. Tomorrow, Edgar wanted to continue to travel through the hunting areas, but he realized that it would be problematic because his guys were in bad shape. The guy told the clones that today, the 3 of them would meditate and try to open the mana breath, and tomorrow, when he was gone, they would continue it together. Then Edgar focused and activated his meditation skill. Tomorrow he will be away from home for a long time because he has to go to university. The action moves to the neighborhood of Gyeongguk University. It seemed to Edgar as if the vacation had flown by in a flash. The reason for this could be that he threw all his energy into improving his performance. The clones did not rest a single day to improve the host's performance. There was one more thing that disturbed Edgar at the university. The boy was sad because no one in the building greeted him, and everyone pretended not to know him. However, in the classroom, Edgar immediately ran into his friend Ryan. The guy clearly did not expect to see him here. Ryan said that good grades were promised here, so he signed up, and Edgar was surprised that his friend finally started to care about his grades. Then the guys started talking about the gym, but at the same time, their classmates were looking at them in surprise. My friends couldn't believe that Edgar Williams had entered the classroom, because he used to be fat. Other classmates also did not recognize the guy and began to actively discuss him. Ryan noticed that Edgar was popular now, and now he knew why no one recognized him. Edgar pointed at himself and asked his friend if he had really changed much. Ryan told the boy that he had changed so much that his own parents wouldn't recognize him. He added that he himself barely recognized Edgar when they bumped into each other. Ryan suggested that his friend get together with his friends and have a drink to celebrate the start of the semester, but Edgar said he already had plans. However, this answer was incredibly shocking to his friend. Edgar repeated that he had already made an appointment and could not leave. Ryan thought it was a real betrayal because he thought Edgar had made a date on the day the semester started. The guy replied that he would explain everything later, but Ryan said that there was no need because his other friends had already heard everything and Edgar did not expect Charlie and Chase to be here. The boys promised Edgar that they would remember this betrayal for a long time, but their fight was interrupted by a professor who entered the classroom. The action moves to the building of the World Association of Hunters. A large number of people worked to maintain security around the world. They could also foresee the disasters that were coming to the countries. An employee of the headquarters told the head of the association that the Oracle had predicted the disaster. Michael Harris asked the subject to tell him about the details. It was supposed to open a portal and invade several hundred giant monsters. Michael asked if it was possible to establish an approximate date for the portal's appearance and the type of monsters. The worker replied that the highest danger level of the monsters was A, and there was a high probability that the portal would open soon. And based on the prediction, they found that the place where the portal would appear would be the Korean Peninsula, the Republic of Korea. The head of the country's third Canes Guild, Devon Moore, was rushing to a large-scale meeting without understanding what was going on. But on the way, the head of the country's sixth guild, Yolo Han Miho, ran into him. Devon was angry, but still calmly told Miho that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The woman noticed that the case was serious if even the head of the third guild was called. Devon confirmed that it really must be something important. Miho noticed that the man had grown a beard and thought it was especially for her. But to her disappointment, Devon said that he had just been too busy lately. The heads of the third and sixth guilds entered the room where other important people in the world of hunters had gathered. The head of the country's first guild, Haisong, immediately noticed their appearance. Mike Heeson announced with satisfaction to the whole room that Devon Moore had come in. Like others, Miho did not like the head of the first guild. Devon asked him dryly what he wanted from him, but Mike noted that the man could have said hello first. The head of the third guild said that if there were no assignments for him, he would return. But the man did not have time to finish the last word because he was shocked by the words about the Tower of Odin. Mike Hasten recalled that the first Canes Guild capture team had recently been sent there. He was eager to know if the sweep was successful because time had passed and there was no news. Dan White, the head of the country's second guild, Taejon, told Mike not to cross the line. This answer made the man realize that the results were disappointing and apologized for the fact that his memory had been failing him lately. But such words were increasingly arousing the rage of the head of the third guild. Miho noticed this and began to worry about her friend. Then the head of the Korean Hunters Association, O-Ram, entered the office. Noticing the expressions on the faces of the leaders of the first and third guilds in the country, the man thought that something had happened. The others in the room were also quite excited. The leader of the association realized that something had definitely happened here. First of all, the man thanked the leaders for responding to the general convocation. He said that the World Association of Hunters has sent a warning that a catastrophe is approaching South Korea. Mike Hasten mentally assumed that it would be about the Oracle. After receiving information about the formation of the portal and the invasion of A-rank monsters, since this is a large-scale disaster, O-Ram decided to ask the largest guilds for cooperation. One of the leaders asked when and where the portal would open, and the head of the association replied that there was no information yet, except that it would be in Korea. Dan White immediately thought that the leader would propose to surround the entire Korean peninsula, stupidly waiting for the portal to open. Oram had just called them all together to discuss this moment, and all they knew was that the portal would open soon. But the leaders did not understand how to prevent a catastrophe when you do not know where and when it will occur, and they did not have enough hunters even for raids. When asked whether the association would cover the salaries of hunters assigned to defense, Oram answered vaguely. The head of the guild, Mr. Canis, said that he had one suggestion. Devon said to have the rapid response teams from each guild patrolling their neighborhoods on high alert in the first place. He added that as soon as a disaster occurs and its location is known, all guild forces should be sent there. The man emphasized that everyone must be sent without exception, and those who refuse will be punished. The chairman of the association emphasized that this was a good idea and proposed a show of hands. The guild leaders realized that it would not be difficult to fulfill the plan since they already periodically patrol the area of their base, so they raised their hands. Han Miho, head of the 6th Guild, also raised her hand in agreement, and even the leader of the Haesong Guild agreed with this proposal. The vote was unanimous, so the chairman of the association announced that they would follow the suggestion of Chairman Devon Moore. Finally, the man added that he hopes that each guild will protect its territory and maintain close cooperation. The action moves to the grounds of Gyeongguk University. The first day of the semester at the university passed quickly. Edgar was returning home after class. But on the way, he noticed Erica, who was reluctantly talking to a man. The stranger asked for the girl's number because he really liked her. Erica replied that she had a boyfriend, but the man continued to insist. Edgar approached the girl and asked what she was doing near the university. Erica did not expect to meet the teacher here, but she immediately took control of the situation and decided to pretend that he was her boyfriend. Edgar looked at the girl in surprise when she called him dear. Erica told the guy that she had been waiting for him for so long, took him by the elbow, and led him away from the place. The sky above the city was gradually changing its colors to evening ones. Erica explained that she didn't want to give the man her number, so she grabbed Edgar's hand and left the place because she had already told him that she had a boyfriend. So that Edgar wouldn't misunderstand her, she added that she didn't actually have a boyfriend. Edgar asked what had happened at the school that Erica had asked for meat today, and she replied that it was the anniversary of the school's opening. Now the guy realized why she was wearing casual clothes. Erica thought he couldn't take his eyes off her dress and offered to give her his number. But there was no need for that because Edgar already had her number. The guy received a message from Mr. Blake saying that the advance had been paid and that he had already sent the payment for the booty. Edgar was amazed that they had already recouped all 50 million and admitted that his cloning skill was truly incredible. With joy, the guy told Erica that she could choose the most expensive meat. He assured the girl that she shouldn't worry about money and offered to take Korean beef. Erica and Edgar stopped at the Korean Cow Soul restaurant. They chose one of the most expensive types of meat and started cooking it. Erica admitted that the meat she chose was indeed incredibly tasty, but she was still worried that the prices in this restaurant were too high. Edgar reiterated that there was no need to worry about it and added that he still felt guilty about Erica's injury. The girl did not expect to hear that the teacher really still cared. Then Edgar turned to the restaurant owner and asked him to bring 4 more portions of meat. Besides Erica and Edgar, there were many other people in the facility. The restaurant was operating as usual and nothing seemed to portend trouble. But the video on the TV suddenly stopped. A notification appeared on the screen about the threat of monster invasion through the portal. The announcer announced that a disaster alert was sounding throughout Korea. This was not a drill. All citizens were asked to prepare essential items and head for shelters. His classmates asked Ryvan to calm down, but he was sure that while they were struggling to get around, Edgar was on a date with a girl. Chase told Ryan that he couldn't be sure that Edgar was on a date. But immediately after these words, they noticed Edgar sitting with a girl in a restaurant nearby. You could see them laughing and having fun together. Chase was incredibly angry at what he saw and also began to get angry at Edgar. Then students received a notification on their phones at the same time. Ryan took out his cell phone to find out what had happened. After reading the message, he told his friends that the situation was worse than ever. The entire internet was abuzz with reports of an unexpected alarm. Charlie noticed that it was too calm outside for an alarm and that sirens should have sounded. Edgar came out of the restaurant and immediately noticed the guys at the entrance. Erica followed him out and Edgar asked what they were doing here. Charlie replied that they were walking and suddenly saw Edgar in the window, and Ryan asked him if it was his girlfriend behind him. Erica blushed, but Edgar was quick to explain that she was his student who had recently helped the boy, so he decided to treat her to a meal as a token of his gratitude. The teacher introduced her classmates Ryan, Chase, and Charlie to the girl, and Erica politely introduced herself in return. Erica and Edgar didn't have time to finish the meat, so the guy asked to have the order packed to go. He handed the package to the girl, telling her to take the meat home and eat it with her parents, and Erica thanked him very much for that. Edgar told her to go straight home because her parents might be worried about her, and her friends really believed that he was her teacher. Erica asked if that was the end of the presentation and there would be nothing else today. Edgar replied that her parents would not like her wandering the street when the alarm sounded. But even his classmates thought it was too boring on Edgar's part. The guy shouted that the situation was dangerous, so he ordered us to go home. He didn't understand why his friends were acting so carefree. Edgar heard the drunks nearby planning to keep going. He did not understand whether it was really just him who reacted so sharply to everything. He also didn't understand why everyone around him was acting as usual. Worried, Edgar decided to call the agent. He asked the man if he had heard the alarm, and Mr. Blake said he was going to contact Edgar about it. This was confidential information, but the association planned to report the threat for at least 3 months. It was not yet possible to determine the place and time of the portal's formation, but it was known that A-ranked monsters would emerge from it, so huge casualties among people were possible. Edgar asked why the association does not disseminate information and does not insist on evacuating to shelters. Mr. Khan Blake explained that many businesses would suffer if citizens' activities were suspended for such a long period. And because of this, all the criticism for the damage will fall on the association, so they warned us only in this way. The man added that most likely the hunting zones were closed on an emergency basis, so they would not be able to hunt. Khan was going to take shelter, and Edgar to his family. In the evening, Edgar returned to his apartment. Upon entering, he immediately asked the clones how they were feeling. Number 2 said he was almost fine, and Number 1 said he was alive. Edgar noticed that Number 2 had almost recovered and that the first man's wounds were too serious, so he didn't get better at all. Opening the menu for the hunters, the guy saw that the recharge time was over and he could summon the third clone. Edgar decided to call back Number 1, and after this maneuver, the guy's physical condition became much better. The guy asked the clone to put on a cap to make it easier to tell them apart. Then the third number entered the apartment, having just finished his workout. When everyone was assembled, Edgar announced that they were going home. He could not believe that 3 months had passed since he left home. Edgar knocked on the door of the apartment and announced that he had arrived home. The door was opened by his mother, who at first did not realize who was standing in front of her. Edgar was embarrassed, assuming that his mother really did not recognize him. Then the woman turned to the boy and asked if he was really Edgar. He confirmed this, and his mother immediately asked him why he had lost so much weight and assumed that he was starving. The boy's father was also surprised by his son's appearance. Freya was immediately happy to hear that her brother had returned. She told Edgar that if he came, he would first visit his sweet sister. The girl came closer to look at her brother, but then her face was filled with surprise. She was also not prepared for her brother's appearance to change so dramatically. Freya was surprised to ask the guy who he was. Edgar recalled Ryan's words that even his parents did not recognize the boy and admitted that he was right. The mother noticed that her son did not come alone and asked why all his friends were wearing masks. Edgar replied that they were not his friends and asked the boys to take off their masks. For Edgar's family, what they saw was a real surprise. They did not understand why the faces of all 4 boys were the same. Edgar hurried to reassure them and said he would explain everything. The guy said that a few months ago he took part in an awakening program and cloning is his skill. The mother knew only that most young people participated in the program. But she did not think that her son would also join, and Freya wanted to do so as soon as possible. The father asked Edgar if he was a hunter now, and the boy replied embarrassedly that he was not going to hide it from them. The mother asked the boy worriedly if it was dangerous. Edgar replied that he was not doing anything dangerous with his skill, because his clones were doing the hunting for him. Then the guy remembered that there had been a threat alert and told his family that they should also move to the shelter. The father replied that they had packed things in case of an emergency, but first they wanted to observe the situation. The man added that he had to go to work tomorrow, and the whole family couldn't just up and leave. Edgar realized that people in general do not realize the seriousness of the current situation. The guy was sure that everything would have been different if the association had at least declared the scale of the invasion. Then Edgar replied that from that day on he would live with his parents, saying that the university had sent a message about the cancellation of lectures. But in fact, it was a lie. The guy realized that he could not convince them to take shelter, so he decided to stay with them himself. He held out a bag of meat and offered to have dinner with it. Freya was excited to see that the boy had brought Korean beef, and Edgar's father told his wife to get the appetizers. Looking at his family, Edgar wished he had visited them sooner. The clones were happy to hear Edgar's mother ask if they needed to eat too. The guy confirmed this but said that he was sorry to waste meat on them, so they'd just make do with rice. The parents prepared a delicious dinner with a variety of dishes. The clones only looked at the rice they had inherited in disappointment. The mother called everyone to the table and wished them a pleasant appetite. Freya asked her brother if he wouldn't get fat again if the clones ate too, but he said that wouldn't happen. Her mother noticed that they hadn't had dinner together as a family in a long time. Edgar confirmed that this had indeed not happened for a long time. As he continued to speak, debris suddenly flew into the house. The unconscious man began to slowly open his eyes. All Edgar could see around him were stone fragments, and he did not understand what had happened. He began to slowly get up from the floor, holding his head. When Edgar realized what had happened, he was in shock. The wall of their apartment was smashed, and the upper floors were destroyed. This disaster was caused by huge monsters coming out of the portal. The apartments in the city burst into flames and were destroyed by monsters. A huge monster was releasing a stream of fire from its mouth, destroying everything in its path. Edgar did not expect the portal to open near their home. The boy turned around and called out to his unconscious parents and sister. On their bodies, he noticed the number 1 outfit. The guy realized that the clone had shielded them from the explosion with his body. Then Edgar looked back at the noise coming from the boulders. Clones number 2 and 3 emerged from the rubble. Number 3's arm was torn off, but he managed to stop the bleeding. Number 1 was destroyed, and number 3 was seriously wounded. Edgar never expected the portal to open so soon. The boy's mother began to slowly get up from the floor. Edgar's family didn't understand what had happened, and he told them that the first thing to do was to leave the building as soon as possible. My father was desperate because the wall in their apartment was completely destroyed. But the guy said that now was not the time to think about an apartment. After all, a more serious catastrophe occurred. A portal with monsters opened. A large number of buildings and infrastructure were destroyed. Terrible monsters chased the unfortunate people who did not evacuate in time. Many residents were simply covered in rubble from destroyed buildings. The monsters attacked the shocked people one by one. More and more monsters kept coming out of the portal. The boy's family was gathering all the necessary things for evacuation. Edgar asked Freya if she had already put on her gear. He gave his sister the armor worn by number 1, even though it was a bit too big. The girl was worried about whether her brother's clone would be okay, but the guy said that number 3 was a tough nut to crack, so he would be fine. Suddenly, one of the monsters flew from the sky to the ground. The impact of its fall caused a strong dust storm. The monster was badly injured when it reached the ground. Edgar didn't understand why the monster just fell out of the sky. Other monsters began to fall after him, which meant that the portal had formed somewhere on a hill, and many ordinary monsters could not survive it. Freya tried to open the front door, but she couldn't. Most likely the lock is jammed and the door cannot be opened. Edgar asked his father to lend him a bat for a minute. The guy picked it up and activated the skill Powerful Punch. He swung and hit the door handle hard. The impact of this blow instantly knocked it off the door. After that, Edgar destroyed the front door with his left hand. The guy's family was incredibly shocked by what they saw. After the entrance was unlocked, Edgar told everyone to move on. Another disappointment awaited them at the entrance. All the cars were destroyed, so it's impossible to get out by transport. Edgar asked his father where the nearest shelter was, and the man replied that it was 2 kilometers away. There were many more monsters roaming the outskirts of the city that were not affected by the fall. They were very diverse in their likeness. Edgar was not sure whether they would be able to walk 2 kilometers in such conditions. Then Freya said that they should go down to the basement, that there were also temporary shelters underground. The guy did not realize that there was a shelter under their house and told everyone to go to the basement as soon as possible. Edgar was about to go with them, but was stopped by people screaming. A man nearby was hit by debris from the buildings. He begged someone to save him with all his might. However, another threat was waiting for the man behind. The huge monster that had fallen from the portal was about to get up. The man was incredibly scared when he saw this monster behind him. A huge D-rank monster, a troll, emerged from the wreckage. Edgar's father realized the gravity of this situation. He told the guy to think rationally and that they could not help the man. So the father calmly asked his son to go down with them. Edgar realized that number 3 could not fight at full strength because of his injury. And number 2 will not be able to save that man alone either. And besides, now the guy is unable to use the familiar skill. So if he dies, it will be for real. But he still didn't want to leave it that way. His mother asked Edgar what had happened and asked him to come downstairs as soon as possible. The man, crushed by the stalls, screamed in fear. Edgar's thoughts were filled with many doubts. He told his family to lock the door tightly and wait for him to come down, and ordered number 2 to go with him. Number 3 was ordered by the boyfriend to protect the family to the last, and Freya did not want to put up with it because it was very dangerous outside and she was worried about her brother. The father asked his son if he still decided to go, and Edgar replied that he couldn't do otherwise because he was a hunter. Edgar grabbed his father's bat and went to save the man. Freya pulled away from the hands of number 3, who tried to restrain her. She did not want her brother to risk his life. But when the land is full of monsters, it's not the time for a hunter to do other things. Edgar rushed at the monster, hitting it in the mouth with his bat. If Edgar is going to call himself a hunter, he has to kill monsters. The troll screamed in anger at the boy's previous blow. Edgar ordered number 2 to pull the man out of the wreckage. He pointed his finger at the monster and ordered it to attack. Edgar stood calmly in front of the monster, who also had a huge bat in his hands. At that time, another monster was watching them. He heard the boy order the troll to attack him. Number 2 rushed to help the crushed man. The rescued man said he could walk himself and thanked the guys very much. The troll looked at Edgar with its disgusting face. He didn't like the fact that the monster was so huge. He ordered number 2 to get his weapon. They were going to use everything that could be used. Now Edgar was not in a situation where he could make a choice. He took out a low-level monster crystal and ordered the clone to eat it. Number 2 understood the order and bit through the crystal. After that, his body began to transform. The clone's face acquired different features and color. Edgar noticed that this process was accompanied by some discomfort for number 2. Now the clone looked like a humanoid monster. Edgar asked number 2 if he was still on his side, and he said yes. The troll noticed that the clone's appearance had changed and tried to talk to him, but Edgar shouted at the monster that his attempts were futile because the clone was on his side. The guy breathed a sigh of relief because, with the exception of the characteristics, the monsterization of the clone did not affect anything. Edgar announced that from now on the real hunt begins. The burly giant began to rearrange his massive bat. He swung his hand, which contained a weapon, directly at Edgar. Stone fragments instantly flew in the boy's direction. But Edgar skillfully repelled all the obstacles on his way. Then the troll reached out to the boy with the intention of grabbing him. But number 2 immediately noticed this and thwarted his intentions. He used the blade to cut the monster's limb. Edgar was really impressed with the effectiveness of the sword he took. The giant monster screamed because of the pain in its newly wounded limb. He swung the bat again, and a storm of debris flew in the direction of the boys. Edgar noticed that this time the opponent was much slower than the fishman. The boy jumped the contract to get closer to the monster's mouth. However, the troll noticed this and immediately covered his face with his hand. Edgar didn't understand why the monster's arm had reappeared. With a wave of the restored limb, the troll threw the guy back. Edgar did not expect the monster to regenerate at such a high rate. The monster's skin itself was fragile and could be cut quite easily. But the problem was that the troll regenerated too quickly. In this case, the method of damage accumulation will practically not work with him. Edgar shouted to number 2 to make the monster tilt its head. The clone heard his master's order and swung his blade at the troll. To make the monster bend over, he cut its lower limb. The wounded leg fell to the floor and the monster bent down after it. Edgar took the chance and shot him in the eye. Despite the ability to regenerate, the troll will not be able to see anything for some time. The monsterized clone dissected the monster's second limb. Now both limbs fell to the ground and the monster followed. The troll's eyes gradually began to recover, and he regained the ability to see. But at that moment, right in front of him, he saw Edgar. The guy activated the skill Powerful Punch and swung the bat into the enemy's face. Edgar found a convenient position for this attack. He hit the huge monster almost all over the face with the bat, and with a powerful blow, he threw his body back onto the rubble. After this attack, all of the guy's characteristics instantly improved. A few seconds later, he felt pain in his right arm. Most likely, it was a side effect of the powerful blow, which was to be expected with its effectiveness. Edgar realized that the monster he had defeated was on the same level as the fishman. The guy got up and told number 2 to hurry to the shelter because their relatives were very worried about them. Edgar could not find his phone and assumed that he had lost it while fighting the monster. He told clone number 2 to borrow his phone for the time being. He also reproached the clone that he would not be allowed into the basement with his appearance. The smile on Edgar's face immediately began to fade as he heard a loud noise behind him. After all, there were still a lot of monsters and people in the city who needed to be saved. He realized that the situation was getting worse. Almost the entire city was attacked by monsters. Airplanes of the Hunting Association rushed to the site of the portal's opening. An incredibly huge monster roamed the neighborhood. With just one step, it destroyed everything in its path. This terrible monster was similar in size and appearance to a dragon. In addition, this monster could accumulate fire and shoot it in different directions. But this time, he was prevented from fulfilling his intentions. Local hunters rushed to confront the monsters. The 9th guild in the country, the Red Flame, has already started working, and the commander ordered his colleagues to aim for the monster's head. The commander of the 7th guild in the country, Scorpion, ordered his subjects not to yield to other guilds. He said to consider each torn-off scale as a salary for several months. The hunters surrounded the dragon-like monster from all sides. Meanwhile, the Cain's guild was flying fighters to the crash site. The pilot announced that they had arrived at the target and was about to open the hatch. The head of the country's 3rd guild, Devon Moore, was on that plane. When they reached the target, the man ordered his colleagues to get ready. Upon noticing the plane, the bird-like monsters immediately began to approach it. And it was precisely for such a case that these planes were equipped with weapons. And the approaching monster was immediately hit by a barrage of bullets. The hunter informed the captain that the Megalosaurus was retreating. Devon replied that many guilds had already arrived, so it could be left to them, and told them to focus on rescuing the survivors. On the ground, hunters continued to fight high-ranking monsters. But there were also those who did their job in bad faith. Some hunters stole precious things on the bodies of dead people. Devon Moore looked upon such scum with complete contempt. The guild coordinator reported that there were several survivors about 700 meters away in the northeast direction. Devon told his partner that he had received the information. The man used the ability to see where people were. He noticed that 2 hunters were protecting the survivors. They were holding up pretty well, but Devon realized that there were too many monsters against 2 people. The head of the guild announced that he was leaving for the northeast. He ordered his subjects to divide into groups and begin a rescue operation. Devon got down from the plane and flew in the right direction. Edgar was planning to return to this as soon as he had dealt with that big monster. But there were more monsters nearby that looked like goblins. Edgar could not just leave people in danger. The guy ordered the people to go down to the shelter, but they couldn't do it because there were monsters behind them too. Edgar asked number 2 to deal with those monsters. The bloodthirsty goblin was about to pounce on the frightened man, but number 2 skillfully neutralized every enemy. Edgar fought monsters with a pistol. The powerful punch took too much strength, so he could no longer use it. Another huge monster emerged from under the boulders. He had been unconscious before, and Edgar hoped that the monster would not wake up. The monster stuck its beak into the ground and began to release a strange substance. It instantly scattered all over the neighborhood. This flammable substance caused Edgar a lot of trouble. A stream of bullets was flying at the defenseless residents of the city. Even so, the hunters continued to protect people. Number 2 shielded the people behind him from the hazardous substance with his body. At the cost of his life, he continued to protect civilians. Edgar realized that number 2 was no longer able to fight on. Someone interrupted the bird-like monster's intentions to spray further combustible substance. His head was crushed by the paw of another huge monster. A huge tiger-like monster was approaching Edgar. Even the other monsters were frightened when they saw him here. This reaction of the monsters surprised Edgar. The boy looked at the huge paw approaching him and realized that he was finished. But things didn't go as Edgar expected. The boy was waiting with fear for a terrifying tiger to pounce on him. But as time passed and he was fine, the guy decided to open his eyes. He saw an unfamiliar man right in front of him. With one swing of his sword, this hunter cut off the head of a huge monster. Even city residents did not expect this turn of events. Devon Moore excitedly asked people if they were okay. Edgar was still looking at his rescuer in shock. The hunter said that his name was Devon Moore, and he was from the Cain's Guild. The events are transferred to the shelter under the house of Edgar's family. People looked on in embarrassment as Freya quarreled with her brother's clone. Many of them are already tired of the hype that the girl has caused. Freya demanded that number 3 let her go and let her save her brother. But he was not going to violate Edgar's order to protect his family. Freya reproached the clone that if he really had his brother's skills, why didn't he help his master? And he replied that he had orders to follow. Her father asked Freya to stop making noise because it made others worry. The girl asked her father if he was not worried despite the fact that he had seen the situation from the outside. The father confirmed that it was dangerous to be outside and added that if the clone was okay, then Edgar should be alive as well. He recalled how Edgar had broken down the door and told Freya that she had to understand that the boy was not lying, that he was working as a hunter, and that they had to believe in him. My father said that they shouldn't act impulsively now, because if they came out, they would only add to Edgar's problems. Freya realized that her father was right and stopped resisting. They were also distracted by the noise at the entrance to the shelter. Behind the door, a human voice was begging for help. Freya assumed that Edgar had returned, and her father realized that it was not his voice. Other residents suggested that it could be someone from the neighboring houses. They don't know the password, so it would be worth letting them in. The display was too dark to see who it was. Louise Williams suggested that it might be a man rescued by her son, and Freya hurried to open the entrance. She noticed that someone was standing next to the person on the screen, and she believed it was her brother. Freya entered the password and unlocked the entrance to the shelter. The girl hoped to the last that her brother would be outside the door, but instead, the silhouette of a dead man was waiting for her at the entrance. The monster behind the corpse was asking for help in a human voice. Freya did not expect to see such a picture in front of her. In his hands, the monster held the corpse of the man Edgar had saved. The monster swung and opened the corpse to the side of him. A B-rank monster, the screeching dragonfly, entered the vault. The monster repeated the same words as the man Edgar had rescued from the rubble. Seeing the monster, frightened people began to scatter in different directions. Freya froze in place, but Number 1 immediately rushed to protect the girl. He pointed the knife directly into the eyes of the screeching dragonfly. Unfortunately, the monster was ahead of his attack and repelled it. Dragonfly launched a paw attack at Number 1. Blood immediately gushed from the wounded clone's mouth. The monster pierced through the body of Number 1 with its paw, and at the same time, he pierced Freya's stomach, which the clone was trying to protect. Blood also began to flow from the girl's mouth, and Freya gradually lost consciousness, and the next moment she fell to the ground exhausted. However, Edgar's clone was not going to give up so easily. He fired a shot at the detector near the door. It sent a message that critical damage had been detected. Because of this, the forced closing of the doors was activated at the entrance to the storage facility. Number 1 moved and pushed the monster back. That way, he could be alone with the monster and buy some time. A few seconds later, the entrance to the shelter slammed shut. Devon Moore apologized to the residents for arriving so late. Edgar recalled that this man was leading an awakening program, and it came as a surprise to him that Devon turned out to be an unrealistically strong hunter. Edgar identified himself in response, extended his hand to the man and thanked him for saving them. Devon said it wasn't his fault. He had seen Edgar defend people to the last and praised him for it. He also emphasized that Edgar was alone and did not escape until the very end, but he could have if he had wanted to. In an emergency situation, conscience can easily let people down, but in this case, it was the other way around. Devon told the guy that his courage was impressive. Edgar shyly thanked the hunter, and the praise immediately lifted his spirits. The guy was so carried away that he began to get a little carried away. Devon recalled the moment he approached the scene of the monster's fight with the humans. Then he saw one of the hunters put his body on the line to save the people. The guild leader was worried that something might happen to the hunter, but then he noticed that only his clothes were left in the place of the guy, and he had disappeared. And at that very moment, another monster arrived at the scene of the battle. Devon noticed the monster approaching the boy and reacted instantly. The man still wondered who the man was who had disintegrated into mana, and Devon asked Edgar if he was a hunter. The guy confirmed his guesses, adding that he had become a hunter only recently. The guild leader asked Edgar if he could tell us what his ability was. The guy realized that there was no need to hide his ability from his husband because he was his savior. Edgar was just about to answer Devon's question when a strange sensation pierced his body. He immediately realized that the connection with Number 3 had been severed. The guy grabbed the blade and apologized to the rescuer. Edgar reported that his family was in danger and then immediately went to the shelter. Devon shouted after him that it was dangerous to go there alone. The leader turned to the Canis rescue squad and ordered them to immediately go to his coordinates and receive the survivors. Devon Moore saw that the portal was still open. Edgar hurried as fast as he could toward his home, where his family was supposed to be. The sword reacted to the boy's blood with even more bloodlust. Edgar ordered the sword he received to shut up. He activated the run ability and went even faster. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, hunters fought against other monsters. The hunter synthesized a giant fireball and aimed it at the monster. The body of the Megalosaurus was pierced by a huge stream of fire. A colleague told the hunter that a few more attacks and they would succeed. He wanted to add something else, but at that moment, the monster crushed him with its paw. The chairman ordered his colleagues to disperse the support group even further because the radius of attack was too large. A hunter from another guild tried to attack a huge monster with his sword, but because the shell was too strong, he was unable to pour poison into it. The head of the Red Flame Guild said that now was not the time to compete with each other and suggested that they join forces. Then a voice behind me asked if they were going to combine something. That voice belonged to Mike Hasten, who told the hunters that they had a bag of money in front of them and no one was catching him, so he came. He told the men that there was something they would not be able to understand even in their lifetime. Mike began to use his ability, and everything around him sparkled with bright colors. The guild leaders were incredibly shocked by what they saw. Mike said that truth is power and does not require any unification. Edgar's father asked for a first aid kit. In despair, the man asked Freya not to lose consciousness. Freya turned to her parents and quietly said that she was in pain. A frightened Louisa, with a bandage in her hands, asked her daughter to be patient a little longer. A loud noise was heard near the front door, which was getting louder. The screeching dragonfly cut the door to the vault in half. The frightened people froze in place from the horror this monster inspired. With tears in her eyes, Freya begged her parents to run away as soon as possible. The B-ranked monster tried to say something in a human voice again. Louise and Oliver were not going to leave their daughter alone here. Freya's mother tried to hold back her tears, which would not stop. However, at that moment, Edgar got to the shelter in time. He looked at the monster with an angry look. His father was happy to see that Edgar was doing well. However, the guy's body gradually began to transform. The frightened residents thought that a hunter had come to their rescue. Edgar looked in the direction of his parents and noticed their despair. He saw his sister lying unconscious on the floor. For a moment, the guy's face froze in surprise. However, when he realized that Freya was injured, Edgar became very angry. With all his fury, he swung his blade at the screeching dragonfly. Edgar Williams managed to cut off one of her limbs. But instead, the monster also wounded the guy in the shoulder. In its vile voice, it repeated the name of Edgar's sister. The amount of the boy's blood only made the blade flare up more. The pressure from the sword and the wound he received had a great impact on Edgar's body. He swung his blade again and headed for the screeching dragonfly. In response, the monster pointed its paw at the boy. She almost approached the body of the furious Edgar. However, at that moment, an unfamiliar woman grabbed the boy and took him away. The head of the country's third guild came to help Edgar. The only sound coming from the monster's mouth was a disgusting screech. The girl was happy because she managed to catch Edgar. Devon Moore took a cold swipe at the screeching dragonfly. However, the monster jumped away from the place where the attack was carried out in time. Devon's assistant noticed a serious wound on the guy's shoulder. Edgar made strange noises and the girl thought he was a little crazy. The huntress activated the skill of passing the mana and told the boy to rest for a while. The woman put a seal and stopped the process of monsterization in Edgar's body. Devon asked his colleague what condition the guy was in, and Mirabelle said that he was in pretty bad shape and asked him to catch the monster as soon as possible. Edgar regained consciousness and tried to say something. Mirabelle asked the boy not to speak because it could open the wound. Devon heard Edgar say that his sister was injured. The guy put his hand on Mirabelle's palms. He began to tearfully ask the hunters to save his sister. Devon Moore told the guy that there was nothing to worry about. The screeching dragonfly began to scream throughout the building. The guild leader promised the boy that neither he nor his sister would die today. Devon told Edgar to get some rest and assured him that it would be over soon. At this time, Oram was sitting calmly at his desk in the association's headquarters building. The chairman reviewed evacuation requests and accounts of damage caused by the portal. Events returned to the day of the guild leaders' meeting. The secretary asked the association leader whether to launch a disaster alert when everything is ready. In the corridor, Mr. Oram was approached by the leader of the first guild in the country. Mike said he wanted to consult with him on something. The secretary was furious at the tactlessness of his master, but the leader of the association said that everything was fine and asked Mr. Hessen what was wrong. Mike told the leader to ask the secretary to leave them for a while because the conversation was important. Oram gestured to the man to leave them for a while. Mr. Hessen asked the chairman if he now plans to immediately launch a disaster alert. Oram replied that he would have to disclose the estimated scale of the intrusion and warn of evacuation, which was necessary to minimize damage. Mike asked the man if he was going to tell him everything that easily. He added that it would be difficult to declare in such a situation that the A-rank monster is coming. Everyone should drop what they are doing, run away, and cover everything for 3 months. Mr. Hassan asked the leader if he was confident that he could handle the consequences. The man understood that the association would be blamed for all the troubles, and he assumed that Mr. Oram's head would be off his shoulders in less than a month. He added that he did not benefit from this either, and the leader asked the man what he proposed to do. Mike Heeson advised not to say that A-rank monsters would appear, that is, to hide the scale of the invasion. This way, he will be able to shift the responsibility for the evacuation to them. Mike said that if he were the leader, he would cover his mouth, not hold any meetings, and not issue any warnings. Oram did not understand how a man could say that, because in this case there would be a huge number of victims. But the head of the guild, Hasten, shouted that it would only be for the best when the portal opened, and a huge number of people would die, and then the value of hunters would increase. He added that the army's forces will not be enough to fight D-rank monsters, and eventually they will all run to the hunters. The man approached the leader of the association and said that he was wrong about something. In a crazy voice, he said that his words did not sound like a request. Mr. Oram did not know what to do in this situation. The news reported that an operation to destroy the Megalosaurus is currently underway. Edgar Williams ate potato chips with satisfaction. He told the clone to try even harder, reproaching him for growing muscle mass more slowly lately. The guy was incredibly pleased with his skill. He could just lie there and not worry about anything, while someone would earn money and do sports for him. He looked at his phone and saw a notification from Mr. Agent. Edgar told Number 1 to get up and informed him that they were going to make money. Outside, Mr. Khan Blake met Edgar and the clone at the car. The guy asked the agent to send them to a hunting area with horned rabbits today. Mr. Blake asked the boy where Number 2 had gone, and Edgar replied that he had sent him to the gym. Mr. Agent noticed that if Edgar had practiced with him, the speed of progress would have increased significantly. Edgar was not a big fan of sports, so he thought that the clone's work would be enough. The boy honestly answered that he decided to become a hunter just for fun, and Mr. Khan told him that with this ability he could become the best hunter. But Edgar said that he hadn't thought about it, because it was enough for him that he could take care of himself. Then the tone of Mr. Khan Blake's voice changed dramatically. He asked the boy if that was the reason why everything turned out the way it did. Edgar was incredibly scared, not understanding what was happening. Mr. Blake asked the boy with a bloody face if he was satisfied. He pushed him back, repeating the question over and over again as to whether Edgar was satisfied. During the fall, he felt that he had touched someone's back. He saw the bloody bodies of his mother, father, and sister in front of him. His father told Edgar that the boy eventually became a hunter and left them. The wounded Freya begged Edgar in a frightening voice to save her. Edgar was frightened by all the laughter coming from his family. The frightened guy finally woke up from his nightmare. For a few seconds, Edgar tried to understand what had just happened. The guy was breathing hard because of all the wounds he received during the battles. Mr. Moore assumed that Edgar had had a nightmare and asked if he was okay. He also added that the guy should refrain from exertion for the time being. Edgar asked Mr. Devon if he was the one who brought him to the hospital. He wanted to add something else, but his shoulder suddenly hurt. The head of the third guild asked the guy to be careful. He heard from the doctor that Edgar was in an extremely serious condition. The wound was deep, but he was lucky. Edgar thanked his rescuer for the second time, and Mr. Moore said that everything was fine and added that he wanted to talk to him about something. But then he said that now was not the time for that. When his parents heard that Edgar had woken up, they happily entered the room. The guy was very happy to see them here alive and uninjured. Edgar's mother was very worried and started asking him questions, but Oliver told Louise to calm down because their son had just woken up. The doctor took the guy's medical records and reported that the operation was successful. He was amazed at the speed of Edgar's body regeneration and told the boy that he would return to normal life next month. Edgar asked him excitedly how many days he had been unconscious and what was happening with the portal. Oliver said that it had been 3 days since the portal opened, and as far as he had heard, most of the big monsters had been destroyed. But there were still some small ones left. Edgar did not remember well the moment he lost consciousness. But there was still one important thing he instantly remembered. He asked his parents and the doctor what was wrong with his sister Freya, but they remained silent in response, lowering their heads to the ground. Edgar asked why they didn't answer him. He could understand what had happened. The doctor said that they had healed the abdominal wound, but Freya had contracted the manovirus. The infection occurred through monsters that came out of the portal. This virus continuously absorbs the host's mana, but it usually does not cause major problems. Since each person's mana has different components, the PM virus dies because it is unable to fully absorb or absorb some of them. But there have been special cases when the composition of the host's mana perfectly matched the virus, in which case it absorbs the mana so quickly that the host can no longer sustain life. Edgar asked exhaustedly if there was any way to treat this virus. But unfortunately, the virus, merging with the mana of the carrier, neutralizes the magic of healing, and doctors can only keep the patient alive by constantly pouring mana into the body. The doctor said that the only chance for recovery was the help of an S-ranked healer such as Blesser or some mandrake elixir from the portal. However, the guy guessed that there were too few of them, and they cost a lot of money. The doctor only pitifully confirmed his guesses. All these words and information made Edgar despair. He blamed himself for acting as a hero without any urgency. He believed that everything would have been different if he had given his family priority. Edgar recalled how Freya had begged him in tears not to go there, and how she was lying on the floor crying, wounded by a disgusting monster. Due to excessive anger and rage, Edgar's bleeding started. The doctor excitedly asked the patient to calm down. Edgar blamed himself for not being strong enough, and for not being able to protect my family from the monster on my own. The worried doctor called a nurse to stop Edgar's bleeding. We begged him to calm down, explaining that the guy's stitches had come apart. Edgar realized that he had the ability to save other people, but he was very sorry that he had worked so little on it. He recalled the happy faces of his mother, father, and sister when he finally returned home. But now Freya was lying there in the ward, between life and death. Edgar lost consciousness due to bleeding, but in the evening he regained consciousness. He was anxiously thinking about what to do next. Entering the boy's room, Erica interrupted his thoughts. The girl greeted the teacher and apologized for showing up so unexpectedly. Edgar said that there was no need to apologize and asked if the girl's family was okay. Erica said that their house was slightly damaged, but fortunately they immediately took shelter. The girl told the teacher that he hadn't been in touch since the portal was opened, so her father called the boy's parents, and they said he was in the hospital. From the girl's response, Edgar remembered that he had also lost his phone. The boy noticed that Erica was speaking too respectfully to him and asked the girl to speak as she felt comfortable. Erica shyly agreed and wished the teacher a speedy recovery, as he had to work with her again. But Edgar already had other plans, so he decided to tell Erica right away. The guy approached the girl and told her that he was going to drop out of the university. 2 weeks have passed since Edgar woke up in the hospital. The doctor was incredibly impressed that the guy recovered so quickly. Even despite the rapid regeneration, it was too amazing. The nurse asked the man if all hunters were like that. According to the doctor's knowledge, such hunters were rather an exception to the rule. Edgar took off his shirt and threw it on the bed. The guy felt that he had almost recovered and his wound had already healed. He began to recall a conversation with Erica that had taken place 2 weeks ago. Then Edgar said that he would no longer be able to study with the girl because of his younger sister. Erica didn't know how to react to this, but she was definitely sorry. Edgar once again apologized to the girl for not being able to be her tutor. Erica smiled and said that everything was fine and thanked Edgar for everything. She added that this does not mean they will not see each other again. Erica shyly told the teacher that he would be very sorry to have missed out on a beautiful student like her. She confidently said that she would definitely enter the university thanks to the material she had learned with Edgar. Erica added that when she goes to university, she will get a boyfriend. Before leaving, I told Edgar that he would not have a chance to change his mind. However, that conversation with Erica did not have much effect on the boy. He had already firmly decided what he should do next. Edgar no longer wanted to regret his decisions. He firmly decided that he would no longer have time for doubts and regrets. Edgar got into a taxi and headed to the Kindness Guild office. On the way, he looked up information about Devon Moore on the wiki for hunters. From there, he learned that his rescuer was the head of the Kindness Guild. The taxi driver informed Edgar that they had arrived at the right place. The guy arrived at the office building of the Canes Guild. He opened the door and went inside the office. A secretary met him there and asked how she could help. Edgar said that he had come to meet Devon Moore, and the woman asked if they had made an appointment. The guy replied that the head told him that he just wanted to talk to him, and the woman wanted to tell him that they do not accept unannounced appointments. But before she could finish, a man told the secretary to wait. The head of the secretariat asked the man if his name was not Edgar Williams. Edgar was amazed at the man's height and excitedly replied that it was his name. The head of the secretariat told the woman that he was their guest. The man told Edgar that he would see him off and suggested that he go on. He told him that the head of the guild was waiting for him. The head of the guild was told that Edgar Williams had entered the building. Mr. Devon asked his secretary and the boy to enter his office. The head of the secretariat opened the door for the boy, and Edgar awkwardly greeted Mr. Devon. The man was happy to see that Edgar had been safely discharged from the hospital and noticed that the boy had been discharged much earlier than the doctor had expected. The guy said that it was all thanks to Mr. Moore's care, so he came to him as soon as he left the hospital, and he once again sincerely thanked the man for everything. Devon replied meekly that he had only taken the appropriate measures. Edgar was very grateful that in such a situation the man provided him with timely treatment and saved his family. But there was still one thing that bothered him. Edgar was curious about what prompted Devon to do this. Holopets heard people in the hospital say that it was the head of the guild who helped him get a single room. Moreover, Mr. Devon covered the intensive care unit's expenses for collecting mana for Freya and even provided temporary housing for the boy's parents. Edgar asked if this had anything to do with the topic of the upcoming conversation. Mr. Moore replied that he also has a younger sister who is currently missing with the first conquering team. The man admitted that he had let his own feelings interfere and hoped that Edgar would understand that it was not done with the intention of putting a debt on him. The guy was embarrassed to ask why the man wanted to meet with him after discharge. Mr. Devon never found out what Edgar's skill was, but he realized that it was real cloning, and the guy who saved the townspeople was his clone. Edgar replied that he had no plans to hide it and that the man was right. His skill was cloning. This answer was exactly what the guild leader expected. Devon went to the main man and told the boy that they needed his strength. He wanted Edgar to save the first conquering team of the Cain's Guild. He added that, just as Edgar did not save people for profit, the man does not force him to repay the personal help mentioned earlier. But Devon emphasized that the boy is the only one who has a chance to save the man's sister and the first team. The head of the guild bowed to Edgar and asked him once again to help them. The boy silently thought about what to say to Mr. Devon. Edgar recalled how he begged the hunter to save his family. The guy calmly replied that Mr. Devon had already saved his family once. He added that now it was his turn to do the same. Edgar agreed to the guild head's request and said he would do everything in his power. To save the first team, Edgar was at Mr. Devon's complete disposal. Immediately afterward, the head of the guild took Edgar to one of the rooms in the building. More precisely, he brought him to the Canis Guild's fight hall. The walls of the room were quite strong, so Edgar could use his skills or firearms there with peace of mind. The guy asked if it wasn't more important to make a plan to save themselves now, and the chairman didn't deny that the sooner the better, but that didn't mean they had no time to prepare. Thanks to his sister's abilities, the first team brought a lot of supplies with them, and they have at least 8 months before they run out. But the problem was also the level of the dungeon. The first team consisted mainly of the guild elite, but with the appearance of the wounded, it became impossible to leave the dungeon. This meant that this task posed a great threat to Edgar. But there was a way to overcome the level of the dungeon. Mr. Devon said that in the face of death, a person is able to unleash incredible power. A surge of destructive power that can tear muscles or crush bones will also affect the growth of basic characteristics. Right now, Edgar lacked a stable base, which he had compensated for with his combat instincts. But this could be a stumbling block in their plan. The guy understood what the chairman meant by all these words and what he was going to do. Mr. Devon took a swing at the guy and told him that he had to choose how to resist. The sun was shining brightly in the office where Mr. Khan Blake worked. A long time ago, Edgar told the agent that he would take a short break from hunting because he was in the hospital. Mr. Blake did not know what to do with himself because he was worried about Edgar. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice and footsteps. But the man did not expect to see a hunter with such a beating. Mr. Blake asked Edgar in shock what had happened to him and how. The guy answered embarrassedly that something had happened in the meantime. Edgar had a lot to tell the agent, so he began his story. Mr. Blake learned that Edgar's sister had been infected with the mana absorption virus in the portal disaster. The boy was fine because the mana was different in composition, even among relatives. Kang realized that because Devon Moore had saved Edgar's family and life, he decided to accept the guild's assignment. The agent was surprised when the hunter stopped contacting him, but he had no idea that this could happen. Edgar lost his phone in the crash, so he used a spare one that the clone had, so he asked to rename number 2 to his name. Edgar did not want and was not going to restore his old number. Mr. Blake asked how the boy could contact his friends. Then Edgar remembered his last conversation with Erica and the decision he had made. The guy replied that it would be even better now. The agent was surprised by this answer and asked how Edgar had gotten such injuries. The hunter said that he received them through an assignment. He was told that he needed to adjust the main characteristics, so they arranged several sparring sessions. Mr. Blake was shocked that it was the guild that brought Edgar to such a state, and he said he would file a formal complaint against it. The guy asked him to calm down and told him that it was part of the plan. The head, Devon Moore, said that his younger sister was locked in a dungeon. The head of the guild was more desperate than anyone else, so the guy understood his feelings. Edgar didn't deny that he had been beaten quite well today, but starting tomorrow, he planned to use clones in his training as well. Finally, he said that he would leave restorative elixirs in the office. Tomorrow, Edgar's day started immediately with training. As planned, Edgar brought a clone with him today. Mr. Devon noticed that the boy was not alone today. Edgar and the clone pointed to the head of the guild, saying that today would not be like yesterday. But the guy was wrong, and the training session ended with additional injuries. The next day, Edgar brought another clone, but unfortunately, it ended the same way as yesterday. The next time, Edgar brought a third clone with him, hoping that the four of them would succeed. But unfortunately, the situation was even worse than yesterday. All four guys were beaten up pretty badly. After all the failed attempts, Edgar went to Mr. Blake's office. The guy told the agent that the head of the guild, Kight, was too strong. The clones repeated his every move so that Edgar wouldn't say they had nothing to learn, but the gap in basic characteristics was too great. He was desperately thinking about how to close the gap. After these thoughts, Edgar came up with an idea. He showed the picture on his phone to Mr. Khan and asked if he could get it. The man had already bought them once, but he wasn't sure if it was safe, but Edgar assured him that he didn't have to worry about it, so the agent said he would fulfill the order. After Mr. Agent got Edgar the thing he needed, he got ready to spar with Mr. Devon again. The head of the guild was happy to see that the boy had come to visit them again. But when the man looked in Edgar's direction, his face was filled with surprise. Mr. Devon did not expect that Edgar would want to monsterize clones. The boy was pleased to tell the chairman that today, everything would be different. Mr. Agent was pleased to tell Edgar that he had obtained the necessary crystals. He added that they didn't manage to buy out that many because they were in a hurry. When Edgar opened the box, he said it should be enough. He was sure that this would definitely confuse the head of the guild. Devon excitedly asked the hunter what he had done with the clones. The guy was holding a low-level monster crystal in his hand. He replied that he had fed the clones as many as 60 monster crystals. Since the clones were summoned creatures, they could absorb crystals, and additional characteristic points were awarded to Edgar. The head of the guild did not expect that even crystals could affect clones. Today, Edgar was going to use everything he had, so he brought a pistol and a fishman's blade. Mr. Devon liked the boy's attitude and said that a gun or a sword would do. He told the clone and the boy to attack with the determination to take his life. Clones were the first to attack the head of the guild, Kight. Mr. Devon realized that Edgar's characteristics had grown significantly. Although it was said that the characteristics of the clones were inferior to the main body, they were now a physical force on par with the host. This was partly due to the crystals, but it was more influenced by monsterization. Strength is good, of course, but monsterization has taken away the clones' main advantage, their marksmanship. Mr. Devon suggested that they had eaten too many crystals, but at that moment, Edgar took a swing at him and said that his monsterization had been avoided. The guy put the blade right up to the head's throat and pointed a gun at him, and the next moment, Edgar shot him directly in the head. However, the bullet did not hit him, but rather melted on his face. Mr. Devon admitted that it was a good attack. However, bullets that were not filled with mana could not wound him. They immediately noticed that the head was attacking their master. Devon Moore told Edgar that blindly swinging a blade with a powerful strike doesn't make an attack stronger. The man advised him to cover not only his hand, but also his dagger with mana, as if they were one. He added that when Edgar gets used to it, he will be able to cut the monster with a gillet. The hunter was incredibly impressed by the way Mr. Devon destroyed the steel with a single wooden sword. But the guy said there was more. He wasn't going to give up so easily. The chairman noted that Edgar had become much stronger. The ability to increase his performance with the crystals was truly incredible. However, the man said that this was still not enough. With a single wave of his hand, he simultaneously defeated all his opponents. The chairman said that with his current skills, Edgar doesn't even make it to C rank. Edgar did not deny that this was the case now, but he said that he could quickly level up to higher levels. He also added that he was not going to stop at the C rank. Then Edgar suddenly turned to his clones. The wounded guys immediately noticed his voice. He asked them to look at the chairman's face and asked if it looked familiar. Edgar noticed Devon Moore's awkward nose. I also noticed his pointed chin. The guy was going to play a comedy in front of them. In a reassuring tone, he said that the head of the guild was actually a crystal, and he added that the one who eats it first will be the winner. Edgar and his clones simultaneously rushed at Mr. Devon. In fact, Edgar wanted to become stronger not only because of his husband's request. When Edgar woke up in the hospital, he experienced a whole range of emotions, and also the powerlessness of having to entrust the lives of their loved ones to other people in a disaster. Search operations were conducted at the site of the monster battles. Near the rubble, rescuers found the corpse of the shrieking dragonfly. Hunters from local guilds were still impressed with what Mike Heeson had done. Their attacks had no effect on the Megalosaurus, and here it was destroyed with a single blow. Mike Heeson really had incredibly frightening power. Edgar no longer wanted to feel the loss of strength again from the realization that all his efforts had no effect in the end. The guy told Mr. Devon that he didn't have to worry about the performance. After all, Edgar was never going to stop. The events moved forward 6 months from the moment of their battle to the hunting area of Shinsolden Station. It was on this territory that hunters from 2 different guilds clashed. Alina asked her beaten partner how he was feeling. The girl did not understand why they did this to them, because they also have the right to use this hunting area. The gang leader said that if they wanted to hunt, they should look for another place, because the Silver Moon Guild uses this area. The guards just watched the fight nervously. Alan realized that they were not even going to interfere. And then the gang leader told the girl to stay, and they would take her with them. Her partners were furious because of this statement by these impudents. One of the Silver Moon members told the leader to be careful or he would intimidate these nerds. Then the men heard someone asking the guards to let him into the hunting area. These words immediately enraged the head of the Silver Moon. The guards asked the guy if he saw what was happening, but the hunter did not understand why they were not letting him in, since he had given them a pass. The leader of the Silver Moon gang asked the hunter if he was so stupid that he hadn't realized anything yet. He clenched his fists and was about to hit the guy. The man aggressively announced that this hunting area was used by the Silver Moon Guild. The hunter did not like this impudence, and he instantly stopped the man's attack. After that, he also struck him hard in the stomach. Aylin and her partners were incredibly shocked by what happened. The hunter asked the bully why he was swinging his fists left and right. He also recalled that he had heard of the Silver Moon Guild somewhere before. Edgar thought about it for a while and said that it was one of the most inept guilds. He asked the man what their hunting had to do with him wanting to get into the hunting area. The other members of the guild were incredibly angry when they saw that the guy had beaten their commander. They surrounded Edgar and threatened that he would not leave here in one piece. One of the guild members told him that they were D-rank hunters, and he didn't think that the boy would be able to stand up to them all alone. But it was in his last words that he was very wrong. The first clone of Edgar appeared near one of the guards. Along with Elin's comrades, other clones of the boy were heading to the battlefield. The guild members immediately noticed that reinforcements were on their way. They did not understand where these guys came from. Edgar asked me to repeat the man's recent statement that the hunter was alone. The events are transferred to the office of Mr. Khan Blake. The man was surprised to see that Devon Moore had visited him. The head of the guild, Karnas, apologized for disturbing the agent so late. Mr. Blake replied that it was not difficult for him to come to the guild office himself. Devon Moore came to the office because he had asked the agent for something earlier. Khan pulled out the documents and said that since they were personal information, the man could not take pictures of them or take them with him. Mr. Devon was well aware of this, and he only needed them for confirmation. The head of the guild asked the man if Edgar had really made such progress in just 6 months. The agent confirmed his words and added that the guy was like a completely different person now. He had only 2 hobbies, sports and hunting. Khan asked if Edgar's characteristics would be a problem in the plan, and Mr. Devon said that with this level, no. The man was prepared in case Edgar didn't get pumped on time, but it was useless because the boy had an amazing growth trend. After reviewing the document, the head of the guild announced that they were starting to implement a plan to rescue the first team. Edgar moved up to D rank and reached the top of C rank, and the man wondered how much stronger he had become. The guards watched in amazement as Edgar and his clones beat up members of the Silver Moon Guild. The clones were far superior in strength to these brutes. Elin's friends were shocked by what they had just seen. Edgar's clones continued to beat the guild members one by one. One of the guards started asking the boys to stop fighting. Edgar asked what exactly they didn't like about it, and the guard replied that it was too much. The hunter didn't like the fact that the guards just stood there in silence when the members of the Silver Moon Guild drew their weapons. The guy replied that they should have said something like that when those men were beating those hunters. He added that he had no desire to criticize them, so he advised them to focus on their task and guard the entrance as they had done before. Edgar ordered the clones to smash all the men's phones so that they could not contact anyone. Aylin embarrassedly suggested that her friends look for another hunting area. Shinsoldong Station was a hunting area with D-rank monsters. At that time, one man was collecting low-level monster crystals there. In fact, he was very scared to be here because this dungeon was not his level. Out of fear, he clutched one of the monster's crystals in his hand, and then he started throwing the crystals on the floor one by one. Wade did not like what he was doing in the dungeon. Then the man noticed the entrance opening in the opposite direction. He got excited because it could be someone coming to check on his work. Edgar entered the dungeon, and Wade excitedly told him that he had just a little bit of time left to get back to normal. But he didn't expect to see the hunter in front of him, who brought him here. Edgar told his old friend that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Wade could not understand why and how Edgar ended up in this dungeon. A few seconds later, the clones came in to tell him that they were done. The worried hunter asked Edgar how they had gotten in, because the Silver Moon Guild was supposed to be waiting at the entrance. But Edgar replied that he should be the one to ask, because Wade was a weakling and this was a D-rank dungeon. From the hunter's appearance, Edgar realized that he had not come here to hunt. Not far away, he noticed another man who was also collecting low-level monster crystals. Edgar asked Wade if the Silver Moon Guild had thrown him here. He picked up the phone and said that he didn't feel sorry for the man at all, but he would still listen to what happened. He showed me a photo of the Silver Moon Guild members and said he didn't have to worry about them. Wade didn't understand how this guy got the men to obey him because they were D-rank hunters. Edgar told the man to tell everything if he didn't want to end up like them. Wade began by saying that crystals can be obtained from the corpses of monsters of D rank and above, although not always. The guy didn't know that he had to have a D rank or higher. The hunter continued that even if the monster's body has already decomposed and disappeared, the crystal retains its shape for a long time afterwards. And in the dungeons, fights between monsters were quite common. During the battle between the monsters, a crystal is formed. Then a new battle breaks out and there are even more crystals. For D-rank hunters, crystals are garbage, so they throw people into dungeons to collect them in piles and don't let them out until they collect the norm. Edgar pointed to the other people and asked what they were doing if they were brought here. Wide replied that those who had caused major damage to the guild were given temporary use, but most of them were newly minted hunters stuck in debt. He added that even if someone dies while collecting crystals, there is no more natural death for a hunter than dying in a dungeon. Edgar was a little upset by the whole story. He recalled playing similar computer games. The lives of these people could be compared to characters who are easy enough to sacrifice. Edgar realized that there are people who turn dungeons into workplaces. Then, unexpectedly for Wade, the guy told him to get out of here as soon as possible. He said that the Silver Moon Guild was not at the entrance and that the man should leave before Edgar changed his mind. The hunter could hardly hold back his tears from the realization that Edgar turned out to be a good guy. He was about to leave, but Edgar told him to leave the crystals behind. The guy asked the man why he was so touched, because they were not in the right relationship. Edgar was pleased because Weed had collected quite a few crystals. He threw them to number one and told them to eat every single one. The guy gratefully decided to use the crystals that these unfortunates collect. At that time, a hunter found himself in a difficult situation in the dungeon. For all his troubles, he cursed the first guild in the country, the Haesong Guild. After all, C-rank monsters were out of the question in the dungeon. The girl was running away from a terrible C-rated monster called Abomination. Kim Foster was a worker at the Silver Moon Guild. The girl barely managed to dodge the attacks of the terrible monster. The monster's attack threw Kim to the door of the dungeon. This drove her into a dead end as the abomination was getting closer and closer. She did not want to die in a place like this. Fortunately for her, Edgar Williams saved her from the monster. With his hand, he pulled Kim away from the scene of the terrible monster's attack. The girl asked Edgar who he was, and he said that he was her savior and asked if she had any crystals. Kim replied that she did not know where her crystals were. She had thrown them away long ago while running away from this monster. Edgar recalled that Kim had recently mentioned the Haesong Guild and asked if she had been drawn to the Silver Moon Guild. He added that other workers said it was the work of Silver Moon, but the girl did not listen to him because her attention was drawn to the sight ahead. A monsterized clone attacked a C-rank monster, an abomination. Then Edgar turned to Kim again to answer his questions. He repeated that he had asked her what the Haesong Guild had to do with it, but Kim Foster did not answer and ran away. Edgar grabbed Kim's clothes and asked her not to run away. Kim was afraid of the crowd of monsters behind her, and that's why she was going to run away. But Edgar assured the girl that she didn't have to worry about them. Kim couldn't figure out if they were his partners or if the guy was the caller. Amidst the sounds of battles and explosions, Edgar repeated to the girl that it was quite safe here. But Kim didn't think so at all, because the abomination grabbed the clone by the throat and began to strangle it. The hunter really didn't expect his clone to lose to this monster. After all, he had fed it a large number of crystals before, but the clone still lost. Looking at the monster, Kim was once again convinced that she had to run away. Then Edgar turned to the girl and asked her to wait for him for a while. The hunter was disappointed that he had invested so much money in a clone and that it could not cope with the monster. Kim wanted to say something, but Edgar told her to be quiet for a while. He asked her to do this because he needed to concentrate. And the next moment, Edgar Williams rushed toward the terrible monster. With one swing of his sword, he cut off part of his body. Edgar wanted to deal with this monster as soon as possible. He instantly pierced Abomination's body with a large number of blows. Watching this, Kim realized that this guy was quite strong. Edgar swung again, intending to hit the monster in the head this time. He wanted to deal with the disgusting creature with a single sword stroke. But gradually, monsterization began to affect the hunter's body. For a moment, he thought that he was looking at the same screeching dragonfly that had injured his sister. Edgar realized that it was all an illusion and he needed to calm down. Kim saw the abomination take a swing at Edgar, so she yelled at him to be careful. However, the next moment, his clones came to his defense. And finally, Edgar managed to focus and overcome the monsterization. Then he cut the monster's body in two with a powerful sword stroke. A fountain of blood instantly poured out of the C-rank monster's body. Every time Edgar used the sword, it spoiled his mood. Kim was incredibly impressed that this hunter had killed the abomination. The guy was surprised that the girl listened to him and didn't run away. Then Edgar's attention was drawn to number 1, which was still lying on the floor. The guy leaned over to the clone and asked if he was okay. He noticed that it was strange that the wound on his shoulder did not heal instantly. Kim said that the abomination's bone sword contains a decomposition curse, and without a healer, this guy will most likely die. Edgar noticed that after eating so many crystals, the clones had a tendency to take on even avoidable attacks. Kim asked if the guy was human. The hunter told her to assume it was a summoned beast. She also felt guilty, so she decided to do something about it. She handed Edgar a flask of liquid and said that if he drank its contents, he would be able to live a little longer. After that, Kim also added that the hunter shouldn't even think of hating her. Edgar was surprised that this girl called the liquid with Skull's medicine. He still had no other way, so he injected the clone with the resulting mixture. Immediately after that, clone number 1 began to develop an unpleasant odor. However, the wound on his shoulder began to heal instantly. The effect was indeed impressive, so Edgar realized that this medicine was definitely unusual. After the wound healed, clone number 1 became as vigorous as before. Edgar impressively noticed that all of the clone's injuries were healed. But Kim pitifully added that this is only now, because this medicine has a small side effect that shortens life. The girl's skill was the potions technique, with which she could turn objects into potions. This time, Kim used the technique of the elixir of revival and the powers that restored the physical body, but this gradually depleted the body's vitality. Edgar realized that number 1 would soon run out of life force and die, so it was still better than nothing. The hunter told the clone that he would soon die and ordered him to go back to hunting. Kim turned to the boy and said that she had already revealed her skill to him, and now it was his turn. She didn't understand who he was, dragging around a summoned beast that looked like a monster, and the guys following him were all like him. The guy even defeated an abomination. Kim had never heard of a B-rank hunter like him. Edgar said that this was understandable, because he was an E-ranked hunter, although he was F 6 months ago. Kim didn't understand what E-rank had forgotten in D-rank's dungeon and asked him how he could hunt so calmly here. Edgar told the girl to calm down a bit and added that he was also interested in something. With a smiling expression on his face, he asked why she kept poking him. The action is transferred to the territory of the Yomo Guild warehouse. The head of the guild, Han Miho, was worried that all these crystals would be enough. The guild's manager, Luna Ross, asked why they were collecting all this stuff because they usually don't even pick it up. Miho replied that it was Devon Moore's request. Luna asked who needed so many crystals. Miho replied that the head of the guild, Canis, said that it was all for Edgar Williams. Kim was surprised that the guy cared about such things. She thought about what to say, but decided to be firm in her position. Kim asked, "So what?" because Edgar could also skip the formalities. The hunter was surprised that it was true. The girl thought he was just stupid. Then Edgar stood up and said that this was not what he was really interested in. He wanted to know why the girl remembered the Hazong Guild when she was running away from the monster. Edgar should have known that, but he explained that he had recently gotten his hunter's license, so he was not well informed about the relationship between the guilds. Kim replied that the guild is subordinate to the Hazong Guild. They pretend that it is not, but in fact it does all the dirty work for Hazong. She was sure that most of the people here were caught by the Hazong Guild. Then Edgar asked the girl who had caught her. Kim recalled the most terrifying scene from her childhood. The girl aggressively replied that Edgar didn't need to know. The guy did not understand why she was so suddenly angry. Kim began to beat herself up for even telling him about her skill. The hunter replied that he had already received the information he wanted, so he was going to say goodbye to Kim. The girl asked him in shock if he had already finished, but Edgar replied that he had just started. He replied that she shouldn't worry, because no one was guarding the entrance. Kim thought that the bastards from Silver Moon had also escaped, and she was grateful to the guy for that. But before leaving, Edgar stopped to tell the girl something else. The hunter told Kim that her ability was truly impressive. The girl thought he was mocking her because the boy could die if he drank her poison, but Edgar didn't care about the side effects. Edgar held out his business card and said that if Kim needed help finding a job or was afraid of retaliation from the Hazong Guild, she should contact him. Where he was, they really hated the Hazong Guild. So the guy said goodbye and told number 5 to escort the girl to the exit. After saying goodbye, Edgar continued hunting in the dungeon. Kim's skill would indeed be useful for clones, and the guy wondered if he should have pushed the girl harder. But he was distracted from his thoughts by the way clone number 1 was fighting. Edgar noticed that he was indeed already at the limit of his abilities, and the next moment, the monsterized clone collapsed directly to the floor. Edgar thought that with its regeneration, the clone would be able to overcome the side effects. The hunter told number 1 that he did a great job. He had to recall the clone, and it reappeared in its original form. Edgar ordered number 1 to put his clothes back on. They were going to continue hunting monsters. At this time, Edgar was being watched over the beams by the Silver Moon Guild. They were still waiting for the hunter to leave the place. They were very shocked by the guy's strength. They thought he was a human, but in reality, he was like a monster. From conversations, they learned that there were several other guys like Edgar, so the guild members realized that they were in danger. The guys had a reason for restricting this area for hunting. The gang leader finally decided to check at least one place. Fortunately, Edgar hasn't found the secret room behind the wall yet. This room was built to directly deliver materials from the territory for hunting, and the chances of someone finding it were minimal. His partner asked the man if they were dealing with drugs. Will said it wasn't drugs, and it was much more expensive. In this secret room, precious concentrated purified crystals were produced. The sale of these crystals was banned because just one stone increased performance by 0.5, but the side effects were much higher. The crystals themselves were inexpensive because of the side effect. Because what good are high performance if you become a monster? But recently, the guild members heard a story that changed everything. They had heard that there was a place that produced a product that could be used on people. Because of the project's name DEP, the parent company is buying up crystals like crazy. But since it's illegal to create them, the prices are also sky high. Will didn't even realize that this garbage could be exchanged for money, but they could make millions that way. They might get a little beat up and told off for losing a few guys, but the crystals were a different matter, so Will said to leave it here and come back tomorrow. They couldn't hide a single gram now because they were left in their underwear, and if they were caught, they would only face death. The men closed the entrance and hurried away from the place, but after a while, the entrance to the secret room was reopened. Kim was happy that she had finally managed to find this place. It was quite difficult for the girl to bake the 5th clone that Edgar sent with her. The clone was disturbed because he still did not escort her to the entrance and disobeyed his master's order. Kim thought it was the right decision to stay in the area to hunt, because those guys from Silver Moon had brought her here quite successfully. The girl went to one of the cabinets and began to open it. There she found what she was looking for: precious crystals. Since there were so many of them, Kim took out bags and started packing them. Before she left the room, she was worried that she might look rather strange with them. At that time, in dungeon number 5, he was saving other people from monsters. Kim was excited to see other people and thought she could join them. But next to them, she saw clone number 5. He noticed her too and remembered the mission his master had entrusted him with. Now the girl was with other people, which meant that he had completed it successfully. Kim was happy that she had managed to escape and was now safe. Most of all, she wanted to send the Silver Moon Guild and Hazong to hell. Edgar and his clones took care of people and also dealt with monsters. And besides, he received a large number of crystals. Now he understood why there were so few crystals on the market and was happy about his wonderful catch. The clone was about to eat them, but Edgar said that if it became a monster, it would only scare people. The cloning skill had not yet recovered, so they had to wait until tomorrow. Then Edgar heard a new message on his cell phone. He pulled out his phone to see who had texted him and what. Mr. Blake asked the guy to come to the Canes Guild tomorrow. They said they wanted to explain the details of the assignment. The next day, the Silver Moon Guild discovered that all the crystals had disappeared. They didn't understand where they could have gone, because the crystals were here yesterday. This created huge difficulties for them, as the payment deadline was tomorrow. Will angrily grabbed one of the security guards by the throat. He reproached the man for not doing his job properly and asked who he let in. The guard replied that they had only agreed to let them through, and that if other hunters bought a ticket, they had no right to refuse them. He added that the only people who entered were the guy who beat them and the people they locked inside the dungeon themselves. This meant that only those people were inside and came out. The man swore he was not lying and said they could ask the other guards. Will was desperate because he did not know how to get the crystals back from the clutches of these monsters. The territory of the Shinsoldong hunting area was enveloped in a night glow. Kim Foster didn't expect the guild to put them in a dungeon designed for C-class hunters. She realized that if it wasn't for that guy, she might not have gotten out of there alive. But in the end, she managed to earn some money. The Silver Moon Guild would suspect Kim if she sold them right away, so she decided to hide them for now. Then she noticed a JM Agency business card fall out of her pocket. Kim picked it up off the floor and began to read what was written on it. She recalled Edgar saying that her skill was really impressive, but this hunter didn't really know anything about her. Kim was unhappy with the idea that Edgar expected her to come to him as soon as he praised her. The Odin Tower is an unexplored S-class dungeon. The only thing that was known about it was that the strongest hunter of the first generation, Bai Quan, found it and tried to conquer it. But the connection with the man was lost, and he has not returned yet. After that, countless hunters tried to conquer the tower, but all failed, unable to even descend to the levels below. But there was another person associated with the Odin Tower, George Lucas, who was nicknamed the Steed. Mr. Devon said that it was in this place that their first team was trapped, including his sister, the team leader. Edgar asked what he meant by the word trap. The man replied that Odin's tower has a special structure. It has an entrance but no exit. The only thing that connected people to the outside world was mana, and they could only be contacted through the skill of telepathy. Therefore, to get out, you need to either go through the dungeons or escape using teleportation, which is why Edgar's cloning skill is so important. The guy asked if this meant that the first team would not be able to get out on their own. Devon replied upset that they had given them a way to escape. The guy's agent asked why they hadn't escaped yet. The head of the guild replied that he would tell them what happened in the Odin Tower and what went wrong. He began the story with the events that took place 5 years ago, after the large-scale disaster of 2005. Devon's sister discovered her ability in dark times a little later after the disaster ended. Back then, you could see all kinds of monsters everywhere. At the time of the story, Devon Moore was 16 years old. At the time, his sister Una Moore was 9 years old, and she asked her brother if he was hungry. Devo was telling his sister not to go outside, and then he noticed a strange thing near her. Una then developed a skill similar to interdimensional storage. The girl explained that this thing just appeared and she could put a lot of things in it. Devon told his sister that she had a pretty good ability and suggested that she go home and rest. The girl didn't mind because she was very sleepy. Una asked her brother when Ajosi would return, and he assumed that it would be in about 20 days. Thanks to Una's ability as a child, they were able to overcome many dangerous situations. Both objects and people could fit into the space created by her skill. Devon thought her ability was perfect for clearing dungeons. A long time later, when she and Una became adults, the girl hit her brother on the back of the head and asked him why he was sad. At that time, Una Moore became the head of the first team of the Canes Guild. Devon was worried about Odin's Tower. He believed that to begin with, you need to have a person with the skill of teleportation. But Una thought that it would be easier to buy teleportation scrolls, because there are not even 100 people in the world who have this skill, and they hadn't received any. The girl said that the first team is in the best shape now, and this is their only chance. But Devon still couldn't stop worrying about the decision. Then his sister asked if he could not trust her. Even after the first team went to the Devon dungeon, I couldn't be sure that they would be able to pass the Odin Tower. The other members of the first team assured us that they would be able to protect their leader. Yuna promised her brother that they would return if it became dangerous. She added that she knows how painful it can be when a family member does not return. Now the head of the guild realized that he shouldn't have agreed. The girl noticed that they had not only a teleportation scroll, but also huge supplies of food and medicine. But the man should not have felt relieved because they had emergency supplies. Now he realized that he should have stopped the first team. At the time, it was hard for Devon to accept that they were finally going to Odin's Tower. Mirabelle pointed out that they would have gone anyway, because they had been preparing for this for so many years. The woman noticed that he was overprotective of the team leader, because who else could believe in them but the head of the guild? Devon thought that Mirabelle was right, and if they were gone, he could only believe in them. Then the Secretary General of the guild knocked on the door. He told Mr. Devon that he would have to leave soon. Mirabelle was surprised to hear that he had a meeting. The man said that it was his turn to be the host of the Awakening program. Edgar recalled that he participated in that Awakening program. Even so, the head of the guild would not have recognized him even if he had seen him. Mr. Blake asked the man if he had tried to contact the first team. They agreed to contact each other every week using telepathy scrolls, but this was impossible outside the portal. So the communication team had to be at the entrance to the tower, and with the first 3 reports, everything went well, and the man even started to calm down. But a month later, problems began to appear, and the guild expected the scheduled report to arrive soon. That day, the team had to reach 40 kilometers on the first floor. They had prepared a scroll of telepathy and were going to use it. A huge stream of mana immediately rushed to the building. The controller informed them that they had received a report from the team. He said that they had covered 700 meters from the last claimed point. There they were ambushed by unknown monsters. Most of the team fought the monster, and there were some wounded. But then, the members of the communications team were struck with an incredible pain in their heads. Devon assumed that the first team had torn several scrolls at once. He told Mirabelle to control the flow of mana. Then the man turned around as if expecting the worst-case scenario. A huge portal began to appear in the building. This meant that the team had used the teleportation scroll, and Devon was worried about what had happened to them. At that time, only one person left the portal. It was a cowardly decision to save oneself despite others in a pile of irresponsibility under the guise of trust. All of this led to the result that Devon saw before his eyes. From the portal, the head of the guild caught the wounded Ethan. He told one of his subjects to immediately call a medical team. Then the portal instantly began to close before their eyes. Mirabelle was busy stabilizing her mana flow at the time. Now, everything was supposed to be fine, and the woman asked one of the communication team members if the telepathic connection was intact. She told me to tell them that they would send a rescue team, so they should report back at 2 in the afternoon and never get out of subspace. Ethan apologized for their failure and for the monsters tearing up all the scrolls. They had never seen such a monster in a report before. There was serious bleeding, so we had to take him to the hospital immediately. The men put him on a stretcher and were going to take him for treatment. Devon still couldn't realize what had happened. Then, one of the members of the communication team told the man that they wanted to give him something. The telepathic connection was still active, so the worker simply passed on everything he was told. These were Yuna's words. She announced that the battle was over. She apologized because she believed she could handle it, but they failed the mission. The girl said they could wait, so there was no need to rush. She promised that she would return alive, no matter what it took. These were the last words of the girl, and after that they tried to hire many hunters, but no one agreed. After all, if the tower could be entered relying on teleportation scrolls, there had to be an explanation for the failure of the guild team trapped there. One hunter refused because her animal could not go more than 5 kilometers away from her, and she did not want to go. After unsuccessful attempts, the reopening of the portal was a disaster, and it was on that day that the head of the guild met Edgar Williams. Edgar realized that he needed to have characteristics that would allow him to at least get to the place where the first team was stuck. And now it's time to start the rescue mission. Devon said their guild, the Canes, would lead the guide to the entrance of the Odin Tower. They were supposed to leave tomorrow, so the chairman expected to meet them there. In one of the hotels, visitors heard the noise of a fight in room 3. The head of the Silver Moon Guild slapped Will in the face. The man was dissatisfied that his subjects did not fulfill the task, because he did not even tell them to go into the dungeons and hunt, and did not ask for anything impossible. He even gave them D-class men and asked them to guard the entrance, but everything was stolen. The head of the guild, Ian Hudson, was not willing to believe what his subjects would say in justification. But still, the man told me to tell him who the bastard was who robbed them. One of the guys said that they were almost all wearing masks, but one of them was not, but he is not on the list of hunters of D-class and above. The chairman realized that this meant they had been beaten by an E-class hunter. He punched this guy and asked if they thought that only their guild was engaged in crystal recycling. If they don't collect the number of crystals needed to transfer to the Hazon Guild, they won't be welcome. It will be over for them if the guild finds another supplier. Ian Hudson ordered his men to find that boy and bring him here, so the guys had no choice but to do it. Ian was sure they would be beaten again since it had already happened once. He frantically wondered where he could get the crystals. The chairman turned to Andrew and said that he should go with them, and the guy had no objections to it. The deputy head of the guild believed that it would be enough to beat a few people to find out who it was. The next day, Edgar and Mr. Blake met at the JM agency building. Khan asked him if there was anything strange about the job, and Edgar didn't think Devon was lying, but he suspected that the man had obviously left out something important, namely, the reason why they initially tried to clear the Odin Tower. Edgar knew little about the hunter industry, but he knew a lot about the Odin Tower and that it had already been fed back in 2012. Then the horse advised not to enter Odin's tower unless people wanted to sacrifice their lives. He said that Odin's tower was empty and all that was left there were monsters. There were no treasures and no objects. After that, the tower lost interest and became an abandoned dungeon. But George did not explain why his best team decided to conquer the tower on their own. It didn't matter because Edgar's task now was to save the team, not to complete the dungeon, so he would need to focus on that. They decided to return to this conversation later when they saw a man at the entrance. In the face of this person, Edgar recognized the girl he had rescued from the dungeon. The guy explained to the agent that he had met her in a hunting area and said she could come here if she wanted to find a job. Then, Mr. Blake approached the girl and asked if she was okay. The man introduced himself as Khan Blake from the JM hunting agency. Kim was frightened by the look on her husband's face and immediately pulled away. But then she saw Edgar and was immediately ashamed. The hunter and Mr. Agent stared at her inexplicably. First, they offered the girl a snack. Edgar suggested going to a restaurant across the street from the agency. Kim Foster devoured the food with great enthusiasm. Mr. Khan advised the girl to take her time, and Edgar realized that she was very hungry. Kim wanted to say something, but the guy told her to finish eating first. Edgar wrote down his number on the girl's cell phone. Judging by the fact that Kim had come, Edgar could count on the fact that she was here to work for the JM agency. The girl hesitantly confirmed his guesses about this. Then Mr. Blake asked what ability the girl had. Kim replied that her skill was evaluating items and creating potions. Edgar ironically remarked that after these potions one could die. Kim angrily pulled his hair, saying that she also had potions that did not kill. Edgar knew that her potions had wonderful effects in return, so he wanted to use her skills. The agent asked the guy if he was going to use them on clones. Edgar asked the man to get everything he needed to make the potions and said he would also help financially. After Mr. Blake agreed, Edgar said it was time for him to leave. Kim asked the boy if he was going somewhere, and Edgar replied that he was going to the dungeon. But this time, his goal was not to hunt monsters. Kim threw the boy 2 bottles of potions and told him to take them with him. She created 1 potion for strength and another for mana as a thank you for the food. The side effects were that the strength potion dissolved muscles and the mana potion exploded the body. The boy gratefully accepted the gift for the road. He gathered all his clones and told them to follow him. Edgar promised that when he returned, he would buy them all something to eat. Luna arrived at the place where she was supposed to hand over all the crystals to the Cain's Guild. Finally, the girl told the leader that she would contact her as soon as she delivered the goods. She was thinking about how they could move this mountain of crystals, but then an unpleasant sight caught her attention. All the guards at the guild's storage facility were unconscious and severely beaten. Luna saw a human-sized hole in the wall of the building. The girl did not understand what kind of idiots dared to break into the Yomo Guild warehouse. She activated the radar skill to track where the criminals were hiding. When Luna found where they were hiding, she headed inside the building. But the girl was suddenly stopped from these intentions by someone's ability. The radar reacted only to the area inside the warehouse, so there shouldn't have been any people outside, and Luna asked who they were. But the next blow from the enemy forced her to fall helplessly to the ground. The enemy replied that if he said who he was, he would not be able to continue hiding his identity. He defiantly apologized to Luna, adding that they needed the crystals immediately. Andrew asked his subjects if they had collected all the necessary crystals. After an affirmative answer, he began to pour gasoline on the territory. Andrew was used to seeing things through to the end, and he was going to leave a wreckage behind. The guild members were frantically taking the crystals out of the burning building, first to retrieve them and then to find out who had encroached on their property. The course of events is transferred to the island of Iceland. The plane carrying Edgar landed on one of the island's shores. He never imagined that this would be his first trip abroad. They arrived at the portal connected to the Odin Tower, the Valhalla portal. The guards informed Edgar that Chairman Devon Moore was waiting for him at the entrance to the tower and that he could enter immediately. It was only a matter of time before Edgar would be in Odin's tower. He went further in and saw a very unusual entrance to the tower. He could not believe that he was looking at the entrance to a dungeon because it looked nothing like Edgar had imagined. On one side was a boundless rock, and on the other side was the universe. It didn't look like a tower at all. It was quite cold there, so Edgar told the boys to hurry to the guild camp. At that time, the camp was talking about the recent attack on the Yolo Guild warehouse. Devon said that the attack had been fully planned and that all the crystals he had collected had disappeared. And Mirabelle suspected that the thieves did not know Han Miho's character at all. Then their conversation was interrupted by Edgar's unexpected entrance. They were instantly happy that the guy had finally arrived and that the day had finally come. The members of the communication team were embarrassed to see what kind of a guy would go to the rescue of the first team. The guild prepared capes for Edgar and the clones. They had anticipated that they would be cold. Devon reported that the place where the team disappeared was 40 kilometers away from the entrance. Edgar thought this distance was suspiciously short for a lunar expedition, but Devon explained that they were in no hurry because they had no problems with provisions. The chairman prepared 3 teleportation scrolls with a reserve and told Edgar to have the clones divide them among themselves. The guy assigned them to number 4, number 5, and number 6. The scrolls were the key to their plan, so it was important to keep them safe. The scroll already contained information on how to use it, and all that was needed was to tear it open. Mirabelle added that they had told the first team to check the area every 2 hours, and that Edgar might find traces of battles, which would not be difficult to find. Devon asked the boy if he was interested in anything else. Edgar thought for a minute about what to ask him. He turned to the chairman and asked when his sister returned what they would have for dinner. This question immediately made Mr. Devon feel warm. He said that for the first time in a long time, they would eat home-cooked food. Edgar told the clone to take the sword and not to forget the elixirs. Now the guys were ready to start the mission. They approached the portal to the dungeon and began to walk through it. Edgar also prepared for his duties. The guy concentrated and activated the familiar skill. Devon watched this process with a worried face. Edgar was the man's only hope of saving his sister with the first team. The guy synchronized with the clones and began to see something. The clear image around him meant that the skill had worked as expected. As soon as the boys entered, they encountered a snowstorm, and even with his increased resistance to cold, Edgar was still cold. Then the majestic Tower of Odin appeared before his eyes. The guy was really impressed with her appearance. He turned to the other clones and said they were in place. It was quite unusual for Edgar to use familiar skill in a different way. He was filled with strange feelings because he was the manager of number 1 himself. Now Edgar not only shared his feelings with the conquered object, but also controlled it personally. Previously, he could also give orders on where to aim or where to go, but then he didn't feel like he was doing it himself. The guy told the clones to get ready to go to rescue the first team. Now he understood why they said that escape from the tower was impossible. The space behind was blocked by an ice barrier that could not be broken. The boy looked at the notes to find out what kind of monster would be waiting for them at the front of the tower. Their first obstacle was the E-rank monster Frosty the Bat. These monsters have a habit of acting in packs, so we had to be wary of attacks from all sides. The peculiarity of these monsters was that there was always the largest individual in the pack, acting as the leader. The leader of the Frosty Bats was a D-rank monster. Edgar decided to deal with the main monster on his own. But just as the guy was about to swing, the other clones had already rushed to the monster. So Edgar's intentions to deal with the monster on his own were thwarted. After the clones dealt with the Frosty Bats, they moved on. However, the original monsters began to appear more and more often on Edgar's path. There was no end to them. Even though they were quite weak, it still annoyed him. Edgar and the boys have already walked about 13 kilometers through the Odin Tower. This was about the 4th part, and judging by what was written in the manual, they were about to face a new monster. And as if on purpose, new monsters began to crawl out from under the rocks. Edgar activated the mana bullet skill, which charged ammunition with mana and fired it and hit the enemy. The bullet instantly flew toward the body of the monster he met. Edgar told the clones that there were 3 monsters coming at them from behind and 2 in front. The hairy monsters headed for the clones one by one. The guys, in turn, were preparing to take their attacks. Edgar shot at them with a pistol, and the clones attacked with their bare hands. The guys managed to cope well with the monsters they met. Edgar landed on the floor and was about to swing his blade. But at that moment, the ground under his feet began to crumble to pieces. And the next moment, someone's huge hand came out of the ground. The night glow enveloped the tent of the Cain's Guild, where Edgar was staying. Mirabelle was worried whether the boy would be okay, because the first team was the most elite conquering unit of their guild, and the place where they were staying was quite dangerous. But Devon told him not to worry. First, the man was thinking of strategies to avoid any kind of battle, just to quietly find the first team and rescue them, because the average stats of a C-rank hunter were the main criterion for this operation. But the growth rate of Hunter Edgar Williams was completely unexpected. He was able to raise most of his stats to almost 20 in just 6 months. This value could be compared to the level of a B-rank hunter. But more importantly, the clones were also getting stronger. They were weaker than the host, but on the other hand, their movements were perfectly skillful. Shalova could say with certainty that the clones had the abilities of B-rank hunters, while the average rank of the first team was also B. Mirabelle asked her colleague if he meant that this guy's strength could be equated to the entire first team. Mr. Devon did think so, and also that Edgar could have become even stronger if the YOLO Guild had not been robbed. This meant that most of the monsters were not an obstacle for the clones, except for the ice golems on the ground floor, as mentioned in the report. Devon had already warned Edgar before that they should be careful with him and avoid him if possible. He believed that it was quite difficult not to notice this big guy and avoid him. But unfortunately, at that moment, an ice golem appeared in front of him. Edgar realized that he was in a very difficult situation. Then he tilted the blade toward the clone's finger and cut it to draw blood. The blade in the guy's hands immediately reacted to the blood. After that, Edgar took a swing at the huge monster in front of him. Unfortunately, his attack had no effect on the ice golem. Then the boy embarrassedly apologized to the monster for this attack. This sword strike made the huge golem seriously angry. Edgar had no intention of fighting him any further, so he slipped out of his grasp as quickly as possible. Even his blade didn't hurt the monster, so that meant there was no way to damage it. Then the hairy monsters hurried toward Edgar and the ice golem. Suddenly, they began to attack a huge monster. The monster obviously did not like this, and it grabbed one of the hairy men in its palm. The next moment, he threw the creature into his mouth and ate it. Edgar did not expect the ice golem to eat these monsters. Then the monster stretched its hand in the direction of the clones. The guy immediately noticed this and ordered the clones to dodge. This attack caused the floor to collapse, and even the hairy monsters could not stand on their feet. Edgar remembered Mr. Devon telling him to aim for the golem's core. But because of the monster's physique, it was unclear where the core was located. Then Edgar looked closely and noticed a yellow stone in the monster's body. He realized that this was the core of the discovery. But Edgar did not know how to destroy this core. Mana bullets did not even leave scratches on it. So Edgar had only one way to defeat the monster. The monster continued to destroy the earth with its blows. The guy ordered all the clones to get out of his attack range. He hid behind a rock to avoid being hit by debris. The ice golem's hand reached out to one of the clones. The monster grabbed number 5 and pulled him toward him. Edgar didn't understand why the teleportation scroll was with number 5. Then he remembered the teleporter, and something came to him. After realizing this, the boy immediately ran to the monster's feet. The latter, in turn, pulled at the leg of the Edgar clone with his fingers. Then he brought it closer to his mouth and was going to swallow it. Edgar abruptly jumped out of his seat and into the ice golem's mouth. He was trying to reach clone number 5 with his hand. His hand was already almost near the clone's body. The next moment, the ice golem swallowed the unfortunate man, closing its mouth. The other clones watched their host anxiously. At that moment, Edgar bounced away from the ice golem's teeth. The golem just stared angrily after Edgar, who burst out laughing at the same moment. The boy turned to the monster and asked how his throat felt. On his fingertips, he held a paper bundle, a teleportation scroll. Edgar boldly asked the monster if it had any idea what it was. Then the golem felt something strange happening in his body. A portal began to appear in the place where the core was located, and the ice golem screamed from the pain that pierced his body. Edgar knew that the teleportation scroll was in the possession of clone number 5. The boy realized that he had no way to destroy the ice golem's core. So instead, he decided to simply teleport him to another location. And the next moment, a hole formed in the place where the golem's core had been. The fierce monster gradually began to lose its strength. After his body fell to the floor, Edgar was sure that the people in the camp would be very surprised. They really didn't understand where this icy depth came from. A message appeared in front of Edgar that the cloning skill level had been raised to 7th. He didn't care much about improving other skills. His priority was cloning. Even so, Edgar realized that he couldn't summon a clone right now. The guy moved forward and ordered his squad to move on up Odin's tower. The events are transferred to the house of the hunter George Lucas. At that time, the man finished taking a shower and left the room. Then he was informed that a list of requests for visits this month was ready. George opened the window and asked if there were any requests from Korean guilds. He was told that there had been no requests from them this month. It was unexpected from my husband. He thought it was quite strange. George realized that something had changed in the situation. As he was getting dressed, the man ordered to cancel all incoming requests and also added to start preparations for the opening ceremony of the academy. After escaping from the dungeon, Wade visited his friend Barry Gunn. The friend told the man that it was not surprising that he could not reach him. Barry asked Weed if the Silver Moon Guild had caught him. This was partly true, because to be more precise, the Haisong Guild handed the man over to them. Barry wondered how the man had managed to escape from these scum. Wade hesitantly replied that he had help with this. Barry replied that if Wade was already here, he would have to help Jackson because he had a lot of work to do lately. Then the men heard someone knocking on the front door. Barry opened the entrance a little and asked who was bothering them. However, he should not have expected a normal response, but saw a man's fist through the doorway. The unexpected visitor knocked the door down with one punch and threw Barry Gunn back. Wade was worried when he saw that his friend was wounded. Andrew also entered the room and asked Weed if he was here. The guy said that it wouldn't take long and asked who was the one who had messed with them in the Shinsolden hunting grounds. For the record, Andrew added that this is the 3rd Wade to date. The 2 people before him said they knew nothing about it, and the guy was going to find out if Wade knew anything about it. Barry shouted back at Andrew in anger. He took a swing at the guy, asking what they were going to do on someone else's territory. But Andrew easily stopped Barry Gann's fist. He asked the man if he liked to brag about his strength. The boy clenched his fist and said that he also considered himself strong in a certain way. Andrew pulled Barry's arm and swung his fist at him. He told the man to think twice before attacking his opponent in the future. Andrew was annoyed when nobodies like him got in over their heads. Weed realized the seriousness of this situation. He stood up for Barry and begged him to stop if he would go with them in return. Andrew thought it was strange what Wade had just done. He said that this was nonsense and slapped the man. The guy told Wade that he would be taken away anyway, so there was no point in being a hero. Then he guessed and asked the man if he thought Barry was being beaten because of him. But it wasn't really true. Andrew said that Barry was going to die because he screwed up, so we didn't have to worry about it. And after these words, he hit the man again hard in the face. Wade did not like to see his friend being beaten. Andrew was about to kick Barry's stomach, but something stopped him from doing so. Namely, the unexpected exclamation from Weed that he knew everything. With a crazy look, the guy asked what he knew. Wade knelt down and said he knew the guy who attacked the Silver Moon Guild. He begged Andrew to have mercy on his friend. Such a statement really made the impudent guy laugh. Andrew asked his partners if they had just heard everything well. With a crazed expression on his face, he added that once they beat a person to a pulp, everything affects the outside world. Edgar and his team continued to move around the Odin Tower. On their way, they began to encounter the first human corpses. The guide told the clones to move on a little slower. He also emphasized that from now on, they should remain extremely vigilant. Edgar thought it was strange that the monsters had not yet appeared, but they encountered more and more corpses on their way. It is very difficult to remove bodies from this place, so Edgar understood why they were abandoned. But still, he was concerned about who killed all these people. The guy asked one of the clones where they were now, and he said that they were near the target. Edgar ordered the boys to look for traces of the first team's fight. He assumed that they had hidden in subspace near the battlefield. The guy mentioned that the first team was supposed to check the situation every day at 2 o'clock in the afternoon and asked how much time was left. However, at that moment, the guy noticed a clone swinging at him with a knife in his hand. But in reality, everything was not as it seemed at first glance. The clone put up its hand to protect the host from the monster that had just appeared. Edgar didn't understand what kind of creature had appeared before them. This monster appeared out of nowhere, and it was also invisible. Immediately after the first monster, his comrades began to dawn. Now Edgar understood why they had encountered so many corpses. This is most likely why the first conquering team failed. While Edgar and his clones were oblivious, they were surrounded by a huge number of monsters. The clone tried to pull the knife out of his palm. Meanwhile, the monster hurried to attack Edgar. But the guy got ahead of him, swinging at the monster behind him. He cut open the monster's body and ordered the clones to fight on. But suddenly the monsters began to vanish into thin air. Because of this, Edgar could not see the monsters' movements. His clones continued to fight against invisible monsters. Edgar did not understand how the guys kept blocking their attacks. They also continued to defend themselves from enemies without difficulty. Edgar decided to regain control of body number 1 and observe for now. The guy ordered the clones to make their way further. Number 1 immediately moved to attack the monsters. He blocked an attack that seemed impossible to see. And then Edgar finally realized how the clones managed to recognize where the monsters were. The guys were reacting to the sound of the wind created by the enemies as they moved. Edgar believed that he could imitate the clones' movements and that he had enough experience to do so. But in reality, this is not true. Edgar still has a long way to go. The course of events is transferred inside the subspace created by Una Moore. His partners tried to get through to their captain. They said that it was almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon and they needed to check the situation outside. Una recalled once again that it was at this hour that they were instructed to do reconnaissance. In an exhausted voice, she asked if a rescue team would come today. The head of the guild's first conquest unit, Kindness, could not even say that she really believed it. She assumed that today would be the same as the previous days. One more day of life in the middle of a terrible snowy desert will repeat itself. However, when Una opened the portal, she heard a noise outside. Edgar tried to predict the location of the monsters, but he wasn't good enough. He decided that it would be better to continue watching. These monsters didn't even have high speed or strong defense. Only their invisibility posed a serious threat. And besides this, there were an extremely large number of these monsters. No matter how small a scratch is, it is still a wound, and the more of them, the worse, so they could not be ignored. Edgar realized that he needed to get out of this place as soon as possible. After all, there were hundreds, if not thousands, of these strange monsters here. At that moment, however, Edgar noticed a portal opening at the scene of the fight. He realized that this was the first conquering team. Edgar immediately ordered the boys to run toward the open portal. The head of the special unit noticed a man outside. She immediately informed the team of her observations. The girl ran to them, saying that there were people outside. But her team members found it hard to believe. Young Moore assured me that she could hear a sound approaching them. Then others looked in the direction of the portal and actually saw people there. They immediately assumed that it could be a rescue team. However, Una noticed that they were not hurrying to them alone. Behind the clones' backs, the silhouettes of a large number of monsters were seen, and the special forces were frightened because these people were leading all the monsters. Edgar shouted to the people in subspace that he could save them, and in return, he asked me to save them from these monsters now. Then, Una ordered the first conquering team to support this guy. They realized that they had no time to waste. With the help of magic arrows, they began to neutralize the enemies who were running after the boys. The clones barely made it to the entrance to the subspace, and when they did, the barrier was closed and the monsters could not get in. Edgar was incredibly happy that they had managed to run. Una ordered the entrance to the subspace to be closed and the shield to be removed. And the next moment, the portal to subspace began to disappear. Edgar introduced himself and said that he was a rescue team member of the 1st Special Unit. But it sounded rather strange, because it was he who had been rescued. Una excitedly asked the boy if he came from the Cain's Guild. This could only be partially true. The guy replied that he, Edgar Williams, had come here on behalf of Devon Moore, the head of the Cain's Guild. When the guild members heard this, they were glad that the chairman had not abandoned them after all. Una immediately asked if Ethan was okay, and Edgar didn't understand who she was talking about at first. But then he remembered that it could be the person who had escaped with the help of the teleportation scroll. The guy replied that Ethan was alive, but that he hadn't regained consciousness as far as he knew. He was surprised that Una was so worried about her teammates. Then Edgar apologized and said that he needed to get them out of there first. Captain Devon Moore was waiting at the entrance to the Odin Tower and was very nervous anyway, although everything was generally fine. Edgar didn't want to keep him waiting, so he advised him to get out as soon as possible and told him that he had teleportation scrolls with him. However, the reaction of Una and the rest of the team was not what Edgar had imagined. The guy didn't understand what was wrong because he thought the girl would be happier. If you think about it, something really didn't add up. Initially, the group consisted of 10 people, but one used a scroll, so now there should be 9. Una realized that her request would be too bold, but she turned to the hunter and asked him to help them again. But the guy did not understand what the head of the conquering team meant. Then, Una reported that one of their team members had died during the mission. They did not want to leave her in this godforsaken city. Now Edgar understood why there were only 8 of them here, a development that was to be expected after the report. Edgar asked what exactly happened to the 9th member of their team. Una began by saying that it was a trap. Then the invisible monster targeted Amelia. She was their healer, one of the most valuable members of the team. The partners chastised themselves for not paying enough attention to Amelia. Everything happened too suddenly. Edgar recalled that when they were ambushed, he was the first to be hit, so perhaps the monsters attacked the most vulnerable member of the team first. Una continued that when Amelia was attacked, she opened subspace and ordered everyone to retreat. The girl also wanted to fight, but if something happened to her, the team would have nowhere to hide. They immediately reported everything using a scroll of telepathy. Everything happened too chaotically, and they didn't even notice one important detail, namely that a monster had snuck into subspace with them. Then Ethan pushed Una away from the scrolls to save the girl, and as a result, he was the only one who teleported to the guild's camp of Canis. Edgar realized that was when they lost the other teleportation scrolls. The teleportation portal closed faster than the team could pass through it, and if Una had left the tower, the subspace would have immediately disappeared. Then the team would have lost their hiding place and supplies, and most likely would have died. Edgar asked the captain where the body of the deceased Amelia was. Young Moore opened up the subspace a bit to show where the girl's body is. Edgar realized that this place was quite far away, and it will be impossible to get to the girl without facing monsters. Una didn't run away over the corpse of a teammate, and she was stuck here for 6 months, so the hunter realized that he couldn't tell her to just leave Amelia here. So the guy had no choice but to agree to take the girl's body. The members of the winning team cheered up and thanked Edgar very much. But then the guy added that he would have certain conditions. He came here to save them, not to increase the number of victims. So if Edgar thinks for a second that the plan is doomed, he runs away with the survivors. Una agreed to this condition because she understood that Amelia would not want anyone to die either. His second condition was that the clones would handle this task. But Una replied that it was too dangerous and that they were only asking him to cover for them while they took the body away. The hunter assured him that there was nothing to worry about because they were not real people, but clones. The team leader did not expect to hear such a response. The story moves to the building of the JM agency, for which Edgar worked. At that time, Mr. Blake's office was visited by unpleasant people. Andrew didn't expect that the hunter Wade had pointed them to was under the command of Khan Blake. The boy asked the man if it wasn't enough for him to be an enemy of Haishan. He pulled Khan's hand and was about to ask him something again. Andrew asked the name of the bastard who had robbed them. But even though he was in pain, Mr. Khan was not going to answer his questions. Andrew only sighed heavily at this answer, dissatisfied that the man was still resisting. Then he grabbed Khan's hand tightly and kicked it. The man screamed from the unbearable pain in his arm. Andrew said that after breaking his left arm, he would break his right arm. But then a subordinate approached him. He said he had found information on the guy they were looking for. Andrew pointed out to Khan with satisfaction that they had figured it out anyway. From the information form, the boy learned that the hunter's name was Edgar Williams. His address and contact information were also listed. Andrew noticed that this guy lived in a prestigious neighborhood and ordered his subordinates to send his kids to this address. The assistant asked the boss what they were going to do with Khan Blake, and the guy said they were going to take him with them. At that time, Kim Foster was eavesdropping on their conversation, and she couldn't understand how the Silver Moon Guild got into the agency. Khan exhaustedly asked the attackers why they were looking for Hunter Edgar Williams. One of the reasons was that this hunter had beaten their boys, so Andrew asked Mr. Blake if he had heard of such a thing as crystals. The boy was sure that the man knew nothing about it and then said that Edgar had taken all their crystals and fled, so they were victims here. Kim was shocked that they believed the crystals had been stolen by a hunter named Edgar Williams, and she didn't know what to do, but she was sure she had to stop them. Una knew about the cloning skill, so she didn't understand how he was going to save them. Edgar said that his clones are not some kind of illusion, so there is no need to worry about their lives. The plan was that numbers 4 and 6 would take the teleportation scrolls and protect the entrance to this space, and number 2 and number 3, along with Edgar, will go outside to get the body. The guy told the team not to go outside because the most important thing now is their safety. They assured him that they could also help, but the hunter knew that they were all strong because they were the first team of the Kindness Guild. But it is the guy who is responsible for making sure they all come back alive. But Yuna noticed that the boy had recently led a group of monsters when he was rushing in their direction, and Edgar assured her that he had options in case they didn't help him. Then the guy announced that they would follow this plan. Finally, he asked the team to trust him and wait here. Yuna closed her eyes and, with a heavy sigh, agreed to this. 6 months have passed since the incident with the portal. All the time, Edgar was focused on improving his performance, and to do so, he fed his clone crystals, gaining the skill. He gained the monster absorption skill, which allows him to gain part of the characteristics of the killed monster with a 12% chance. This was the secret of how he had acquired the characteristics the guild expected of him in such a short period of time. But he was not going to stop there. He was happy to use every opportunity to become stronger. He took the elixir that Kim had given him for the road and announced to the clones that they were ready to go. The boy asked clone number 4 to lend him a knife. In exchange for the knife, he entrusted him with his blade and a potion of power. Edgar told the clone to go along with everyone else as soon as they took the body. Yuna emphasized that those monsters stand still all day long when no one is around, so now they are standing in the same positions. So she asked Edgar to be extremely careful. Then the entrance opened, and Edgar and his clones were about to complete the mission. When Edgar came out, he immediately started looking for Amelia's body. He examined the area and finally managed to locate it. After that, the guy and his clones immediately moved to this place. Clone number 4 watched his master and his partners closely. He asked the guild members to stay away from the entrance outside, but some of them were still worried about whether the clones would be okay, and they thought they should help as well. Yuna said that they only saw the boy running away from the monsters towards them. But this place is 40 kilometers away from the entrance and noticed that you can't get there just by running away. The girl asked her partners to just trust Edgar and wait, because he said that he had a plan in case he couldn't get into the portal with them. And for now, they can only hope that the guy will succeed. On the way to Amelia's body, the same invisible monsters were not without their share of trouble. Edgar was happy that he had finally managed to block the attack of one of the monsters. He still couldn't pinpoint their location, but he still felt something. The guy ordered his partners to keep fighting through the monsters. Amelia's body was also surrounded by several fearsome monsters. Edgar looked in the direction of the body and was about to go to it. But then the clones suddenly began to be attacked from behind. The hunter couldn't believe that the monsters behind the shield had gotten to them. In this case, it meant that they were surrounded on all sides. He decided that it was better to use the potion now. The next moment, he opened the jar and drank all of its contents. His body immediately began to fill with incredible strength. He activated the magic bullet skill and was going to break through the monsters without hitting the corpse. The next moment, he took out a good portion of the monsters with one shot. The road on the way to Amelia's body began to be cleared of monsters. The first conquering team was incredibly impressed by what they saw. Now Edgar and his clones could get to the body without any problems. The guy asked clone number 2 if he could move, and he replied that he could do so without any problems. So Edgar ordered his clones to grab Emily's body. The mana continued to flow into the clone's body, and Edgar felt as if he was about to break down. So finally, the guy decided to distract the monsters. He ordered the clone to grab the body and run away as fast as possible. Number 2 and number 3 listened to their master, and then the earth began to fall to pieces everywhere. Thanks to this maneuver, the guy managed to distract the monsters to himself. After the clones grabbed Amelia, they immediately rushed to the entrance to subspace. Young Moore was incredibly grateful for saving her colleague's body. Then, clone number 4 began to tear the teleportation scroll. The first team was immediately worried because there was one more guy left, but number 5 assured them that there was nothing to worry about because it was just a clone. There was still a clone number 1 outside, managed by Edgar. He glanced in their direction to see if everything was going well. But it was still very difficult for Yuna Moore to accept the fact that they would leave him so easily. So the guys had to work hard to persuade her to go through the portal. Then the subspace in that place began to disappear, and all the members of the guild, along with the clones, teleported away. Edgar took off his cap in anticipation of meeting them on the other side. And then a huge explosion occurred in the place where he was standing, a side effect of Kim's potion, after which all the guys' characteristics instantly increased. The head of the guild's secretariat, Canis, was peeling an apple for Mr. Ethan at the time. He told the man that today the guild was on a mission to save the team, and by now it should have been over. So the man asked Ethan to wake up to greet everyone else with a smile. After these words, one of the unconscious man's fingers began to move. Everyone at the guild headquarters was waiting for the mission to finally end. And now a portal has finally begun to appear inside the building. Mirabelle realized that this must mean that the first conquering team would finally return. Back then, you could see someone's hand from the portal. Mr. Devon recalled the moment when only the wounded Ethan came out of the portal. The man hoped that this time everything would be different, and the entire first team would return. He opened his eyes and saw the silhouette of his younger sister in front of him. The head of the guild was incredibly happy to see her in front of him. Then tears began to flow from his eyes out of joy over the return of his dear sister. Edcore disconnected synchronization with the clone and returned to its normal state. It was the first time he had ever experienced such an explosion. Then, a scene of brother and sister reunion stretched before his eyes. Yuna also began to cry, finally seeing her older brother after a long time. The girl cheerfully asked her brother not to talk about the guild's decline while she was away. After these words, Devon rushed to hug his dear sister. Continuing to cry, he said that everything was fine now. But Yuna broke down in tears because she was unable to save the lives of all the team members. She was very worried all this time, thinking that no one would come for them. She was incredibly scared at the thought of not seeing her family and friends again. Devon thanked his sister for coming back safe and sound. The guild members were also in for a surprise at the hospital. Ethan, who had been unconscious for more than 6 months, finally woke up. Workers began to clean up the site where the guild camp had been. The clone returned Edgar's sword, potions, and teleportation scroll. Edgar did not expect the performance to increase so much this time. Then his contemplation was interrupted by an unexpected appeal from the head of the guild. Yuna and Devon sincerely thanked the guy for saving the team. The head of the guild said that this was the only thing he could say. Edgar asked them to raise their heads because he had just done a job for which he had been well paid. But the head of the guild replied that this was not enough. He told the boy that he could contact him if he ever found himself in trouble, and he would help in any way he could. Devon promised that the Kane's Guild would always provide him with the necessary support. Then Edgar remembered and handed the man one of the scrolls left over from his victory over the ice golem. But the head of the guild replied that the boy could have it for himself, as he was planning to give him everything that would be left after the expedition. Edgar replied that it belonged to the Kane's Guild, and he was embarrassed to take it for himself, so the head agreed to take it back. Yuna asked her brother if Edgar had been here all this time, and he replied that he had been busy controlling the clones with the familiar skill and had been here all along. Yuna thought the boys were real people who were just trying to calm them down. Devon noted that he also had a hard time believing in the existence of such a skill at first, wondering how strong Edgar would become in the future. At that time, the boy was reproaching himself for giving the scroll away for nothing and not taking it for himself. When Edgar went outside, he was blinded by the sun's rays. The guy assumed that Mr. Devon would be very busy when he returned. The man was going to check on the health of the team first. They will also all need to prepare for the funeral. Then the hunter started receiving incoming messages on his phone. The signal was not reaching him all the time he was in the portal, and now he started receiving messages. What Kim told him was incredibly shocking to Edgar. The girl took a picture of the office and said that Mr. Agent had been kidnapped by scum from the Spiked Moon Guild and that she was now chasing them. Edgar gritted his teeth against a momentary bout of rage. He turned to the head of the guild and said that he had to go somewhere, and Mr. Devon asked Edgar excitedly what was wrong. The guy said that the Silver Moon scum had kidnapped an agent from the JM agency, and the man asked why they did it. The hunter said that before that he had a fight with them, they tried to take control of the territory he was going to hunt. Mr. Devon took out a scroll and told the hunter to use it to get to the Silver Moon Guild. Edgar still wasn't sure whether he should take the teleportation scroll, but the head of the guild emphasized that they would do everything possible to support the guy. The course of events is transferred to the Silver Moon Guild. Kim also joined them, and she didn't understand why Edgar hadn't responded to her messages yet. But then she heard someone address her. The man instantly grabbed Kim by the throat and pulled her toward him. He asked the girl who she was and why she was wandering around. Kim seemed very familiar to this man. But right after that, Edgar came to the girl's aid. Clones of the boy also surrounded other members of the guild. Edgar strangled the man who approached Kim, asking where his agent was. But the man did not say a word in response, and Edgar began to choke even harder. Kim was worried, because at this rate the guy might kill him. She asked us to stop, saying that she saw where they were taking Khan Blake. After these words, Edgar let the guild member go and told the clones to tie the two up. Edgar asked the potionist what was happening to Mr. Agent, and the girl said that the scum from the Silver Moon had taken him inside the warehouse. She also added that, in addition to these two men, there are several other people who constantly patrol the warehouse's neighborhood. Edgar was about to go there and told Kim to stay here because it could be dangerous. Since he had other clones with him, he assured me that I wouldn't have to wait long. At this time, in the guild warehouse, Andrew was calling out to Mr. Blake to wake up. Before that, he was already wondering why the agency, among many guilds, had chosen them. He said that few guilds privatize hunting areas. Andrew asked the assistant when Edgar Williams would show up, and the man replied that the guy was abroad, so he would have to wait a few more hours. The time was quite late, and Andrew was already hungry, so he suggested ordering a delivery. Then a noise from outside the warehouse caught the attention of everyone in the warehouse. The handle at the entrance began to cut through the metal of the door. Kang was excited by the noise, and Andrew was momentarily alert. The passage was opened, and Edgar Williams entered the lineup. He addressed the audience and asked if they were the Silver Moon Guild. Andrew's assistant was surprised that his predictions were wrong. He didn't know how the guy got here so quickly. As far as the men knew, Edgar was supposed to be with the masked men, so one of the guild members said he would check to see if they were hiding nearby. Andrew sighed and said that the sooner they finished, the better. He ordered his subjects not to kill the boy. Mr. Blake turned to Edgar and begged him to stop, but the guy responded by asking the agent to be patient a little longer. He threw an incredibly fierce look at the members of the Silver Moon Guild, and he said angrily that he would do to these bastards what they had done to Mr. Agent. After these words, one of the guild members took a swing at the boy. However, Edgar instantly blocked his clumsy attack. He grabbed this guy by the arm and pulled him toward him. After that, he pressed on his hand with a strong blow and broke his arm. Following the wounded guild member, another man rushed to the boy's side. Edgar instantly jumped to him and grabbed his side. Andrew was incredibly annoyed that these fools were useless. The boy's assistant was excitedly watching his teammates fight. The hunter easily dealt with everyone who came across his path. Andrew then turned to Edgar and asked him to pause for a moment. He clarified that it was not too late to tell them where the crystals were hidden, and then he would let everyone go alive. But Edgar did not understand what kind of nonsense this guy was talking about. He said that they had already crossed all the boundaries themselves and that it would not end easily. The deputy head of the guild pulled out a piece of paper and said that it was a document with all the guy's personal data. He did recognize that Edgar was pretty strong because the hunter had easily dispatched their D-ranked guys, so Andrew assumed that Edgar was somewhere around C or B right now. The guy also noticed that the hunter's performance is just great. A couple of hits, and even a few tough hunters will end up on the floor. But then the deputy head of the guild asked Edgar if his skill was cloning. Then Andrew laughed out loud, because he thought that this was the reason why Edgar had been swinging his fists without using the skill. He added that he knows many awakened people with miserable skills. He also suggested that it is precisely because their skills are useless that they insist on training their bodies, and that they have nothing else but strong fists. Andrew asked if the masked guys who were following the hunter were also a bunch of losers with pathetic skills, adding that such fools always gather in groups. Edgar really didn't like the guy's arrogance. Then clones of the guy joined the guild, and Edgar told the deputy head of the guild to check for himself whether this skill was pathetic or not. Mr. Blake was excited to see the other boys here. The Silver Moon members recalled how the same guys beat them up at the entrance to the Shin Solden hunting area. Will told the deputy chairman that all the guys outside were defeated, and Andrew replied that when they checked for themselves, they would know. He noticed that now he needed more rivals, because he didn't want to rush at Edgar alone. The hunter was annoyed by the overconfidence coming out of the boy's mouth, so he told him to show him how incredible his skill was. But in a crazed tone of voice, the boy said no to Edgar. His body began to dissolve into thin air, and finally he added that Edgar was unlikely to see his skill. The skill of the deputy head of the Silver Moon Guild was called incognito. The boy's ability is considered the best among the skills of hiding, which is difficult to recognize even for the best people in intelligence. Mr. Blake could not understand where the boy in front of them had disappeared. Andrew's skill erased all traces of him, so even if the hunters sensed his presence or desire to kill in the air, they could not find him. Andrew wanted to make Edgar worry because he couldn't see his opponent. He was quite sure that the boy would not even understand anything. But in response to the sudden disappearance of the deputy head, the hunter only sighed heavily. Andrew got to the guy and swung a knife at him. He was quite sure that the battle would end at that moment. Then Edgar looked in his direction and ordered the clones to grab the boy. The clones easily found Andrew's location and headed in his direction. The deputy head of the guild could not understand what had just happened. All the clones looked at him with frantic expressions. Andrew was instantly excited to be discovered so easily. He did not understand how his opponents managed to do it. At that time, Edgar's university friends were relaxing in a bar. They recalled the years of their youth and noticed how old they were. Charlie asked his friends how it happened that only those who drink gathered here and asked the guys if they had any girlfriends. But by the pouty reaction of his friends, the guy realized that he shouldn't have asked and offered to just drink. Charlie's words made the boys remember the day they met Edgar and the girl. Chase then asked his comrades if any of them were in touch with Edgar. They replied that the guy had changed his number, so there was no way to reach him, and he didn't answer in the messenger either. Ryan noted that he had heard that Edgar was still a hunter. The guys were surprised that he still hunted monsters, because when someone crossed the line and made fun of Edgar, he always just turned it into a joke. Ryan realized that the boys were not aware of this, because Edgar was a bad joke if he got angry, and Charlie asked why he was saying that. Ryan recalled an incident that happened in his 3rd year of high school. Then the guy agreed to go home with Edgar, but he was caught by some thugs who wanted to take all his money. At that moment, Edgar was already approaching him. Ryan was frightened for a moment when he saw him step aside. But in fact, the guy then rushed at those bullies and thus wanted to save his friend. But they both ended up getting beaten up, and then Ryan found out that these thugs had taken Edgar's money before, and it might seem strange that he intervened and attacked them. Ryan said that it seemed absurd at the time to those who took his money after he had attacked them like a madman. The guy added that Edgar is a bit crazy and doesn't care about himself most of the time. But when his loved ones are in danger, he seems to become a completely different person. Now Andrew was in a very difficult situation. The hunter told the clones to deal with the situation and free Mr. Agent. Andrew asked Edgar in a desperate voice how he could see him. It really seemed to the hunter that Andrew was very confident in his skills. But the guy was out of luck because Edgar literally came back from a battle with a bunch of monsters with the same skill as the deputy head of the guild. The guy tensed his hand and asked Andrew what he was talking about before. All those arrogant words and excessive self-confidence seemed to the hunter to be real nonsense. He emphasized to his opponent that his skill was not garbage, and also that he achieved everything not just through physical training. One of the clones has already managed to free Mr. Blake from handcuffs. Edgar recognized that one thing Andrew had said before was true, namely, that Edgar Williams' characteristics were indeed incredible. The guy took a swing and was about to hit Andrew, but he begged him to stop. The hunter did not care about his request, and so he pierced the body of the deputy head of the guild with a powerful blow. Due to internal bleeding, Andrew's mouth immediately gushed blood. He flew back a few meters from Edgar's powerful blow. The clone told the owner that one of the guild members had escaped, but they took care of the others. Edgar told them not to pursue the fugitive and ordered them to take Mr. Blake to the hospital immediately. Andrew, completely overwhelmed by the boxes, could still move. At that time, the guy was horrified to think that the information he had received earlier was different from what he had just seen. He realized that the guys in front of him were no weaker, and if at least 2 of them pushed him against the wall, it would be impossible to escape. Andrew didn't want to believe that it was true that this hunter's performance had grown to such a level in a short period of time. He suspected that something was clearly wrong with this situation. But then a jar of potions in the enemy's pocket caught his eye. Andrew admitted to Edgar that he had severely underestimated him because he expected the boy to not even notice him, let alone catch him. The hunter replied that all these were pathetic excuses and he did not even want to listen to them. The guild chairman's defense attorney began to approach Edgar and said that he would not repeat such mistakes again. This time, he wanted to make sure that Edgar learned the power of a B-rank hunter. He began to use his ability and added that he had not yet shown everything he was capable of. But the hunter didn't really want to see everything that a self-confident egomaniac was capable of. Andrew was impossible to see when he used his stealth skill, but these guys caught him anyway. He didn't want to believe it, but he understood why it happened. These guys caught the sounds and vibrations that spread in the air when he moved. In that case, Andrew had one idea to prevent them from catching him. He began to scatter boxes and other parts all over the room, trying to block the sound of his movements. Andrew's speed was really impressive, because now Edgar had a hard time catching his movements, which meant that the guy's reflexes were higher than his, and he was actually just carefree before. But the hunter was surprised that his opponent had made all this noise just to make it difficult to catch the sounds. Even so, Edgar felt his presence and gave Andrew a pinch. He told his opponent that all this dust only made him more visible and did nothing to drown out the sounds. But in response to these words, the deputy head of the guild only laughed. Edgar could not understand what caused his opponent's reaction. Ian asked Andrew what was so funny if he had completely lost his mind. The guy showed me the jar in his hands and said he wasn't sure if Edgar would say the same thing after he saw it. The hunter immediately reached into his pocket and noticed that it was cut. Andrew emphasized that he immediately thought it was strange, and the data on the boy's characteristics seemed wrong to him. He was quite sure that all of these guys had improved their performance by using this potion before coming here. Edgar advised the boy in a serious tone that it would be better if he did not drink it. But Andrew didn't care what he said, and he immediately consumed the entire contents of the jar. Immediately after the last sip, Ender's strength rating rose to 30. He began to feel an incredible surge of energy and power. With each passing second, the guy's strength indicators grew incredibly, reaching 51. And almost the entire building began to collapse from the power it received. In a crazy tone, Andrew apologized to Edgar, saying that he hadn't heard him while he was drinking the potion. But the hunter just sighed and said it was his choice. The potion doubled Andrew's strength, and it was quite difficult to get such an effect even from the best potions. The deputy head of the guild told Edgar that if he told him who had prepared the potion, he would save 1 or 2 of his limbs. The hunter was thinking through a plan of action in his head. He knew that numbers 4 and 6 were occupied by Mr. Agent, so Edgar had to deal with it using numbers 2 and 3. He aggressively replied that saving the limbs would not be enough. After this answer, Andrew immediately rushed at the hunter. Clones number 2 and 3 rushed to stop the boy. However, Andrew instantly threw them away with the power he had gained. At this time, Edgar swung his blade at the enemy. However, the guy instantly blocked his attack. Andrew asked the hunter if he hadn't yet realized his situation. He reminded me that he had already studied everything about Edgar. I asked the guy if he thought that the dossier contained only his characteristics. The course of events is transferred to the part of the city where Edgar's house is located. On their way to the hunter's house, members of the Silver Moon Guild encountered an obstacle. They did not expect such a place to be guarded and lost a lot of time because of this. Davis asked the guys if it was Edgar Williams' address, and they confirmed it. Then he told them to hurry up because they knew how angry their boss could be. Oliver was surprised that someone decided to visit them at such a late hour. He slightly opened the door and asked who was there. However, Edgar's father never expected to see this man. Andrew swooped down on the guy, asking if he understood everything now. The deputy head threatened that with one call, he could bury the hunter's entire family. He added that it would be a piece of cake for him. The clones rushed to their master's aid, swinging at Andrew. The guys have already managed to annoy the deputy head of the guild. Edgar directed the blood from his wounds onto the blade in his hand. Andrew noticed something wrong and immediately looked back in the direction of the hunter. After that, Edgar swung the blade he had received from the fishman with all his might. This strike pierced the entire area where the warehouse was located. Andrew managed to avoid this blow, but his blades were badly damaged. He instantly activated the powerful punch ability and headed for Edgar. The guy didn't even realize when his opponent was near his face. The deputy head of the guild pierced the hunter with an incredibly powerful blow. This attack caused Edgar's body to break the wall and he was thrown outside. After that, Andrew hurried to deal with other rivals, clones of the guy. He sent a strong punch to the stomach of the oddnose and threw him aside. Another clone took a swing at the deputy chairman, but he deftly dodged. After that, Andrew immediately attacked his opponent. He threw both clones in the direction where Edgar lay exhausted. The hunter realized that the effect of the potion was too unexpected. But then the boy was distracted from his thoughts by Kim's voice, which tried to cheer him up in a way. The girl said that Edgar couldn't lose after acting like he had everything under control. The guy told the girl to shut up, that he hadn't lost yet, and asked who they had brought with them. Kim said that the man tried to attack her, but the clone caught him. The deputy head of the Silver Moon Guild began to approach Edgar and Kim. He asked what they were talking about and whether they were coming up with a plan. Edgar William took a fighting stance and ordered Kim and the boys to hide. Andrew was annoyed that the guy still wouldn't give up. He repeated his words that he was not joking when he said he had sent his men to his house. The man missed that the hunter is so distrustful that he definitely needs proof. He picked up the phone and called his subjects. Andrew asked Davis if they had arrived at the scene and ordered him to carefully cut off the boy's parents' fingers and send him a photo. But after the conversation ended, the deputy head of the guild began to weaken. Because of this, the phone fell out of his hand, and Andrew did not understand what was happening to him. By his inner feelings, he realized that something was wrong with him. His body began to weaken more and more, and he collapsed to the floor. Edgar breathed out a sigh of relief that the side effect of the potion had finally manifested itself. The hunter recalled the day Kim gave him 2 potions for the road. Then, in gratitude for the contract, she gave him 2 potions, one for strength and the other for mana. A side effect of the strength potion was the melting of muscles, and the mana potion made the body explode. Andrew could feel the muscles in his arms gradually deforming. Edgar aggressively emphasized that he had warned that it was better not to drink these potions. The deputy head of the guild looked at the hunter in fear. Then he heard a call on his phone. It was the leader of the second team, Davis. Andrew picked up the phone and ordered that Edgar's family be taken hostage immediately. He angrily told the hunter that if he did anything to him, his family would die. Andrew demanded that the guy immediately give him the antidote. Then the person on the other end of the phone said that the guy had a wrong number. The second team had already been dealt with by the guys from Edgar's familiar guild, and the general secretary said that he was from the Cain's Guild. Then a man from the Cain's Guild knocked on the Williams' door. Oliver asked the unexpected guest if there was anything they could do to help him. The Secretary General apologized for disturbing them at such a late hour. Squeezing Davis's head aside, he said that he had come to inform him that Edgar had successfully completed the mission and was on his way back to Korea. Under the pressure, the man felt as if his head would burst the second he put more force into his hand. The Secretary General said that Edgar would arrive in one piece and declined Oliver's offer of a cup of tea. The man explained that he was in a hurry, so the parents thanked him for the news about Edgar. Other members of the Silver Moon Guild stood guard behind the Secretary General. After Mr. Oliver closed the door, the man turned to them and asked them to leave. The Secretary General took a phone from the group leader's pocket and picked up the phone. It was then that Andrew ordered the boys to carefully cut off the fingers of Edgar's parents and send him the photo. Then the man overheard the further conversation between the deputy head and the hunter and said that his interlocutor had a wrong number. Standing over the defeated leader of the second group, the general secretary said that he was from the Cain's Guild. He got angry because he heard the order about the fingers and threw the phone away. The man went to call and report the whole situation to Mr. Devon Moore. Andrew did not expect his guys to be waiting for him there. He was very angry and called his subjects worthless bums. The side effect of the medicine was having an increasingly severe impact on his health. Edgar Williams only watched his opponent suffering indifferently. The body of the deputy head of the guild turned into a skeleton right before our eyes. Edgar leaned over to the boy and advised him that if he wanted to live, all he had to do was breathe and nothing else. Then he grabbed his hand and ordered him to listen carefully. The hunter threatened Andrew to never approach the people around him again. He was in incredible pain in his body and additional pain from his newly broken arm, and Andrew gritted his teeth. Kim watched this whole spectacle in embarrassment. Edgar wounded the boy again and asked if he understood. After these words, an incredible scream resounded throughout the building. The plot shifts to the hospital where Mr. Khan Blake is admitted. On Edgar's behalf, the clone brought the man here for treatment. Then, suddenly, Mr. Agent heard the voice of a familiar hunter in the room. Because of the late hour, Edgar used a window rather than a door for his visits, which worried the agent because they were on the 5th floor. The hunter asked how he was feeling, and Mr. Blake said that thanks to people with treatment skills, he would be back to normal in a few weeks. The man noticed that the hunter had blood on his face and asked if he was injured, but the guy said that he was actually fine. Edgar emphasized that we don't have to worry about the Silver Moon Guild anymore because they will never dare to do that again. Mr. Blake replied a little sadly and excitedly that he understood. Then, Edgar asked his agent if he should raise his hunter rank, as his reputation had improved a long time ago, but his rank had not been evaluated for a long time. Edgar explained that he needed to improve his performance in order to pay his hospital bills, so he wasn't particularly interested in the rank. Edgar never worried about how people looked at him because of his low rank. He just always did his job well. But after this situation, he thought about it. The hunter believed that if he was A-ranked or even higher, those guys from Silver Moon wouldn't have dared to get to him. And in addition, they would not even think about attacking the office of the JM agency, which was the reason why Edgar asked the agent. Mr. Blake replied that this would be to the agency's advantage, as having a high-ranking hunter would give their reputation a huge boost. He also added that it was the best way for Edgar to show what he was capable of. But Mr. Blake realized that the boy would then attract more and more attention, so there is still a possibility that situations like this one will continue to arise. Therefore, the final decision on the promotion was made by Edgar alone. The guy closed his eyes and said that he had already decided for himself. And the next day, Edgar went to submit a request for a rank upgrade. In the database about Edgar, it was written that he was not currently E-ranked and his skill was cloning. He was asked if he was really alone, because usually teams submit a request, but Edgar anticipated that he might be asked. The agent said that usually the rank criterion is the ability to defeat a monster of the same level when you work as a team. If it's a C-rank monster, then a C-rank hunter gathers a team, meaning that the monster is stronger than the hunter. This was exactly the case when the fight is one-on-one, but Mr. Blake said that this was not the case with Edgar because he already had a team. The secretary said that the guy would need to bring evidence of hunting and eliminating the target and get verification. After Edgar receives a confirmation letter from the association, he has to return to the same place. Then, the hunter asked the secretary if he could be promoted immediately to B rank. The man could not understand what was wrong with this guy. He apologized to Edgar and told him that he could only be promoted to a level above his current one, so it was impossible. The boy was embarrassed to ask the secretary which monster he needed to defeat to get a D rank. It was necessary to overcome the fishman. The secretary thought that with a pathetic cloning, the guy thought too highly of himself. The man began to talk about the characteristics of the monster, but Edgar interrupted him, asking if once he killed it, he would go on. This audacity made the secretary of the Hunters Association incredibly angry. He angrily said that Edgar was right and wished him a successful hunt. The man was waiting to see how Edgar would handle it. He was sure that the guy would come back and ask for the promotion to be cancelled. Edgar sat down at one of the tables and started looking at something on his phone. Then he read the papers, which he found incredibly boring. But even after 2 hours, Edgar did not get up to do anything, but just quietly sipped his coffee. It was incredibly annoying for the secretary because he thought the guy was going hunting. Then Edgar got up from the table, and the man missed that the guy had finally decided to start hunting. But the hunter came to his desk again, and the secretary did not understand why. The man asked Edgar if he wanted to withdraw his request for a promotion. But unexpectedly for him, the boy replied that he had already killed the monster. Edgar added that he had killed a fishman and had proof, so he asked for a promotion to D rank. The secretary did not understand what this guy was saying because all he did was sit there for more than 2 hours. The secretary apologized, but still noticed that the guy hadn't even been to the hunting grounds yet. But Edgar first asked to check the confirmation because he was sure that the Polvanchen hunting grounds had already sent the message by now. The secretary started checking the messages at the boy's request, and he did indeed find that Edgar Williams had defeated a monster fishman of 5 individuals. He could not understand how this could be. The secretary grabbed the phone and asked the boy to wait a minute. He called the guard of the guard post in the hunting grounds of Polvanchen. He did this with the intention of obtaining confirmation that Edgar Williams had indeed killed 5 fish people. The guard replied that this was true, and that he himself had just personally checked the entry record of Edgar Williams. The secretary began to think that this guy had bribed the guards of the hunting grounds, because the hunter had not left the place during this time. Edgar asked the man again if they had received his confirmation. The secretary immediately apologized and said he would give the guy a promotion right away. But he was sure that there was a trick to it and that it was simply impossible. The man told the hunter that he had been promoted to D rank and congratulated him on it. In fact, the secretary intended to report this to the special services as soon as he was done with his work, and until then, let the guy enjoy his temporary promotion. But the next words shocked the man even more, because Edgar requested a promotion to C rank right away. The dark night enveloped the alleys of the houses of the Korean capital, Seoul. Kim Foster hid the stolen crystals in the wall of one of the buildings there. The girl recalled her conversation with Edgar after he had defeated the scum of the Spit Moon. Then she went up to the guy and started apologizing for everything, but Edgar didn't understand what she meant. The girl replied that it was most likely because of her that these scum attacked the JM agency. Kim admitted that she had stolen their precious crystals in the Shinseoldong hunting grounds, but she didn't know it would turn out this way, and she was really sorry. Edgar came closer and replied that he now understood why the overconfident Gilda kept repeating about the return of some crystals. Kim did not understand why she had confessed even after seeing everything this guy was capable of. But the girl didn't expect to hear that it wasn't her fault. Edgar said that it was Silver Moon's fault for underestimating them, for threatening his family and the agent. He implied that it was a fight between Silver Moon and him, and assured Kim that she had nothing to worry about. Edgar added that the cause of the misunderstanding, the crystals, was the problem between Silver Moon and the girl. He was sure she hadn't stolen them just to play. The guy had no idea what Silver Moon and Haezong had done to Kim, but he wasn't going to take the girl's problems as something insignificant. Edgar told Kim Foster that she didn't have to apologize to him. Kim realized that the problem with the crystals was really a problem between the guild and her. She grabbed a bag of crystals and ran forward. Everyone in the building of the Hunters Association was incredibly shocked by what was happening. One of the hunters asked his friend to start filming everything. The secretary congratulated Edgar on his promotion to B rank after his promotion to C rank. With an imperturbable expression, the hunter thanked the man for his congratulations. Edgar said he would take a break for the day and walked away from the secretary's desk. He was afraid to think what Edgar meant by these words. His colleague was impressed that the guy had finally come to the association. It was the same worker who accepted Edgar's request for the right to duplicate entrances to the hunting grounds. The technician almost went crazy when he first saw this ability, and it was actually strange that we hadn't heard anything about this guy until now. The man missed that it was because Edgar had a low rank, but the guy went from E rank to B in a day, and the hunter's social networks will explode with this news. He told his colleague that he should have at least asked for Edgar Williams' autograph, and a week later, all the headlines were about the incredible growth of Hunter Edgar Williams. Articles were circulated about a novice hunter who got from E rank to B in one day. The hunter's social networks did not calm down for a minute. They spread the news not only about Edgar Williams, but also about the agency he works for. In addition to that, Edgar received a $5 billion transfer from the Caners Guild. The hunter was incredibly impressed by the number of zeros on his balance sheet. He could not believe that he had just been credited with as much as $5 billion. Devon Moore informed the boy that this was his reward for the successful completion of the task, and the man assumed that Mr. Blake had not told Edgar everything. Firing the first team was definitely a challenge. The guy said that Mr. Blake only said about the contract, but Edgar did not think that the amount would be so large. Mr. Devon replied that they shouldn't worry, because if it weren't for the boy, they wouldn't have achieved anything, and he invited them to come to their guild to see the first team. Edgar replied that he would definitely visit them and hung up. This surprise overwhelmed him with an incredible wave of feelings. Edgar realized that if he was really paid that much, he didn't have to worry about hospital bills anymore, even though he could have paid the bills and kept Freya in the intensive care unit without it. But with so much money, Edgar could now provide Freya with better treatment. Now the hunter intended to get to the S-Class Healer Bless, and all he needed was time. He decided that as soon as he got to Bless, he would fall to his knees and beg for his sister to be cured. The leader of the Silver Moon Guild was incredibly angry about the situation with his subjects. Ian realized that now there was no point in the YOLO crystals if there were no one to buy them. And besides, if the Caners Guild intervened, it would be a serious threat to them, so the chairman intended to destroy the evidence of their involvement. Then a lady came to his office and coldly addressed Jan. Han Miho asked if he was the one who had cleaned out their warehouse. The chairman told the woman that she had misunderstood everything. He began to clench his fists and nervously suggested that we discuss everything first. However, the next moment, using his ability, he attacked Miho with death wishes. But the woman had no problem giving him a good scolding in response to this attack. Miho ordered John to shut up and added that she had nothing to talk to him about. The events are transferred to the building of the main headquarters of the Canes Guild. After Mr. Blake was released from the hospital, he immediately visited the head of the guild. It was still difficult for him to move his arm, but he didn't want to talk about it. The man had noticed that the guild had protected Edgar's family and didn't even know how to thank them for it. The chairman replied that it was not difficult at all and asked if the attackers were from the Silver Moon Guild. Mr. Blake confirmed this and in response asked Devon if he knew the hunter Andrew Gubbard. The head knew that this guy was the one who led the attackers and was the deputy head of Sable Moon, and he had heard that Edgar had made sure that this guy would never be able to recover. Then Khan Blake said that Andrew Gubbard was actually a hunter he worked with when he was in the Heezen Guild. The relationship between Silver Moon and Haitian had long been known, but Devon didn't know if the Haitian Guild was involved because there was no direct evidence. Then, Miho came in and said that the scum from Silver Moon had been mining crystals and redirecting them to Haesong, and that more than one guild was involved in the production of crystals. The woman said that Mr. Devon was right, and that it was indeed the work of the scumbag Ian Hudson. Miho said hello to Mr. Blake and informed him that she had recently met with Silver Moon and said she would give them Ian Hudson later. DEP is a performance-enhancing drug, and Miho had no idea how a B-ranked guild could produce crystals without anyone's support. But now, everything has fallen into place. Now Chairman Yolo knew that the Haesong Guild was involved in almost every aspect of this case. So it was a clear indication that this case was very dangerous. Working as a hunter and hunting activities were legalized only after the disaster ended, and as a result, a lot of vacant jobs appeared. But not everyone agreed to such conditions. Some hunters who were against the restrictions on registration of ranks plunged into the shadow life and founded their own communities. As a result, the hunters settled in this darkness, trading in illegal weapons and information to protect their territories. Kim arrived at a local bar and approached the owner. The girl happily informed him that his crystals had arrived. The man did not believe that she had finally found them, but Kim confirmed that they were indeed in the Shinsoldong hunting grounds. She asked the owner who she could sell them to quickly for a good price. But unexpectedly for Kim, the man began to apologize for something. Then masked men came out of another room and asked the girl if she was Miss Kim Foster. They approached her and said she would have to go with them. The bar owner said he was really sorry, but they threatened his family and he had no choice. One of the men present did not like all the noise they were making. He asked the masked strangers who they were and whether they even knew where they were going. The man did not know what their intentions were and began to threaten them. But the strangers clearly did not like the threats and hit the man in the face. After one strike, they continued to beat the insolent man. The head of the group told his partners to move. But immediately after these words, Edgar Williams came at him with a punch. The guy admitted that he was completely right about Kim's situation. He recalled the conversation when he told the girl that he was not going to take her problems as something insignificant. Then the hunter told Kim that she did not have to apologize to him. He added that the girl is now connected to the JM agency and he can help her. Kim asked how, and then Edgar advised her to try to sell the crystals she had found. He was right when he said they would take the bait. The course of events was transferred to an unknown location. The supervisor told the man that he had only 10 minutes. He was not allowed to record and go beyond the established questions. The last condition was a search, which was necessary for the leader of the Heeson Guild, Mike Heeson, to be allowed to enter. Mike thought it was funny that they were searching an A-ranked hunter and asked if they thought he was carrying a gun. The man asked if he could throw a rock or something else at the spot. But it was all a joke, because if he had planned something like that, the person behind the door would have long since escaped. The warden said he would open the door and that Mike could come in. Finally, he told the head of Haesong that the oracle was waiting for him. The prophet oracle noticed that the man had come to see him again. Mike emphasized that the clairvoyant woman sounded surprised and asked if she also liked to make jokes. The oracle replied that she knew why Mike was here, but her answer would not change. She told the man to just back off. The woman assumed he was happy with the current state of affairs. Mike emphasized that it was the clairvoyant who said that he would have everything and that even the most powerful people, including politicians, would obey him. He didn't understand why the oracle was simply telling him to back off, because up until that point, everything had been going very well. The clairvoyant replied that his fate had taken a sharp turn. In other words, it had changed because of someone, and Mike asked who it was. But the oracle was surprised to answer that she didn't know, because it was not one or two people. Edgar asked the defeated hunter if it was his phone and if he could unlock it for the boy, but the man simply asked to kill him. Edgar asked him anxiously why he was saying such horrible things and added that he would never do that. He pointed to the others present and added that he would rather give it to these guys. After all, if this hunter dies here, no one will ever find his body. Edgar defiantly asked the man if he thought they would let him die quickly. Kevin Haeson, the captain of the first squad of the Heeson Guild, sat calmly in his office. Then he picked up the phone and the guys told him that they had returned the crystals. Kevin praised them for their excellent work and ordered them to bring them to Factory 3 right away and asked what was wrong with the man's voice, who replied that he was having trouble communicating. Kevin asked the man to assure him that the DEP product will be completed without delay. Their boss is very angry about this whole Silver Moon Guild situation. Edgar replied in a simulated voice that he understood and was leaving right away. The guy thanked him, saying that he would give the hunter a few crystals, and in return asked him to tell him where the factory was, but he didn't want to because he was afraid that he would not live anymore. Edgar appealed to the local thugs, saying that the man said he would not live anymore, but they were only for dealing with him. The hunter reminded him that Edgar had made a promise to him before, and the boy replied that he had said he would just keep him alive. He added that he was very soft-hearted by nature, so he could not bear to see cruelty and was about to go home. After these words, the man from Haishan promised that he would tell them everything. Before he left, Edgar asked Kim if she had recorded everything on a dictaphone. He asked the girl to send the recording and the location of the factory to Mr. Blake. Kim Foster was embarrassed and thanked Edgar Williams. The girl was grateful that he helped her with everything all the time, but Edgar said she shouldn't thank him. Kim noticed that she had seen articles about Edgar and now understood why the two boys were so similar to each other. And the hunter realized that she was not particularly interested in other people. But the same could be said of Edgar because he didn't even know her name. The girl squeezed his throat and told him to quickly memorize that her name was Kim Foster. She also asked the guy where all his clones were now, since he had come here in person. Edgar Williams immediately smiled when he remembered his boys. After all, he promised that he would feed them well after the mission was over. The guy told Kim that they were very busy right now. The waiter informed the boys that their order was ready and they could eat. Kim sent the recording of Edgar's conversation with the head of the first team of the Hazong Guild to the office. Khan Blake immediately recognized the man's voice. It was the leader of the first team of the Heeson Guild, Kevin Heeson, son of Mike Heeson. And in this case, the connection between the Hazong Guild and crystals was obvious. There were only 5 guilds that supplied crystals to Hazong. Miho explained that among them, the Silver Moon Guild broke up, so there are 4 suppliers left. The rest are similar to Silver Moon, and all of them are about B-class guilds. Mr. Blake was unaware that crystal making was illegal and asked if they could take this evidence to the Hazong Guild. Mr. Devon replied that it would be very difficult because Hazong does not produce crystals on its own, and they are protected by the Hunters Association in Korea. That is, even if they are sent to prison, the guild members will be released immediately. Miho emphasized that in this case, they need to act carefully and slowly. Chairman Karnas told Mr. Blake that he should not go there alone, so they would put a guard around him. The agent replied that he would tell the hunter, Edgar Williams, to be careful as well. But the chairman replied that it was not worth it because no one could overcome Edgar Williams. Mr. Blake wrote to Edgar that they had listened to the recording and learned that the crystals were the starting material for a drug called precious crystals. It sounded quite dangerous, so the guy advised Kim not to go outside and stay in the office. The girl asked if they had already dealt with the case started by the Silver Moon Guild. Hunter asked Kim if she had been to their new office yet. The girl was surprised to hear about the new office, and Edgar said she would be very surprised when she saw it. Mr. Blake was pleased that Miss Foster had also arrived at the new office. He said that he had just arrived at the place, and the office was full of various furniture and working equipment. The agent said that he had actually been planning to move here for a long time. He had to visit a lot of places, and since their old office was destroyed, he decided to just speed up a bit. Edgar pointed out that they would soon become the #1 agency in the country, and then even this place would be too small for them, and Mr. Agent agreed. The hunter told the potionist that there was even a room for her personally. This room was filled with a wide variety of machinery and equipment. Edgar emphasized that they had purchased the most powerful equipment for making elixirs, and he also added that Mr. Khan Blake had helped with all this. The agent said that most of the items had already been purchased, but if the girl needed anything, she could contact him at any time. He also whispered to Kim that she could eat and sleep in the next room. Kim Foster thanked them for all of this, and after the last words, she realized that they knew she had nowhere else to go. Then the bell rang in the room, and Mr. Blake picked up the phone. What he was told by his interlocutor was completely unexpected. After the conversation, the man turned to Edgar Williams. He said that the guy needed to go to the hospital immediately. The action moves to the Silver Moon Guild storage room. At this time, Mike Heeson, the head of the Heeson Guild, arrived at the building. He looked straight ahead and turned to someone and told him to get out. After he spoke, another person appeared in the room. A masked man came out to the chairman and said he was here. Mike asked where Ian Hudson was. The man replied that he was locked in the walls of the YOLO Guild and that the documents related to the precious crystals were most likely confiscated. He also added that, judging by conversations with other team members, they already knew about the location of the crystal factory. Mike Heeson was extremely unhappy with what he heard. He pulled 2 metal containers out of his pocket and handed them to the masked man. Mike asked him if he knew who he was supposed to use it on, and the man said he understood. Finally, the chairman said that if their enemies want the precious crystals so badly, they will get them, even though they are not yet perfect. At that time, the head of the Silver Moon, Ian Hudson, was sitting in the basement of the YOLO Guild, tied up. Then the man noticed that a strange entity began to appear in front of him. He was frightened by the arrival of the masked man, who told him to calm down and that the executive director had sent him. After these words, Ian asked the man if he had been sent by Mike Kerson to rescue him from here. But the black-haired man was holding a syringe, and this worried the head of the Silver Moon Guild. The masked man said in an eerie tone that John shouldn't worry about anything now. He promised the frightened Hudson that it would not hurt at all. Miho told Devon that he shouldn't have accompanied her after all. But the man had already said that he wanted to get information from Jan Hudson, and if Miho had been kidnapped, he would have been more worried about the kidnapper. But then the woman said that she smelled something burning. The guild building was engulfed in flames, and there was a monster near it. The head of the guild immediately rushed to the aid of her people. A huge monster could be seen near the building, which also noticed Miho and Devon. One of the victims reported that a monster was in the basement, and the B-class hunters were unable to stop it. Miho realized that they were facing at least a Class A monster. But the woman did not understand how this was possible, because there were no portals nearby. So where could he have come from? Then, Miho noticed a familiar scar on the monster's face. She recalled the moment when Jan Hudson attacked her with a punch. The woman assumed with fear that the monsterized head of the Silver Moon was in front of them. The events are transferred to the hospital room where Andrew Hubbard was lying. The same man who had visited Jan Hudson appeared over his exhausted body. He was unhappy that Mike had trusted this guy and sent him to the Silver Moon, and that everything turned out exactly like that. The black-haired man told Andrew that there was nothing to worry about and that his syringe would allow the guy to at least move. But just before the injection, the man was stopped by a woman's voice. Luna didn't know what the stranger was up to, but she said that he would not be able to carry out his intentions on her watch. Cornovolisi has already resigned himself to this course of events. He pointed a syringe at the woman and said he would use it on her. But he did not manage to fulfill his intentions, because just before the injection, someone interfered with him again. Edgar said that in the hospital, only doctors and nurses are authorized to give injections. Then the hunter began to fight with the stranger. Chairman Keynes warned that the monster was beginning to attack. He swung and sent a powerful punch to the floor. Neighboring buildings began to collapse from this attack, and Mr. Devon asked if Ian Hudson was a Class A hunter. Miho was quite sure that it was the head of the Silver Guild who was in front of them, and said that the man was in the upper ranks of the B class. Chairman Keynes did not know whether it was possible to turn people into monsters and enhance their skills and powers. The man recalled his conversation with Miho when she told him that precious crystals were a drug to strengthen the body. Then, the girl said that something was obviously wrong here, and Mr. Devon concluded that the transformation of a person into a monster and its amplification was quite possible. If it is indeed Ian Hudson, it also means that Andrew Gubbard, who is now in the hospital, is also in danger. Luna told Miho that she had seen a suspicious person in the hospital, so she immediately contacted Mr. Blake. So the guild leaders Yolo and Canis have to deal with the monster. Miho synthesized a ball of mana and aimed it at the monsterized Jan. However, the monster unexpectedly absorbed this attack with its skin. Miho didn't expect this to happen, and then Ian appeared incredibly quickly at the woman's side. Mr. Devon reacted in time and cut the monster's arm. From the incredible pain in his arm, the monster began to scream at the whole area. The head of the guild, Canis, was going to use his ability. He used a crescent cut technique on his opponent. The monster used the skill to restore the outline of his lost arm, and with a single blow, he forced Miho and Devon to retreat. Now they were sure that it was Ian Hudson, because he even used his skill. The monsterized head of the Silver Moon was going to attack again. But unexpectedly for everyone, one of the hunters got ahead of the monster. He pierced his entire body with the blow of his blade. The monsterized Jan was defeated by the head of the country's second guild, Tejon Dan White. The man asked where this monster came from in the middle of the city. Then Dan spotted Devon Moore and Han Miho and asked what was going on. Events returned to the hospital, to the fight between Edgar and the stranger. The black-haired man asked the boy how he knew he was here. Luna asked the stranger if he really thought that when someone sneaks into a hospital, they go unnoticed. The girl activated the flame skill and directed it at the enemy, but somehow he managed to cancel it. The black-haired man said that flames should not be used in the hospital. Edgar attacked the enemy and noticed that a person who had snuck into the hospital with a syringe should not have said that. Because of this attack, the man was forced to retreat a little bit. He acknowledged that his opponent was not as weak as he had seemed at first. Hunter was able to get to the hospital quickly because their new office was right next door. The black-haired man said that now he understood why Andrew lost and admitted that Edgar was really strong. During the fight with the hunter, he managed to notice another interesting thing. The black-haired man said that the boy's clones had already arrived at the hospital. Edgar asked the enemy if he was already planning to flee. The enemy replied that he was not an idiot and would not fight faithfully against so many opponents. Finally, he told Edgar that they would see each other again because there were many shadows around. As an example, he cited the intensive care unit for patients with mana disease right below them. The enemy knew that it was the hunter's sister who was in it. Edgar became incredibly angry and swung his blade at his enemy. But he actually expected such a reaction from the boy. He told Edgar that this was the way to piss people off and added that they would see each other again. After the incident, the three guild leaders Tejan, Yolo, and Canas managed to deal with the monster that appeared in the middle of the city. Dan White was angry when he heard the whole story and tried to spread the truth about Mike Heeson, a man who seemed suspicious to him from the beginning. But the incident was presented to the public as a simple breakthrough of a monster from a short-lived portal, and Ian Hudson was reported missing. Because the YOLO Guild could be suspected of kidnapping, no one agreed to testify about the situation. Although it was late, we managed to locate the crystals and headed there, but by the time we arrived, there was nothing there. All the people involved in the production of crystals also disappeared, and only the equipment remained in place. Several new monsters appeared in the city, but the news was hushed up. The monsters were quickly disposed of, and people completely forgot about the whole incident. Everything that happened was shrouded in complete secrecy, and that's how the incident with the unidentified monsters ended. Edgar told the agent that they needed bodyguards, a thought that had been in his mind since the Sable Moon incident. He realized that this would reduce the efficiency of the hunt, but safety came first. Mr. Blake realized that Edgar was going to use clones to do this, and the guy explained that they didn't have enough money to hire security. Edgar was going to place one clone at home, 2 in the hospital, 1 near the JM agency, and leave 2 to hunt and work continuously. The agent asked the guy if he could summon a 7th clone if his level grew. But Edgar also had plans for the 7th clone, and the Cain's Guild was supposed to help him with them. The hunter was going to send the clone to a familiar place. This place was the very Tower of Odin, from which Edgar had recently rescued the first conquering team of the Cain's Guild. The 7th clone started shouting into the monster's loudspeaker that he was here. He shouted that he was alone here and unarmed. And the next moment, a whole flock of monsters attacked Edgar's clone. The guy had a plan to deal with them all with the help of an elixir made by Kim. And the next moment, powerful sounds of explosions could be heard all over the territory. One day, a very significant event was to take place in Korea, namely, the opening ceremony of the Korean branch of the Academy of Hunters. The rector of the Academy, Trevor Thompson, thanked everyone for coming. He began his speech by saying that the Hunter Academy was founded with the goal of training low-ranking hunters, and also to provide skills without charging to increase the productivity of obtaining items from monsters. Trevor said that anyone can come to them, and by learning and training with his hunting allies, he will be able to confidently step into the territory for hunting. He added that the person who shows the best results at the end of the year will receive a valuable gift, and pointed to the elixir behind him. The events are moved to the JM agency, to a personal gym. The hunter Edgar Williams was engaged in body training there. The guy was sorry that he could not get dumbbells weighing more than a ton because the floor could collapse due to such weight. Edgar found it very boring and he didn't feel any progress at all. It was reported on television that the rector, Trevor Thompson, announced the opening of the Hunter Academy and said that applications would begin on the 12th. Edgar didn't understand why the agent had turned on the news. He wanted to find the remote control to switch to something else. Then, he heard that the rector had surprised many by revealing that the winner of the Korean department would be given an elixir as a prize. They added that as a result, everyone who enters will have a chance to receive the elixir, which serves as a huge motivation to show their full potential. Edgar watched a video screensaver of the newly created Hunter Academy. The song assured us that even if your skills are weak, you can learn everything. The boy asked Mr. Blake if it was true that you could get an elixir at the academy. The agent replied that it was true. They had put up the elixir as the main prize in a competition that would bring together students from all over the world. The hunter had only heard of the Korean branch, but now he learned that they have branches in other countries as well. Mr. Blake said that this is not a regular academy. It was founded by an educational group headed by Skakun. That is, it is one of the largest corporations in the world. Edgar asked why one of the largest corporations needed this. Mr. Blake replied that this is actually surprising, because they are trying to narrow the gap between low-ranked and high-ranked awakened ones. This is how they want to reduce the number of accidents during disasters, and the lower the rank and weaker the skills of the hunter, the better for entry. If Edgar had known that this was going to happen, he would have raised his rank later. But Mr. Blake said that the guy could pass on other criteria. The agent asked the guy if he was the one who bragged about the countless pathetic skills in his arsenal. Edgar didn't understand what he meant and added that he had more than 10 of them. Heavy attacks, tagging, and magic bullet are F-rated. They are basic. E-rank hunters usually have 20 skills, and upon reaching B rank, a hunter needs to have an average of 70 skills. And thus, Edgar's current amount of pitiful skills gives him an advantage for entering the Hunter Academy. Another advantage of the guy was his foreign origin. Mr. Blake said that Edgar may be subject to a donation-based admission system, and he asked the young man if he still had his Canes Guild awards. The Korean branch of the Hunters Academy consisted of a large number of exquisite buildings. A large number of applicants gathered outside the academy. It was a great honor for the rector to meet such an outstanding young man. But Edgar replied that he should be the one to thank for being accepted. Mr. Trevor asked the boy how he could be so shy after spending 2.5 billion won on behalf of the academy's students, and Edgar replied that he was only happy to help them. This system of admission seemed strange to Edgar. It was only possible because the academy is not considered a state university. Thanks to Mr. Agent's skills, they agreed on the amount of 2.5 billion, but even 5 or 10 billion, anyone would have paid it if it would have given them the elixir. According to the Academy's admission policy, its students are mostly F-ranked, with D rank being the highest, so no one is a rival here. The boy was sure that even if he studied hard all year, he would be able to take part in the tournament and win a prize. But Mr. Trevor's words that in the first year 2 B-rank representatives entered the school surprised Edgar. The rector said that there is a guy who entered the same way as Edgar. The man could not tell the boy who he was, but emphasized that he was also a famous person. At the first lesson, Professor Khan Matt said that he would teach the students basic elemental magic. But the teacher realized that the students would curse him if he started classes on the first day. So he just had to go through the schedule and choose a course for the next week. Edgar was very happy to have no rivals, but it turned out that someone had entered the academy just like him. He realized that there was no reason for high-ranking hunters to join, let alone a B-ranked hunter. Edgar decided that this shouldn't bother him because he wasn't interested in the hunting industry, and no matter what anyone said, as long as he could take first place, he wouldn't care. The professor ended the class and announced that they would meet next week. One of the students announced that there would be a welcome party for everyone that evening and asked them to gather at the Highlander Bar at the intersection in front of the academy at 8 p.m. When he heard about the party, Hunter thought it was time to call this academy a university. But he didn't want to go and decided to work out in the gym first. But then it occurred to Edgar that he might meet the very same B-ranked hunter at this party. He wondered if he should go and take a look at it. Nevertheless, the hunter decided to leave and in the evening headed to the Highlander Bar. Many students have already had a drink on their first day at the academy. Edgar was surrounded by a bunch of girls, and they bombarded him with questions about his various achievements. They also asked to see the cloning technique, but the guy said that his clones were busy right now. This noise annoyed the hunter, and he wanted them to calm down for a while. Then, Edgar asked his classmates if there was another B-rank hunter entering the academy besides him, but their reaction showed that they had not heard of it at all. After his question, Edgar asked me not to take it into account and to forget what he had said. All the articles on the internet were only about Edgar. The guy missed that the hunter was deliberately hiding himself and he would not be lucky to meet him at the party. The hunter no longer had any reason to be here. He got up from the table, said that today was fun, but he had to go. The girls didn't want Edgar to leave because they had so much alcohol left. One of the students also emphasized that the guy did not even finish his beer. Edgar grabbed his mug of alcohol and started to finish it. The girls just looked at their classmates in embarrassment. Edgar finished the alcohol and said that there was nothing left. He stood up and wished the girls a good evening before leaving. Edgar assumed that because of the antidote, alcohol had no effect on him. Putting on his cloak, he recalled his student days. As a guy, I also drank with Ryan, Chase, and Charlie on weekends. Edgar decided that he would just go home today. However, an unknown girl walked up behind him. She pointed to the side and asked if the welcome party was in that direction. Edgar said yes, and that the party was not over yet, so the girl could go there. But she asked why the guy was already leaving. The hunter replied that he didn't know anyone there, so he decided to just go home. But then Edgar realized that he had heard this woman's voice before. The girl asked if he would like to go for a drink with her in that case. Shiny long hair began to show from under the cap and hood. Erica told the teacher that he should know her. Edgar was not expecting to see his former student here, and he asked Erica what she was doing here. But the girl found this question strange and replied that she was also studying at the academy. The hunter asked why and if she hadn't made it to Gyeong Cook, but Erica didn't care about these questions and immediately changed the subject. The girl said that it was too cold, and she would like to have something to drink while they talked. So Edgar was forced to go to a bar with Erica. The girl ordered an unusual drink called Purple Rain. Edgar noticed that Erica had just graduated and it was rude to ask her to buy him a drink. The girl replied that this was exactly what she had and asked to be treated in honor of her graduation. The guy asked what was going on with Erica's entrance exams, and she said that she had passed and he should know that he had taught her well. Erica explained that it was actually her parents who wanted her to go to that university, so she planned to become a hunter after graduation. But after that, a department of the academy was opened for hunters, so she assured her parents to let her do whatever she wanted because Erica had entered where they wanted her to. At first, her parents said it was dangerous and so on. But after a few days of arguing, they finally allowed her to enter. Erica said that it was her teacher's turn to tell about herself, and Edgar asked her to stop calling him that because he was no longer her teacher. Edgar and Erica entered at the same time, so she assumed they must be on the same level. Then Erica asked if she should call her boyfriend Edgar Oppa. The hunter did not like it because it sounded too strange. He said that Erica could continue to call him teacher, but the girl liked to tease the teacher, so she called him an Oppa over and over again. Erica recalled that they hadn't been able to contact Edgar for a long time and asked if his phone was broken. She handed the glass to the bartender and asked for another drink. But Edgar took the glass from her and told her to stop drinking. The hunter was not sure if Erica even knew how much she could drink. Then she suddenly got up and took Edgar's phone. She did it to exchange numbers with him. Erica was happy that she now had a teacher's number. She added that now Edgar has no excuses not to call her. After the last sentence, the girl stuttered out of the blue. Edgar Williams embarrassedly asked the bartender for the bill. The night glow enveloped the outskirts of the city where our heroes live. When Erica wakes up, she feels someone carrying her on his shoulders. The girl was instantly embarrassed to see her former teacher carrying her. Erica immediately began to wonder why he was carrying her and assumed that she had fallen asleep on the bar. The girl did not know where they were going, but the thought of Edgar carrying her to his place made her instantly shy. Edgar noticed that Erica was already awake, and the girl asked him, embarrassed, if she had really fallen asleep. The hunter replied that this was the case and added that if she was awake, she could continue to stomp on her own 2 feet. But Erica just clung to the guy and said that she still felt too sick to go. All this time she was worried about something and decided to ask Edgar about it. Erica asked her former teacher why he hadn't written to her once in 6 months. Even though he changed his phone, he could still find a way to contact her if he wanted to. The hunter admitted that he planned to hit her if he saw her today. With a trembling voice, Erica replied that she had a lot of fun today and asked if Edgar felt the same way. She also asked the guy if they had never met at the academy. He would never have written to her. The hunter replied that he had entered the academy because he had a very important case. He admitted that he really had fun tonight and also admitted that it was the best evening in the last 6 months. Because of his laziness, Edgar thought he would lose his resolve if he returned to his old friends. He was very afraid of repeating the same mistakes and regretting them again, just like he did with Freya. That's when Edgar's heart was filled with determination and he knew he couldn't back down. When Erica asked him, he replied that people don't change that easily. He added that he had no choice but to cut all ties with his family. Edgar hoped that Erica realized that there was not a moment when he did not worry about them. The girl looked around and saw that her former teacher was carrying her to her house, not his, and was embarrassed that she had misunderstood. Erica took her cap from Edgar's hands, put it on her head, and said that this time she forgave him. Before leaving, she recalled Edgar's words that he was worried about them. The hunter realized that Erica didn't want to hear any excuses next time. The girl looked back and said with a sweet smile on her face that it was true. The plot shifts to the office of Chairman Mike Heeson. The man sat in a chair and looked out the window of his office. Then he looked to the side and began to think anxiously about something. A masked man appeared in Mike's office and told him that he had failed the mission at the hospital because the hunter, Edgar Williams, was stronger than he had expected. Mike couldn't believe it was the same Edgar, and he said he had to get his autograph. Then the door to the office opened and a man's voice came from underneath. The guy said he was there and asked Mike why he was sitting in the dark. The chairman replied that he needed to think about something and asked if everything was ready. Mike added that he would be able to go next week, and the boy would have to prove himself worth the pain he went through to get into the academy. The boy assured his father that there was nothing to worry about and that he was confident in his success. His son, Adam Hassan, a B-rank hunter, came out to see the man in person. Mike was happy when Adam told him that he would not disappoint him. He told the boy that getting this elixir was his chance to prove himself. The professor of elemental magic announced that today they would begin to learn the basics of magic that he had discussed in the last class. Of course, Edgar knew he would run into Erica from time to time, but he had no idea that they would end up in the same class. The first skill that the teacher suggested we learn was the fireball. The fireball is one of the most flexible spells that everyone loves, and one of the most useful basic skills not only for hunting, but also for disasters. The professor announced that even chefs are mastering it nowadays. Edgar was curious about the method of training that the academy would use, as he had once learned to hit a hard punch by swinging his fists. Then, the professor asked the students to stand in line and announced that he would hand out skill areas. He also added that if there are those who have mastered the fireball, they can stay in their positions. The skill areas are linked to the awakening system to register the skill. With them, even only awakened children can learn any skill they wish. Everyone was dumbfounded by the fact that people could learn any skill, even the strongest if they wanted to, regardless of what skill they had when they woke up. But very quickly, everyone faced the harsh reality and crazy prices for skills. And due to the difficulty of production and limited circulation, prices skyrocketed. High-ranking hunters began to monopolize the market of skill areas. They bought them all and earned even more. As a result, the demand for areas only grew. This caused a domino effect. Only hunters from the highest echelons could afford to buy skill areas, and the gap between high-ranking and low-ranking hunters only grew. The professor assured the students that there was nothing to worry about, and that they had enough spheres for everyone, and that they also had limiters for those who could not control their mana. Edgar couldn't believe that they were giving away skill spheres so easily. Fireball is one of the cheapest skills, but still, its sphere costs about 8 million won. Erica was also incredibly impressed by the generosity of the academy. After a while, Edgar managed to master the fireball skill. The professor asked the students if they had already mastered the skill, and he received a unanimous yes. After that, he said that it was time for practice and suggested changing the location to a stadium for practice. The students asked how they could increase the strength of the skills. Previously, they had to change mana flows for quality control and application of skills, but now that they have a system, it's all automated. The professor had activated the skill and was about to demonstrate it to his students. He directed the fireball at a huge piece of ice. The professor said that the only thing that matters for the strength of skills is experience. The man told the students that if they looked at their status window, they could see that the skill also had its own level, which would gradually increase. Today, the students were to focus on practicing and improving their skills, and the professor asked them to stand in line, just like last time. Erica was the first to demonstrate her skill. She synthesized a fireball and sent it into a block of ice. The professor praised the girl and said that she was a perfect fireball, and if she kept using this skill, her strength would grow before she knew it. Erica thanked me embarrassedly and said that her skill was mana balls, so it was not difficult for her to master this skill because they are very similar. Edgar Williams was next in line to demonstrate the skill. His classmates knew that he was a B-rank hunter, so they suspected that his mana must be 10 times larger than theirs. The teacher noticed that the students were impressed and couldn't wait to see what Edgar could do, and he was looking forward to it too. They didn't often see a B-ranked hunter use the skill. In any case, the professor asked the students to take 2 steps back. Edgar calmed down and tried to concentrate his mana into a ball. The guy visualized an explosion of power, using a powerful punch, and was going to release it all in one attack. But his little clot of mana did not even reach the block of ice. The professor had already covered his ears, but his face was covered in a complete smile. Erica was no less surprised by what she saw than her teacher. Edgar stared in despair at his palm, where the synthesized light was supposed to appear. All of Edgar's classmates began to giggle quietly at this result. The professor tried to calm them down, saying that what Mr. Williams had just done was not wrong. He explained that the problem was that Edgar had put too much force into the skill, and the fireball had dissolved from the overabundance of mana pumped into it. The professor added that this is just another reason to prove that any student can outperform a high-ranking hunter if they simply improve their skills. Edgar Williams listened in despair to all these clumsy words of the professor. Then the teacher began to call on the next students to demonstrate the skill. Another guy entered the room and apologized for being late. Adam said that he had mixed up the classroom in which he was supposed to be in and asked if he could be next. His classmates immediately recognized the son of the head of the High Song Guild. The professor mentioned that Adam was also in their class, and he didn't think he would have the honor of meeting 2 B-rank hunters at the academy. Edgar was worried when he was told that this guy was a B rank hunter and from the Haesong Guild. This meant that Adam was the second B rank who entered the academy. The teacher asked the boy if he had already received a skill area, and he replied that he already knew the fireball ability. The boy immediately began to demonstrate his skills and sent a huge blob of fire into the block of ice. The place where the bullet landed erupted in a massive explosion. Edgar and Erica were extremely surprised by this guy's skills. Adam turned to the professor and asked if that was enough. The teacher was momentarily speechless from his great surprise. The next moment, he told the students that this was perfect and that this was the level they should all strive for. Adam Hassan opened his eyes and added his voice as well. Edgar was finished off by his remark that a B rank hunter should be at least that strong. Other classmates immediately began to discuss the incredible skill of this guy. Edgar realized that his first lesson had been a complete disaster. The guy complained about his weakness to Erica at lunch. The girl tried to calm him down by saying that a bunch of students also failed to use the fireball. She added that the professor said that it was necessary to improve the level of the skill through its constant use. Erica said he could do it if he practiced hard for the next week, and quietly added that she could give him some lessons. The guy realized that constant use is easy, and he just needs to use whatever he has at hand. Edgar started training even while his clones were hunting. The guy asked the clones if they had already mastered the fireball. After an affirmative answer, he asked them to demonstrate their abilities. Edgar was incredibly shocked that they could also use a fireball. The guy immediately tried to calm down because he realized that now was not the time to be jealous of his own clones. Edgar ordered the clones to continue using the fireball throughout the day. He added that they should not quit, but simply maintain the skill for as long as they have enough mana. And Edgar also said to continue using this skill while hunting. The guy was going to wipe his nose at everyone who was looking at him defiantly. Moreover, Edgar had a significant advantage over the others. Namely, if the best way to increase the level is through constant use. His clones used the skill wherever they could, and even in the hospital, for which they were repeatedly yelled at by a nurse. Due to the constant use of fireballs, the skins of the captured monsters were burned, which made it impossible for them to sell them. Edgar's resistance to fire and regeneration have increased significantly due to the training. The guy was in pain from the rewinding of the burns he received as a result of constant training of the skill. Erica was unhappy that he was using the fireball with his right hand while his left was still recovering, and he replied that he needed to keep practicing. After all, the guy said that the experience coming from his clones would be enough for him, and the girl didn't understand why he would go so far. Edgar replied that he and the clones had agreed to do everything together, both the hard stuff and the easy stuff. And he also noted that thanks to everything he had learned from Erica, he could maintain the skill for quite some time. The girl has used a bunch of different techniques since she awakened her powers, but all of them had rather unpleasant consequences. Erica tried to increase the size of her mana balls by pouring more energy into them, or through spiritual visualization. It looks very much like a fireball. She believed that this was the strength of the system the professor had described to them. Finally, Erica told the boy not to overexert himself and suggested that they go to class before they were late. The sky was very clear that day, and Adam was pleased to realize that everything was going according to plan. The professor asked the students if they had had much time to practice the new skill. Today, they were to devote the entire lesson to honing their skills. Adam entered the practice room, and everyone immediately noticed him. Everything went according to plan for the guys, and it couldn't have been better. At the first lesson, he made it clear to everyone the difference between Edgar and him. He pretended that he couldn't find a classroom to study in. But in fact, he came just in time to speak right after Edgar Williams. He wanted the boy to have no chance of getting the highest grade in this class. After Adam got everyone's attention, he showed them that his skills were many times better than Edgar's. Chairman Haesong's son could not let the boy get hold of the elixir. He intended to eliminate anyone who would get in the way of his goal. But contrary to Adam's expectations, Edgar demonstrated incredible skill. The professor could not believe what he had just seen with his own eyes. It was only 3 days after Edgar's failed attack. The guy replied that he had indeed been training for a long time since he heard that a B rank hunter should be able to do at least something like that. His classmates were no less impressed than the teacher, and they also did not understand how the guy had made such progress in a short period of time. Professor Khan Matt noted that the boy's training brought incredible results and that this is exactly what the academy is looking for. Edgar replied that what Adam did on the first day inspired him greatly. It was the best motivation of all. Erica noticed that all of her classmates looked so surprised today, and she told Edgar to be careful, because she didn't want to tie his hand next time. Edgar assured me that there was nothing to worry about, and his left arm was in much better condition. The guy asked his friend in embarrassment if she knew what regeneration was, and Erica certainly didn't expect him to heal so quickly, but she was glad that he was feeling better. They had different classes, so they agreed to meet later. Edgar was confident that he would be able to level up the skill to level 20 next week, but he was currently at level 15. Then Adam came out of the corner of his eye and asked the boy what he wanted. He said that if he needed money or real estate, he could get or buy Edgar anything he wanted if he just told him. The hunter asked Adam what had happened, but the boy asked him not to act like an innocent sheep. Adam Heeson asked Edgar what he wanted in return for not fighting for the elixir. The hunter was well aware that the elixir was very important to his opponent, but he noticed that it was no less important to him. Edgar told the boy that he would not give up trying to get the elixir, even for all the real estate and soul. Adam told the boy that he would regret it. Edgar replied that if he were him, he would watch his words, because those who threatened him in this way have never ended well. This answer made Chairman Haesong's son even angrier. He slammed his fist against the wall and asked Edgar if he wanted to ruin all his plans. The story shifts to Kim's new laboratory, where she produced her elixirs. The girl handed over elixirs that helped to increase resistance to poisons when drunk. Kim said that the side effects are much less severe now because lately all she has been doing is eating, sleeping, and brewing elixirs. Edgar was unhappy to hear that the side effects were now less severe, and Kim immediately punched him in the face. She said that only a stupid guy like him could use elixirs as bombs. Then Edgar asked the girl to calm down and asked if she had heard the news. He was referring to the news about DEP and how things ended with them, and it was a great opportunity for Kim to strike back at Haesong. The girl noticed that everyone had done what they could, but that it was probably not enough and that they would still have the opportunity to take revenge. The bastards from Haesong also pissed Edgar off, but he had no idea what kind of dark past Kim had with them. Then he asked the girl if she happened to know Adam Hassan, but of course Kim knew that he was Mike Hassan's second son. Edgar was surprised to hear that this guy was his son, because they didn't look alike at all. Kim added that Adam was often in the news when he was a child, and the director's first son was not particularly talented, so everyone's attention focused on his second son. Even before Adam went to kindergarten, everyone was already saying that he would be the heir to Haesong as soon as he woke up, and it was not even discussed. But at some point it disappeared from the agenda, and people slowly forgot about it. Kim also wondered why, because Adam's skill when he woke up was incredibly strong, and everyone had forgotten about him so easily. Adam's skill as a great sage was that no matter what ability he learned, he immediately began to apply it from the highest level. Edgar was surprised, saying that this was like cheating in real life, but Kim said that it was not for him to say. Now the hunter understood why Adam had such great power in his attacks. Looking at the elixir, Edgar wondered how he would handle Adam Haesong. The story moves to a hunting ground on Mount Wonmi. Former members of the Silver Moon Guild talked about how they would earn money if they didn't hunt. The man told his partner to come up to him and look right in front of them. Not far away, Edgar's clones hunted monsters while training their fireball ability. The red-haired man recognized Edgar's clones, but his partner told him not to look at them, but at what was on the ground. He saw monsters there and asked his partner what he meant, because they were the prey of clones. Then he realized that his friend was going to steal the prey, and he knew that if they were caught, they would be finished, because everyone knows that clones are just machines without hearts and feelings. His partner replied that the clones would most likely call the search party only after they had cleared the entire area, and until then, they did not keep track of their kills. Pick up something that someone has thrown away because they don't need it is their chance to make a lot of money. One of the clones called the monster collection team and asked them to pick up the corpses in Zone B6. The clone said that there were 10 giant blood-sucking ant queens, 3 troll kings, 20 cursed scorpions in this zone, but then the interlocutor interrupted him, saying that there were no monster corpses in Zone B6. At first, the clone was surprised to hear that, but said he would check everything and call back. Clone number 5 immediately called its owner. Edgar picked up the phone and asked the clone what was wrong. What he heard in the conversation surprised the hunter. Clone number 5 reported that someone had stolen the monsters' corpses while they were calling the collection team. Then he asked the owner if they should catch the thieves. Edgar ordered them to track them down, but not to kill them. The guys were already happy that they hit the jackpot and the theft went well. They hoped that if they sold everything on the black market, Edgar would not be able to trace them. But then one of the partners noticed that someone was calling his phone. The red-haired man asked his friend who was calling him, and he replied that it was the person who had taught him this trick. The person on the other end of the phone asked if the former guild members had succeeded. Jake reported that the operation was a complete success, and those guys will never guess where the bullets came from. Adam was happy that everything worked out exactly as planned in the end. He recognized that Edgar had changed a lot since he was an F-rated hunter. About 6 months ago, a video appeared that shook the entire internet. The newcomer killed hundreds of horned rabbits, although it was very difficult for even experienced shooters to achieve this. And then, a hunter named Falcon Eye appeared for the first time. From the very beginning, nothing was known about the guy except his strange title. But as soon as news of Edgar's clones emerged, people learned that Hawkeye was one of them. But people thought it was nonsense that some F-ranked hunter had such a high-level shooting skill, and they started arguing about how clones hunted so well. Someone said that clones are focused on maximum efficiency. They have perfectly honed movements, precise as machines. Adam believed that if the clones only thought about efficiency, and that they would not call a collection team until they had killed the number of monsters their team could carry. It's a waste of time and resources to call the team every time and wait for them to finish, because the collection team can take out almost all the monsters from the zone at once. No one would risk entering the grounds to steal corpses worth several million, but things change when it comes to high-ranking monsters. Adam believed that Edgar would not be able to continue to refuse his offer if he cut off his income streams. Mr. Agent asked Edgar why he was so sad, and the boy replied that someone had stolen the corpses of the monsters his clones had killed. Once before, he had a few giant rats stolen from him while his clones hunted fish people. But this time, everything was more organized. Because of the previous incident, Edgar had ordered the clones to call in a collection team as soon as they cleared the area. But now, the corpses disappeared in a short amount of time. The hunter thought for a moment that it might be karma for his bad deed. One day, he ordered clone number 3 to take away a fishman that he had not killed. Edgar can't make the clones carry the corpses with them because he doesn't have the skills to keep the corpses with him. Mr. Blake noted that if the boy needed a skill for storage, he could ask one person to do it. The man was referring to Una Moore, who had recently been rescued from Odin's Tower by Edgar. The girl was incredibly happy to see that the guy had finally come to visit them, because she had been telling him to come to them more often. The other guild members had already seen that Edgar had been promoted to B rank and began to congratulate him. Then the guy turned to Una, saying that he wanted to ask her for something, but also noted that she could always refuse if she didn't want to. Edgar wanted to learn how to use Una's subspace skill. Once he managed to learn breathing meditation techniques just from an online lecture. Now he wondered if he could learn subspace if the girl explained the basic principles to him, but Una replied that, unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. She added that she would have gladly taught all the principles if she could, but she had a different type of skill. Each person has their own unique skill, so Edgar will not be able to use Una's ability, even if she explains everything in detail. And in the same way, she can't use the guy's cloning skill. The boy noticed that Una should know that there are people with similar awakening skills, because the horse is not the only one who can use instant teleportation. The girl replied that there are no two people in the world with the same awakening skills. They may be similar, but still each of them is unique in their own way. The skills may look similar, but all sorts of details like distance, knockback time, and so on are different. Una told the guy that he could get a skill similar to hers, but not identical to his. She didn't know if there were any records left or not, but they could always find out, so Una suggested going to the Inheritance headquarters. The headquarters of the Inheritance was not in Korea, but in New York, USA. Edgar thought that Una would go with him, but he was surprised that she decided to send him alone. All the people around him spoke a language Edgar did not understand. But the guy's Ming bracelet translated everything for him. Even though he didn't know English, he understood what they were saying. Without this feature, it would definitely not have been able to cope with carrying things. Inheritance was the place where the guy got his ball rolling as a familiars, and who would have thought that Edgar would end up at their headquarters? The hunter thought it would be worthwhile to look at other skills while he was here. At the elevator exit, Edgar was immediately met by an unfamiliar woman. This lady was the CEO of Inheritance, named Arya Bershel, and she learned about the guest from the Canis Guild. Edgar was surprised that the Director General of this headquarters was a woman. Arya opened the rather massive door and invited the guy into the room with the skills of organizing the Inheritance. At this time, Edgar's clones were busy doing their daily business. They hunted disgusting monsters in hunting grounds. At the same time, the clones were training their newly acquired fireball skill. They could launch several attacks at monsters at the same time. Thus, their hunting was many times more effective than before. The former guild members were unhappy because the clones were always using the fireball. Because of this, they had to cut out only the undamaged parts of the monsters and continue to follow the clones. Judging by the silence around them, the men assumed that the clones had already finished hunting. But instead, they noticed a group of hunters near the other monster corpses. Jake came closer and asked who they were and what they were doing with the bodies. He believed that it was completely their prey, and these scoundrels wanted to steal it. The man asked these hunters if they also picked up Edgar Williams' prey, and one of the guys told him to watch his mouth. This answer meant that it was most likely true, and Jake had no idea that others would find out so quickly. Then the man offered them a deal in exchange for not fighting. Jake suggested that they divide the loot equally, and if they encountered other teams, they should team up to fight them off. The former guild member assumed that the people in front of him were also B-rank hunters, and if they attracted too much attention, they would find themselves in a much worse situation. The leader of the group of hunters replied that he liked the man's plan, so now they were all looking forward to useful cooperation. The red-haired man was surprised to see that Edgar's clones were also here. Before that, Jake had said that these guys had to go train after the hunt, but it didn't matter, because they had already sold the corpses on the black market. He assured us that there was nothing to worry about, because there were plenty of other hunters around, so we should go away as if nothing had happened. The red-haired man was blocked by a dagger suddenly thrown at him. The same thing happened to the leader of the hunters with whom they teamed up. One of the clones recited the length of the military boots, 28 and 29 centimeters, as well as the length of the feet of other thieves, 27.5 centimeters, 26.5 centimeters, 25 centimeters. He announced that these were the tracks found in the hunting grounds today. And then the clone asked the thieves to come over for a minute, adding that they had a few questions. Jake could not understand what was happening, but he realized that the clone had just thrown knives at them. He shouted that he would call security right away, but the clone pointed to the phone in his hand. Kim said that calling an official collection company would definitely get these guys in trouble, and she noticed that the thieves had sold the bodies on the black market. But Jake asked the girl who she was to make such accusations. He asked if she had any evidence to prove their guilt. Kim Foster replied that she is now at the point of sale of the black market. She asked her husband if he wanted her to bring them the corpses that had just arrived, and added that they could check if they were really killed by their weapons. Edgar's clone remarked that they should really just call security. He picked up the phone and started looking for the number of the guards. After a while, the thieves agreed to move far enough away from the place where they had just been. Then they turned to the clones and asked what they wanted from them. Clone number 5 recounted Edgar's words that when he was a rookie, he had also tried to take a corpse that was someone else's prey on purpose, so he understood what happened. Then the guy added that if the thieves returned everything they had earned from the stolen loot, the boys would not make a big deal out of it. It would have been much faster for them to just clear another area than to wait for the black market corpses to identify their owner, so they didn't call the guards right away. So they believed that this proposal would be beneficial for everyone, but Jake still had some things he couldn't understand. He told the clones that they were just a manifestation of the skills of some hunter and asked how they dared to offer them, B-rank hunters, such conditions. Jake said he had a better offer and started to pull out his blade. He told the guys that they would kill them right here and now, and that what they put on the black market would be sold in a few hours and no evidence would be left. The man did not want to just give the boys money. There are now 5 of them, so they could defeat these clones, and killing them would not technically be considered a crime. He noticed that the guys should have called security earlier and was surprised that they brought them to a half-empty place. KFM was worried whether the 2 clones would be able to deal with it on their own. Then the girl noticed her old friend and asked if he knew who had sold the corpses. The man said that it was a team of 5 B-rank hunters, and Kim replied that these hunters had actually stolen the corpses from Edgar. The man immediately became angry because this gang of scoundrels dared to sell him stolen goods. But Kim was surprised to hear this, because she thought that her friend only bought such goods, and he believed that he did not have to sell stolen goods. Then the man asked where Edgar had gone if someone was stealing his loot, and Kim replied that the guy was abroad at the headquarters of the Inheritance. The events are transferred to the Inheritance headquarters, to the Skill Sphere manufacturing room. Arya said that this is where they create skill areas. She added that 80% of the world's production is located here. She had already heard that Edgar had learned meditation and mana breathing from online courses. And then I asked the hunter if he knew that he could learn the fireball skill in the same way. It made sense. If it's not about the skill of awakening, almost everything can be learned online, Edgar thought. Then why do people buy such expensive skill areas? Arya guessed that the guy would think of this and answered that the reason was that the skills were incredibly difficult to learn. Even if a person is very gifted, it can take from 6 months to several years to master a fireball on their own, and not to mention how long it will take to learn other skills. The fireball was a basic skill, so the others could take decades, if not more, to master. Since the information in the sphere is linked to the system, even people with terrible mana control can learn skills instantly. Such spheres are incredibly difficult to manufacture, and therefore their prices are extremely high. Arya knew that Edgar was looking for a subspace skill and said that luckily they still had one left. The woman pointed to the price tag, which read 10 million. Edgar was surprised to see this figure, because he expected it to cost much more. But then the CEO said that 10 million was in dollars, and in Korean money it was about 12.8 billion won. The lady said that this is just one of the cheapest skills related to subspace. Edgar expected the prices to be expensive, but they were too high even for him. Aris understood everything and told the guy that if he accepted her offer, she would give him a discount or even give him the sphere for free. Edgar was incredibly excited to hear that he could get this sphere for free and asked what the woman wanted. Then Arya came closer and said that she wanted Edgar's body. So the guy could not understand what she meant by these words. The plot shifts to a fight between the thieves and the boys' clones. The men did not understand how these guys were able to defeat them because they were also B-rank hunters. They were incredibly angry, not understanding how this was possible. But they decided not to give up and continued to attack their opponents. One of the huntresses shot her arrow directly at the clone. However, he easily repelled her attack. The girl did not understand how this guy was able to repel the attack with a knife. 2 other thieves attacked clone number 4. However, he instantly dodged each of their attacks. But he was incredibly quick to strike back. Then the 5th of the thieves from the association joined the battle. Using the ability, he sent pieces of ice to the clones. However, they dodged it and swung their knives at the other attackers. 2 daggers immediately hit the huntress's body. She screamed painfully because of the wounds she had just received. Number 5 rushed to attack the 5th thief. The man raised his hands in the air and said tensely that he was surrendering. Jake still couldn't understand how this could happen. After all, they are also B-rank hunters and still lost. The man admitted that they lost to the clones in this fight. He said with despair in his voice that they would return all the money. The clan calmly asked for the money to be transferred urgently. He held out Edgar's bank account number, but did not have time to give it to the thief. And all because at that moment he was attacked by an unknown girl. Such a powerful attack threw the clone's body back several meters. The girl said that she had caught a couple of hooligans trying to make money, and she added that in the name of the Haesong Guild, she would not allow such a crime to happen. This girl was the captain of the 2nd Assault Squad, an A-ranked huntress, Lyanna Nord. Arya had already heard that you can actually touch the body. Then she added that she meant the body of Edgar's clone. She said that if the boy allowed her to study the clone's body, she would give him this sphere for free. Previously, everyone knew that cloning could only create illusions, so the woman could not have imagined that she would have a skill similar to Edgar's. Then, Arya added that the news hadn't yet reached outside of Korea and asked the guy if he thought it would be a good idea to start early. Edgar asked what the goal of studying his clones was, and the woman replied that it was to create a sphere with the same skill as his. They have to study the skill before creating a sphere for it, which requires learning all the details of how it is activated, mana flow, criteria, and so on. Arya admitted that it is impossible to fully recreate the awakening skills, but they can try to create at least something similar. And then she added that they might even be able to create a downgraded version of Edgar's skill in. The hunter doubted whether he should do this, even though the woman would give him a sphere worth 12.8 billion, and there was no skill more useful to him than this. But if he agrees, his cloning skills could end up on the market. The CEO said that, as a rule, the copy has several limitations compared to the original. It all depends on how they manage to learn the skill. As an example, she said that Unimor's skill is one of the best subspace skills. There is a lot of space inside, no mana is spent, and it has no content restrictions. Compared to this, the sphere will not allow anything alive to enter except the ruler and his familiars. You can store food and equipment there, but it will consume mana. Therefore, even if they manage to copy Edgar's skill, it will most likely have similar limitations. After hearing this story, Edgar decided to accept her offer. But then he added that he would also have his own conditions, and if they agreed to them, he would immediately bring one of his clones here. The action moves to the area where the clash between the clones and the thieves took place. At that moment, Leanna Nord of the Hasten Guild arrived at the scene of the fight. The girl was amazed that the clone managed to block the attack. He really was as fast as they said. Jake asked Leanna who she was, and she replied that she was a righteous huntress who had come to stop the violence. After these words, she advised the thieves to huddle together and get out of here as soon as possible. However, Edgar Williams' clones were not going to let them go so easily. Clone number 4 apologized, but said they couldn't leave until they got all the money back. But the next moment, Leanna attacked him, saying that it was no longer his decision. Clone number 4 quickly dodged the girl's attack with lightning speed. She hadn't expected him to be able to avoid her punch. But Leanna did not lose her cool and kicked the clone's body. The thieves just looked on in amazement as they ran away from the fight. But the guys were not going to let them go anyway. They had to get income for their hunt. So one of them advised Leanne Nord to get out of their way. The girl was annoyed by their impudence and the fact that they did not realize who was in front of them. And the very next moment, the girl attacked clone number 5. Leanna Nord's blade pierced through his body. She intended to prevent the guys from getting their money back and kill them both here right now. Edgar's condition was that if inheritance killed the clone, he would not provide them with another one, and they would not be able to demand payment for the skill sphere, even if they failed to create a sphere with his skill. Edgar will provide them with a clone for research for 3 months, and in return, the clone will have to do everything in its power, and the guy added that his clone will need clothes. Arya realized that she was at a disadvantage, but Edgar told her that she could always back out, as he had been taking a long time to decide. The woman started taking clothes out of the closet and said that Edgar fully realized the value of his skill. So they made a deal, and the CEO told Edgar to call in his clone. A moment later, a naked clone of Edgar Williams appeared in front of them. They immediately threw clothes on him and ordered him to get dressed. The CEO was a little embarrassed by the sight. She never thought she would see a clone with a real body. Edgar told the woman that she could call him number 7. He said that originally this clone was supposed to hunt in a certain place, but as the side effect of the potion weakened a bit, its self-destruction also weakened. Arya held out the sphere, saying that in any case, she had already verified the reality of the hunter's clone. Therefore, she was going to fulfill her end of the bargain by transferring the sphere to Edgar. Immediately after touching the sphere, Edgar began to absorb the new skill. Now the hunter had a subspace skill, the size of which depends on the level. Mana was spent on its maintenance, and it also cannot store anything alive except the owner and familiars. The CEO congratulated Edgar on his new skill. He decided it would be a good idea to try it out right away. The hunter activated the subspace skill, and a crack began to appear in the air. Every second, its volume was growing. Edgar noticed that everything inside the subspace was very similar to Yuna's. There was a wall, and the space was much smaller than Yuna's, about 33 square meters. It was consuming the boy's mana, but not too fast, so the problem was small. This space should have been enough for the monsters his clones were killing. Miss Arya asked the boy about his impressions of the skill, and he said that everything looked great so far, and the last thing left was to see if the clones could use it. At first, the CEO did not understand what Edgar meant by these words. Then she saw the clone she had just summoned also use the subspace skill. The woman was amazed that the boy's clones also use skills, and Edgar explained that they can do anything but clone themselves. Arya Bershel was incredibly excited by this incredible skill. She realized that she had to get it at any cost. Edgar told number 7 to try to enter subspace as well. He did so, but for some reason came out from a different place than the hunter expected. It was quite strange, because the clone came out of the exact same entrance that Edgar had created before. Then the hunter noticed that another entrance appeared behind number 7, and this was most likely the passage that the clone had made. Edgar realized that no matter who uses the subspace, they are all united at the same time. He realized that it was more like a portal, if you can use it that way. However, at that moment, a strange thing crashed into number 7. Edgar could not understand where this weapon came from. Leanna did not understand what skill her opponent had used and where her baton had gone. The clone replied that this is what happens when you throw your weapon around. It gets caught in subspace. Then the boy looked around in embarrassment, hearing his master's screams. Edgar shouted at number 7 that he couldn't die in his arms, but the clone objected, saying that he was still alive. But the hunter angrily shut his mouth, shouting that he would take revenge for him. He added that he did not know who did it, but he would never forgive him for it. Edgar grabbed the weapon he had just received and prepared to fight. Liana realized that she had caught a bigger fish than she had expected. The hunter asked the girl if it was her who threw the club, and the clone confirmed that it was this girl and that he had nothing to do with it. Liana didn't expect Edgar himself to show up, she asked, and so what if it was her? But Edgar only gave her an angry look. He noticed number 5 wounded nearby and asked if he was okay. The clone replied that he was able to stop the bleeding, but he could not feel his legs. Elgar told the boy that he had done a great job and then cancelled the clone's call. Clone number 4 reported that they had found a team of hunters stealing monster corpses and were in the process of getting paid for their loot. But at that moment, they were attacked by this girl. He added that she said she belonged to the Curson Guild, and the mention of them irritated the hunter because everyone in this guild tries to ruin other people's lives. Liana told the guy that he sounded quite brave, and that it was typical for a B rank to think that they could afford such things. Edgar Williams grabbed a gun and asked clone number 4 to cover him. He was about to start attacking a huntress from the Haysong Guild, but Liana Nord was walking in his direction with an imperturbable expression. Adam Heeson was irritated by the weakness of his subjects. Jake told them that everything went very badly and asked them not to call again because they almost died. Adam was worried that he had sent only those 2, so he hired another team. But these 5 B ranks couldn't even handle 2 clones. But not even in this case, he sent the captain of the second squad to look after them, and that girl was really a monster. With one strong movement of her hand, Liana was able to stop the clone's attack. She told the guy not to get carried away just because a few newspapers wrote that he was an impressive newcomer. She kept wondering why the clone couldn't figure out who his rival was, and assumed that he had taken after his master, and she told Edgar to know his place as a B rank. Liana swung her baton and said that she would teach him a good lesson for that. After such a blow, the ground under Edgar's feet split in 2. The captain of the second guild squad, Hyson, admitted that her opponent was quite fast. Due to the scale of the attack, Edgar realized that this girl was an A-ranked hunter. But at least he managed to break her right arm by blocking the attack, so she still took damage. Liana asked her opponent if he wanted to return her weapon. Edgar was going to block the girl's next attack with her own weapon. The blow was quite powerful, so the guy could barely withstand it. And as a result, Liana Nord took back her baton. The girl said that her weapon was made in accordance with the latest technology and asked the boy if he was going to continue fighting with this toy gun. Edgar could not understand what she had just done and how, because her arm was broken. He was incredibly annoyed by this whole unpleasant situation. The hunter told the girl that she shouldn't worry about what he was going to use to fight her, and then a couple more clones appeared from subspace. Liana realized that her opponent would not give up easily. The clones brought the blade, as Edgar had asked, and took number 5 to the hospital. The hunter took up arms and prepared to fight Liana. But the girl was already looking forward to him attacking her. Then the next moment, Edgar ordered the clones to attack the opponent, and they all rushed at her. The CEO of Heritage could not understand what was going on here at all. She had no idea that subspace could be used as a portal. She didn't know what to do with this fight, because she understood that she shouldn't interfere in personal disputes. But now was a great opportunity to keep the guy in her debt. And mentioning the baton, the CEO suggested that this weapon was developed by Tron Industries. She didn't want to miss the opportunity to put those arrogant fools from Tron in their place. Then, Arya called Hubert and asked if they had already finished the prototype they were working on. The guys managed to stab the body of the leader of the second guild unit, Hyson, with knives. With a smile on her face, she admitted that the clones were quite fast. But then the girl asked if they knew what her skill was. Liana's skill was damage return. A certain percentage of the damage received is redirected to another target. The girl activated her ability and directed it at the clones. The scale of the destruction caused by its attack was simply incredible. Edgar Williams barely managed to prevent significant injuries. But Liana wasn't going to let him rest. She immediately swung her sword at the guy. Her blow was again devastating, but Edgar managed to dodge it. After that, the girl immediately pointed her baton at him. The guy was in a difficult situation because he could not dodge while he was in the air. So the next moment, his body was pierced by flames from Liana's weapon. Edgar was thrown back and noticed that all the girl's wounds had already healed. But he still couldn't understand the secret of Liana's skill. Then he shouted to number 4 to get to work. He threw him a small bag and the clone immediately caught it. He opened the bag and began to pour its contents into his mouth. Liana asked her opponent what he had just fed his clone. Edgar replied that if the girl was from the Haesong Guild, she should have guessed what it was. And he added that his clone had just eaten the same drug from the crystals, and Liana couldn't believe what she had just heard. The hunter said not to play dumb because they made a lot of them together with the Silver Moon Guild. The guy had heard that one such crystal increases the performance of about 100 gems, so he kept some for himself. He had already tested them, but nothing good came of it. Edgar added that its characteristics did not increase as much as those of a precious stone. But after he fed 3 of them to his clone, a monster was born that did not obey his commands. The hunter emphasized that if they had created them, they should know all the effects much better than he did. Clone number 4 has indeed turned into a real monster. But Liana advised us not to think that something would change just because the clone got bigger. Even though it costs hundreds of gems, it increases its performance by only half a level. She was annoyed that her opponent thought that if he ate a couple of them, it would make a big difference. But the monster didn't mind her words and started attacking. Liana was knocked back several meters into the air by the previous blow. Edgar assumed that the girl had bitten her tongue. The bonus to a characteristic from a crystal is so small only for visible characteristics, but the power gain from transforming a monster is quite different. Edgar said that the girl needed to eat at least one of these to find out for herself. But there were other drawbacks to the monster's transformation. It was the fact that now he had no control over his movements and could kill even his master. Edgar ordered everyone to stay away from clone number 4. But Liana didn't care, because the guild would take care of everything if she killed him. After that, the girl instantly got up from her seat. She approached the monster and swung her sword at it. But he responded by throwing Liana Nord farther into the ground. However, after all the injuries, the girl began to recover instantly. The girl used her ability and attacked the monster. Her attack was incredibly powerful, and it knocked the monster to the ground. After Liana dealt with the monster, she jumped up to Edgar. In a crazy tone, the rival asked the guy if she killed him. Would the clones disappear with him? This amused Edgar at first, but then he realized that she was completely serious. 2 more clones came to help their master, blocking Liana's attacks. The 3rd clone was about to attack the girl behind him. He swung the knife and, as it seemed at first glance, plunged it directly into her body. But Liana held the knife back with her bare hands and said that it was nowhere near enough to defeat her. She swung her sword in the direction of her opponent. Because of this attack, his entire body was pierced by the flames from the sword. The girl noticed that the guy's clones did not hit vital organs and asked if they had never killed a person before and why they were babysitting him. Edgar cut his leg to get the blood that his blade was supposed to absorb. He told his opponent not to worry and that this would not happen again. Seeing that her opponent had just cut his leg, Liana assumed that he was going to give up. But in the next moment, Edgar's body felt incredibly thirsty for blood. After the sword absorbed his blood, the boy rushed to attack his rival. It was incredibly fast, and Liana realized that he was aiming directly at her neck. Edgar asked the monsterized clone if he was okay. He responded by attacking the seat where Liana Nord was sitting. He grabbed the girl's hands with his claws and was going to take her upstairs. But Liana was incredibly annoyed and immediately escaped from the monster's clutches. 2 other clones shot at the girl with fireballs. Liana easily fought them off, saying that their little lights would not harm her. The monsterized clone was also going to use the fireball technique. A huge stream of fire rushed out of its mouth and directly at Liana. The girl tried her best to block this attack. The next moment, she shouted the name of Edgar Williams incredibly loudly. Liana absorbed the damage and directed it toward the boy. With this blow, the opponent was going to end Edgar forever. She launched an attack of incredible power against her enemy. The guy saw that this attack had a huge coverage area, and he realized that he would not be able to dodge. However, something saved it from damage this time. There was an incredibly strong explosion across the entire area. However, the blast wave from the attack did not affect our hunter. Edgar saw some kind of cloth on himself. He could not understand what it was. Miss Arya enthusiastically said that this is the newest experimental armor created by Heritage, called MSRSR. It is lightweight, flexible, and designed to absorb damage, as it is made in the form of a cloak and can be worn over other armor as additional protection. The CEO proudly announced that the baton made by Tron Industries was no match for her, and Number 7 was impressed by her speech. But he did not understand English. Edgar asked the clone to convey his gratitude to Miss Arya Burchell. Exhausted, Liana Nord considered this a real mockery. The monsterized clone did not miss the opportunity while the girl was in despair and attacked her. The ground under his feet began to collapse rapidly. The opponent was covered with debris, but she still held the baton. She activated the skill and was about to redirect the damage to the target. But a moment later, Liana realized that she had nowhere to redirect the damage. That's why the girl's attack began to fly in different directions. The monster crushed the opponent with its huge paw again. She realized that she needed to redirect this damage somewhere. The monster did not let her do so, continuing to attack her opponent. Liana Nord was lying exhausted on the ruined ground. She lifted her leg up and was about to direct the damage at the monster. It really worked, and the attack was redirected in his direction. The girl was sighing incredibly heavily as she lay on the ground. But then she opened her eyes because she felt someone standing over her. Edgar clenched his fist and told Liana that she had done a good job. And the next moment, he pierced her body with an incredibly strong blow. The story moves forward to the moment when Liana receives a message with a task from Adam Hassan. The girl told Loki that she would be back soon. My partner noticed that they should have finished hunting by now. Liana said that she had been summoned by the chairman's son, but Loki was unclear why she was helping him, as his rank was lower than the girl's. The head of the second squad replied that it was obvious, because he was the son of the head, which meant that he would soon become their head himself. Loki replied that Captain Kevin was also the chairman's son, but Liana believed that this scoundrel had gotten his position only because of his family ties, and that he was worthless. She added that the young chairman Adam also had his drawbacks, but at least he was talented, and even more importantly, she thought he was quite handsome. Loki asked her what task the chairman's son had assigned her, and the girl replied that Adam wanted her to beat the living daylights out of the famous B-rank hunter, Edgar Williams. These words really stunned the man, so he advised Liana not to accept this assignment. He meant that he would rather focus on showing his loyalty to the current chairman, but the girl replied that she was also loyal to the future. At the time, Liana thought Loki was a bit short-sighted and like a dog on a leash. Now she remembered his question about whether she didn't know who Edgar was, and his warning that she would lose. The hunter noticed that Liana had finally regained consciousness. The girl asked Edgar why he didn't kill her, and he replied that he didn't hold back much when he beat her. The hunter could have easily killed her if he wanted to, but Edgar didn't think the girl deserved it, and added that she was right when she said he had never killed anyone before. But Liana objected because she had tried to kill him, and he should not continue to be so weak-minded. After his last words, Edgar plunged his blade right next to the girl's head. With a crazy tone, he told his opponent that this was her last chance. He suggested that we finish before anyone died, and since he had already been returned what he had, the guy told Liana to forget about what happened and disappear while she still could. Edgar didn't like the idea of having to kill someone, but he had a lot of ways he could do it. Then the girl said in a cautious tone that she understood everything. Edgar stepped away from her and began to open a subspace in the air. He asked number 7 if his face hurt, and he did not deny it. Liana breathed a sigh of relief after everything that had happened. Her face immediately turned red, indicating that she liked Edgar Williams very much. After that, the teams that had stolen Edgar's prey disappeared, and a few days later, the clones were restored, and he was able to return to his quiet life as a hunter. Clone number 7 was sent to Inheritance to develop the skill area. At the same time, several new subjects were added to the academy. The teams that stole the clone's loot disappeared as soon as the boy had taught that huntress from Haesong, which seemed too strange for a mere coincidence. Edgar assumed that someone from the Haesong Guild was behind all these guys. And the first suspect was Adam, who did not share something with Edgar. Then Adam Heeson heard someone call out to him, and he immediately began to worry. Behind the boy, Edgar asked where he was going. Adam began to worry even more when he heard this from Edgar. But then he noticed that their classmate Erica called out to the guy. The girl replied that she was going to class, and Edgar asked her to go with him. From Adam's reaction, Edgar realized that it was the boy who was behind the whole incident. The action moves to the Church of the Hunter Academy. The priest told the students that they could sit down and offered to pray to the system properly. Edgar thought it was nonsense that they had such a compulsory subject. He didn't understand why they had to pray and to the system. Erica explained that according to the curriculum, they will study the history of the system and conduct such services. The girl didn't know what it had to do with hunting, but she would still come here even if it wasn't necessary. The priest noticed their conversation and asked for silence in the hall. Edgar got up and said that he needed to go to the restroom. On the way to it, he kept looking back to make sure no one was following him. At the entrance, he used the ability to open the subspace and entered it. In subspace, he exchanged things with one of his clones. He sent the clone to sit in on his class instead, but Erica immediately noticed that it was acting strangely. The boy admitted that the lesson was a complete waste of time and that it would be better to have his clone there from now on. Then Edgar noticed Adam talking loudly on the phone nearby. He couldn't believe that even the captain of the second squad couldn't handle a B-rank hunter. Edgar came closer and asked the boy what was wrong with the B-rank hunter. Adam did not expect the guy to eavesdrop on his conversation. Edgar told Adam that it was he who had interfered with his hunting process, but the boy replied that he did not understand what he was talking about. But the hunter expected this reaction. He said that the whole guild there was taking courses on how to play the innocent sheep, and they all said the same thing as if it were a copy. Adam replied that they should have taken the money when he offered it, and that making a fuss over a few missing bodies says a lot about the guy's level of agency. The guy replied that it must be good to be rich. He was willing to bet that Adam was raised by a bunch of nurses and teachers, not letting him out of the house. And then he added that judging by what Adam was carrying, he was just like his father. The last line made Chairman Hyson's son incredibly angry, and he asked Edgar if he was going to continue. The hunter asked the boy if he thought he didn't have the courage to do it. Adam held out his hand and said that this was his last offer. He told the boy that he could ask for whatever he wanted and get it, and then everyone from the Hazong Guild, including him, would leave Edgar alone. Edgar replied that if Adam gave him the elixir, he would immediately drop out of the academy. The boy stretched his hand up and said that it was difficult for him to restrain his strength during the classes. Other students noticed that a fight was brewing nearby. Adam said that now he doesn't need to hold back his strength. Edgar was incredibly impressed by the size of Adam's fireball, compared to which his fireball was like a trinket. However, a powerful woman prevented the fight from taking place. She put a seal on Adam's newly synthesized fireball. Scarlet Bailey asked the boys if they were going to fight here. The head of the country's fourth guild, Phoenix, said that they are free to use their skills on campus, as long as it doesn't go too far. The scene is transferred to one of the offices of the Tron Industries Corporation. Members of the corporation watched footage from cameras attached to Liana's weapon. On the recording, they also saw a giant that can absorb crystals. The artificial intelligence reported that when the weapon was thrown into subspace, both the person and the place where everything happened were captured on camera, and there were good chances that they could get a clone from there. Then he said that this place was the main headquarters of the Inheritance Organization. The man said that Burchell was still trying to grab everything for himself. Executive Director Trevor Lawn ordered drones to be prepared to invade the organization, level their headquarters, and bring him a sample. Adam recognized the woman who stopped their fight. It was Scarlett Bentley, the head of the country's 4th Phoenix Guild, who was there. The guy asked the woman what she was doing at the academy, and she replied that she was here as a professor, albeit temporarily. Edgar listened to their conversation anxiously and still couldn't figure out who the woman was. But first, Scarlett suggested that the guys step back a bit. This is because they attracted too much unnecessary attention. They went to one of the rooms of the Hunter Academy. Scarlett asked the boys to tell her what had happened between them. Adam only apologized cautiously and said it was personal. Edgar began to complain incredibly about him. He said that Adam had ordered his subjects to steal his prey, and he also called him names on the phone. Scarlett replied with concern that the boy must have been through a lot. Adam began to change the subject and said that as far as he knew, the professors here could be C-rank hunters, B at most. Scarlett replied that if only F and D rank hunters are trained here, this is fine, but stronger hunters should be supervised by someone stronger. In other words, the head of the Phoenix was invited through Edgar and Adam. The woman also added that she stopped the fight because they would have the opportunity to fight in the next class. At this time, clone number 7 was studied in the laboratory of the Inheritance Organization. Miss Arya was getting more and more surprised by the minute as she studied the clone. What they discovered was impossible to put into words, because the boy's blood was real, and so were the cells in it, and he even had a blood type. The woman was sure that a blood transfusion was also possible. And all this was created with the help of mana. It seemed that all common sense was completely absent. But more importantly, it made sense to treat each clone as a separate individual, eating separately and using the host's skills while spending their own mana. Miss Burchell could not remember if she had ever practiced this kind of draft before, but she was sure it wasn't, and it was more like something else. Then, the alarm system began to blare throughout the laboratory building. Miss Burchell's colleagues reported that an airplane had most likely crashed into their building. The CEO could not understand what this meant at all. The collision caused significant destruction and injuries to employees. The plane's hatch opened and robots started coming out. One of the machines reported that the infiltration was successful and that their priority was to capture the target. The building's security system activated and asked the intruders to leave the premises. We had to reprioritize the destruction of obstacles. Then the invaders started shelling the entire territory of the building. The Director General ordered the security guards to bring in the rest of the laboratory staff and evacuate. Clone number 7 asked on which floor the intrusion occurred. He stood up and said he would help defeat the invaders. The guards tried to retaliate against the enemy robots, but they outnumbered them and easily defeated them with weapons. Now their priority was to destroy the obstacles first. One of the guards was going to distract them. He ordered his colleagues to pull security from other floors. The man activated his ability and set his sights on the robot. It pierced the enemy's body with an electric charge. One of the enemy army was defeated by this guard. Unfortunately, the number of robots was too high. The security guard noticed that the robots had changed their weapons, and when he saw his ability, he realized that they were not just machines to fight humans. He continued to resist a large number of robots that simultaneously attacked him, but each time they began to hurt him more and more. But the guard did not give up and continued to resist them. But unfortunately, a man would not have been able to cope with so many enemies. There were too many Tuesdays for him alone, but at that moment, someone else came to his aid. With one stroke of the blade, number 7 cut through several robotic enemies. The guy told the guard that he was number 7 and had come to deal with the invaders. The man thought that his last name was number 7, meaning that he was in charge of the 7th floor, and told the boy to be very careful because there were too many robots. When the enemies noticed Edgar's clone, they set themselves up to change their behavior. After all, the enemy's main priority was to capture the target, namely clone number 7. At this time, Scarlett Bentley began her first lesson at the Hunter Academy. The woman announced that she would teach students understanding and practicing combat. During the class, students will form groups of 3 and organize 3-on-3 battles. All skills and equipment are allowed, and the victory will be counted after the opposing team wins. The students' evaluation will consist of combat power, contribution, teamwork, and a few other details, after which Scarlett was asked if anyone had any questions. One of the students said that they are hunters who destroy monsters, so why should they practice fighting each other? Edgar noted that he himself would be interested to know about it. Scarlett replied that she had actually been invited unexpectedly, so she didn't know either. But based on her experience as an A-class hunter, the woman said that hunters need to worry about more than just monsters, also about the distribution of money, conflicts between groups of hunters, crimes in unregistered portals, and much more. Scarlett added that if you are a hunter, you can always run into a conflict with another hunter, and anything can happen in the portal. Another student repeated that the professor had said that the group should consist of 3, and he asked if there was any limit in terms of the rank of the hunters. Scarlett immediately realized what the guy meant by this question. She reminded the students that there were 2 boys among them whose level was above average. The professor said that students should not worry about this because they will give them proper penalties to equalize the chances. With that, Miss Scarlett ended her speech and said that students could get to know each other to find teammates for the next class. Edgar wondered what kind of fine the woman was referring to. Erica asked the boy if they would be on the same team, and Edgar embarrassedly agreed and said he had to take the phone. Then the hunter saw that Miss Burchell was calling him on the phone. He picked up the phone and asked if the calls were also translated into Korean. Miss Aria asked excitedly if she was talking to Mr. Edgar Williams. She told the hunter that she had something to tell him. Sitting among the rubble of the building, Miss Aria said that room 7 had been taken away. It was hard for Edgar to believe what he had just heard. He asked Miss Burchell how this could have happened. Then one of the guards got up from the floor and said he could explain everything. When the clone arrived to help the man, he continued to cut up all the robots. The security guard also kept up with the boy and neutralized the robots with his own ability. He recognized that this guy next to him was quite strong, and he was interested in who he was. Then, one of the robots began to activate the other team. He activated the refactoring of resistor modules and circuits. After this command, the enemy grabbed the man's neck with his iron hand. He did this to stop clone number 7 from resisting. After this maneuver, he directly addressed the guy who continued to fight. He told the clone that if he continued to move, he would kill this person. The guard shouted not to worry about him and to break the robot. The enemy said that if the clone stopped resisting, there would be no more destruction, assuring that this was true. Then, number 7 asked the man if he belonged to Inheritance, who replied that it didn't matter now and that reinforcements would soon arrive. The guy said that his boss had ordered him to provide maximum cooperation to the heritage team. He added that he could not allow the company to suffer even more damage. Number 7 stood proudly, allowing the robots to catch themselves. The guard said that it was his fault that the guy was taken away and that he was very sorry for that. Edgar replied that there was no need to apologize and that he would check the situation. The hunter activated the familiar skill and moved into the body of number 7. But after that, a protocol was activated to prevent the skill from being activated, and the guy's entire body was pierced by an electric charge. Edgar realized that the clone was imprisoned somewhere and they were preventing him from using the skill. Miss Arya said that they would not repress the clone, as this was not part of the agreement, and it was all the more their fault for not linking the attack to the intention to steal number 7. But the woman still asked the guy not to withdraw the number 7. Edgar realized that they wanted to try to bring the clone back, and also that Miss Arya most likely had a suspect in this crime. Edgar agreed, and added that he wasn't going to use the number 7 during the contract anyway. The guard could not understand what Miss Arya's request not to call the boy back meant. He was extremely surprised by the statement that number 7 was a clone, so he shouldn't worry too much about him. Edgar knew that Inheritance was a pretty big company, and they had a lot of hunters, so he hoped that everything would be fine. Meanwhile, he was surrounded by a huge number of students, all of whom invited him to join their team. He was extremely surprised that all these people wanted him to be on their team. Then he noticed that there were also many people on Adam Hassan's side. He understood that there was a huge difference in skills and experience between him and the students, even though they had been told before that there would be restrictions for B-class hunters. Edgar hoped that in this case, he would be able to assemble a fairly strong team. But then, Scarlett unexpectedly announced that Hunter Edgar Williams was forbidden to use his cloning skill. She explained that teamwork is one of the most important evaluation criteria, and if you consider the columnists as part of a team, it will be difficult to evaluate. And besides, this was not part of the restrictions that would be imposed on the B class, so Scarlett stepped back and wished everyone good luck. The students were disappointed by what they heard because they thought that cloning was all Edgar was capable of. They also recalled that the first time the boy was unable to use the fireball properly. And then the students ran as one to Adam Hassan to ask to join his team. Edgar Williams was left standing all alone. At this time, Erica was sitting in her seat, irritated. Edgar embarrassedly approached the girl and invited her to join his team. Thus, he managed to assemble a team of 3 people, the third being a D-rank hunter, Christoph Gray. Edgar had already seen this guy among the very first to run to Adam Hassan as soon as it was announced that the hunter could not use clones. Erica said that the guy shouldn't blame someone for something like that, and Edgar replied that he had been loyal from the beginning and suggested that they evaluate each other's skills. Christoph could share his defense depending on the subjects. He could say with confidence that he had the best defense performance in the entire academy. Erica could create mana balls, which are not as destructive as fireballs, but have a much higher speed. Edgar replied with embarrassment that he knew nothing but cloning. Erica asked him to take his self-assessment more seriously, and Christoph had already started thinking about finding another team. Edgar recalled that the boy wanted to get on the team with Adam Hassan and asked why he didn't succeed. He was sure that D-class was high enough for this academy, and Christoph thought so too, but stronger people gathered around Adam. At that time, in one of the rooms, Adam's partners were demonstrating their skills to him. He was incredibly impressed to see their power. He asked his partners why they hadn't passed the exam for promotion. This question concerned both participants. The hunter of the F-class New Moon, Moon Shannon, said that he was lazy. E-class hunter butcher Jacob Carter explained that he just has fun mocking people who are weaker than him. Adam realized that these guys were somewhere around the C-rank level, if not higher, and even Jacob, who hadn't attended a single class, joined him. These guys were even too strong compared to the others, and with such a team, Adam believed that he would definitely destroy Edgar Williams. The plot is transferred to a vast desert on an unknown continent. A man wandered through it, leaving behind only the corpses of monsters. Many terrible monsters were waiting for him on the way. To defeat the monsters, the hunter used his blade. He easily managed to defeat each of his enemies. The man again left behind only the corpses of defeated monsters. He had almost forgotten how he was supposed to use what he had come here to do. The man stood in the middle of a pit surrounded by various stones. Then, the surface where the man was standing began to change rapidly. It was still difficult for him to get used to this life, and the hunter also learned that he was being summoned by the organization Inheritance. S-rank hunter. sword seeker Kysel Raven realized that he would have to travel a long way again. Miss Scarlet used her skill to create a battlefield for the students. Her ability was to merge mana. She could weaken any curse magic, buff, or cancel the activation of a skill. Now Edgar understood how this woman was able to handle that huge fireball. Scarlet said that her skill would also work in this space, and all damage from magical and physical attacks that could harm health would be weakened. So the students could use whatever they wanted. Weapons, magic, even if they shot their opponent in the head, it wouldn't kill them. It would only leave a scar. Then the professor asked the students if they had any questions. In response, she received silence, which indicated that everyone understood everything. Then Miss Scarlet announced that training evaluation battles would begin. The stadium was divided into 6 barriers and 12 teams could participate in the sparring simultaneously. After the first battle, the winners will fight the winners and the losers will fight the losers. The Academy will not try to identify a winner among all of them, but will only give them a chance to prove themselves for a more balanced evaluation. Then Miss Scarlet asked hunters Edgar Williams and Adam Hassan to come forward. She took something out of her pocket and told the boys to drink it first. These were potions that weakened the characteristics to the average value of the Academy's students to the E rank. Although Scarlet said it was a potion, it was actually a short-term poison. If the guys refuse to drink the potion or remove the effects with skills, it will be considered cheating and they will automatically receive an F grade. Then the professor ordered us to go to the designated areas. The first team in the 4th hurdle was nervous because their opponent was Edgar Williams, but they still hoped that they were facing a regular F-ranked hunter. This sounded like a real humiliation for the boy, but his teammates tried to encourage him, saying that they would overcome their opponents with teamwork. The hunter managed to notice that Adam Heason's team was fighting right behind them. There he noticed a huge guy he had never seen in class before. The evaluation assistant, a member of the Phoenix Guild, ordered the B-rank hunters to drink a potion. Then Edgar began to open a small bottle of poison. At the same time as Adam Hasan, he absorbed the contents of the potion. The side effects of the potion immediately began to affect Edgar's body. Its performance began to decline rapidly, and its energy disappeared. However, at that moment, the boy's resistance to poisons was activated, and his characteristics began to gradually return to their previous values. The withdrawal of the laxative potion was completed, and resistance to poisons was only increased. Restoration work was carried out on the site of the destroyed floor of the Heritage Organization's building. Then suddenly, a man approached Miss Burchell. She was incredibly happy to see Raven, the S-class hunter, in front of her. The lady welcomed the new guest, whom she had not seen for a long time. Raven immediately asked why the main inheritance building was attacked. Miss Arya explained the situation and emphasized that they needed to return the sample as soon as possible. The hunter was surprised that all this was needed for the sake of the skill area. However, the CEO said that she was no longer interested in skill areas. She added that if they experimented with the clone, they could succeed, getting closer to the plan for that day. Raven recognized that it was serious enough in that case and agreed to go pick up the clone. It is known that the characteristics of regeneration and immunity to poisons are quite difficult to pump for regeneration. Permanent damage to the body is required, and with poisons, a person must always risk his or her life. Resistance to poisons is a dangerous characteristic in itself, so even high-ranking hunters prefer to use skills to get rid of poisons. In all cases, there are always exceptions, and there is a person who drank deadly poisons like water, thereby building up immunity to them. Edgar felt that the characteristics remained the same, and in addition, the resistance to poisons increased. The assistant announced that the assessment would begin soon and ordered the teams to get ready. Christoph told his partners that he would use his ability to protect them as well. In the neighboring team, the participants were going to act just like they did in training. After the start was announced, the rivals began to attack each other. One of the students noticed that Edgar was targeting him. Edgar felt like he was in slow motion, which is why the characteristics were so important. He thought he could even dodge like a clone. The guy mocked his opponent for moving too slowly. Now the guy thought he had dealt with one of the enemy team members. But then the thought occurred to him that if he outperformed them, it could be proof that the weakening potion had not worked. Edgar realized that then he could be forced to drink something much stronger. So he decided to deliberately expose himself to the enemy. Edgar flew back a few meters from the previous attack. His partners were instantly worried when they saw what happened to Edgar. The hunter hoped that now everyone would see that he was weakened and might miss the shot. But Christoph thought it was strange. because he put a defense buff on everyone, even though Edgar's reduced stats shouldn't have thrown him that far. The hunter realized his mistake and began to get up. He told his partners that he was fine thanks to Kristoff's protection. Because of this, his opponents could not understand whether Edgar was weak or strong. The guy's partners took advantage of the enemy's momentary surprise. Kristoff yelled to Erica to launch the attack. The girl instantly synthesized several clots of mana near her, and she directed them toward the enemies, who were meanwhile being detained by Kristoff. But the opponents managed to withstand these attacks, so they did not give up hope of winning. First, they decided to overcome the defense of Kristoff's opponent's team. Edgar realized that they would definitely not be able to win with just Erica and Kristoff. He was wondering if he could help the team without arousing suspicion. And then an idea came to him. The hunter began waving his knife and running in the direction of the rivals, shouting that he would not forgive them. The opponent activated the skill of moving stones and sent them in Edgar's direction. One of the fragments hit him directly in the chest. The guy decided to pretend that he was thrown off by this attack. At the same time, he changed the trajectory of his body and aimed at other enemies. His partners were extremely surprised by what Edgar had just done. The guy said that he still felt good thanks to the defense buff, and he asked what would have happened to him if it hadn't been for Kristoff's ability. The guy's rival could not understand how this could happen. After all, she realized that she did not have enough strength to send someone into the air. But Edgar gave 2 fingers up and told the girl that he was impressed by her abilities. But this impudence only made his opponent more angry. She pointed another pile of stones at him, saying that it was not her. At that moment, Kristoff stood in front of Edgar to shield him with his shield. Mana clots also began to fly from his side. The opponent did not even have time to realize that this had just happened. Erica launched several attacks at her at the same time. The girl was quite confident in her speed. The warden admitted that it was quite fast. She announced that Team 2 had won the 4th barrier. Edgar was curious about what was happening in the barrier with Adam Hassan. One of Adam's team members, Jacob, even had to be restrained with seals. The incredibly badly beaten opponent begged the guy to stop. All the other students were puzzled by the sight. Adam's rival team begged the boys to stop, as they had long since conceded defeat. The instructor also ordered the boys in the 5th barrier to stop fighting immediately. It was as if Jacob was not going to stop. He was not listening to what was being said to him at all. So Scarlet herself had to intervene in the fight, and she ordered the boys to stop immediately. And after that, Jacob finally stopped beating his opponent. The guy couldn't use his magic powers to the fullest because of the magic seals. If not for them, everything would have ended in one blow. Moon Shannon replied that he also had problems with cutting. Scarlet realized that she hadn't taken into account that there were hunters with high characteristics who had kept their rank low. The professor ordered her assistant to bring nearby healers to the victims. The students were excited to see how the students of other teams were taken to the first aid station. Even Eric thought that such damage was too dangerous. Edgar replied that there was nothing to worry about because there would be only 6 winners, so there was only a 20% chance of crossing paths with Adam's team. He doubted that they would be their opponents. He suggested that his partners rest until the next battle. Scarlet told her assistant that this time the teams would not be assigned randomly. She wanted the second team of the 4th hurdle to compete with the first team of the 5th hurdle. The assistant realized that she was referring to the hunting teams of Edgar Williams and Adam Heeson. At the time of the battle, the professor noticed that these were not the movements of a person who had drunk a weakening potion, but she believed that Edgar did not use the skill to neutralize the potion. Scarlet didn't know what had happened, but she decided that problem students should be put together with each other, and it would be interesting to see. The action shifts to the Nevada desert, the laboratory of the Tron Company. Members of the Federal Bureau of Investigation demanded that the company open the entrance to them. They came to them because the Tron Company was suspected of attacking the Heritage Company and creating illegal drugs. A large number of agents of the agency gathered at the entrance to the building. The company completely ignored them, but the men had a warrant so they could force them to open the door. The boss told Big Joe that it was his turn to get involved. The man activated his all-metal body skill. His skin hardened and became like metal. Then the man crashed into the entrance to the building at a high speed. But the outcome of the collision with the entrance surprised him greatly, namely because there was not a single mark on the door. Then the alarm went off on the floor and a strange noise was heard everywhere. The body cameras of the members of the Federal Bureau began to deteriorate. The window with the alarm began to spread a red light, and in an instant, the whole area was covered by some strange radiation. Something extremely strange began to happen to Big Joe's body. The next moment, the bodies of the members of the Federal Bureau began to disintegrate. At this time, S-rank hunter Raven also reached this place. He noticed that he had just returned from the desert to the inheritance, and now he had to go back again. The hunter knew that Tron Industries must be located somewhere in the area. When the hunter came closer, he immediately smelled a strange odor. He realized that it was the smell of burnt human flesh. Raven approached the robot and asked what it had just burned. However, the robot only turned its gaze in his direction, but did not respond. The hunter decided that if this rascal dared to ignore him, he would ask the question in a different way. He turned to the robot again and asked if it was the Tron Company. The robot was not going to answer him, but wanted to start attacking in response. Raven realized that he was most likely in the right place. With one swipe of his blade, he cut his enemy to pieces. Now the hunter intended to see what the company looked like inside. Trevor was thinking in his lab that the crystal effect responsible for the growth of strength characteristics had completely disappeared, leaving only the monster's transformation by mutating DNA. The secretary congratulated the scientists that it is now only a matter of time before he will deal with the side effects of crystal drugs. Trevor believed that with the help of a new model, humanity would have hope. The secretary then informed the director that the entrance gate had been destroyed. The man could not believe that the Federal Bureau of Investigation had broken into their home. The secretary then said that the Federal Bureau of Investigation had been destroyed, but that the S-class hunter, the Sword Seeker, had arrived. This scared Trevor a lot, because they finally got to the answer and the man did not want to stay in the same place again. Then he ordered his staff to prepare a sample. The S-class hunters were also ordinary people, so the scientist was going to use the sample to create a weapon against the Sword Seeker. Raven broke through the entrance and entered the laboratory building. He noticed a bunch of tanks with monsters and realized that research was being conducted on them. The hunter was interested in whether clone number 7 was doing well, but he could not even imagine that such a huge space was hidden underground. Then an unknown voice asked the Sword Seeker to stop. Upon hearing this, the hunter immediately asked who they were. The voice replied that he was the artificial intelligence system running the place. The hunter told the robot that he had heard that the company had attacked the inheritance and kidnapped an important friend. However, the voice replied that he did not know anything about it and again asked the hunter to leave the area. But no matter how hard the man listened, it was a woman's voice. He replied that artificial intelligence is now capable of lying, but then he was told that this was not a request. The artificial intelligence reported that these highly efficient assault robots would attack the man and again gave him a final warning to leave the area. The Sword Seeker replied that he did not see any highly efficient robots in front of him. He began to cut the machine as if it were just another piece of metal. The hunter replied that he was looking at a pile of scrap metal. Erica was extremely unhappy, remembering Edgar's recent words. After all, the guy said that there was only a 20% chance of facing Adam's team. Edgar didn't even know what to say to his partners. He just said that Mr. Kristoff's defense buff was the best. But Adam's team was not very happy with their rivals either. Jacob couldn't believe that a B-class hunter could behave like a jerk. But Adam told him not to let his guard down because he wanted to win unconditionally. But they all wanted to get it over with as soon as possible. Kristoff activated his ability and once again applied a defense buff to his teammates. Edgar realized that he had to stop pretending now because his two opponents were at least C-class, so he had to fight at full strength. Scarlett asked her assistant to call the healers just in case. Then she told the participants to get ready and announced the start of the match. Jacob attacked Edgar in order to test the skills of a B-class hunter. The boy immediately dodged the man's blow. He wanted to attack and respond, but then he noticed that his hand was also sealed. However, this did not stop the guy from punching his opponent in the face. Jacob felt that this blow was quite good and asked Edgar if he had really taken the weakening potion. The hunter wanted to knock out his opponent, but he didn't feel any strength in his hand at all, which is probably what Scarlett Bentley was talking about. Edgar was also interested in one thing about his opponents. He wanted to understand whether Adam Hasten was actually under the influence of a laxative. He couldn't have had the same developed resistance to poisons, and besides, during the previous battle, the guy didn't really participate in the battle. Based on these judgments, Edgar was sure that his opponent was now weakened. Adam looked back at the hunter and asked if he had decided to target him first. Edgar was incredibly shocked by what happened after these words. A huge bolt of lightning struck the entire battle arena out of nowhere. Glass fragments began to fly all over the arena. Due to the significant injury, the defense buff in Edgar's body was deactivated. Adam said that inside this barrier, his magic didn't work as well as usual, but that it should have been enough. The boy asked Edgar if he really thought he could overcome him while he was under the influence of a weakening potion. He advised the opponent to watch his team lose because of him. Edgar asked Adam not to make him laugh because he was trying his best not to see it. The artificial intelligence informed us that the assault robots were destroyed and ran out of reserve forces, and that they had prepared a subconscious mind-altering drug to control behavior, strengthen bones, basic abilities, and endurance. This drug was supposed to significantly improve the clone's visual acuity and motor skills. These words came as a relief to Trevor, and he ordered the clone to be administered drugs. At that time, Christoph was facing off against Moon Shannon from the opposing team. Moon's ability was the ring attack. The more he swung his weapon, the faster his agility grew. He continued to wound Christoph quite seriously. Moon said that this time he wanted to cut off his hand with this attack, but the seal on his hand did not allow him to do so. Edgar saw that his teammate was quite seriously injured. Adam wasn't going to let Edgar get away that easily, because he wanted to deal with him first, so he activated the force field skill. Then the hunter turned around and told Adam in a menacing voice not to stand in his way. The guy destroyed Adam's force field with a fireball. Edgar mumbled that Edgar should have seen his skills in this ability the first time around. He was going to show his opponent what a real fireball should look like. In response to this attack, Edgar was going to activate his newly acquired subspace skill. He opened up subspace right at the spot where the fireball was going. Adam was annoyed that Edgar had managed to learn such a skill. At the time, Erica tried to resist Butcher Jacob. The opponent's ability was called Contempt for the Weak. The lower the opponent's characteristics, the higher the guy's. Jacob mocked the fact that she called her punches an offensive skill. He was going to attack Erica, but Edgar Williams stopped him. The guy wanted to say something to his opponent, but he couldn't finish, because suddenly his body began to monsterize. Erica could not understand what was happening to her teammate. Edgar was diagnosed with a body deformity and a new skill. Adam didn't understand what was going on with the guy, but this was their chance, so he told his partners to target Edgar Williams. Moon did not really want to do it, but he activated his skill. Jacob was also about to pounce on the guy in front of him. Adam activated the fireball and windblade skills. He mixed the skills and activated the flames of hell. All three simultaneously attacked one Edgar Williams. This attack caused a huge explosive wave in the arena. Jacob hoped that now he would finally be done with Edgar. Loud noise from the attack was heard throughout the area. Erica and Christoph were worried because they could not understand what had happened to their partner. The examiner immediately began to call for a healer, but Scarlet ordered her to stop. Edgar acquired another skill, Strong Bones, which strengthened his skeleton, while his characteristics began to grow at a frantic pace. Jacob couldn't understand what had happened to his ability. The system said that the difference between the strength and reflex characteristics was too great. The unbreakable body skill was created in Edgar's body, and his basic characteristics almost doubled. Edgar was going to attack his opponent in response. Scarlet realized that this could be very dangerous and ordered Edgar to stop. She put several seals on the hunter's entire body at the same time. But the next moment, the guy broke one of the seals on his hand with his own strength. So he still managed to hit Jacob's body with his fist. Edgar's attack was full of incredibly destructive power. The blow threw Jacob right into the wall, which left bloodstains. Erica and Christoph were seriously impressed by what they saw. Adam and Moon also did not expect this turn of events. The son of the head of the guild, Haesong, could not understand what had just happened. Edgar told his opponents that this is how battles should end. This transformation of the guy was caused by the drugs of the Tron Corporation. Trevor was pleased that the huge jump in performance was caused by resistance to being transformed into a monster. The man hoped that he could create a soldier capable of overcoming even the S-class he had imagined. The system reported that after resetting the hippocampus, they changed the old host to a new one. The director of the corporation approached the clone and told him that his new name was T01. The system reported that the Sword Seeker had reached the 7th basement floor and that his estimated arrival time was 5 minutes. Then, the director ordered the clone to go and destroy the outsider. But a few seconds passed and the clone still didn't move. Trevor hurried to check that he had installed the translation device accurately. He named the clone T01 and ordered him to go and kill the outsider in his mind. However, the guy pulled away from him and said that his name was number 7. He hit the man and added that he takes orders only from his master. Through the forced administration of drugs and the issuance of orders, the clone identified the surrounding objects as hostile. Scarlet was amazed that Edgar Williams had broken her skill with sheer force. She no longer believed that the guy was really a B-class hunter. The assistant asked the professor what they should do and whether they should stop the fight. There were other team members there, so Scarlett said to just take care of the hunters coming out of the barrier. The woman had no reason to stop the fight, and the laxative potion did not work on Adam and Edgar. This skill requires a huge amount of mana, so if Adam's stats were lowered, he would have been out of power long ago. Scarlett realized that in this battle, all the restrictions were sent far away at first. She said that they would continue the battle and watch. Moon Shannon turned to the commander and asked him to give him an order. The boy noticed that Adam Hassan was now filled with anger, so he shouted in his direction to help Adam come to his senses. He asked the commander if he really did not see what was happening here. The guy immediately started apologizing for losing his temper for a moment. At this time, Adam was even more reproachful of himself for what he was thinking. The boy recalled his father's words that getting the elixir would be an opportunity for Adam to prove his worth. The guy realized that he couldn't give up, so he told Moon that he would put a speed-up buff on him and ordered him to knock Edgar down. Moon's reflexes and dexterity were significantly improved. The guy fully experienced the power of this buff. He began to believe that he could overcome this monster with such speed. Moon attacked Edgar with his blade, but the weapon instantly shattered into pieces. At the same time, the speed buff instantly expired. Edgar took a swing at his opponent and said that he would finish him off as well. But he was able to do this by using the Ice Wall ability, which created ice spikes that dealt damage to the enemy and limited their movements. Adam told Moon to hurry up and get away from Edgar. But at the same time as the resistance to ability, Edgar's resistance to cold was increased. He immediately grabbed Moon by the scruff of the neck, who could not escape so quickly. Adam was incredibly annoyed by the whole situation. Edgar let go of Moon and looked back toward the son of Chairman Hazong. Adam angrily asked the guy why he owned everything. He activated the stonemason skill and took control of a pile of rocks. The guy simultaneously directed them all in the direction of his opponent. Christoph told Erica to stand behind him because they would only get in Edgar's way. The examiner realized that these could no longer be called training battles. Adam sent a huge amount of stone fragments at Edgar. It was clear that this attack was not easy for him. But the next moment, Edgar stood in front of him with a pile of debris on his body. The guy took a swing at his opponent and told him not to blame others for his shortcomings. However, at the crucial moment, Scarlett blocked the guy's attack. She told Edgar that the assessment was now complete. She announced that Edgar Williams' team had won. The professor asked him to call his clones to help clean up the place. The boy obeyed the teacher's order, and the clones with exhausted faces cleaned the territory. Some time passed, and the professor said that there was enough cleaning for today. She turned to the hunter Edgar Williams and told him to follow her. The hunter heard the professor's request and followed her. They walked a short distance away, and then Scarlett asked Edgar how he was able to get rid of the effects of the laxative. The guy assumed that he might be asked this, but now it was unexpected for him. The hunter replied that he had drunk the potion and its effect had completely disappeared. Scarlett asked the guy what his poison resistance score was and was surprised to hear a value of 8. The woman realized that in order to do this, you need to eat whole handfuls of poisonous mushrooms, and Edgar explained that he had achieved this result through rigorous training. The professor smoked a cigarette and said that the students could start discussing it, but she intended to come up with a solution to this situation. The woman waved her hand in Edgar's direction and told him he was free to go. The hunter was glad that he had somehow managed to get out of this situation. And besides, he couldn't understand what kind of skill he had acquired because it had very good effects. He suggested that it might have something to do with number 7. The guy suspected that the clone might have been experimented on recently, so he decided to check it out with the help of the familiar's skill. Edgar tried to do so, but a protocol was activated with a countermeasure to the familiar's skill. After that, he decided that he would give up trying for now. Edgar was confident that number 7 would somehow pull through on his own, and his inheritance promised to bring him back. Meanwhile, the clone began to destroy all the equipment in the Tron Corporation's laboratory. The artificial intelligence system begged him to stop, but the guy didn't care. He replied that he would only follow his master's orders, but the voice said that the Tron company was his master. The sword seeker finally made it to the lab. He looked at the boy and asked if he was clone number 7. The 7th one was a little silent at first, but after a moment he answered that he was right. Raven noticed that everything had been taken care of before he arrived. It was too easy, and then the hunter suggested that the clone leave together. Raven explained that he had been sent by the company Inheritance, which was to cooperate with number 7 for 3 months. After these words, the guy tried to remember something about Inheritance. The sword seeker noticed that something was going on with number 7. The clone apologized and said that he did not remember receiving such an order. The artificial intelligence got excited, assuming that the brainwashing drug had started working, and then it told the guy to start following their orders. However, the clone replied that it only obeys its master's orders and will continue to do so. Raven didn't like the fact that number 7 had forgotten about the order to cooperate with the inheritance company. The hunter said that they could have just contacted Edgar, but he didn't have that option right now. Raven apologized and said that he would have to take number 7 by force, and the guy replied that he would treat him as an enemy in that case. The gentle twilight enveloped the subsidiary building of the Hunter Academy that housed the hospital. Adam woke up after a hard battle and tried to recover. He recalled the moment when Edgar told him not to blame others for his shortcomings. The guy thought about it and recognized that this time he had completely lost. He lost, even though he used those dirty tricks. It was extremely bitter for Adam to recognize all these facts. The guy left his room and headed out of the hospital. However, on the way out, he was grabbed by someone's strong hand. This time he was attacked by his former teammate Jacob. He told the guy that he had heard that Adam had passed out even before he received that blow. And he began to reproach the guy for not even being able to cope with a retarded idiot who was unable to use his only skill, cloning. But then the butcher suddenly saw Edgar in front of him. The guy immediately kicked him in the stomach, saying that the retarded idiot was right in front of him. He added that Jacob should have kept quiet as a losing party. The butcher did not expect the hunter to stand up for Adam Heeson. Edgar asked the boy if he was the one who said he couldn't use his powers because of the barrier. He opened a portal from which 2 more clones came out and told Jacob to attack right now. The guy ordered the clones to teach the boy a lesson until he learned to speak with respect for others. The clones slapped Jacob in the face and told him that the correct thing to say is, "Wait, please." The opponent begged them to stop, but the clones replied that the correct way to say it was, "Stop, please." Adam turned to Edgar and asked him why he had saved him. The boy didn't want Adam to get the wrong idea, so he explained that Jacob was only being beaten for disrespecting the hunter. Edgar added that the fact that Adam prevented him from hunting hunters has not changed, so he advised not to consider him a friend. Finally, he advised me not to think that he was a good guy. Edgar wanted to leave, but Adam asked him to stop. The guy started talking about the head of the second squad crossing the line. He explained that he only wanted to ask Leanna to identify the group that was stealing monsters and warned her to make sure there were no killings. Adam suspected that Leanna had ignored his last request, but he didn't want to leave any misunderstandings. Watching the boys beating Jacob, Edgar said that he didn't really care anymore. Raven was sure that the clone's owner was a B-class hunter. The man, sitting on clone number 7, was thinking that something was clearly wrong with the hunter ranking system. Raven decided to make sure that the clone had definitely lost consciousness. He didn't want him to wake up again. Number 7 followed Raven's stroke trajectory to the very end and always kept his sword at the right angle. The seeker of the sword even began to think about taking on an apprentice. But now he had to deal with the director of the Tron company. The hunter leaned over to the man and said that he knew he was conscious. Trevor asked the sword seeker to wait and asked what he wanted. The hunter replied that he would ask questions and hoped to get truthful answers. At first, Raven asked Trevor if he was the one who created Tron's artificial intelligence, and the man confirmed it. Then the hunter added that she was speaking in Eliza's voice and asked the director if he knew her. Trevor was shocked to hear that the hunter knew his name. Raven concluded that Trevor was one of the researchers involved in the experiment he knew, and if he knew Eliza, he knew the others as well. The director began to ask where Eliza was and begged the hunter to tell him, and Ravnan started talking about her lover, Lieber Zeinstein. The hunter took a swing and told Trevor to shut up because he was the one asking the questions here. Then, the sword seeker calmly asked the director to tell him everything he knew about Lieber Zeinstein. Trevor replied that he had never seen Lieber as a colleague. Raven concluded that the director didn't get along with him very well, which was great because he planned to kill Lieber with his own hands. Trevor said that he knew something, but he was not sure whether this information would help the hunter. He started by telling us that Lieber used to use the same workshop, but the director is not sure if the man is there now. The last time he was there was 50 years ago. Trevor said he would send the geolocation via an identification bracelet and asked the hunter to provide him with his identification number. But the sword seeker was surprised to hear the phrase, identification bracelet. So he asked the director to write him the address on a piece of paper. Before he left, Trevor asked the hunter to tell him where Eliza was and if she was okay. But the hunter replied that he was the only one asking questions here. Edgar called Miss Burchell because he had heard that they had successfully rescued number 7, and the woman said that they had experimented on the clone several times. The woman added that the throne had tried to brainwash him and erase his memory, so she asked Edgar to order the column to cooperate with the inheritance once again. The boy realized that it was because of the number 7 that he unexpectedly became stronger. He said in a haughty tone that with his current performance, he could get an A rating. The hunter was pleased with the new skill Unbreakable Body and even wanted clone number 7 to be kidnapped again. But then the guy started slapping himself in the face because he promised not to treat clones as tools. Edgar was glad that everything was going well for him. The clone rescue was successful. The boy dealt with those who were preventing them from hunting and won in the practice of real combat. Later, rumors began to spread that Edgar Williams' clones had not only defeated a group of B-class hunters, but also defeated an A-class huntress. The reason for the fight was the abduction of monsters. But later, the story began to deform and frightening rumors about clones could be heard. As a result, Edgar had a bad reputation in the hunting grounds. Rumors were getting worse, and no one wanted to make eye contact with the clones anymore. The scene shifts to a local diner not far from the Hunters Academy. There, Edgar and his team celebrated their victory in training battles. The guy praised his partners for doing a great job, but Erica admitted that Edgar had done everything in the end. But the hunter continued to praise the buff in Kristoff's defense. Then a man approached Edgar, calling him a famous hunter. The man asked the boy if he thought that the B-class was allowed to do anything. The man's partner began to apologize, explaining that he had gotten very drunk. But the drunken man began to express his dissatisfaction that Edgar was from the B-class, but continued to walk in the F and E class areas, controlling the zones. The hunter asked the man to calm down and explained that he hadn't sent his clones to territories below C-class recently. Then the drunken man held out his phone and asked Edgar who else was in the photo. The hunter was really surprised by what he saw in the photo. The man was very unhappy that the guy's clones came at the last minute and took the entire zone for themselves, while he and his partner were hunting in peace. Edgar was very surprised to see number 2 in the photo, and the man's companion began to apologize to the guy. Although Edgar received the photo and location, the misunderstanding remained. The guy explained to his friends that people similar to number 2 had restricted access to the E-class hunting area and taken everything they hunted for themselves. Erica was very surprised to hear this, and Edgar thought it was strange too because he hadn't instructed number 2 to go hunting. Kristoff began to realize what all this could mean. He suggested to Edgar that someone might be pretending to be his clone. The hunter shared his guesses as he believed that this was most likely the case. He mentioned that these people were already known in the area and asked Kristoff if he had heard anything about them. The friend replied that he had heard warnings that if someone wanted to steal the monsters that the clones had defeated, the thieves would disappear from the face of the earth, and Edgar instantly confirmed this. But this was the first time Kristoff had heard of them stealing monsters that had already been caught by someone else through territory control, and he had never been in a B-class dungeon, so he couldn't imagine it. Then Edgar asked Erica what she thought about all this, but the girl replied offended that she had never gone hunting in the area. She recalled the moment when her teacher promised her that he would definitely take her to the hunting grounds if she entered the university. Erica reminded Edgar of this and emphasized that he had probably forgotten about it. The boy was surprised that Erica didn't go there because of this, but the girl was always waiting for Edgar to bring it up first. Then the hunter stood up and thought about something for a moment. In a cheerful tone, Edgar suggested that Erica go to the hunting grounds tomorrow. He emphasized that he would keep his promise, while Kristoff listened with envy to their future plans. The next day, Edgar went to the new building of the JM agency. The guy came there to put on his hunting gear. Mr. Agent noticed this and asked if there would be any other practical battle training at the academy, but Edgar replied that he just wanted to go hunting. Edgar also added that he had made a promise and heard that someone was impersonating him, while also stealing other people's prey in the areas for low-class hunters. Mr. Kang was shocked to hear this, so Edgar took out his phone to show him the photo and called number 2 over at the same time. Mr. Agent immediately recognized number 2 in the photo, so Edgar asked the clone if it was really him. Number 2 replied that he had not left the room except when summoned through the portal. He also added that the man in the photo had different proportions than he did, with a 2% larger face and 5% larger shoulders. Edgar did not want to hear such details and said he believed the guy. Then the hunter asked the clone if he met the guy in person, would he be able to recognize him, and the clone replied that it was quite likely. The plot is transferred to the territory of E-class hunting grounds to the village of skeletons. Edgar noticed that the walking skeleton was an easy target for Erica, and she didn't need his help at all. Based on his observations, the hunter concluded that the girl could take the test for a promotion right now. Erica noticed that the clone had left them, and Edgar explained that number 2 had gone to find them the next place. The girl also noticed that the place was quite quiet, and that she didn't see anyone else. Edgar was embarrassed to confirm her guess, but in fact he knew the real reason. It was because the other hunters were avoiding him. The hunter really wanted number 2 to find the fakes before the guy's reputation fell below the baseboard. Meanwhile, the fraudsters had already found their next victims and approached them. They asked the hunters with whose permission they were hunting here and emphasized that this was their place. The hunters immediately began to apologize. They saw that the boys were heading in the other direction, so they came here. After this answer, the scammers told the boys to leave the bodies and get out of the area. In response to his involuntary objections, one of the crooks started pulling out a weapon, emphasizing that everyone knew who he was. After this gesture, the hunters began to apologize and said they would leave right away. The fraudster recalled their words that they had seen their group go in the other direction and realized that the real guys were also in that area. He knelt down by the corpses and began to collect jewelry and bags. But the next moment, in an instantaneous burst of anger, the guy threw them to the ground. The guy recalled all the pain he and his comrades had experienced, and he blamed Edgar Williams for all of it. Meanwhile, Erica continued her first skeleton hunt. Edgar noticed that the girl knew how much force it took to kill a single skeleton, and it was clear that this activity was very tiring for her. The hunter told the girl to collect the jewelry that the skeletons were wearing because the corpses themselves do not carry any value. The guy looked at his phone and saw a message from number 2 saying that he had walked the entire area but hadn't seen anyone suspicious. Edgar ordered the boy to open the interdimensional gate and call for help from all the clones except those defending the hospital. Number 2 called his comrades and told them that they were all called to explore the territory. Meanwhile, Erica and Edgar were going to drink the usual potions. The clones started searching and immediately came across the traces of some hunters. Full of enthusiasm, Erica continued to kill the skeletons one by one. Number 2 came across a group of hunters who immediately started apologizing for hunting here, and the clone told them that everything was fine and they could continue hunting. Each time Erica liked the jewelry, she received more and more. After a few hours of searching, the clones told Edgar that they had searched the place completely, but no one was wearing similar clothes. Edgar told the clones to go back to their normal duties. He was disappointed because he had even put on a mask in the hope that the fakes would be confused. The guy ended the conversation with the clones and asked Erica about her impressions, and she replied that she did not expect to earn such a large sum. She thought that they would have to split the income because they were a team. But the boyfriend said that Erica could keep everything as a souvenir from the first hunt. Edgar didn't need this at all because Erica has no idea how much he earns. After paying the girl, Edgar and Erica were going to return. However, on the way out of the area, he noticed a very familiar person, namely his classmate Adam Heeson. Erica was surprised by this sudden change in Edgar's behavior because he immediately began to hide from Adam. The hunter did not understand what Adam Heeson could have forgotten in such a place. The thought occurred to him that this case could also be his doing. Kim Foster also shared these assumptions because there is simply no other reason why Adam Heeson could have been in the E-class area. Mr. Kang confirmed that there were enough people in the Hazong Guild to instruct someone to disguise themselves as Edgar's clones, and they had already interfered with his hunt. But the guy thought it was strange that Adam had started this right after the warning. He didn't believe that he was that stupid. Kim had already heard that the head of one of the guild's Hazong units had already attacked Edgar. She wondered why the guy had decided to let her live at all. Living in this city, Kim realized one thing clearly. All kinds of trash will respond to your kindness with a knife in the back. The girl advised Edgar to stop showing mercy to these people and not to expect them not to cross the line, even if Edgar did not. And she also warned that from now on, people with a similar mindset would be constantly picking on the guy, and Kim believed that Adam Heeson was no exception. And as if to confirm her words, the fake clones began to commit even worse acts. Once they got to the bottom of the hunters who were hunting giant rats, the guys were not satisfied with their prey, so they had to take off all the weapons the hunters were wearing. They began to explain that they couldn't hunt without it, and as a result, the fraudsters decided to take their equipment by force. One of the fake clones emphasized that it was not a request and ordered the hunters to remove their weapons. Anger and resentment for the unfair treatment slowly grew into something more. The hunters were extremely outraged that the clones started taking even their guns, and one option was to complain about them immediately, but they were afraid that they might be killed for it. Before entering the grounds, the hunters began to ask if Edgar Williams was on the territory, as they now feared for their lives. The stories about Edgar Williams and his clones were getting worse and worse. Most of the victims were F and E class hunters, and even at the academy they began to look at him askance. If this continues, it will greatly affect the guy's grade. Edgar called number 2 to see if they had found any fake clones, but the answer was the same as before. However, the guy said that members of the Kherson Guild showed up at the hunting grounds. They could not be confused with anyone else because they came with guild flags. Edgar ordered the clone to open the portal. He was going to come there personally. One of the guild members was holding the clothes that clones usually wear. Then a large explosion was heard behind them, causing a chaff storm. Edgar moved to the hunting grounds and immediately asked the boys what they were holding. One of the guild members told his partner to report to the head of the group that they had found the boy, and he told Edgar that if he wanted to live, he had to follow them. He also added unhappily that the boy should know who they were. Edgar looked again at the clothes the other guild member was holding in his hands. He immediately thought that these guys were the ones who had been pretending to be his clones all along. Anger and resentment had already left a mark on the boy's heart, and he immediately grabbed his blade. Edgar said that he was going to see if it would be possible to place the corpses in subspace. After saying that, the black-haired man ordered the guild members to kill the boy. And now Edgar was about to face these men in a fight. But unexpectedly, his shot was adequately blocked. He immediately recognized the huntress who managed to block his attack. Liana Nord ordered her squad members to immediately retreat. And then she said that they were looking at the real Edgar Williams, and the guy couldn't understand what it meant. Liana was happy to meet Edgar again, and she noticed that he had become even stronger since then. The hunter told the girl not to mess with his head and asked her what her real meant. The boy believed that it was the guild members who were pretending to be his clones. Liana realized that their surprise had failed and replied that it wasn't them, because they had no reason to do such a thing. Then Adam appeared out of nowhere and informed Edgar that they wanted to catch the counterfeiters for him. Adam's appearance came as a surprise to Edgar, who was surprised that the guy even had an invisibility skill in his arsenal. Still, the hunter was unclear as to why they were going to catch the fake clones. After all, it may seem that Adam was the one who was most interested in pissing off Edgar. The chairman's son, Haisong, explained that he wanted to apologize in this way, although, as Edgar said, it would not change the fact that he had interfered with his hunting. The hunter asked Adam how they were going to do it, because they didn't even know who it was, whether it was one person or several. Adam explained that they had set the bait. It was the guys from the academy who had done him a favor. As usual, the fraudsters were looking for new victims for their manipulations. They turned to the hunter and asked who allowed him to hunt here. The guy was surprised to hear that he had received permission at the security desk. The fakes asked what rank the guy had. This was F-class territory, so of course he was an F-class hunter. The hunter suggested that they not interfere with each other, emphasizing that he was busy, but the fake clones were annoyed by the guy's boldness. One of them emphasized that he was facing Edgar Williams himself, who had defeated an A-class hunter. Moon Shannon replied that he was familiar with Mr. Edgar Williams, but he knew perfectly well that he was looking at fakes. Fake Edgar and Moon Shannon started a confrontation with each other. Moon repeated the enemy's question about who allowed him to hunt here, and in response, he asked the fraudster if he himself had the right to do so in an F-class dungeon. The wounded fraudster told the guy that he would regret it, and he repeatedly emphasized that he was the real Edgar Williams. Of course, Moon didn't believe it. He assumed that the guy had never encountered that monster and knew nothing about it. Then, an interdimensional portal opened behind them. This meant that the real Edgar Williams had already arrived here. The hunter immediately asked the fraudster if he was the one who had been doing all sorts of nasty things on his behalf. The guy didn't expect to have to face the real Edgar. Adam found the tool they used to pretend to be Edgar. As they expected, the crooks hid their clothes inside and changed them here. Then Adam poured out the fake's clothes and tools from the sack. By their appearance, Edgar immediately recognized who these things might belong to. He had heard about them from the agent. The guy who used the clones was interviewed before Mr. Kang joined the JM agency. The agent said that you still remember the guy because the interview was unique. In front of Edgar stood a D-class hunter, Martin Taylor, with the skill of illusory cloning. and it turned out that it was the guy who had been pretending to be Edgar all along. Martin realized with regret that he had been caught. He took off his wig and shouted that he was indeed a fake. Martin blamed Edgar for all his troubles because the guy had a cloning skill similar to his own, and he managed to become very famous among hunters. Edgar was uncomfortable listening to all this jealousy and accusations. He took the guy's weapon from the bag and threw it after him. The hunter told Martin to defend himself with this weapon because he was going to teach the boy a good lesson. Martin took Edgar's advice and still grabbed his katana and helmet. The next moment he swung and rushed forward toward Edgar. The guy took his punch and a fight broke out between them. Adam thanked Moon for his cooperation and informed him that he had already transferred the payment to his account. The boy noticed a wound on his classmate's body, and he said that the fake hunter also had a strategy. Martin merged with his clones, using them as a distraction. But Moon realized that this time the trick would not work. After all, it didn't work for Hunter Edgar Williams. He had no trouble recognizing where the real Martin was and immediately attacked him. This attack threw the enemy to the nearest tree. Edgar came closer and ordered the boy to get up because he was not finished yet. Martin asked Edgar if his strength was the result of hard training. He also added that he did not sit idly by all this time either, because of his skill, people were constantly looking at him with contempt. Even though Martin's skill was illusions that couldn't even cause harm, he still practiced. When the other hunters learned about his real skill, they did not want to take him to their team, and thus did not give him a chance to prove himself. However, one day, Martin noticed that as soon as he put on a hoodie, people started avoiding him, mistaking him for Edgar. They would immediately get scared and run away from the hunting grounds, leaving behind considerable prey. And then, Martin realized that it wasn't his fault, but stupid human prejudice, and that it was because people mistook Martin for Edgar. The guy grabbed his bamboo saber and added that everything would have been clear in one blow, but those hunters did not even try to fight back. Even when they gathered in groups, they were still afraid of the guy's skills. After these words, Martin created many copies of his own. He asked Edgar if he knew what it was like to be someone whose skill was only mocked. The hunter clearly answered no and began to open the subspace. Edgar did this in order to be transported to the real Martin. He grabbed the guy's blade and told him that he didn't need to know. The boys were amazed by Edgar's ability to understand which of the clones was the real one. Edgar took a swing at Martin and told him that he was wrong about him not having a chance. The next moment, he punched him hard in the face, and a stream of blood gushed out of his mouth. Edgar told Martin that the JM agency had sent him a letter saying that he had been accepted, but he had given up after seeing his skill rating on the internet. The hunter continued to beat his opponent with the same force. He simultaneously struck his body with a large number of blows. Moon couldn't watch it any longer and told Adam he was leaving. Martin Taylor began to ask his opponent to stop. However, Edgar was not going to listen to him and continued to beat the boy. Martin flew several meters back into the air from the hunter's previous attack. Edgar said that when the boy decided to do all this, he rejected all chances to prove his importance now and in the future. Edgar was relieved to release all his pent-up anger. Martin Taylor lay helplessly on the ground. Adam Hassan approached him and looked at the boy with pity in his eyes. Edgar asked Adam if he was thinking about something, and he said yes. Adam had another reason why he decided to investigate. He didn't think Edgar would do the same thing as someone like Adam. Edgar became excited when he heard Adam say his full name. Chairman Haesong's son told the boy that now he could apologize properly. Adam said that his actions were no different from the actions of this guy. Edgar was glad that Adam Hassan was at least aware of this. Now the hunter was going to resolve the misunderstandings that had arisen and contact the victims. Then Adam told Edgar that he had an idea, and as a result, Martin was sent to collect low-level monster crystals in one of the hunting grounds of the Haesong Guild. Edgar turned to clones 5 and 6, saying that he had something for them. The boy said that they had hunted so hard for him, but he hadn't done anything special for them, which made him feel bad. Edgar handed them a tray and said that this was their special meal for the day. He hoped that this would help them cope better with hunting. This became possible because Edgar can get a lot of fresh crystals from Martin Taylor. Luckily, the misunderstanding with the victims was settled, and Edgar received a good supply of crystals. However, the last words Adam said still bothered him. Before leaving, Adam asked Edgar to stop for a moment to tell him something. The guy said to be on guard against the academy. He did not think that the academy was just trying to train hunters, giving them skills for nothing. But Edgar did not understand what Adam meant by these words. So far, the son of the head of the guild, Hasan, was not sure of his guesses and said that he would tell us when he received more accurate information. Finally, he warned the boy to never come near the academy's church. Edgar remembered that they had lessons on the history of the system in the temple, so he didn't want to waste time, so he sent his clone there. All these warnings seemed very strange to Edgar. Scarlett handed the rector an evaluation form for the practical team competition. The man asked what it was, and the professor told him that it was a grade, but he could see it perfectly well. He was dissatisfied with the fact that Edgar Williams had an excellent grade. Scarlett said that she had applied all the restrictions discussed and that the performance was evaluated with them in mind, but the director objected, saying that Edgar had been relieved of the effects of the potion. The professor replied that Edgar had been drinking and had neutralized him without using the skill, so she couldn't do anything about it. The rector angrily admitted that he had insisted on all these restrictions to control the high-class hunters in the academy, and that Scarlett should have done something about it. But after saying that, he was hit with a table. The woman realized that the rector had summoned her because the academy's professors were too low in rank to even stand up to the B class. But Scarlett aggressively asked the man if he intended to control the academy's high-ranking students with elixirs. The academy cannot act directly because Edgar is unstoppable in anger, so they used lame excuses to lower his grade, but he overcame even that. But the rector tried to argue, saying that very often these hunters neglect their classes and that's why they impose such restrictions. Scarlett then advised me to tell the hunters about it directly. She went to the exit and added that she would keep to the schedule, but no more. The woman slammed the door loudly and finally said that if the rector called her because of this pathetic nonsense, she would really finish him off. The man believed that with such arrogant behavior, Scarlett would not be able to last long. He picked up the phone to call someone. The rector said that from that moment on, Professor Scarlett Bentley would be responsible for the church and asked that someone be called to clean his office. The next day, Edgar had a lesson with the Academy's professor of hunting techniques, a C-class hunter, Edward Clark. The man told the students that he would teach them how to hunt and immediately asked them what they thought was the most important thing about hunting monsters. He did not deny that characteristics, teamwork, and a good weapon are extremely important, but strategy is much more important. Mr. Edward told the students to look at the book they had received to learn more about the strategies they could use in hunting monsters. Edgar started looking through the book, and something immediately caught his eye. The part about how you have to fight giant rats in close combat, and that the skull is their weak point, was very strange. The hunter was horrified to realize that this text differs from the generally accepted strategies for dealing with these monsters, and for the worse. Edgar remembered this because he ordered the clones to study strategies. He knew not to believe all the information on the internet, but the schemes he studied had proven effective in real combat. The information in this book was clearly distorted, and it is difficult to notice if the hunter does not have some experience in hunting. Edgar wondered what the academy was up to. Then, Professor Edward announced that it was time to move on to the practical part of the class. The action moves to the training room of the Monster Hunting Academy. The monsters that appeared could indeed be confused with real ones. The professor said that this is a virtual simulation room created by the skill of a hunter. Here, students would learn how to resist monsters without endangering their lives. The professor emphasized that all student senses will be at work here, so they should be careful. He added that here they will not only learn strategies, but also learn to overcome their fears. Edgar asked whether there would be any restrictions on the use of clones, and the teacher replied that each hunter would be assigned monsters according to his rank. Edgar said that he was unable to use cloning. This seemed strange to the professor because in this space even a challenge is possible. The man wasn't sure if the clones would be able to use the devices, but he told Edgar that he would give him more pods to connect them. A few minutes later, 2 more clones of Edgar appeared in the simulation space. The other students finally had a chance to see what the boy's clones looked like. The professor was amazed that the boy could even transfer clones to the virtual world, and he emphasized to the students that they would all go to different places. Before the transfer, Edgar advised Erica to ignore the advice in the book and do what they had learned in training. And in a moment, Edgar was already in the area designated specifically for him. It was a forest with many trees stretching along its territory. Edgar was surprised that he and his clones had chosen this particular location. Then the boy heard a whimper coming from not far away. Edgar cautiously asked back if there was anyone else here. A woman's voice behind the tree begged the boy to help her. The frightening girl came out from under the tree, emphasizing that she was in great pain. Other disfigured people began to come out after her. At first, the sight made Edgar very angry. He remembered the professor's words that monsters would be assigned according to the boy's rank. But in fact, they were related to students' internal fears. And Edgar's enemy on this territory was the same screeching dragonfly that had injured his sister. The professor walked around the area with the capsules in which the students were now. The final goal of his walk was the capsule where Edgar Williams was. Edward Clark looked at the boy with a cold stare. After a moment of contemplation, he reached for his blade. But before the professor could do anything, a clone of the boy appeared next to him, asking if he could help him. Mr. Edward was incredibly frightened, because he did not expect to see him near him. The man asked the boy who he was, and he replied that he was number 3. The owner told the clone to protect the portal from disasters, threats, and other things due to the portal's versatility, as the students of the academy could be in danger. The professor thought these words were a blatant lie, and that the clone was simply protecting its master because of the escalating situation. Mr. Edward excitedly said that he was doing the same thing, patrolling for the safety of the students of the academy. The man did not understand whether it was right at all. If he was facing a clone, he had to do something. But when he looked at the frightening face of number 3, all his intentions abruptly evaporated. The man said in embarrassment that he would go the other way. He decided to leave it at that because he realized that there was no way he could beat number 3. Meanwhile, Edgar and the clones continued to fight in their hunting area. The clone swung the knife in the direction of his enemy, the screeching dragonfly. He pierced the area between the monster's eyes. Another clone used fireballs against a hideous monster. Edgar himself used his newly acquired ability, the unbreakable body. He easily cut the enemies to pieces one by one. This test seemed very strange to Edgar by its structure. In the case of a meeting between a hunter and a monster of the same class, the monster usually wins the battle, and at the same time, he was given a screeching dragonfly of Class B, not 1, but 5 at once. Most likely, the other students were also assigned one by one, and Edgar was not sure whether they would be able to cope with the task. After the battle, Edgar regained consciousness. By the sour faces of his classmates, he immediately realized how difficult the test was. As expected, most of them failed. Edgar decided to discuss this task with Erica, and the girl said that she had encountered giant turtles and her attacks kept bouncing off them. The guy asked her in embarrassment why she didn't just run away from them, and Erica replied in surprise that they had a hunting class. Professor Edward praised everyone for their efforts and said that among the students there were both those who failed and those who coped with the task. He reiterated that strategy is the most important thing, and they should always keep it in mind and train hard until they have a chance to learn everything in battle. After these words, the teacher announced that the class was over. The clone approached the owner and whispered that he had something to tell him. He said that the professor secretly approached the hunter during a hunt in virtual space. It was a real blessing that Edgar managed to call out number 3 unnoticed, as Adam Heeson said, "This place is very strange." It was strange to put students in groups for individual skill assessment, not to mention the separation during the simulation on hunts that are usually done in groups, as well as giving away expensive skills for nothing and then teaching strange strategies. Erica walked up to the guys and asked what they were talking about. Edgar replied that they were discussing the schedule and asked what the next class was, and Erica was surprised that the boy was so excited. She replied that the following is the history of the system and its understanding, and added that the class will be held in the church. Edgar immediately recalled Adam Heeson's warning, namely, how the guy told him to never approach the church. The hunter replied embarrassedly that he didn't feel like going there today more than ever, and suggested that Erica go to the movies instead. With a smile on her face, the girl replied that it was a compulsory lesson, and they should not miss it. She thought the lesson was interesting because she didn't even think the system had a history. But then Edgar turned to her again and told her he was serious. He added that he would have the clone attend the class for him, but Erica suddenly grabbed him by the shoulder. With a blank look in her eyes, she told the boy that they had to go. She squeezed his hand harder, asking if he really wanted to play hooky. This behavior of the girl seemed incredibly strange to Edgar. Number 3 realized everything and instantly knocked Erica out. The hunter caught the girl and praised the clone for such a quick reaction. If a guy had to do that, he would most likely have miscalculated the force. Edgar apologized to Erica, not denying the possibility that he was just overreacting and it was in vain. He decided that he would also apologize to her later. The guy was not going to hesitate for a second when it came to people close to him. After a while, Erica finally regained consciousness. She immediately got up from her seat, not realizing where she was. All this time, the girl's sleep was guarded by Kim Foster. She told Erica that they are now at the JM agency, to which Edgar Williams belongs. Erica asked what she was doing here, and Kim said that she was probably tired from her hunting class and fell asleep unexpectedly. Kim added that Edgar also asked her not to worry because he sent a clone to the class instead of the girl. Erica asked where Edgar was now, and Kim answered embarrassedly that he would be back soon. Kim handed the girl a life force potion, told her to drink it and get some rest, and that a side effect of it was that she would fall asleep. Ziliavar was annoyed that Edgar had run away, leaving her in charge of the man's care. Now Edgar is facing the most problematic task. There were no problems with number 2, but Erica's behavior was atypical. If he could, he would have turned everything upside down and interrogated everyone involved. But in this case, either the academy will close or the boy will be expelled, and then he will not see the elixir. Edgar didn't have time to wait for information from Adam Heeson, so he decided to find out for himself. He reached a room that seemed to him to be the office of some important person. He was immediately surprised to find glass shards near her, and also that there was an open window in this room. Adam was frightened when he heard someone sneaking through the window. Edgar was surprised to see the boy there, but the boy shut him up, telling him not to say anything. Adam wanted to ask the guy the same thing, because he had already asked him to wait. Edgar told the boy that Erica was acting strangely, and the boy remembered that she was the girl who was always following Edgar. Edgar added that Erica had attended many classes at the church, and as soon as he suggested that she not go there, she immediately began to look at him strangely. The hunter assumed that Adam was hiding for a similar reason, because he himself said that the temple was a strange place. Then the son of the chairman of Haisong went to the shelves with the blue books and began to look for one. He stopped at one of the middle ones and pulled it toward him. After this movement, a side entrance opened on the wall. Adam said that he had only recently learned about it and hadn't had time to see anything yet. A room with 2 desks and TVs stretched out in front of the boys. There were cameras and microphones there, and it seemed as if this room was constantly under surveillance. Adam told Edgar that the first thing to do was to gather information. But then they heard a voice outside the door nearby asking the rector if he was there. This surprise immediately made the boys excited. They heard a sound from the door. Someone on the other side started to open it. The boys were extremely frightened and began to think about what to do next. Edgar said that they needed to run away. And besides, Adam has the skill of teleportation and invisibility. But the guy objected, because it would be very strange if the one who made the noise suddenly disappeared from this secret room. The man behind the door repeated his question again. He was about to open the door. Edgar told Adam to use his skills to change their appearance and voice. He knew that the boy had a lot of different skills and suspected that there would be something suitable for this. The guy really had something similar. He started activating the chameleon skill. Edgar decided to hide in subspace for the time being so as not to give himself away. Then the door opened and out came Professor of Elemental Magic Khan Matt. Adam, disguised as the rector, asked if something had happened and why the man was breaking down the door. Mr. Khan did not expect to see the rector here at such a late hour. Edgar opened his subspace a little to be able to hear something. Adam in disguise explained that there was an urgent matter, and that's why he was here at such a late hour. The professor asked if it was not Pan who suddenly called the man, and Adam did not know who he was talking about, but he answered that it was. Mr. Khan excitedly replied that he thought so. He suggested that the issue concerns the problematic couple of Edgar Williams and Adam Heeson. Khan asked the rector if not responding would be the best solution, and added that he had accepted the challenge and disobeyed the order so that other academies would not displace him. Then Adam nervously asked if they hadn't agreed not to regret past decisions. Mr. Kang excitedly replied that in any case, everything would be decided at the meeting in 3 days, adding that he had probably rushed things. He apologized for disturbing him and was about to leave, but Adam was not going to let the professor go so quickly. The reincarnated Adam asked the teacher if he had forgotten what time the meeting was to take place, and thus he learned that it would be held at 11 p.m. After Khan Matt left, Edgar peered out of his subspace and asked Adam what had just happened. Alam asked the guy to calm down, because he almost died, making it up as he went along. Edgar asked the boy why he had said that the temple was a strange place, since Adam had also been there for the first lesson. The son of the chairman of Haisong replied that he had received a warning. At first he intended to attend classes in the church because they were compulsory. But as soon as he entered the building, the warning went off and the mental defense ability was activated. At that moment, Adam could not understand who was using a mental spell on him. Even when he went elsewhere, the skill's activation did not stop. There was no voice, no vibration, no flow of mana, which meant that the whole room was filled with mental ability. Edgar asked the boy why he hadn't told the others, and the boy responded by asking why Edgar didn't do anything when he knew everything. After all, if he wanted to, Edgar could simply destroy the entire academy. Adam admitted that he could do nothing because the elixir was at stake and they needed information. Now their priority was to find out what was really going on in this academy. Boys need to learn about weaknesses in order to do what they want to do. They went to the computer with the password on it. Adam was angry that he was coded and admitted that the rector was not so stupid. But then Edgar pointed to the password on the wall, and Adam immediately changed his mind about the rector's intellectual abilities. Now the boys had the opportunity to find out why the academy was created. The story goes back to JM Agency. Erica asked Kim what she had just given her. The girl explained that it was a potion of vitality, and if Erica drank it, her fatigue would be lifted. Erica thanked her and added that she was a little sweaty and would like to take a bath after a hard day. And Kim said that the agency had a bathroom and she could use it. Kim immediately turned away to avoid seeing Erica changing. Then the girl embarrassedly asked the healer what kind of relationship she had with Edgar. Kim replied that there was nothing like that between them and that they were just work colleagues. Erica approached her and asked if it was true, pointing a synthesized magic ball at the girl. The guys unlocked the computer and started looking for dirt on the academy. They were incredibly shocked to learn the true purpose of the academy. They learned that the academy seeks to completely brainwash all students, and the temple serves as a place to fulfill this goal. Edgar assumed that in that case, everyone would become puppets of the bastard. Everyone here calls Mr. There were about 10,000 people in the academy, but if we add students studying in other departments, the total number of students will be about 30,000. Then Adam saw something shocking and told Edgar to look at the monitor. Edgar was on the list of dangerous people, so the students of the academy would target him first, while Adam was among the people to be wary of. The son of the head of Haesong told the boy to return to his agency immediately and added that the people around him were also in danger. Elgar couldn't understand why he was the only one they were targeting, and Adam said that it didn't matter now and that the academy was only avoiding him because he belonged to the Haesong Guild. The hunter didn't have to worry about the agency because he had warned him that Erica was acting strangely, so he would never leave the girl unattended. Kim did not expect that Erica would target her. The girl was quite happy that it was a clone who came out against her, but still, she wanted Edgar Williams to be brought to her. Mr. Agent burst into the room and took Kim Foster with him. Zalewa could not understand at all what was happening here and what was wrong with this girl. Mr. Blake replied that he would explain everything to her later and asked her not to leave the agency building. He called Edgar and told him what had happened, but the guy was not in vain. He was sure that number 2 would deal with Erica. Edgar informed them that the situation was much more serious than he had anticipated and they would not be able to deal with it alone. The guy said that he would need help from other guilds. The scene is transferred to the tool development room of the Inheritance Company. Miss Burchell called out to Duber with enthusiasm in her voice, distracting him from his work. Dubert was the head of the company's tool development team, and he asked the lady what she wanted this time. Miss Aria excitedly handed him a container with 2 mice in it. The man realized that she had succeeded in making a clone, and he noticed that she was so nervous, but in the end, she successfully completed the skill analysis. However, this was not the case, and Miss Burchell asked Dubert to take a closer look. She touched the mouse, whose silhouette began to disappear. The woman said it was a complete failure because her clone was nothing more than an illusion. The woman gave the ball with the skill worth 12.8 billion, but still could not understand the essence of Edgar's skill. Last time, Miss Burchell made a fuss about the prototype of the cloak, but this time she invited Duber to show the illusion. But the woman denied that this was not the case, and they were gradually making progress in this matter. Namely, one of their successes was that they successfully copied the weapon. The woman believed that this should definitely help in their plan. There was a time limit, and you couldn't copy skill layers, but even so, you could already successfully implement your achievements. Dubert said that there was something more important to copy, namely, weapon repair. At first, the CEO did not understand the meaning of his words, but then she understood. The woman realized that now they had a way to restore the hum of the earth. Erica was caught and taken to the headquarters of the Canes Guild. Mirabelle, the vice president of the guild, began to examine the girl. She said that she was unable to catch a specific flow of mana. Erica said she didn't understand what they were talking about and asked them to let her go because her parents were waiting for her at home. Mr. Devon asked if they were absolutely sure that Erica had been brainwashed, and Kim confirmed this, emphasizing that this girl wanted to take her head off. Then Edgar, who had just entered the room, joined their conversation. He said that he did not think it was just brainwashing and added that it was much worse than they thought. Kim was incredibly angry when she saw that Edgar had brought Adam from the Hazong Guild with him. The hunter tried his best to calm the girl down, asking her to be patient and emphasizing that they had solved the problem with the clones only thanks to Adam. Erica was happy to see Edgar, hoping that he would explain to them that they had misunderstood. However, the guy's reaction was not what she expected. Edgar took the information from the rector's office with him and asked the audience to look at it. The contents of the book really seemed like some kind of madness. It was about murder, brainwashing, and some kind of harvest day. Edgar did not know what it was, but he assumed that it was connected with the awakening of the entire population of the planet. Now the more important problem was brainwashing, and Edgar asked the guild leaders if any of their hunters had entered the academy. They said that some E-class hunters had joined, and Edgar emphasized that they should not know that he knew the leaders, because it was not known how they might react. Adam asked how they could solve this problem because mind protection is a very rare skill, and hardly anyone else noticed anything but him. Miho asked the boys if they were really sure that it was brainwashing, because even with her brainwashing ability, she couldn't detect anything. She also did not think that Erica had been brainwashed by someone. In addition, there were 30,000 people in Korea alone, and many branches of the academy were opened around the world, and it seems impossible to control such a large number of people. But Adam instead asked about Edgar's ability to clone and said that it didn't make any sense at all. No one could know the potential of the awakened skills, but even so, Adam was sure that such a brainwashing had a weakness. When he was in his office, Professor Kang asked if it was the right decision to accept the boys and added that they even disobeyed orders to keep up with other academies. Accepting high-ranking hunters despite orders meant that the main goal of the academy was not to obey the leadership. They were definitely subordinate to someone, but they could act according to the situation. Adam confirmed that these are not some robots that will follow orders no matter what. Although they appear to be behaving normally, the murder of Edgar Williams is at the top of their list of goals. Mr. Agent asked if this was the only bad news, along with the fact that the flushing could not be detected, which put them at a disadvantage. Adam replied that the worst-case scenario for the Academy's leadership would not be the failure of the mission, but the abandonment of their master. They can use this weakness and change the situation at a joint meeting 3 days later. After the conversation in the office, Edgar and Adam went up to the roof of the guild building. Adam noticed that the management would be alarmed if Edgar suddenly stopped attending classes, but the boy replied that he was not going to skip them. He could have used clones to do this, but decided to leave them behind for protection before the meeting, because if the guy stays in the agency's building, the others could be in danger. Edgar also wanted to experience for himself how brainwashed people behave. Adam had an idea related to Professor Scarlett Bentley. As far as he knew, she was not affiliated with the Academy, so he hoped that the woman was not in league with them. In the temple, Miss Scarlett found a note that instructed her to use mana on her head. Edgar continued to attend classes for the next 3 days. The order to get rid of Edgar had been issued recently, and the boy wondered how many students would attack him today. The guy doesn't even know how long you need to stay in the church for a person to have their bladders flushed sufficiently. Now his classmates looked like usual. Edgar had already begun to assume that there were far fewer washed-ups than they expected, but the next moment, a knife came flying at him. This surprise in the middle of the lesson came as a real surprise to the boy. He took the knife in his hand and asked the entire audience who had thrown it at him, but his classmates just looked indifferently at the angry guy. A moment later, they looked back at the teacher. We could already draw conclusions from this behavior of the students. Professor Khan Matt turned to Edgar Williams and asked him if something was wrong. The hunter, bending the knife blade, said that nothing had happened and that he just had to go to the bathroom. All day at the academy, the boy felt strange. One of the students bumped into him, but immediately apologized, explaining that she was in a hurry. Everyone behaved as usual, but in reality they wanted to take Edgar's life. They're only low-level hunters, so they can't hurt Edgar, but their intentions were quite tangible. At his seat, Edgar saw a bottle of drink addressed to him, and he began to drink the drink and read the note. The boy's ability to neutralize the poison was triggered, and it was obvious that the students would use any opportunity to get rid of Edgar. The guy calmly thought about this situation, and 3 days passed. Trevor Thompson thanked his colleagues for gathering today. In the audience were Elvira Scott, professor in charge of drugs, a C-class hunter, and Eric Dale, professor of hand-to-hand combat, a C-class hunter. The rector said that today they would deal with the mess concerning Edgar Williams and Adam Heeson. Mr. Edwards said that they shouldn't have accepted the guys, especially Adam Heeson, because they can't even do anything with him because of the Heeson Guild. Mr. Matt added that it was a good idea at first, and that Mr. Edward himself said that with Adam's help, they could influence his guild. The topic of conversation turned to the person of Edgar Williams, and Elvira thought it was obvious that the students of the academy would not even be able to leave a scratch on him. Even the professors would not be able to resist the guy, and the rector did not deny that this was the case, but insisted that they should not worry, because their master had not yet abandoned them. He was told that 2 A-class assassins from the 13 Scorpions Assassins Association had been sent to them. After this news, the man added that they had already arrived in Korea, and the professors were incredibly grateful to their lord for this. Someone said that 13 Scorpions could even stand up to the Heeson Guild, and suggested getting rid of Adam Heeson at the same time. Then someone knocked on the front door, but none of those present noticed. And the next moment, the door flew open in the direction of the professor's desk. Edgar approached the room and imitated the sound of a knock on the door, angrily telling the professors that they had to do something when they heard the knock. The guy added that they had made the last 3 days quite difficult for him and suggested that the meeting decide how he should punish them. Professor Edward nervously said the name of Edgar Williams. The hunter doubted that the man was very surprised by his appearance because he had been staring at the boy all the time during the class. The rector turned to Edgar and said that he did not know why he had come here and suggested that they resolve everything with words. The hunter replied that it would be a good option to solve everything this way. He added that this would only work if the forces of the opposing sides were equal. There were 5 professors and Edgar was only 1, so he needed more people. Then clones approached each of the teachers present. Edgar sat down in a chair with his feet on the table and said that now we could talk. The guy started by saying that the last 3 days were just incredible because so many people tried to kill him openly. There were poisonings, ambushes, and even sniper attacks, and we had to close the windows in the entire agency building. After the experience, Edgar had only one thought running through his mind. He couldn't take it anymore, even though he knew that these people were forced to behave this way. The rector apologized to the boy for interrupting him, but asked what his words "tried to kill" meant. After this appeal, Edgar waved to one of the clones. He grabbed Professor Khan's palm and broke several of his fingers. The hunter turned to the professors and said that they could continue to talk nonsense if they believed that the man's fingers would resist it. Eric Dale immediately became angry at what he heard and stood up from his seat. But in the same second, he was punched in the face by one of the clones. The professor was knocked back into the wall of the room. Edgar sighed, saying that they had already used up all their attempts. Mr. Trevor was puzzled by what the guy was doing. He asked him to at least tell them what he wanted them to do. The man also added that, as far as he knew, the disappearance of the academy would affect not only them, and Edgar asked Trevor if he was threatening him with the elixir. Trevor replied angrily that he was only telling it like it is. And now the guy decided to tell them his conditions. The first condition was to remove brainwashing from all the students of the academy and stop doing it. Secondly, Edgar wanted a guarantee that he would get to the world competition of the academy to compete for the elixir. And thirdly, professors should not report it to their masters. After these words, Mr. Trevor apologized and said that they did not understand what the guy was talking about. The clone standing next to Khan Matt continued to break his fingers. The rector said that the boy's judgment of them was wrong and he should just kill them, adding that such threats would not work here. But in this case, he told the boy to be ready to give up the elixir. Edgar replied that he heard everything perfectly and knew the rector's way of thinking. Then on the roof, Adam told the boy that he should not show weakness. He also insisted that Edgar not show them any mercy, but the guy was sure he could act harshly. In order to achieve compliance with their conditions, it is necessary to instill fear in the professors, but useless cruelty will not have the desired effect. Edgar has to show his determination and catch the professors on the hook. The boy takes out a piece of paper and asks if they don't understand what the fact that he knows about their master means. He threw the documents on the rector's desk and asked if he wanted them to be distributed around the world. Edgar threatened that the Korean branch would not be the end of the matter and that academies around the world would have to close and go to court. The hunter said that he did not know what their master was up to, but assumed that these documents would bring everything to naught. After that, Edgar said that he was not going to waste time and ordered the clones to put all the corpses in subspace and burn them. The rector asked the boy to stop and give them time to think. Edgar asked why, and assumed that they were just trying to stall. He noticed that Mr. Trevor was very busy writing a message to someone and assumed that the man was waiting for those 13 scorpions. Then the man heard someone approaching the entrance to the room. The bloody bodies of the hunters who were supposed to come here stood at the entrance. Mr. Trevor was happy that the 13 scorpions had finally made it here. The clone of Edgar, holding the bodies of the hunters, sarcastically said that they had come here to save them. The rector did not expect that the A-class hunters would be dealt with so quickly. Now everything was much easier because the professors had nowhere to run, and Edgar said he gave them 3 seconds to answer. After these words, the guy instantly started his countdown. The rector accelerated and ran toward the wall opposite. He activated the ability to penetrate objects and intended to go through this wall. However, the man's intentions were immediately stopped by Miss Scarlet's seal. She cancelled the rector's ability, and he just ran into the wall. Scarlet said that she had her doubts and did not expect them to do so. Then she asked the rector if that was why he wanted her to be in charge of the church. The man was embarrassed and asked what Edgar had said about the conditions. As a result, the rector accepted the boy's conditions, and the academy quickly returned to its previous state. The leaders of the YOLO and kindness guilds dealt with the assassins from abroad. If the history lessons on understanding the system were suddenly cancelled, other departments would notice, so it was decided to keep them. In return, the boys are allowed to destroy the brainwashing device to turn the classes in the temple into ordinary, boring lessons. With the help of Miss Scarlett Bentley, we were able to quickly rid the students of brainwashing. But the strange thing was that the spell did not leave the rectors' and professors' heads, and Scarlet assumed that this was their true nature and not the effect of the brainwashing. And thus, Erica finally got rid of the flushing. Edgar asked the girl, embarrassed, if she was okay. Realizing everything that had just happened, Erica began to cry. She approached Edgar and began to apologize for all the crazy things she had done. But Kim was annoyed by this reaction because Erica should have apologized to her, not to Edgar. It was time to evaluate the boys' characteristics, and the rector said that they were going to compare Edgar's characteristics upon admission with what they had become after studying. The man embarrassedly added that he was going to give the boy an A+. Then the hunter asked when they would start learning the new skill and how long they would have to use just one more fireball. Mr. Kang nervously replied that he would soon teach them how to freeze. The story moves to the office of a gentleman to whom the professors of the academy were subordinate. The Korean department reported that the problem had been solved, but 13 scorpions sent the man a message about the failure of the mission. Then the gentleman turned to his servant and asked him what he thought about it, and the boy replied that whatever the man decided would be right. This answer incredibly tired the gentleman, and he asked what would happen if he told the boy that it would be right for him to die. The young man enthusiastically replied that he would be happy to kill himself then, and eventually did so. The gentleman did not expect the boy to take his words seriously, because he was only joking. Then the man ordered another servant to clean up the place and send someone to study this Edgar Williams. There were 2 types of reactions among the students of the academy: apology and ignorance. Everyone either apologized, regretting what they had done, or were so embarrassed that they simply avoided Edgar. The guy realized that if he said he wasn't angry, he would be lying. But some students apologized, so he said he was fine. After all, he had nothing else to do. He could not beat them, because now the students were not brainwashed. Edgar asked Erica if they had an endurance class next on the schedule. The girl recalled how the guy offered her to go to the movies and asked if he wanted to go now, as the movie she wanted to watch was playing. Then Edgar grabbed Erica's hand and, with the same look she was giving him then, asked what she was talking about because they needed to train. He dragged her along, emphasizing that the girl had very low initial characteristics. The endurance training session was held in the Academy's multifunctional training hall. Professor Eric said that in the next lesson, they will assess the basic characteristics and compare them with those with which the students entered the school. Everyone was embarrassed by the professor's appearance, but Edgar was pleased because the perpetrators had paid for what they had done. Erica didn't really like the classes because she had been in a bad mood lately. Her skill level had increased, but her strength remained the same. Edgar emphasized that this place has a stadium for practicing skills and that practice is the key to success. Erica was about to leave, so she said she would be back soon. There were many options in this city to train your skills. Erica trained her Mana Lord ability by hitting the target. Most of the students were just doing strength training. Some trained their endurance on various types of exercise equipment. Edgar's performance had improved greatly, and he would get a good grade anyway. But he came anyway, so he decided to try to practice. The guy came up to the professor and asked what the maximum weight could be set on the simulators. Eric answered that the weight of the projectile is regulated by the gravity stones attached to it, so it all depends on the strength of the person lifting it. He also added that it is even possible to make them unliftable. After the last line, Edgar asked the teacher to do it. He replied that this function was only to demonstrate the capabilities of the simulator and was not intended for training, but the guy insisted anyway. So the teacher had to fulfill Edgar's request. Except for the built-in stones, it looked like an ordinary barbell to Edgar, and a light one at that. The next moment, the hunter started trying to lift the bar. He felt the weight of this weight on his body. But that's exactly what Edgar wanted, because training at JM's gym wasn't working for him. Professor Eric noticed that the simulator next to him began to malfunction. Edgar felt that the weight was working his muscles very well. When the hunter lifted the barbell, the simulator began to collapse. Professor Eric watched in embarrassment as screws and pieces of metal flew off the training apparatus. Edgar handed the professor a barbell stick and apologized. In response, the man only began to shed bitter tears. Edgar recognized that the academy had excellent training equipment, and he wanted to ask to open the gym at night so that his clones could train there. The boy also noticed that Adam Hassan hadn't been in class for a long time, and he wondered what he was doing there, since the annual assessment was coming up. Adam informed his older brother that the academy was dangerous and that the guild needed to prepare as well. He added that they only partially stopped them, but the academy still poses a threat. Captain Kevin asked how it poses a threat. Adam replied that he could not tell this through the elixir because this information could lead to the closure of the academy. Kevin emphasized that his brother had a second team leader who would follow any orders, but the guy said that he needed the help of the entire guild. Then, his older brother nervously asked Adam why he had entered the academy in the first place. After all, the guild used all its influence to send Adam to the academy, and he became friends with Edgar Williams there instead. Kevin emphasized that if the boy should ask for help, it should be only after the annual evaluation, and Adam replied that his brother had misunderstood. My brother emphasized that the whole world is not in Adam's hands, so instead of wasting time, we should work hard. Before leaving, the man said that he would not tell his father and would pretend that this conversation had not taken place in principle and advised Adam to deal with the annual evaluation. He also added that the guild didn't expect much from Adam anyway, although in fact the guy was trying hard. The plot shifts back to the training room of the Hunter Academy. Erica continued to train her skills with hits on target. She was disappointed that the third-level target did not even move. Just a few days ago, Erica was laughing at Edgar because she was strong enough against skeletons. But now, the boy is shooting fireballs even better than she is. Erica did not want to continue to be a burden to Edgar. At the end of the day, she decided to visit the JM agency. The girl approached Mr. Agent and Kim Foster, saying she wanted to become stronger and asked to be allowed to join the JM agency. The nighttime enveloped the majestic building of the Hunter Academy. Edgar came to the rector of the academy with a request to open a training room. Mr. Trevor was surprised that the hunter wanted to do this at such a late hour, but the clones didn't care about the time. They couldn't use the gym during the day because of their classes. Mr. Trevor did not know how to answer Edgar. He started to talk about using the academy's equipment outside of class, but when Edgar pushed him against the wall, the rector added that it was completely acceptable. Before leaving, Edgar said that he would occupy the hall for the whole night and asked to keep the lights on. Mr. Trevor thought that he had honestly tried to stop Edgar, so he was not to blame. Edgar told the clones to train for 2 hours and then go hunting, and repeat this at regular intervals. When the door to the training room opened, Edgar shouted that they could use whatever they wanted and that the place was all theirs today. However, he did not expect to find out that he would not be alone in the gym. At this time, Adam's former teammates, Moon and Jacob, met in the same hunting area. Moon was surprised that Jacob spoke to him in such a polite tone. The guy asked Moon to listen to him. He wanted to talk about Adam Heeson. Jacob said that this guy had deceived everyone about his rank. After losing the battle, the guy got angry and started a conflict with Adam. But then he received a notification that the enemy's characteristics were too low. Then Edgar Williams came out, so Jacob didn't get to know everything to the end. But after that, he was sure that Adam Kerson was not a B-class hunter, if he could be called a hunter at all. Adam never expected anyone else to come to the gym besides him. Edgar was shocked to see the condition of the boy. A dumbbell with a 3 kilograms mark was lying next to his hand, as well as 2 flasks of recently drunk elixirs. The hunter asked the exhausted Adam what it all meant, but he responded by asking Edgar why he had come here. Edgar told Adam that he needed an explanation. He turned to the guy and asked what exactly was going on here. Adai replied that he was just training here for his annual evaluation and was just about to finish. The hunter stopped the guy and asked him not to leave the gym. Adam pushed his hand away and asked the guy if he couldn't see that he was tired to death, lifting a miserable 3 kilograms. He pitifully said that it was all because of the awakened skill he had acquired. And then Adam admitted that all his characteristics were fixed at 0.2. The experts were amazed to learn that all the skills he had learned immediately became the maximum level. Then they expressed their impressions to the boy's father, saying that this was an incredible ability. Everyone began to believe that they had witnessed the birth of the first Korean S-rank hunter. Adam was a genius in the field of magic. With the exception of awakened skills, he could only imitate any good skill by observing its use for several months. The skills that the boy could not fake were covered by the financial status of the Haesong Guild. At that time, Adam met all the expectations of the people around him. And even his father believed in the boy, hoping that he was the future of Haesong. Everyone kept telling Adam to work hard to improve his ability. But in reality, Adam could barely stand on his feet because of the burden that had fallen on his shoulders. Each time he used the skill, it was a real challenge. He realized that he had to be a genius. But one day, a restriction was imposed on the boy's abilities, and all characteristics were fixed at 0.2. Everyone noticed that Adam's characteristics had barely grown over time. One day, Mike Heeson asked his son to come with him to his office. Then the boy admitted that all his characteristics were fixed at 0.2. Mike Heeson was incredibly angry at the news. He believed that after such news, the whole world would laugh at them. Mike said that all this time they had been putting money in a leaky safe. Adam was incredibly frightened and upset by such words from his father. Mike told his son that there was good news for him. No matter what Adam did, he didn't have to worry about his father raising his hand against him. After all, a single blow from his father could be fatal for Adam. After that day, Heeson began to erase all memory of Adam. All news and articles about him were removed from the network, as was information about his skill, and his guild-supported rank also stopped at B. After that, Adam learned that he could get the elixir at the academy. The elixir is a magical medicine that takes away all curses and cures any disease, and getting it became the goal of Adam's life. To hide his lack of mana, he hid mana pills in his mouth. He also poured potions instead of water when he attended classes. But even after all this, Adam lost to Edgar Williams. He believed that Edgar's awakening was a real blessing. But in Adam's case, it became the worst curse. Now, Edgar understood why the weakening potion had no effect on Adam during the group battle, because there was nowhere to weaken his characteristics. The hunter asked the boy who else knew about it, and he replied that his father, brother, and several other team leaders knew about it. Edgar noticed that Adam could work out with ordinary weights at home, but the boy replied that he had asked the rector not to let anyone in, because who else could come here in the middle of the night but him? The most important thing was that there was a barbell with a magic gravity stone in the gym, which allowed you to train according to the strength of the hunter. But when Adam came today, it was broken. Edgar recalled that it was because of him that it happened. He asked Adam what characteristics he had written down when he entered. The guy replied that his average score was 40. Edgar was amazed at the brazenness and deception, as it was 200 times more than the actual amount. And Adam did not know that an annual performance evaluation would be conducted. He decided to call it a day and leave the gym. He asked Edgar to keep everything he heard a secret, because even the rector did not know about his fine. The hunter realized that he had no other choice. After a difficult conversation, Adam walked around the academy. He recalled an unpleasant conversation with his father that had taken place recently. Then Adam said that he needed people in a group to take the test. The father responded by asking the boy if he knew a hunter named Edgar Williams with cloning skills. Mike had seen the boy when he was still in F class, but he had heard rumors that Edgar Williams had gotten a B class without anyone's help. He also emphasized that some people don't even dare to take the test without a support group of guild members. Mike laughed at Khan Blake because he thought he had picked up an ordinary stone on the road, but it turned out to be a diamond. Adam was struck by his father's words that the diamond he had polished so diligently turned out to be an ordinary stone. Then, out of nowhere, someone grabbed Adam by the arm and started pulling him along. The guy was scared and asked the attacker who he was, but he told him to shut up if he wanted to live. Erica informed Mr. Blake that even as his skill level increased, his strength still remained the same. The man asked if the girl had any magical powers, and she was sure that she had them. Mr. Blake replied that it would take time for the girl to cope with the Academy's assessment. He recalled how Erica had said earlier that she wanted to join JM and told him that the manor management specialist was in another city. He warned the girl that this man's training was not easy. And so the day came for the evaluation of the initial characteristics, with a total of 5 characteristics to be evaluated. There will be a test for strength, reflexes, health, endurance, and manner, and as soon as the test of one characteristic is completed, students should immediately move on to another. Professor Eric announced the start of student assessment. He told those who were confident to take a step forward. Adam Hassan was the first to come to the evaluation with a fighting spirit. The instructor asked him to hit the wall with his fist with maximum force. The former teammates were eager to find out if what Jacob had said about Adam's abilities was true. The next moment, the guy strained his arm with all his might. Edgar watched the boy's behavior very carefully, but it lasted only a few seconds, and the next moment he just sighed. As a result, Edgar had to intervene in the evaluation process. Adam bent the wall in front of him with incredible strength. Even the instructor was scared watching this, but no less astonishment could be seen on the faces of Jacob and Moon. In fact, instead of Adam, the test was performed by a clone transformed into a guy using the chameleon skill. The guy who grabbed Adam was Edgar. He wanted to talk to the boy about his grades. He had one idea, so he asked Adam to just answer him. He asked Chairman Haesong's son if he could change the appearance of other people using the chameleon skill. Edgar added that they could have given his clone Adam's appearance, and then the guy would have easily passed the assessment. Adam had helped the hunter last time, so Edgar wanted to repay him, but the guy emphasized that he was still hoping to get the elixir, so he wouldn't help too much. But the guy was sure that it would help Adam get rid of his suspicions. And so Edgar's clone began testing Adam's skills assessment. The impact force indicator was exactly at 40 units. Other students thought it was impossible to get such a figure. Edgar's clone as Adam also performed flawlessly in the reflex test. The same was true for testing the guy's endurance. The minor check was carried out using the skill sphere. During the health check, the guy was simply beaten in the face. The instructor announced that the assessment of Hunter Adam Heeson was complete and all his scores were at 40. Other students were impressed by these figures as the 40 was typical for A-class hunters. Jacob couldn't understand why the boy showed such results. Moon also had his suspicions when he used Adam's buff, but he decided that he was just overthinking it. Professor Eric took the documents with Adam's characteristics at the beginning of the year, and now. The average value at the beginning of the year was 39,751, and now it is exactly 40. The professor couldn't understand how it happened that everything was 40, and some characteristics went down altogether. He announced that Adam Hassan's average hunter's performance was up by 0.249, which was a bit disappointing, but not a bad result. Adam himself was nervously watching the evaluation process with the help of the invisibility skill. The guy was annoyed because he said that the average value should be 40, and the clone took all the characteristics and passed them at 40. He could not understand how such control was possible. He also noticed Jacob and Moon arguing about the results of the assessment nearby. Adam admitted that without Edgar's help, he might have failed this time. Edgar approached the clone and told him that he was free to go. The guy told the professor that he would like to take the assessment next. He had been feeling a little anxious for a long time, so Edgar wanted to check it out. Looking at Edgar, the instructor nervously told the boy to hit the wall as hard as he could. The hunter tensed his entire body and prepared to strike. The next moment, he swung and sent his fist into the wall in front of him. The hunters outside stared at the destroyed wall with an incomprehensible look. Edgar's blow was so strong that it destroyed the wall of the building where the test was taking place. The instructor just stared in shock at the sight. Edgar noticed that his performance had recently stopped growing from consuming crystals. He came to this conclusion when his clone ate crystals and nothing changed in the system. That day, Edgar asked the clone to eat as much as possible at once. He listened to his master and swallowed a whole handful of crystals. But even so, the characteristics still did not increase. Edgar suspected that this happened after the number 7 was stolen, and his abilities increased dramatically. Crystals were no longer needed, they only turned clones into monsters. So, in the end, Edgar decided to visit New York, the headquarters of the Inheritance Company. The guy was incredibly happy when he learned that the company failed to copy his cloning skill, but he pretended to be very sorry. but Miss Arya noticed that the hunter was actually happy about it. The CEO said that they were able to use the cloning skill on part of the weapon, but even so, Edgar was very surprised. The woman added that it is impossible to create a copy of a skill that is superior to the original, and that the ability to copy weapons is a unique function of the cloning skill. If Edgar hadn't been able to use it yet, it meant that his skill could develop further. Miss Burchell told the boy that there were several people who would like to meet him, and asked if he would mind. Dubert and Raven wanted to meet Edgar, and they immediately realized that the guy in front of them was the owner of the clone. Dubert told the boy that thanks to his skill, he was able to make progress in something he had been working on for a long time, so he wanted to meet the boy in person. Miss Burchell added that Mr. Dubert creates the tools of the inheritance company, and the cloak that was given to the boy last time is also his work. As for Mr. Raven's identity, the woman was sure that Edgar knew him. However, by his reaction, the CEO immediately realized that he was not in the know. She said that Mr. Raven is the strongest swordsman in the world, an S-class hunter, a seeker of the sword. Edgar was amazed that he had the opportunity to meet an S-class hunter because there were no other hunters of this rank in Korea. The boy began to apologize to the sword seeker, explaining that he didn't know much about hunters, and Raven replied that everything was fine, but it was clear that he was offended. The CEO also said that Mr. Ryan rescued the number 7 from the Tron company, which was responsible for the kidnapping, and gave them a real whipping. Afterward, Edgar asked the hunter if he remembered what kind of experiments were conducted there, and Raven replied that he remembered everything quite well. He said that there were a lot of mechanisms, pipes sticking out everywhere, monitors glowing, and a lot of glass cases in the shape of columns. The faces of the audience showed that this description frightened them quite a bit. Miss Burchell said she could explain everything because they had conducted many tests after they rescued number 7. Based on the results of the experiments, the director concluded that the clone of the boy was under the influence of the drug DEP. Edgar said that he had encountered this drug in Korea, but as far as he knew, this drug turned those who consumed it into monsters. Miss Arya replied that the boy was right about the side effect, but since the clone was not a real person, by making him absorb the crystal and studying the process, the Tron investigated the detailed mechanism of action. Thus, clone number 7 used an already completed form without the described side effect, which is why Edgar's characteristics increased so much. It was only a woman's hypothesis, but she believed that the boy's characteristics were forcibly enhanced by the use of the drug, and thus reached their maximum. That's why the monster crystals no longer had any effect on Edgar's characteristics, which meant that from now on, he would need to train on his own. Edgar was interested in one more thing, and now he had the opportunity to ask Miss Burchell about it. He asked the woman if she knew what Harvest Day was. After Edgar uttered this phrase, the look on everyone's face in the room changed dramatically. The guy could not understand what was wrong with them and asked if he had said something wrong. The sword seeker took the remote control and pressed a large button on it. After that, a bright light spread throughout the room. Edgar looked down at his hand and saw that his bracelet had disconnected. Raven told the guy not to worry and added that the translation function was still there. But then he grabbed the blade and said that he should watch his words. Edgar did not expect to see such a reaction. He opened the portal and said that in that case he would rephrase his words and then asked if they were also with the academy. The whole room began to feel incredibly tense. The CEO and Dubert were frightened by what was happening. Miss Arya shouted to Edgar and Raven and asked them to stop. The woman told the hunter that they were not his enemies, but the man was not sure whether they could assure him of this so immediately since they had started it first. Arya asked Raven to put the sword away, saying that she thought Edgar really didn't know anything. She told the men that Edgar Williams' help was essential to their plan and that they understood this perfectly. After these words, the seeker of the sword put away his blade. Edgar followed him and closed the entrance to the subspace. The CEO breathed a sigh of relief when the atmosphere improved a bit. The woman turned to Edgar and told him that she would tell him what Harvest Day was. But before that, the boy had to realize something. Miss Arya began her story by saying that this world is much bigger than it might seem at first glance. She confessed to the hunter that the 3 of them were not really from Earth. The woman said they were outsiders who had come from a very distant place. Their home planet is called Tybin, a peaceful place where many species existed in harmony. It was a peaceful and beautiful planet where magic and nature flourished under the rule of the Gerencia Empire. But unfortunately, this was the case until the Cranids invaded. The Empire tried to fight back, but these creatures, attacking all living things in their path, had something that the locals did not have the strength to handle. Namely, that these creatures had the ability to create portals. Due to the countless monsters that attacked the Empire despite all the efforts of the Empire, the territories were captured one by one. And then the same person appeared in the face of the Empire's despair. This man's name was Lieber Zinstein, a scientist who came from Earth. He was also known as the man who created the system. Edgar was surprised that the system was actually developed by someone. Miss Burchell has already said that the inhabitants of the planet need at least 10 years of concentrated study of magic to become ordinary combat mages. But Lieber was different. He learned magic incredibly quickly and became the Archmage of Gerencia in 5 years. After that, the man focused on his research to learn magic quickly in order to increase the number of people able to participate in battle, to ensure that everyone, even without knowledge and understanding of complex formulas, with a small amount of mana, could defend their empire. Skill balls and a system were created. Despite the incompleteness of the system, it supported basic attacking skills, and people began to register and learn magic with skill balls. As the system approached completion, the people of the Empire could use higher levels of magic, and hope for the long-awaited peace returned to them. After that, the long war continued until the day the system was completely completed, at which point Lieber began the massacre. Even Arya did not understand the reasons why the man killed all the residents. Even the legacies of the elemental sword and dragons could not stop the scientist. Lieber continued to kill people one by one until the Gerencia Empire fell within a week. This tragic event became known as Harvest Day. The CEO still couldn't forget that terrible picture. She asked Raven if there was anything else they could explain, and he replied that the woman had left out a few details, but in general, she had conveyed everything correctly. The hunter said that the only survivors of that raid were the 3 of them. It was around 1995, and Edgar should have known what happened 5 years later. The guy recalled that in 2000 there was a catastrophe and then a system appeared on Earth. Raven confirmed that it was on that day that the system took root and said that Harvest Day would soon come to Earth. The plot shifts to Erica's and Yolo's guild leaders' training sessions. The girl was incredibly tired from such a heavy workload. Miho mockingly noted that Erica seemed tired. The woman told the girl to get up because she had a long way to go. Erica visited Han Miho for the first time a week ago. The woman then demonstrated the initial size of the foxball skill she used. She waved a huge ball of mana and said she would throw it. A large explosion was heard at the location of the targets. But in the end, it didn't cause any serious damage. The attack was similar to Erica's mana ball. The mana was in this shape, but there was no damage. Micha said that if the fact is that raising the level only affects the size, then everything will remain the same, even at the 100th level. She asked Erica if she was using the skill only as the system told her to. Miho said that Erica needed to control the mana and compress it, and asked if the girl's skill was called Mana Master. The system was just a tool, and during the disaster, people used their abilities even without it. The mana ball created by Miho pierced even the wall of the room. The woman pointed to the target and said that this is how this skill should be used. Micha took the target in her hands and said that the size should be at least this big. Erica's skill level is not high enough, so it had more mana, so it needs to be squeezed harder to make the ball smaller than Miho's. Erica replied that she had been doing this all week and added that she had a test today. The YOLO leader asked Erica when she would do it. After all, today she will miss training because of the assessment, and tomorrow she will also rest because it is the weekend. Micha said she wouldn't be surprised if Edgar had reached the level of an A-class hunter by now. Then she asked Erica if she was being too greedy. The woman recalled the moment when she and Edgar Williams were catching hired killers and emphasized that together they were very good at it. Miho said that at that moment she thought about setting her eyes on Edgar, and at that moment she heard loud explosions behind her. Erica stood up from the floor and angrily asked for all the targets in the building. Miho was glad that she had managed to motivate Erica to act through jealousy. Miss Arya asked the boy if the Harvest Day was mentioned at the academy, and Edgar said yes. He said that the man calling himself Pan brainwashed many people to achieve this. Arya believed they had to stop it, but Raven knew they couldn't act on their own because they could immediately become targets of the system. Edgar interrupted their conversation, saying that they could not directly influence the academy because his sister was infected with the mana virus and he needed to get the elixir from them. Dubert asked the boy if he would just let the academy manipulate the students as they pleased. The hunter replied that he could only leave things as they were when it came to the elixir. Raven listened to the boy and came up with an idea. He turned to Edgar and asked him if he would help them if they gave him the elixir he needed. Raven assured him that he would resolve the issue if Edgar became his student. Edgar was extremely surprised at the offer. He said that the boy would need to be the kind of student who would do whatever he said to achieve Edgar's goal of becoming stronger. The guy recalled how a hunter had recently tried to kill him, and Raven replied that he thought he was on the side of the system and apologized for his actions. The sword seeker emphasized that if they resolved the issue of the elixir, they could work together to stop the day of harvest on Earth. The hunter has been thinking about taking the boy as an apprentice ever since he fought his clone. He told Edgar that he could become stronger. And then I asked the guy what he thought about all this. Edgar recalled his sister Freya, who is now in the hospital. He realized that there was nothing to think about. He told Raven that if he could get him the elixir, he would become his apprentice. The events are transferred to the destroyed building of the Tron Company. Trevor was forced to hide among the rubble from the search. The Federal Bureau agents intended to intercept the man on his way to retreat. Trevor was angry that the sword seeker had pretended to let him go, but had actually contacted the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The man turned to Eliza and asked how many people were around him. The artificial intelligence answered that 10 or 5, or in the neighborhood of 20, Trevor's identification bracelet broke. So Eliza also went dumb. The head of the team told the men that if they resisted, they could kill them immediately. This was the last building, and it was the one where the director of the Tron Company was hiding. He noticed that the members of the Bureau were gradually getting closer. Trevor regretted that he was never able to surpass one person to the end. However, the man was distracted from his thoughts by a very loud noise. Members of the Federal Bureau of Investigation were equally shocked by what happened next. Huge pieces of hot stones were flying into the building. It crashed into the ground and caused a huge explosion. The blast wave injured almost all members of the Investigation Bureau. The team leader grabbed the radio and said they needed reinforcements. But the next moment, a piece of stone pierced her body. The culprit of all this arrived at the scene. Trevor looked down, not understanding what was going on. Mike told the man that he had come to rescue him, as they were business partners, and told him not to be surprised and to come out. The Oracle was informed that they had handed over the location to Mike Heeson, as she had ordered. The seer felt sorry for the poor people who suffered from this, but her supervisor said that the sacrifice was necessary. The woman wondered why the warden did not ask why he was ordered to pass on information about Trevor's whereabouts to Mike, and why the Federal Bureau agents died. The man replied that he was not interested in anything and only did what the Oracle told him to do. Then he told the seer that he had to go elsewhere, and the woman told him to be careful and warned him that the catacombs were very dangerous. Raven and Edgar began their training by learning the basics and shape of the sword. The hunter said that they would need a circle of mana, but they would get to that in the next lesson. But Edgar interrupted the man, asking about the elixir, because he had said for sure that he would become his student after he received the elixir. Raven replied that he would get it soon, and noted that it would be better to get some experience right away to advance to the next level faster after receiving the elixir. But the guy denied it, saying that deals don't work that way. Raven noticed that he is an S-class hunter, and not everyone gets a chance to learn the art of swordplay from him, even when offered bags of money. Edgar responded by saying that he was using clones and that the inheritance had invested 12.8 billion won in him to learn this skill, and they were defeated as a result. But then he added that since there wasn't much time left before Harvest Day, he wouldn't completely ignore his offer, so he suggested that they make a fair deal. He told the hunter that he would give him a perfect student who would do everything he told him. Elgar opened the subspace from which clone number 7 emerged and told Raven that he could teach the clone instead. The boy wished number 7 good luck and told him to follow the Sword Seeker's orders well, while he rushed off to his lesson at the academy. Raven admitted that this was also a good option and told the student to start by learning the pose. But number 7 gritted his teeth and denied that he was not his student. Raven imagined that his student would obey his instructions in everything, and also that he would treat him to delicious unfamiliar food, such as ramen. Finally, Raven will say that he has nothing more to teach the boy, and the boy will say that he still has a lot to learn. All these sweet dreams dissipated, and Raven sternly said that they would first learn the swift sword and emphasized listening to him carefully. In class, Professor Kang Mat announced that today they would be learning a new skill and told everyone to get in line to take the balls with the freezing skill. While Edgar was thinking about what Arya had told him, he remembered that the three of them were aliens from another planet that had been destroyed because of Harvest Day. I also remembered how Arya said that Lieber Zinstein was the developer of the system. The boy absorbed the freezing skill while wondering why Lieber had destroyed the inhabitants of another planet. Then the thought occurred to him that they might not be able to use the system on Harvest Day. The boy learned the basics of mana movement while mastering meditation. Edgar decided that he should be able to use the skills without the system, and he started shouting, "Fire, ice, fire, ice," at the whole class, which made everyone look at him strangely. Edgar kept repeating the words over and over again to activate the fire or ice ball. But then a system window appeared in front of him with the message, "Enough." The news came as a real surprise to Edgar. Another message came, telling Edgar to go to the catacombs. The guy didn't understand what it was and decided that this world had really gone crazy. He did not know where these catacombs were and who was sending him these messages. The professor announced that they would be practicing the same way as the last time, but before that, he had something else to say to the students. He said that before they had trained only in a designated room, but this time it would be a little different. There will be a field practice against dungeon monsters. It will be an international event. The professor announced that the dungeons assigned to their department were catacombs. It is a huge dungeon with an open space and a basement. The rector heard someone knocking on his door. Edgar kicked the door open and announced that he was back again. The guy immediately took the rector by the scruff of the neck, asking if he was up to something again and wanted to die. He asked if the field exercises in the catacombs were his idea. Trevor replied that he didn't know what he was talking about, because the dungeons for the field exercises were randomly selected for academies around the world, and they couldn't change anything. The man's response really surprised Edgar. This meant that the academy did nothing with his status window. The guy did not understand that if the academy was sending him this, then who was sending it to him? A notification appeared in front of him again, saying that this person wanted to stop the harvest day and needed help. The plot shifts to Erika's training session. The girl asked Han Miho what she thought of the result. The woman replied that Erika had done quite well with the task. She added with satisfaction that Erika was moving on. The girl was very excited and hugged her mentor, and Miho emphasized that she should maintain this ball size even as her skill level increased. Finally, the woman told Erika to keep up with Edgar Williams. Erika said goodbye to her mentor and hurried to the academy. Miho was extremely pleased with today's result. She didn't expect Erika to be able to squeeze the mana so hard and recognized that no matter what level the opponent was at, he couldn't stop this skill. Edgar decided to stay alone in his room and try to find out who was sending him these messages. The guy sat on the bed and asked the system who she was. The anonymous person replied that their conversation was limited and the answer to this question needed to be explained, in which case the system would be able to detect it. The anonymous person only said that he wanted to stop the harvest day, and Edgar had already heard that the system and Lieber were involved, so he could not trust the person who was communicating with him through the system. As an argument, the anonymous person said that he was green and the system was different, but Edgar was only more angry. The anonymous person also said that he would not have contacted Edgar if he had been on the side of the system. He added that all that would have been necessary was to tell the gentleman about the people in the inheritance. Then there was a knock on his door, informing him that he had guests. Finally, the anonymous person told Edgar to go to the catacombs and get the 7 deadly sins, and that only the boy could stop Harvest Day. But he still wasn't sure whether he should trust this stranger. He accepted the offer of the inheritance regarding the elixir, so he would not lose anything, but the boy was not told how they would get the desired item. Edgar could not trust anyone completely and wondered what he should do. Then, Erika opened the door to the boy's room, announcing that they were going abroad. Edgar didn't expect to see Erika here, so he asked where she had been all this time, and she replied that she was undergoing a special training session. Erika sat down on the boy's bed and asked him why he was sad and if something was bothering him. At this time, the happy parents were listening outside the door, and they decided that they needed to go to the store so as not to disturb the children. Edgar asked the girl if she wasn't worried that something unclean was going on at the academy, and now they were sending them abroad. Erika was surprised to say that she did not have any trust in the academy, and to Edgar's surprise, she added that she just believed in the guy. Then she shyly said again that she trusted him completely. After Erika's words, the hunter thought for a moment. He realized that he didn't have to worry about who he could trust. Erica said that if Edgar was worried about something like that, he could rely on her. However, the boy ignored this, emphasizing that he could believe in himself. He thought about it for a while and came to the conclusion that he was strong and no one would risk betraying him. At this time, Pan was looking at information about Edgar's characteristics. He learned that the guy had an average score of 70. Before that, the man did not know that such a skill existed. The maid answered her master that whatever he was thinking, he was absolutely right. Suddenly, in the middle of the room, I heard the noise of a portal opening. The gentleman realized that he had decided to pay a visit. The horse came closer and said that he had heard that the man had made a mess. The gentleman asked the boy if he had come here to kill him. Skarkin replied that it would depend on his answer. An incredibly heavy atmosphere permeated the entire room. The gentleman realized that Skarkin had come to see him about the catacomb. He said it was not his doing, and he did not even know that the catacombs were considered a dungeon for hunting. The gentleman emphasized that exploring the dungeon was not such an important event, so he instructed others to deal with it and pointed to the man on the floor. He said that this was the person he needed, so the man could take out his anger on him. The master understood why the horseman was so worried, so he emphasized that the 7 deadly sins would be safe, because the one who created the labyrinth was there. The action is transferred to a huge dungeon in the catacombs. Right at the entrance, a huge number of scary monsters were waiting for the students. One of them was instantly overcome by several instructors. The instructor emphasized that all the students take a step back. Most of them were scared because they had never seen real monsters and were hunting for the first time. Edgar assumed that the monster they had defeated was a corpse golem or something similar. But more importantly, he thought it was likely that they would not be allowed to hunt. Luna Ross, the manager of the YOLO Guild, was also present on the territory, and she also emphasized not to go beyond the line because it was dangerous. Edgar did not expect to see his friend here, so he asked the woman what she was doing here. Luna replied that the academy is so huge that there are not enough professors, so they hire a lot of hunters above C class, and she is working part-time here. The woman asked Edgar about the same thing, and the boy replied that he was here as a student and asked him to protect them. Luna did not expect Edgar to be a student at this academy, and when she heard this, she started laughing. She said that only hired hunters fight here, and students only watch. She didn't know why, but assumed that it was because there were too many of them, and she was only told to protect the students of the academy so that they wouldn't have to come into contact with the monsters. Luna quietly remarked that if Edgar stepped out of line or slipped away, she would pretend she hadn't seen anything. Erica asked Edgar who the woman was and noticed that they got along well, and he replied that she was the guild manager and that she had helped him once. Then Erica remembered Miho and started talking about her with Edgar. At that time, a mysterious creature was sitting in the depths of the dungeon. Because of her sphere, she saw that too many people had gathered on top. For this creature, this was a bad sign, so it began to act. The owner of the catacombs, the lord of the labyrinth, was going to prevent those people. Edgar immediately heard a suspicious rustling underground. He grabbed Erica and pulled her to the side to save her. The land near the hunters began to collapse rapidly, and a massive hole formed in the middle of the territory. This was a surprise to everyone, and Luna ordered all the students and hunters to flee. The earth began to collapse even faster, and everyone was forced to flee. Edgar noticed that the anonymous person had sent him a new message. He pointed to the guy's bottom, which was to be expected. Edgar left Erica to the clone and jumped into the hole himself. He told the anonymous person that if it was a trap, he would kill him. He also added that after such an anonymous person, it would be worth explaining who he is. Edgar realized that he was no longer falling, and he felt as if the world would support him, even if he relaxed his body. He felt a warm and soft embrace, but an anonymous person ruined Edgar's pleasure by informing him that the boy was buried. The guy was blocked from all sides and could not see anything, so he did not even know which way to move to get out. He began to think about just choosing one side, but then a light began to appear above. This happened thanks to the skill of scanning the environment and finding living things. Adam Heeson had this ability in his arsenal. Edgar was surprised that Adam had come here as well, and the boy replied that he wasn't going to give up on the elixir. But in fact, he just fell down here because he couldn't run as fast as the others. Adam suspected that the situation was extremely serious and that many other students could have fallen in as well, because the destruction could have spread to other places. The boys noticed that there were many different paths in the dungeon. The catacombs are labyrinthine dungeons, and now they have collapsed to the lowest level, so no one knows where these roads lead. Then the hunter came up with an idea and asked Adam if his teleportation skill was already recharged. The boy confirmed his guesses and asked if Edgar wanted to get out of here as well, but the hunter told Adam to save himself. The guy did not expect such a response because they have no idea what kind of monsters can appear here. And it was at that moment that one of the local monsters appeared behind Adam. Edgar instantly reacted to the monster's appearance. With one kick, he threw him farther back. Edgar said that he had to go inside now and didn't have time to take care of others. But he told Adam that if he was confident, he could go with him. The guy thought about it for a while and decided that it was better to return. Adam used his ability and entered through the portal. But for some unknown reason, he climbed up behind Edgar. The hunter took him by the scruff of the neck, asking what he was doing. Adam suspected that a spell had been cast on the entire maze to disrupt the coordinates. The guy explained that it was used for protective purposes and did not allow teleportation to enter and exit. Edgar's interdimensional gate worked fine because his skill had fixed coordinates and it was different from teleportation. Edgar realized that in this case, Adam had just wasted the skill and warned him that he was not going to defend the boy. He advised Adam to save his potions and keep up with him. Many students were frightened by what had just happened. Norman Addis, the deputy manager of the Kogur Guild, a C-class hunter, told the students to calm down and not to split up. The assistant informed the man that he could not contact the people above because of the lack of signal. All of the students had basic combat skills, but they had little experience in hunting. They were scared and therefore could not be counted on to help. The monsters below continued to attack Edgar and Adam. He didn't understand why they kept coming back to life, because they died so easily from above. But here, the situation was different. Adam suggested that the monsters at the bottom were much stronger than those at the top, and added that the skeletons had also been resurrected several times. Normanidis was surprised to see two boys in front of him. He said that he was the deputy manager of the Kogura Guild and introduced himself to the boys. The other students were excited to see hunters Edgar Williams and Adam Kerson, the strongest students at the academy, passing by. Edgar was annoyed that the monsters he had defeated kept coming back to life. He ordered the clones to tear them to pieces so that they could not recover. The students were extremely frightened when they saw the clones approaching them with knives. Norman asked the boys if they had met anyone else along the way, and Edgar replied that the man was the first person on their path. The deputy manager of the guild said that they were unable to contact the people upstairs, and when Edgar heard this, he said that there was one way to do it. Erica was incredibly happy to see that Edgar was with her, and he was not injured. Still, the girl was annoyed that the boy had voluntarily jumped down. Communication through subspace was Edgar's way of communicating with the people above, but he noticed that only he could enter the portal. Erica said that on the mountain, instructors are checking how many people have fallen down. Edgar said that he had a group of students from the academy and hunter Normanidis as an instructor, and if they found out where the group was from above, they should understand where they were approximately. The guy also decided to tell the instructor that the teleportation skill doesn't work here, that one person told him that the dungeon has a skill to suppress its operation. Edgar told Erica that he may need every clone he can summon, so out of necessity, he will summon number 6. Adam asked the boy if he would stay here until everyone was rescued, and Edgar replied that he would leave one clone and move on. He wanted to tell the instructor about it, but unfortunately, he was never able to fulfill his intentions. This is because there was not a single living soul around him, except for Adam Kerson, who still stayed with him. The guys couldn't understand where everyone had gone, because there was no noise of movement or struggle. Edgar asked Adam to use the device he had used to find the boy earlier. Adam understood everything without his instructions and began to use the ability. Unfortunately, the results were extremely disappointing. Adam said that there was no one else within 3 kilometers of them. Edgar couldn't understand how this was possible, because teleportation doesn't work here. Adam also noticed that the group did not have the skill of teleportation. The boys felt that disgusting monsters began to appear everywhere again. Edgar realized that it was not only that this dungeon was a labyrinth, he assumed that every part of this place was constantly changing. The plot shifts to the Sword Seeker and number 7. Raven taught the boy the art of the sword that cut through opponents with the help of wind control. It was called Stormbringer. The teacher told the clone that if he completed the sword shape, the space through which he was passing would be in a state of vacuum. Raven turned to clone number 7 and asked him if he was listening at all, and the guy with the cutlery in his hands replied that he was. The Sword Seeker tried to calm himself down by telling himself that he was an S-class hunter. He told the clone that they would first train his sword form. He added that if the boy can feel the wind fluctuations, it will be a success, because the sword shape is an incredibly difficult technique. Raven advised number 7 to use his wrist instead of his arm. At the next moment, the clone flawlessly repeated the technique that the teacher had recently shown. Raven froze for a moment, unable to comprehend how this was possible. So Edgar and his clones had to defend themselves against annoying monsters. Adam stood by the side, giving him moral support. But the monsters kept coming back to life no matter how much you beat them. This ability of theirs was incredibly annoying to Edgar. Then, the anonymous person informed the boy that it would not end until he overcame the person who ran the place. Hunter was annoyed that he had only spoken about it now. So the guy decided that he needed to look at the person who was managing it all and not let him relax. The master of the labyrinth recalled that Pan had warned him about Edgar Williams' superior fighting skills. He took one of the skulls and called it Marcel, saying that Edgar resembled him. That's because there were the most corpses around Marseille, because it was incredibly strong. But then the Lord of the Labyrinth said that people would have to face their end anyway. Edgar was annoyed that there was no end to the miserable monsters. They kept resurrecting, and it took 2 or 3 times as long to kill them. And as soon as the hunter thought he had gotten rid of them all, they moved to another place. Edgar wondered if there was any way to deal with them at all, and Adam said that he had heard that the undead could be burned and completely destroyed with the help of divine power. He suggested that Edgar start praying, but the boy became angry at the suggestion and threatened to turn Adam into the undead himself. But the words that they could be burned stuck in the hunter's head. He asked the clones if they could create fireballs and even juggle them, and they said they could. Then the boy asked them to transform a fireball and cover his sword with it. The clone replied that it was quite possible and they would try. To the sword seeker's dismay, number 7 said that he was simply repeating his movements. Still, his wrist was broken, but the clone didn't worry about it because it would recover in 3 minutes. Raven realized that at this stage, the boy's swift sword could be fully compared to the 3rd level of the wind gust spell. The hunter knew that his student had a sharp eye, but he could not have imagined that he had gained such incredible control over his body. The man began to believe that if he worked on the boy, he could become a blade that would pierce through Liber. And then the sword seeker wanted to tell him about the transfer of mana. The clones proceeded to fulfill their master's request. Edgar was pleased with the result and named his sword Saint. Adam noticed that it would be easier to just throw fireballs at the monsters. But Edgar began to believe that his weapon was overwhelmed by divine power. He told the boy to be quiet and watch him punish these monsters. Then the hunter approached one of the monsters and pierced its body with a fire sword. The monster's entire body was covered in fleeting flames. Adam and the clone watched in embarrassment from the sidelines. Then the monster's body really began to turn to ash. Edgar said that now the monsters would recognize his holiness in full. The guys started arguing about the sword, but then they heard human footsteps near them. A man approached them and asked if they were hunters, and Edgar said that they were, and in response asked the man who he was. The stranger replied that he had gotten lost while sightseeing and asked the boys if they knew how to get out of the area. Edgar found this answer suspicious, so he should not have expected the man to believe it. The guy replied that he didn't know, but pointed to the right and added that the nearest way was in that direction. He also wanted to ask the stranger who he was, but the stranger leaned toward the boy, noticing that his shoelaces were untied, and offered to help him tie them. While tying his shoes, the stranger asked Edgar not to doubt the path he is on and to continue. Then the man added that the guy is doing a great job. He said that the day when the truth will be revealed is not far off. Then he thanked them for showing him the way and said goodbye. Finally, he said that everything is going according to the oracle. Edgar couldn't understand what it was, and then he heard Erica speak to him through a telepathic connection. The girl said that a rescue team would come to rescue them, and they just needed to tell them where they were. But the guy said there was a small problem. Edgar said that the space here periodically changes, which makes people move to a random point in the maze. And after these words, the guys started moving again. Now the hunter could not even tell where Norman Edis's group had gone, which meant that the rescue team would not find anyone at the site of the destruction. Erica was worried that if their location was constantly changing, they would not be able to detect the structure, but Edgar said they would. He emphasized that they have guys with excellent memories here and said that they would now start mapping this maze. In his bowl, the owner of the maze noticed that the boys were separated. Everyone does this when they stay here for a long time, and the man knew that they had split up to explore the structure of the dungeon and find a way out at any cost. He was sure it wouldn't work because the sense of direction would be meaningless if the space around him was constantly changing. The owner of the maze was happy because this course of events only made his job easier. But as he watched, the man realized that things were not going as well as he had anticipated. The clone reached the area it saw for the first time and named it Point A3. It was 500 meters from where they fell, so they had to turn right at the next fork. The clone reported that to the right, to the left, and then to the right, there will be Point B3 and Point A2 at once. The enemy is about 640 meters to the left of Point A3. There was already a battle there. Next to the point where Norman Edis's group fell was Point C3, and to the right of D2 was the starting point. One of the clones diligently recorded all the information he heard. Edgar explained to Adam that he sent the clones in different directions, and this is their trajectory. And even if they are transported somewhere else, as long as they remember their exact path, they will at some point reach a meeting point on converging paths. And if they combine all this together, they will create a map of the maze. Adam was surprised that the clones could memorize every location they walked through, and even the direction of their path. Then the boys began to report that they had met Norman Edis's group, as well as a new group of surviving students of the academy. The hunter asked Erica if she was listening, and she immediately replied that the rescue team was waiting for instructions. The clone was going to explain the location of the groups, starting from the place where Edgar fell from the north side. The first closest place was the path where Norman Edis's group was. Next, they managed to find their former partners Adam, Moon, and Jacob. The students were incredibly happy because they were saved. Edgar found saving lives very exciting. At this time, the Lord of the Labyrinth was watching him angrily from his ball. Now that the work was finished, the boys constructed the structure of the maze. The labyrinth on the top floor was huge and had the shape of a circle. Edgar was sure that the teleportation worked in such a strange way because of the maze master's skill. If this is the case, then the skill must have a certain range, which means that the owner of this maze is in the very center. Edgar ordered all the clones to gather. They were going to go to the one who was doing all this. But then Adam interrupted him. He wanted to ask Edgar to get him out of here first and take him to where the rescue team was. The owner of the maze was in his room thinking about what to do next. He apologized to his comrades for not being able to save them all. But the man believed that it was not over yet and that he could stop those who would come here. He pulled out an ampoule of DEPC, assuming that his master had also foreseen this development. The man believed that with this, he could return to the times when everyone was happy. Not so long ago, a hole suddenly opened in the sky and monsters fell out of it. A lot of people died and the streets were full of corpses. The surviving men found a radio and announced a nationwide alert. The announcer said that simultaneously, all over the world, monsters are coming out of unknown portals and attacking people. They call this phenomenon the Great Catastrophe. The man told them to avoid dangerous places and hide if they saw unknown creatures, and he advised them to gather a strategic supply of food and water and wait for rescue. They announced on the radio that it was not a drill. People noticed that the bones of the skeleton near them began to move in the air. The skeleton came to life before our eyes and started waving a sword at people. The survivors were frightened and immediately began to run away from him. One woman stumbled and started shouting loudly for help. She was about to meet her end when suddenly the skeleton disappeared into space. A group of young people were surprised to see this. They were approached by a man who told them not to leave because he could only protect them here. This man had the ability Labyrinthos, which changed the space in a certain area, which limited the ability to teleport and all space-related skills. The owner of the maze injected a narcotic substance into his body. He said in a desperate voice that he was only trying to keep everyone safe. A huge stream of mana began to flow from the man's body. He suffered incredibly because no one could understand him. Adam finally managed to wait for rescue. A rescue team came for him and told him to climb up the rope. But even climbing the rope was a difficult task for Adam, so Edgar told number 2 to lift the guy. But suddenly the space around me began to change again. The guys could not understand that it was happening again. Edgar couldn't get back and assumed he'd have to use the subspace skill to get out. But Adam didn't want the guy to leave him here alone. But using the skill, Edgar discovered that the subspace was also blocked, even though the boy thought it could be used. So the guys had no choice but to get to the center as they had originally planned. Adam said he was going to stay here and help the guy anyway. The rescue team could not understand what had just happened to the boys. Then, a woman who was using mana balls approached them and told them to step back. She directed her ability to the place where the boys had just disappeared and there was a strong explosion. However, even this attack from Han Miho was not enough. Erica did not expect to see her mentor here, and the woman was happy to learn that Erica was fine. The girl said that Edgar was stuck in the middle with Adam Heeson. Miho knew that Edgar would be fine, but there was still no telling what might happen if they did leave, so she knew they needed to deal with the person using this skill. But Miho admitted that she couldn't even break the barrier. So the woman insisted that Erica show the results of her training. Many monsters began to appear on the hunter's path again. The clone reported that they were thrown away to the outside of the A2 area. Edgar suggested that the boys move toward the center again. Now the guys had been moved to the inside of the C1 area. Edgar realized that the pattern of the dungeon's change had also changed. Before, everything had seemed random, but now the boy was sure that the Labyrinth Master was sending them away from the center. Then the hunter heard Erica address him through telepathy. The girl asked her friend to point out the location of the man who manipulated the space. She wanted to attack him instead. She emphasized that she had special training and asked to hurry. Hunter doubted whether he should trust Erica in this case. The guy remembered that number 6 should have all the information about the card in his head. He told the clone to calculate the distance and angle between their location and the center so that Erica could properly aim. The guy understood everything and said that he would fulfill the order. At this time, the Maze Master was thinking about the fact that he had not made a mistake with his skill. Previously, the man used his skill to save people from monsters by guarding his labyrinth. Parents had to apologize for their children because they, in turn, constantly wanted to get out, but were carried back by the man's skill. The master of the labyrinth remembered how he had protected all those people. He often went outside to get food for the next few days. Marcel was worried about their rescuer, but the man said that everything was fine and that he could run away at any time if something happened. The owner of the labyrinth did not intend to let anyone into the place where he was. Children often asked the man to bring them a few flowers from the outside world. All the people were incredibly grateful to the man for saving them. The clone pointed in Erica's direction with his fingers and told her to aim there. He helped the girl to hit the target accurately, so he instructed her with commands. And when he said the word now, the girl concentrated and released a ball of mana. The attack pierced several monsters that fell into its path, and it hit the body of the maze's owner, who was not expecting it. The mana bullet pierced the body of the unfortunate man through and through. He told himself that he had made a mistake again, remembering that terrible day. On that day, the master of the labyrinth did not understand why everything happened. Every person he guarded was killed by monsters. All the women and children who believed the man to be their savior were killed. His friend Marcel was also among the corpses. The man recalled how everyone praised his name, Lord of the Labyrinth, and those moments when children were shocked because they turned back when trying to go outside. All the people he had so devotedly defended were now dead. This happened because the seal of the first level of the catacomb was removed. One of the dead children was also holding a wreath of flowers brought from the outside world by the Lord of the Labyrinth. He recalled how these children were incredibly happy to see real flowers, not fake ones. The man took the wreath in his hands and put it on his head. One by one, the horrible monsters rushed at the unfortunate man. He told his comrades to wait a bit and then they would meet again. Edgar wondered if Erica had managed to hit the target. Then he noticed that the space around them stopped changing. This was a good sign, so Edgar, along with the clones and Adam, rushed to the center. The subjects asked the master if it would be dangerous if the 7 deadly sins were released. They thought it would be worth calling for reinforcements. The man replied that he had given them DEP, which was not so easy to get from the Kherson Guild, and he was sure that there was nothing to worry about. He added that the Labyrinth Lord's ability was ideal for preventing people from getting close, but he had a digestive one related to the seal on the 7 deadly sins. The man gained the ability at the beginning of the disaster and used it to protect the residents. He maintained the space change to keep the monsters away and kept people inside for several years. Then Pine said that this great talent became a curse for the man. There were several layers around the 7 deadly sins for better protection, and the man asked his subjects if they knew which was the most common. Then the master said that most of the time the 7 deadly sins are held by powerful monsters. But the change in space that took place over the years eventually broke the first seal that was the catacombs. The gentleman said that there was a second seal, so the monsters released were only C and B class, but they were enough to kill everyone living inside. They died in the catacombs, from which they were never able to escape. After that, the ability of the Labyrinth Master broke down. The direction in which the space changed became random, so no one, even with a strong desire, could remove the seal left behind. That's why the master thought there was nothing to worry about, and the servant replied that he had heard that DEP raises the level of all abilities. Therefore, there is a chance that the Labyrinth Lord's ability will return to normal. The man was looking at a golden star-shaped figurine with an eye in the middle in his hand. At that moment, Edgar made his way to the center through a pile of skeletons. The hunter and his friends noticed a man sitting near the balloon. Edgar was glad that the master of the labyrinth was still alive because he wanted to see him. The boy asked the man if he was the one who ran the maze. The master of the labyrinth replied that he should have died back then. But the guys didn't understand what he was talking about. The man said that because of his skill, the monsters that were locked up here were set free, and that's when everyone died. But when he told the boy that their remains were right under his feet, Edgar did not expect that the skeletons under his feet belonged to people, not monsters. The man said that his biggest regret was that his ability to change space was activated before he realized it. At the moment when the skeletons attacked the man, he unconsciously activated his ability, and even when it broke, the monsters continued to teleport away from him. The master of the labyrinth said that he had now made up his mind. He wanted to return to that day. Since his ability had returned, the man was confident that he could change the structure of the place back and open the seal again. Even now he could hear Pan asking him to stop, but he was not going to give up his intentions. Edgar wasn't going to let the maze master release even more monsters. But before he hit him, the anonymous person tried to warn him to stop. After Edgar stepped on the floor, the laces on his foot came undone. The guy couldn't understand what was happening to his shoelaces. Then he remembered that the stranger could have done something to them. But Edgar thought it wouldn't work because he had well-developed reflexes. He was going to shift his center of gravity forward, jump a little on the foot that stepped on the laces, and bend slightly to roll forward smoothly. The guy flawlessly translated the planned actions into reality. But then Edgar heard something click under his feet. The owner of the labyrinth thanked the boy for pressing the block because it was the last thing needed to remove the seal. The energy from the removal of the seal began to be felt even outside. An unknown bullet was approaching the center from the hole that had been punched outward. A huge monster began to emerge from this ball. It was getting closer and closer to the boys, and then its outlines began to appear in the light. Edgar felt that this monster was much more dangerous than any he had ever encountered. All the while, the master of the labyrinth was just waiting for it to happen. He turned to Edgar and told the boy that he would reward him for breaking the seal. He threw the 7 deadly sins at the boy. The master of the labyrinth announced that it was time to say goodbye. He asked the monster to give him a solution that the man was unable to find 20 years ago. And at the same moment, a huge monster blew off the man's head. This blow pierced the entire space around him, and Adam didn't even realize it when the clone helped him dodge. Then, the anonymous person ordered Edgar to destroy the 7 deadly sins immediately. The boy obeyed his order and knocked the thing on the floor. Then, the entire space around him began to fill with bright light. Edgar stood in the middle of a place that was filled with white light everywhere. The guy could not understand where he was because he knew for sure that he was in the catacombs. Then the man on the side turned to Edgar and said that they had finally met. The hunter asked the stranger in front of him who he was. Then the system window appeared again, and he realized that he was facing the very person who told him to go to the catacombs. The man told the boy that he should have known his name by now. And then a man with glasses said his name was Lieber Zeinstein. Lieber was also known as the man who created the system. The man told Edgar that he didn't have to worry about the people dying in the catacombs, because as long as he was here, not a second would pass outside. But he warned that if the hunter received more information than he could handle, his brain would melt. The guy recalled that it was Lieber who started the harvest day in Tybin. The man replied that he had something to say about this, and that the reason for the harvest day was indeed the system he had created. He asked the boy to calm down and listen to him, and added that his only goal was to prevent the harvest day from happening here on Earth. The man explained that he had no control over the situation in Tybin. He told Edgar to move on to where the results of his research were. Edgar asked the man why he had created such a dangerous thing as the system in the first place, and whether the goal was really to save Tybin from the Cranids. Lieber gathered his strength and began to answer the boy's questions. Edgar was incredibly shocked to hear that it was because a person important to Lieber had contracted the MA virus. Lieber thought that when the system was complete, he would be able to deal with the virus. Edgar asked what had happened to that person, and the man replied that he was now in a place where he no longer suffered, or so he wanted to believe. Lieber expressed the hope that Edgar should understand him better than anyone else. The man admitted that the system was no longer under his control. First Tybin, now the Earth, The system became a monster that consumed everything around it. The 7 deadly sins were necessary to stop the system. Liber told the boy to collect all the sins. This was the condition under which the day of harvest would not come. Edgar asked why he was collecting them, and the man explained that owning all the mortal sins was the only way to get out of the system's registry. Sins block the system's influence on the possessor's body, and Liber has already said that delving into the details can increase the risk of being caught. Edgar realized that the man could explain everything so directly because of the influence of one of the 7 deadly sins. Another effect of the absorption of sin was the great power. The 7 deadly sins are fragments of a legendary creature that lived on Earth many years ago. Liber explained that the boy would inherit this power when he absorbed all the fragments, but Edgar kept feeling that there was a catch. He was right, because the fragments would try to take over his body, and as the title suggests, the end could be disastrous. Liber told him to be strong and not to lose himself, but Edgar was confident in his mental stability. The hunter wanted to ask something else, but then his head started to hurt. This meant that he had reached his limit, and Liber said that they would talk about everything after the guy had dealt with the monster. The man emphasized that the fragment would help Edgar defeat the monster. Finally, Liber begged the boy to stop the system. A moment later, Edgar woke up in the same place, in the catacombs. Adam asked the boy how he was feeling and emphasized that they needed to run. The boy realized that they were facing a very unusual monster. The monster sent a black sphere outward. It began to wreak havoc on the entire neighborhood. Many houses were destroyed and people were very scared. Many of them were crushed by debris from the destruction of buildings. This monster made Edgar remember the events of the past. Edgar asked Adam to use the holy buff on him for half a second. He told me to hide and use it on him as soon as he gave the signal. Edgar ordered all the clones, except for number 1, to go rescue people and try to avoid battles. The hunter was looking at a terrifying monster that towered on the horizon. He recalled Liber's words that the 7 deadly sins would help him. So he decided to believe it and destroyed the resulting fragment. Edgar saw that there was another bullet inside the destroyed fragment, and then he saw a huge eye in front of him. The monster rejoiced that he had finally managed to get a new body. Then Edgar started screaming from what was happening to his body. Adam could not understand what was happening to the boy. He recalled that when Edgar screams, he usually has to transform. The monster told Edgar that he would give him everything he wanted, but in return, he had to give up his body. The guy felt an incredible force absorbing his body. He even began to think that it might not be so bad to just give up and feel calm. But just before the sphere was absorbed, Edgar stopped for a moment. He recalled Liber's words about the boy being strong and not losing himself. Now he almost made a mistake, even though he had so strongly assured the man of his strength. The monster noticed that the boy had stopped and kept telling him not to resist in vain. Edgar remembered his sister, who had been waiting for rescue for so long. He had plenty of reasons to regret his overconfidence. He said he had to know his limits and fed the sphere to clone number 1. Edgar recognized that you need to know when to stop and let others handle it instead. Adam Heeson did not like the boy's words. He started calling Edgar names, but he said that he would rather trust a man with an inner core. The monster turned in their direction, and Edgar scolded Adam for screaming and getting noticed. Then the huge monster turned the black sphere toward him. With it, a core began to appear that you could grab onto. Edgar was waiting for number 1 to finish the transformation. He was counting on the clone because he was the most mentally tough of them all. The guy's body began to transform, and the system could not identify him. Then an incredibly sinister energy came from number 1. An explosion hit the dungeon, and the smoke from it reached the outside. The transformation of number 1 was complete, and then its silhouette began to emerge. The disguised clone immediately approached the owner. He said that he hadn't felt fresh air for a long time and asked if he was being challenged. Edgar was embarrassed for a moment and began to realize that he was not number 1. The monster couldn't figure out which number 1 the guy was addressing, and the next moment he pointed his fist at Edgar. The attack left the guy in a pile of rubble and skeletons. Liber warned that the 7 deadly sins is a fragment of a legendary creature that lived on Earth for many years, so the fragments will try to take over the boy's body. Edgar assumed that clone number 1 had lost control of his body. The transformed boy told Edgar to get up, calling him his rival. The hunter realized that the creature in front of him had surpassed the characteristics of the clone, and perhaps its characteristics were even higher than the boy's. The monster said that the battle had just begun and immediately moved toward Edgar. It wasn't the best time for a fight because Edgar had another monster to kill. He started thinking about what he could do, and then an idea came to him. The opponent noticed that the hunter was moving very slowly. But at that moment, Edgar knelt down in front of him and addressed him as a legendary creature. The guy said that there had been a terrible misunderstanding. He added that he was not challenging anyone and asked to be allowed to explain everything. Edgar pointed his finger at the monster and said that it was he who was supposed to be the legendary creature's rival. As an argument, Edgar said that this monster wanted to take a swing at the man. Adam was nervously watching the comedy that Edgar was trying to play. Although he is not the one who is hiding, Edgar really played dirty. The hunter begged the creature to do something about the monster, and it finally agreed. The monster was indiscriminate about his opponents, so he decided to enjoy the battle with the monster ahead. Edgar was glad that he managed to find a way out of this situation. But the boy was not sure whether he would be able to defeat the transformed clone later. She accelerated and swung at the monster with all her might. Edgar was excited because he had high expectations for him. However, the huge monster managed to repel the attack of the disguised clone. His body flew into a pile of stone fragments. This sight momentarily disillusioned Edgar with the legendary creature. However, the monster's eyes shone with the same fervor, and the next moment it moved again to meet its opponent. The legendary creature suggested that one fragment would not be enough, but then I decided that it was actually perfect. The monster continued to fight the enemy with the same fervor. Stone fragments were scattered throughout the dungeon. Erica was horrified to think that it might be her fault. Miho reassured the girl, saying that it was not her fault and that she had done a great job. But the woman admitted that the situation was indeed very serious. Micha told Luna to evacuate the students and, if necessary, to request transportation from the guild. Her role as an instructor at the academy was over, so now she was going to return to her role as a hunter. The legendary creature attacked the Titan skeleton with a huge number of blows. Edgar was amazed at how fast the enemy was striking him. The guy couldn't even keep up with his movements. The legendary creature was unhappy that this body was too weak. It did not stand out in anything but regeneration. The huge monster continued to synthesize black spheres, but his opponent had no trouble adapting to the monster's magic. Then, Miho arrived at the scene of the fight and informed Edgar that she was going to join him. The guy realized that if she joined the fight, it could end badly, because number one was out of control. Edgar shouted at the woman to get out of here as soon as possible. But even so, Miho would not have made it, because the monster was already behind her. The story moves to an American bar. The man was holding a drink called the Dragon's Blessing, which ignored immunity. The next moment, he threw the bottle into one of the cabinets near the bartender. The man shouted at the entire establishment to give him something stronger, complaining that he was not drunk at all. Then a man came up to Scully and asked if he was still looking for a drink that would make him drunk. Skarkin admitted that it is not easy to find alcohol that will work on an S-Class hunter, especially the S-Class Saint Hunter, John Scully. John asked the man what brought him here, and he replied that he was gathering all the S-Class hunters. Skarkin emphasized that an S-Class monster would soon appear and people would need to be saved. It would take him too much time alone and there would be more victims, but John said he didn't care and told him to invite other hunters. Skarkin's question about whether John wanted to get drunk sounded like a challenge. The guy assured me that he could help with this. John Scully asked Skarkin if he was sure about this. Fresh splashes of blood left their mark on the floor of the dungeon. Miho could not understand what was happening around her. This blood came from the right hand of the reincarnated clone. He tried to resist, but the monster wanted his body to completely obey it. The next moment, it abruptly froze in one position. The guy said that he was number one, and no one but the owner dared to order him around. Hearing these words, Edgar began to approach the clone. Miho asked the guy to explain what was going on here. Edgar Williams replied that it was too long a story. The legendary creature was impressed by the boy's devotion, said that she would allow him to return control for now, and finally wished the number one good luck. Then the clone felt that his body had finally returned to normal. Miho asked Edgar if number one had been brainwashed. At that moment, the monster stirred and made itself felt again. Edgar asked number one if he could stop the monster with that purple energy. At this time, the monster began to synthesize a new black ball. From the number one reaction, Edgar realized that he couldn't do it. So in this case, they could only evade. Raven was going to teach number 7 the Storm Core engine, a secret technique he inherited from the descendants of the Elemental Sword. He didn't usually teach this technique to others, but since the boy was making progress in his studies, he was going to pass on his wisdom to him. The teacher told number 7 to gather as much energy as he could in his mana core, all the mana that was circulating in his body. Now, the man intended to take control of the boy's mana to create a new circulation pathway. Mindlessly moving the mana can damage the body, so you need to be careful. Then, the sword seeker placed his palms on the boy's shoulder blades and concentrated on the task at hand. Edgar couldn't understand what had happened to the clone because he had recently fought so well. The clones who carried out the evacuation reported that most of the work that could be done independently was done. When the owner heard this, he ordered them to gather in one place. Thus, Edgar was going to defeat the monster with the help of most of the clones. Miho was going to distract the enemy's attention with her Hypnotize Fox ability. It really worked and distracted the huge monster. The next moment, one of the clones rushed to attack him, but the monster immediately synthesized a huge black ball in response. The clone managed to use a newly mastered technique on his opponent's hand, freezing. Edgar completely forgot about freezing after he learned it. The guy ordered the clones not to let the monster move. The guys continued to freeze the opponent's body. Edgar was also going to use the freeze skill on him, but for some reason, he failed to do so this time. The head of the YOLO Guild noticed that something was wrong with Edgar. The monster took advantage of the opportunity and threw the woman aside. Miho crashed into a huge pile of stone rubble. The monster reached out with its hand in the direction where the woman had landed. But Edgar immediately defended the woman, preventing the monster from realizing his intentions. He asked the exhausted leader if she was okay. Then, a strange sensation pierced the guy's entire body, and the system window notified him that the mana engine of the Storm Core was activated. One by one, the clones began to use the new ability. Edgar couldn't understand what kind of mana engine he had just seen. Number 7 reported that he could feel the mana continuing to condense and explode, but that the circulation around the center did not stop. From this description, Raven concluded that the guy really had a guest sense, and he said that using sword skill and magic during explosions was a basic operation of the mana engine. However, Number 7 interrupted the teacher, saying that he had to leave because of an emergency. He opened the portal and instantly went through it. The Seeker of the Sword was in utter despair at this attitude, and he reflected on what his life had become. The next moment, Raven heard himself addressed by his hunting name, and the hunter told the man that he was not in the best of moods and asked him to get straight to the point. The clones continued to attack the monster with their newly acquired skill. Edgar was amazed by this power, because even the monster's bones were damaged. Number 7 showed up and apologized, explaining that he had to stop mana control for a while, so he couldn't come right away. The boy said that the Sword Seeker had taught him the mana engine, along with the art of swordplay, but he warned that the energy of the sword could not be used for so long. The monster recovered from attacks with impressive speed. The hunter realized that it was necessary to finish him off with a single blow. Edgar asked if they could use that mana engine. The clone replied that the final joint strike using an explosion was a basic technique. The hunter listened to the clone's words and swung his sword at the enemy. He missed, but still the guy's blade went through. The monster continued to create more and more black balls behind him. The guys intended to continue attacking the enemy, not giving him time to recover. Then the huge monster screamed at the top of his voice. Edgar covered one ear to protect his hearing from the impact. A massive ball formed over the monster and began to open. The hunter instantly realized that he needed to protect himself with an interdimensional gate. But the guy didn't have time to do it, because the next moment, a black sphere pierced their bodies. Wounded in the stomach, Edgar began to fall helplessly to the floor. Then the light from the open portal appeared in the dungeon. Raven appeared in the catacombs and immediately caught the falling Edgar. The man also did not expect to see his colleagues here. 3 more S-Class hunters arrived at the site: George Lucas, John Scully, and Charles Dion. The hunters were faced with the very monster they were expecting. This monster was one of the undead. The saint knew this and now understood why he was called here. Raven asked the healer if he could cure the man in his hands. John noticed that this guy would not die from such a wound and asked the hunter if he knew him, and he said that he did. It was an easy task to cure the boy, so John decided to treat all the others, and he was surprised to see that they all looked very similar. George Lucas opened his portal and said that he would go to save other people. He asked the other hunters to take care of this monster. Most of all, he counted on Raven and Charles Dion. After some time, Edgar Williams finally regained consciousness. He remembered his wound, but noticed that it had been healed. Scully asked the boy if they were all twins and emphasized that now that they were cured, they should hide. Miho also noticed that Edgar had woken up and asked him if he was okay. The woman was also healed and joyfully announced that they were all saved. She pointed to the men next to the monster and said they were S-Class hunters. The Sword Seeker also noticed that Edgar had finally woken up. He told the boy to just watch everything from afar. And after these words, he immediately moved toward the giant monster. Raven told Edgar that he would have to take a new path. George saw the traces of people being rescued and realized that the damage was really significant. Everything was not as it should have been. The titanium skeleton woke up earlier than usual and even changed into a second form. George assumed that the Maze Master's maze had not fulfilled its role and the seal was destroyed too quickly. The man also wondered why the destruction had not reached the city. Then he remembered those strange hunters who looked like him and suggested that it might be because of them. They saved people while simultaneously fighting the Titan skeleton and even restrained it until the second phase. So it was highly likely that the 7 deadly sins were already in them. The horse didn't expect any of this, and he was only getting more and more curious. Raven hit the Titan skeleton with a storm from head to toe. Edgar had the opportunity to see the true power of the Seeker of the Sword. Charles Dion also recognized Raven's skill, saying that he would even like to face him with swords one day. The man aimed at the monster and used his Dragon's Fang technique. This attack caused significant damage to the Titan skeleton, but it managed to repel it. The next moment, he directed a huge amount of black energy at his opponents. The hunters recognized that their enemy was quite strong. John decided that the best strategy in this situation would be to blow his head off. The next moment, he sent an attack of light green light at the enemy. This attack did indeed deprive the Titan skeleton of its head. However, a blue eye appeared on the unaffected part, and the monster's head instantly began to recover. The monster screamed throughout the area, and this led to even more destruction. Sitting on the roof of one of the buildings, Skarkun said that the eye-like thing was the core of the monster, and to kill it, you need to aim there. It was constantly moving, and the saint was already trying to hit that eye. Edgar decided that he had to help defeat the monster as well. The boy knew that the hunters would figure it out even if he did nothing, but they would not deal with all the problems Edgar would face in the future. So to become stronger, Edgar decided that he had to deal with that monster. Miho had no idea how the guy was going to do it. Edgar turned to Adam, who had been hiding behind the wall all this time, and told him that it was his time to go. He asked the clones if they knew what to do, and they all unanimously replied that they did. Until now, the guy had been holding back the transition to Berserker mode. But in this situation, he absolutely needed it. Edgar intended to mix his clone's technique with his own high performance. The monster inside Edgar demanded to tear up and destroy everything here. The monster continued to resist the hunters, but John Scully flawlessly blocked his attacks. George Lucas also joined the fight against the monster. Following the attack of the steed, Charles and Raven attacked the Titan skeleton with their blades. Raven captured the monster with his sword storm skill. After him, Charles Dion dissected the limbs of a Titan skeleton. The monster's core was fixed in one place. Edgar reached for his blade, ready to deal with the monster. Adam did not even realize that it was a combination of the Berserker mode and the Holy Force. Adam used the skill of Holiness on Edgar, which gave the target a powerful blessing. Wings appeared behind the hunter's back, and he flew in the direction of the monster. Miho decided that she needed to stop the S-Class hunters to avoid any problems. She hypnotized them with her skill of diverting the opponent's attention to his secret desires. Edgar and his clones were getting closer to the Titan skeleton. Together, they aimed at the core of the monster. The boy managed to defeat the monster by piercing its weak point. As a result, Edgar absorbed the characteristics of a titanium skeleton. In her chambers, the Oracle felt that a thread of hope had finally appeared. Edgar Williams is the new S-Class hunter, capable of turning huge gears. The defeated monster lay in the very center of the catacombs. Edgar felt severe muscle pain all over his body. The pain always accompanied the boy when his characteristics increased dramatically. Raven held out his hand to the boy, asking if he was okay, and added that they would have made it even if Edgar hadn't intervened in the battle. But the boy replied that he could not just stand by and watch. The Seeker of the Sword immediately noticed that Edgar's energy had changed. He didn't understand how the guy could get stronger so quickly. Raven guessed that Edgar had a skill to boost his performance related to killing monsters. Edgar Williams answered embarrassedly that it was true. The hunters noticed that the Sword Seeker knew the guy. Then, George Lucas came up to Edgar and asked him if he was the hunter who had been holding back the monster until they appeared. The writer recognized that this was a truly heroic act and asked the boy if he would mind introducing himself to him. The boy recognized the well-known figure in his mind, the horse, and said that his name was Edgar Williams. George Lucas was extremely surprised to hear this name. He tried to remember if he had ever heard it before. The man asked the boy if it was really his name. With an eerie expression on his face, he said that it was literally the first time he had heard him. Obviously, Edgar is not so popular that the S-Class hunter would have heard of him, although he was quite famous in Korea. George asked where the other hunters who looked like Edgar were now. The guy wanted to answer, but Raven said he saw them leave to deal with the consequences. He said that they were great hunters who preferred to rebuild the destruction. Edgar could not understand why the sword seeker was not telling the truth. George was obviously disappointed by this answer. Then the man suddenly invited everyone to his villa. He believed that the victory over the monster should be celebrated with a small party, and suggested that they unwind by enjoying alcohol and food. One of the servants hurriedly broke into his master's office. The man realized that there was news about the Labyrinth Master and asked if everything went well. But a servant informed him that the catacombs had fallen and the Lord of the Labyrinth had died, and the Titan skeleton was destroyed by a group of S-Class hunters. The most important thing was that there was a high probability that they even received the 7 deadly sins. The action is transferred to George Lucas's luxuriously refined villa. It brought together the most influential people in the world. Such a significant event could not do without reporters. Edgar, wearing an exquisite suit and holding a glass of champagne, mentally complained that such a party was called small. Other hunters were fully enjoying the atmosphere. Edgar was distracted from his observations by Erica's appeal to him. The girl shyly asked her friend if she looked strange in such an outfit. Edgar blushed for a moment when he saw the girl in the dress. He told Erica that she looked great. The hunter also praised the girl's ability, noting that she did a good job. Raven approached Edgar and asked if he had also used the mana engine, and the guy replied that he was very surprised when this skill appeared and asked him to explain what it was. The sword seeker replied that the mana engine is the first step to mastering the advanced level of the storm-bringing sword. The man noticed that the clones had mastered this skill quite well, and when it came to clones, Edgar asked Raven about something. He asked the hunter why he hadn't told Skakun about the cloning skill. Raven explained that he did it intuitively. He had met George several times before, but could never understand what was on his mind. It seemed that George's raids always resulted in minimal harm to humanity, but it was he who forced all of humanity to join the system. Edgar already knew what a full awakening means for humanity. Raven knew that sooner or later the boy's skill would be discovered, but it was better to keep it a secret for as long as possible, because the influence of the steed should not be underestimated. He added that things are completely different when it comes to Saint and Charles Dion, who were also with them. After mentioning the Saint, everyone immediately thought of Edgar's sister. The guy asked the sword seeker where John Scully was now. The man himself was now in the barn with alcohol. John sighed in disappointment because he had already tasted all the alcohol that was there. He wanted to leave before the reporters got to him. But then, the man was frightened to realize that one of those guys who looked like each other was standing next to him. George Lucas chose a place where he would be best heard. He thanked all the people gathered at his villa today and began his speech by saying that this party was dedicated to celebrating the victory over the Titan skeleton. The guests praised the steed for forming a group of S-Class hunters so quickly and for the minimal damage it sustained compared to the monster's rank. Then George's tone changed and he announced that he had something to tell me. The man announced that this time he was not the one who prevented the damage and kept the monster in the catacombs, and added that the real hero was in this room. Skarkin announced that he was talking about the Korean hunter Edgar Williams, who was the main character of this raid. He continued that with the help of his cloning, Edgar stood up for people and risked his own life to contain the monster. George was able to conduct an investigation into Edgar Williams in a minimal amount of time, and what's more, he drew attention to him in a similar way. The racehorse seized the opportunity and made an announcement that it believed Edgar was strong enough to become the first S-Class hunter in Korea. In addition, the educational group will build a monument in the catacombs that will record the past raid and generously reward the hunter. Everyone was incredibly impressed by this news, and reporters immediately went in search of Edgar Williams to interview him. Adam Heeson was also quite surprised by this news. The reporter managed to get to the liquor store where Edgar Williams was now. At that time, the boy begged John Scully to cure his sister, emphasizing that he would do anything he wanted, even lick his shoes. Edgar emphasized that he would do a great job and John's shoes would shine like new. Reporters started filming everything that was happening. Behind them, Erica and Raven watched this spectacle in embarrassment. Edgar began to make excuses, explaining that everything was not as it might seem at first glance. The head of the Hunters Association said that now they cannot avoid talking about Edgar Williams even in the association. He told Mike Hasen that management wanted him to give hunter Edgar Williams an S-Class. Mike decided to take out all his anger on Trevor. He said that they should not have had any problems because of the partnership. Trevor needed a DEP, and Mike needed the equipment, materials, and security guarantee necessary for the research, which were the terms of their agreement. Trevor didn't think it was fair to put the blame for the loss of the drug on him alone, because the safety clause should have also mentioned the protection of the finished product. Mike grabbed the man by the neck and emphasized that just cooperating with him was a huge risk for him, and he even saved Trevor's hide from the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Mike demanded that the man return the missing items within a month. He threatened that if Trevor failed, neither the Bureau nor the vaunted artificial intelligence would be able to find him. Their conflict was interrupted by an incoming call on Mike's phone. The man pulled his cell phone out of his pocket and picked up the phone. He received a call from the head of the Hunters Association, Ram, who told him that it was time to make a decision. Mike shouted that even if the steed appeared before him in person, he would not allow Edgar Williams to become an S-Class hunter before him. Ram replied that the association had no reason to refuse to upgrade the class, as the Titan skeleton from the catacombs was rated as an S-Class monster. And since the hunter Edgar Williams delivered the final blow, which there are even witnesses to, they cannot deny it. Mike replied that the reason for the refusal could be that Edgar had been helped by S-Class hunters, and he ordered them to answer that they could not accept the promotion because of this. Ram realized that in this case, they would be forced to name the conditions for promotion. Mike suggested that Edgar be sent to a hotspot, such as Africa, where a massive disaster had overtaken the Korean hunters sent there. It's not a given that he'll be able to beat the local S-Class monsters, but if he at least survives, the association will have no choice but to recognize him. At the headquarters of the International Hunters Association, they discussed the fact that Korea said it could not promote hunter Edgar Williams to S-Class just on the basis of killing one S-Class monster. This was a rather unique case because other countries don't even mind falsifying documentation to get the required number of S-Class hunters as quickly as possible. But Skarkin believed that there was no need to put pressure on the Korean Hunting Association, and he decided to leave it at that. He admitted that the Korean Hunters Association had long been rotten, and you never know when things will collapse, so it's worth taking the situation as an opportunity to clean them out. George had fun imagining possible scenarios. Either the Hunters Association would remain, or Edgar Williams would be left behind. Skarkin ordered to simply ask the association how to resolve this issue. The man himself was going to go try something new and catch a couple of bad guys. News about Korea's first S-Class hunter has already been circulating online. Edgar's friends couldn't help but laugh at the photo the reporters chose for the headlines. Raven sarcastically said that his shoes were dirty and asked Edgar if he could do anything about it. Miho expressed her regret that the boy had not been able to come to an agreement with the saint. But Edgar said that there was nothing he could do about it, because it was his choice. Reporters asked the boy what connected him to the hunter John Scully. The saint realized that things were bad and activated his sacred body skill. The man began to push Edgar's clones back into subspace. Then he grabbed the guy and told him to follow him. Reporters witnessed the moment when John Scully and Edgar Williams jumped out the window. The hunters managed to hide from reporters' cameras for a while. Now the saint began to ask what was wrong with Edgar's sister and what kind of illness she had. In order for a man to answer whether he can cure a girl, he first needs to know what kind of disease she has. After that, Edgar finally got serious. He informed me that his sister Freya was ill with the mana virus. He added that the doctor said that either an elixir or an S-Class healer could save her. The saint replied that even for him it would be difficult to cure the MA virus, but he could estimate the degree of severity. Edgar started to say something, but John asked him to listen. The virus multiplies as long as it has access to mana, and the saint's skill will be the same food for it. The only way to eradicate the virus is to starve it by letting it eat all the mana in the body of the infected. Edgar realized that for a person, this means death. So the saint said that it is difficult to cure the disease, and the method of treatment is quite risky. It was necessary to cut off access to mana and revive the person before his final death, with a 50% chance of success. If Edgar hadn't had the elixir option, he would have agreed. But now it's not his option. The saint said that he could be contacted in any case if the boy changed his mind. Edgar told his friends that he needed to take care of something. He didn't know why, but his skills weren't working as well as they used to. The new S-Class hunter and the 7 deadly sins. Everything was just perfect. As the oracle said, the Hunters Association in Korea downplayed the role of Hunter Edgar Williams in the hunt for the Titan skeleton. But this issue could have been easily resolved by taking care of Adam Heeson. However, the oracle announced that they were changing their plan and postponing Adam Heeson's murder. She gave the guard a new mission, a 2-year revival in Alaska. The man couldn't understand what had happened because his plans hadn't changed before. The oracle strictly emphasized that this was an order. She ordered her husband to hurry up and leave the place. Outside, the guards prepared to fight the invader. The enemy instantly blew off half of one of the men's body. The same fate befell the second of the guards. The huntress shouted for help at the top of her voice. The oracle said they had little time left. She added that she had prepared a scroll, and then they heard someone approaching the room. The invader did not leave a single living soul in its wake. The oracle said that they were approaching the peak of human development, namely the world's first S-class hunter. The guard asked the man why he was doing this. A bloodied George Lucas entered the room. If this was the scenario of the future, then Oracle was going to accept it with joy. Before her stood the one who has returned and is walking through eternity, George Lucas. The man said that he just wanted to do that in this life. The guard told Skakun that if he wanted to meet the Oracle, he had to go the official way. But George was annoyed by listening to the man's prepared lines, which he sounded like a parrot. He thought it was boring. The next moment, the man appeared behind the guard. But he was able to block such an unexpected attack. Then Skakun remembered that they were from the same field. This meant that the guard was also able to briefly look into the future. The oracle asked the horse to stop, because this child cannot change the course of the future. Even if the man lets him go, it will not interfere with his plans. When George heard the oracle's words, he stopped fighting. The seer told the guard that he had done a good job and now he had to leave. He picked up a scroll and said that everything is the will of the oracle. But the man was still not going to put up with this course of events. He threw a teleportation scroll in George Lucas's face. Then he grabbed his staff and pointed it at the scroll. This time, the man was not going to follow the will of the oracle. George Lucas was very amused by this situation. It didn't relieve his boredom, but it did make him have some fun. He was deprived of his husband's decision to stand by his resolve. After all, he who made his decision, the oracle, who can see the future, George, who went back in time and has already experienced this situation, everyone already knows about this decision. There was nothing unbelievable about this heartbreaking and noble decision, but the man did not expect to surprise Skakun. He rushed to attack George, but he dodged his attack. The man realized that his opponent was doing this with his ability, and he needed to find out the direction of his next attack. The guard used the ability to predict the next attack, but from what he saw, the man concluded that he could not escape fate. George attacked the guard from several directions at once. Skakun's last attack was decisive for the man. George said that everything follows a predetermined path. He added that if a person is not able to get off it, then life turns into an incredibly boring race. The course of events is transferred to the headquarters of the JM agency. Edgar and Khan Blake have not seen each other for a long time. Mr. Agent had already heard the news that the guy had defeated the S-class monster. He knew this day would come, but he had no idea it would be so soon. Edgar asked me to stop praising him, because eventually he would have a hard time without the other S-class hunters. He said hello to Kim and asked the girl if she had made many elixirs during this period. The girl's appearance seriously scared Edgar. Kim told him to look at the bottom, and then the questions would disappear by themselves. There was a huge crowd of reporters at the entrance to the agency. They were making so much noise that she couldn't sleep a wink, and they didn't leave the territory even at night. Edgar was surprised that he was offered the S-class in this way, but since it was a steed, with his status in the hunting industry, anything was possible. But the agent said that in the end, the Hunters Association was against it. They explained that Edgar was not the only one who participated in the raid, but the guy didn't think he needed the status of an S-class hunter. After all, in the current situation, Edgar had no problems meeting his basic needs, and he didn't want more reporters for nothing. Mr. Agent anticipated that Edgar would say so, and he informed him that in that case, he would reject the association's offer. The association said it would officially introduce Edgar as an S-class hunter if he deals with monsters in West Africa. Kim got excited when she heard about Africa and asked if it was the pit of monsters. The agent replied that she was right and that it was the pit of monsters. The girl went back to her business, because Edgar was going to refuse the offer anyway. The guy was going to refuse any offers from the association because he didn't care and he would never go to Africa. Mr. Lieber announced that his next destination would be Africa. The man's words were incredibly disappointing to Edgar. He should have guessed that it would end this way. Lieber said that the next part of the 7 deadly sins is in Africa. But it wasn't just them. The place was perfect for Edgar's training. Having studied the characteristics of the clone, Lieber concluded that the influence of the 7 deadly sins extends to Edgar. He knew that Edgar's skills were no longer working as they should. Lieber has already said that the 7 deadly sins block the system and prevent its influence. The man said that from now on, Edgar should use his skills without the help of the system. But then he remembered that this was the name of a method from the planet Tybon, so he decided to call it something else, and he told Edgar that he had to learn magic. The oracle told Skarkun that he did not have to kill that child. George was curious why the seer told the man to run away and even prepared a scroll of teleportation for him. After all, the guard had to know that the oracle would refuse George's offer, which would lead to his death. He assumed that the seer had become attached to the man because she had worked with him for a long time or had a sense of duty to him. The oracle replied that there was no single path and that it was not fate that killed the man, but George. She added that the same goes for the current George, shaped by his own choice. After these words, the hunter took off the seer's head with a quick blow. He did not want to be talked to about such an abomination as freedom of choice, because he was the one who believed in this idea the most. He has tried to change things not 10, 20, or 100 times. But each time, George just watched the system swallow the planet, triggering Harvest Day. No matter who the hunter saved, the result remained the same. No matter how many hunters he assembled, it was all in vain. The result has always been the same. George can't stop Harvest Day. And for a creature that has no physical ability to express its thoughts other than to repeat everything automatically, there is no point in listening to it. George was right, because all the oracle could do was show him the knowledge. The seer told the hunter that she would show him his future.